A flood of pop-ups filled the screen. Are you tired of your current life? The department's pro-level drama is making you depressed. Do you truly want to keep living? It's that website again. The man was busy reading his novel. Annoying clickbait titles kept interrupting him, which was incredibly frustrating. Novels these days don't need to resort to those cheap tricks anymore. Introducing our main character, Lin Xiao, an unemployed otaku from the 21st century. Frustrated with his own life, he was just barely hanging on. I just can't find a job. It's not like I actually want to die, he muttered to himself as he clicked the mouse. Suddenly, something strange happened, startling Lin Xiao so much he dropped his lollipop. A deep, dark abyss materialized right beneath him. The moment he spoke, Lin Xiao's entire body was sucked into the black hole. Are you for real? There was nothing to do to kill time. I was just reading a novel and got forcibly transported to another world. As he was in freefall, he saw a message. Congratulations, host, for making the correct choice. On the path ahead, the God-tier leveling system will be at your service. Lin Xiao felt 3 parts helpless and 7 parts wronged. Hey, can you not just decide things on your own? I didn't choose a damn thing. In an instant, he was transported to a strange place on the other side of the black hole. Earth, New Era Year 2696. Starfall Academy. Earth. In the year 2666 of a new era, extraterrestrial creatures invaded. Earth suffered a devastating blow. Eventually, the Federation was established. Nuclear weapons were used to annihilate the alien creatures, but they left behind Virus X. All across the globe, Earth began to mutate. Zombies and mutated beasts ran rampant. The survivors evolved, opening the path of cultivation for martial artists. From then on, Earth's martial artists were hailed as kings. He hadn't even settled in when trouble came knocking. A red-haired young man with an unfriendly face called his name. Lin Xiao. It was Ma Chong, Lin Xiao's roommate, entry-level martial artist. Class 29 of Starfall Academy. He was about to start trouble, but he saw the other guy lying motionless on the bed. Ma Chong lunged forward, grabbed him by the collar, and started shouting. Where's the food I told you to bring me? What took you so damn long? Profile. From hopeless to utterly despairing. Lin Xiao. Class 29 of Starfall Academy. No talent for cultivation. Are you trying to starve me to death? He was so furious that he threw Lin Xiao straight into the hard wall. You useless piece of trash. The 2 lackeys with Ma Chong joined in, hurling insults at Lin Xiao. Brother Chong, looks like this kid passed out. And if he dies, so what? He's just a worthless loser. If he dies, he dies. You think the Academy is going to punish a real martial artist like me over him? Ma Chong showed no mercy. A piece of garbage who doesn't even have an ounce of talent for cultivation. Making him bring me food. The 3 of them also forced him to wash all of their dirty laundry. And do our laundry is already giving him more credit than he deserves. Seeing Lin Xiao in pain, Ma Chong still had no intention of stopping. This time, he didn't bring the food. He made me lose face in front of Su Jun. With that, he stomped his foot hard on Lin Xiao's hand. He deserves to die anyway. Lin Xiao felt excruciating pain, but he couldn't even sit up, let alone fight back. This isn't a game. It's another real world. My hand. It hurts so much. What the hell is going on? Wasn't I just at home? And then that crappy website crashed. The image of Ma Chong, still acting fierce and threatening, began to blur in his vision. Look at him. He's still not dead. He struggled, forcing himself to his feet. Ma Chong couldn't help but remark. This waste of space sure is tough to kill. Lin Xiao barely had a moment to breathe before the next assault began. So this is... Su landed another kick, sending him flying backward. I'll kick you to death. Before he could even get his bearings, the lackeys started wailing on him again. He realized, I've been transmigrated. The kick was so powerful it sent dust flying everywhere. He was beaten beyond recognition. Damn it all. Lin Xiao felt that his unemployed life back home was 100 times better than this. Has anyone ever had a transmigration this unlucky? He recalled the memories from before he entered this body. The body's original owner had also suffered miserably. Beat this loser to death. Kill him. He has no talent for cultivation. And he's still taking up our resources. What a shameless bastard. Even his own family doesn't want him. Zombies and mutated beasts are running rampant outside right now. A piece of trash like you wouldn't survive 3 days after leaving the academy. Letting you stay here is already a great act of mercy on my part. These words constantly haunted the original owner. They felt like they were suffocating him. Useless. Trash. Why don't you just hurry up and die? You're so thick-skinned. Go die. I don't want to live anymore. Are those bastards even human? Treating someone like that? Damn it. Bullying someone to this extent is just going too far. Lin Xiao forced himself up. He couldn't let this go on any longer. This goddamn world. No wonder the kid who was here before didn't want to live anymore. He left me to deal with this chaotic mess. This isn't going to be easy. When dealing with people like them, you can't just take it. In any case, the word endure isn't in my vocabulary. Ma Chong taunted him. Look at the fire in his eyes. Our little loser looks defiant. How? Just the sight of Lin Xiao was enough to make him itch for a fight. Disgusting. Ma Chong threw a punch straight at Lin Xiao while spewing insults. Stop playing dumb, you motherfucker. You little piece of trash. Do you submit or not? He shot back defiantly. I don't submit. He never expected him to talk back. You don't. After punches and kicks came knees. Even a punching bag has its limits. I'll beat you until you do. I asked you, do you submit or not? Ma Chong went berserk, attacking relentlessly. Do you submit? Do you? At that moment, his only regret was that he couldn't tear Lin Xiao into 100 pieces. But Lin Xiao refused to yield, even taunting him back. I don't submit. A mongrel like you who only knows how to prey on the weak. Even if you beat me to death, I will never submit. Ma Chong's expression turned grim. He stared at him with a demonic gaze. Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Everyone who gets transmigrated gets a golden finger, so where's mine? A status window appeared. Host's anger assessment complete. Host, Lin Xiao. Level 1. Experience value, 0. EXP to next level, 100. Strength, 35. Physique, 33. Speed, 32. Note, average stats for a normal person are above 38. Skill, Eye of Analysis. Overall combat power, 250. Anger charge, 100%. Use anger charge for a one-hit strike. Confirm use? Turns out getting beaten to a pulp wasn't so bad for Lin Xiao after all. It was a classic case of suffering now for a reward later. So that's the system from before. Confirm use? This is the perfect time to test it out. Time to try the new skill I just got. Are you asking to die? He immediately accepted the system's proposal. Use. Anger charge. The two of them clashed, neither giving an inch. When Lin Xiao activated the skill, it instantly shattered every bone in Ma Chong's arm. Ma Chong was sent flying 7,749 meters from the counterattack, leaving his two lackeys utterly stunned. The purple-haired goon couldn't believe what he was seeing. Brother Chong. They both rushed over to Ma Chong's side. Brother Chong, what happened? Brother Chong, are you okay? Don't die on us, man. No wonder he was talking so tough. Now, he wasn't even sure if he'd live. The two of them carried him to the school's infirmary. They looked at Ma Chong's battered and broken body, while the one who was supposed to get beaten was standing there without a scratch. The tables had completely turned. Lin Xiao threatened the three of them back. Now, get the hell out of here. Crying, they dragged the limp body away from this hellscape. After the beating from Ma Chong, Lin Xiao's body was still throbbing with pain. If I don't leave soon, I won't be able to keep up this tough guy act much longer. His own arm had taken a massive blow as well. Blood streamed down from the wound. This anger charge skill is seriously effective. He sat down on a chair to rest. The system displayed a new message. Detected host's first use of an anger charge strike to defeat an opponent. Reward, 1 lottery draw chance. System, a lottery draw chance? Lin Xiao was amazed. The lottery wheel was filled with incredible prizes. He quickly hit the spin button. Here we go. Here we go. As he waited, he wished. I hope it lands on the... Federation credits. Please, it has to be. As if hearing Lin Xiao's plea. The will stopped on 1,000 Federation credits. He breathed a sigh of relief. Awesome. The scene shifts to the infirmary. Hello. I'm here to get my wounds treated. A beautiful nurse, Xiao Ruoxue, appeared. Oh, it's you, Student Lin? I haven't just been reborn here. There was still a lot he didn't know. Do you know me? It was just a normal conversation, but she insisted on pressing herself right up against Lin Xiao. Student, Little Lin of Starlight Academy. Who doesn't know you? Lin Xiao, blushing beet red, stammered, Don't call me Little Lin. It sounds weird. Just call me Lin Xiao. As they spoke, neither looked at the other's face. Instead, their gazes drifted downwards. You don't want me to call you Little Lin? Is it because... She teased with a smirk. One hand drifted onto Lin Xiao's body as she spoke suggestively. We'll find out soon enough if it's little or not. Xiao Ruoshui commanded him, strip. Take off your clothes and lie down there. Lin Xiao's face went crimson. What? All of it? All my clothes? Xiao Ruoshui was clearly enjoying this. I didn't realize you got so flustered over a little teasing. I'm just kidding. You can keep your underwear on. But hey, if you want to take it all off, I certainly wouldn't mind. While Lin Xiao was undressing, Xiao Ruoshui took the chance to look him over, her eyes finally stopping at a certain spot. Not bad. Not bad at all. She said it shamelessly, right to his face. Definitely not small. I never expected this side of Xiao Ruoshui. So shameless. Where the hell are you looking? You really can't judge a book by its cover. She's so beautiful, but why is she like this? This woman is unbelievable. Am I really about to lose my V card in a place like this? Once he was ready, Lin Xiao sat down in the recovery pod. Xiao Ruoshui asked, so Big Lin, which recovery fluid do you want? The 9,800 Alliance credit one. Lying inside, Lin Xiao looked down at his wounds and felt the exhaustion in his body. The original owner of this body must have lived a life far different from what I imagined. He must have been bullied and beaten up constantly. But that was in the past. Now, I'm the one living in this body. And I'm sure of one thing. From now on, I will never let anyone push me around again. A system notification appeared. Preparations complete. Recovery pod initiating sequence as programmed. Full body trauma identified. Estimated recovery time, 5 hours. Beginning recovery now. In 5 hours, I'll be a brand new Lin Xiao. The scene changes to classroom 29. For this trip to the A20 practical combat zone, we're taking 20 people. Luo Li was briefing the class on the upcoming mission. All entry-level martial artists in our class are eligible to participate. As he spoke, he noticed a familiar face was missing. Where's Ma Chong? A student with purple hair spoke up. Ma Chong, he's in surgery over in the medical wing. Luo Li didn't understand how something could have happened out of the blue. Surgery? What happened? It was all his own fault, said Li Hong. Lin Xiao broke his bones. The entire class erupted into shocked whispers. No one could believe what they'd just heard. What? Lin Xiao? How is that possible? That worthless trash crippled Ma Chong. Yeah, right. That's total bullshit. The purple-haired student, still shaken from that day, insisted it wasn't a lie. I'm telling the truth. I was there, I saw it happen. Getting a headache from the pointless argument, Luo Li decided to move on. Fine, whatever. For this practical combat training in the A20 zone, Ma Chong won't be going. A familiar voice cut in. Can I go? The class started buzzing, noticing the aura around him was completely different from before. It's Lin Xiao. Why does he feel so different? Yeah, it's like he's a completely different person. Am I seeing things? Luo Li advised him, still thinking he was the same old student. Lin Xiao, there's no need to be impulsive. The A20 zone is quite dangerous. You should reach the entry-level martial artist stage first before even thinking about it. Nearby, Su Jun, finding the scene completely irritating, spat out, "You piece of trash. The A20 zone is crawling with mutants and zombies. Are you that eager to die?" Lin Xiao let out a contemptuous laugh. He pointed right at Su Jun, declaring a challenge that took him by surprise. Then, if I can beat you, does that mean I get to go? Su Jun couldn't believe the weak Lin Xiao he once knew would dare to talk so big. You? Beat me? Lin Xiao challenged him without hesitation. That's right, me. You dare try? Furious, Su Jun slammed his hand on the desk, accepting the challenge. You think I wouldn't dare? Being mocked by Lin Xiao sent him into a humiliated rage. Don't think just because you beat Ma Chong, you can get arrogant with me. Instead of replying, Lin Xiao took the chance to check his stats. He activated his analysis eye. Seeing the numbers put him at ease. Su Jun, entry-level martial artist. Strength, 52. Physique, 41. Speed, 37. Overall combat power, 443. His initial assessment was clear. This guy is even weaker than Ma Chong. As long as I'm careful and keep dodging, and wait until my rage value is full, I could take him down with a single charge strike. With that, he set the terms for their duel. We'll meet at the martial arts arena after class. Soon, it was time for the match between Su Jun and Lin Xiao. Starlight Academy Martial Arts Arena. That piece of trash from class 29 is really fighting an entry-level martial artist from their class. Yeah, the loser's name is Lin Xiao, I think. He must be out of his mind. This is going to be a good show. Standing nearby, Yang Tian made one last attempt to talk him out of it. Lin Xiao, are you really going to fight him? He's already an entry-level martial artist. But this was a new Lin Xiao. Don't worry, I've been wanting to punch him for a long time. Seeing Lin Xiao calmly step onto the stage, Su Jun couldn't resist a sneer. You actually dared to show up? Su Jun's arrogant tone was exactly the same as always. A piece of trash like you dares to be so cocky? Let me teach you your place. The moment he finished speaking, without waiting for Lin Xiao to get ready, he lunged forward, but Lin Xiao managed to block it. This guy's got some real power, even though my body's fully recovered. Lin Xiao knew he couldn't be careless. A single punch still sends pain shooting through me. Rage meter, 20%. Meanwhile, he used a few basic skills to dodge, infuriating Su Jun, who couldn't land a single hit. Where are you running, you trash? Get over here. Everything is going according to plan. Perfect. Now I just have to keep dodging and blocking, and wait for the rage meter to fill up. The rage meter shot up 20, 30, 40, then all the way to 70% in a flash. Luo Li watched from a distance, realizing something was different about Lin Xiao. Just as I thought, a loser. All you know is how to run. Stop dodging. He could see that. Even though Lin Xiao was just dodging, there was nothing pathetic about it. He'd never seen such a steady and determined gaze in a boy's eyes before. He dodged every single one of Su Jun's attacks. You damn piece of trash. If you got any guts, stop dodging. That was all Lin Xiao needed to finally shut him up as his rage meter hit 100%. My chance. It's full. The system prompted him. Use charge strike. Yes. Su Jun, completely unaware, threw what he thought would be the final punch. Die, you idiot. But after activating his skill, Lin Xiao countered. Charge strike. The two attacks collided, sending a dramatic cloud of dust across the stage. The result was Su Jun being sent flying off the stage from the sheer force of the blow. He cried out in pain as he fell from a great height, crashing hard onto the floor below. Everyone was stunned by the outcome. What? No way. The floor was splattered with pools of blood, leaving the crowd in a state of shock. That's impossible. Despite the brutal beating, he still managed to stumble to his feet. Damn you, you piece of trash. Lin Xiao taunted him in return. Beaten by a piece of trash. Doesn't that make you the biggest piece of trash of them all? Seeing Su Jun's stubbornness, as if he didn't care about his own life, Luo Li ordered another student. Quick, get him to the infirmary. Don't let him miss the combat training in the A20 zone. Two other students helped him away. Luo Li couldn't stop praising him. Kid, you've really made people see you in a new light. Lin Xiao had accomplished his goal. So now, can I participate in the practical combat training in A20 zone? The A20 zone. The A20 zone, located in the northern sector of the city. This area is contaminated by nuclear radiation and ravaged by a mutant virus. It's overrun with zombies and giant mutant beasts. Extremely dangerous. For students, it's a place to grow stronger. But risk and opportunity always go hand in hand. Many parts from the mutant beasts are highly sought-after materials, and among them exists something even more special. The strange crystals in their brains are a special form of crystallized energy that can help martial artists in their cultivation. They're incredibly valuable. Commander Lau is the one in command for this operation. You've all undergone extensive training. Plus, the Academy has provided you with combat uniforms and daggers. Dealing with normal zombies and mutated beasts shouldn't be a problem. He didn't forget to add a word of caution. But, unlike previous training exercises, you have to conquer your inner fear when you come face-to-face with zombies and mutated beasts. During last year's live combat training, we lost students who were paralyzed by fear when facing zombies and were mauled to death by a horde of them as a result. Commander Lau seemed particularly excited to see these students in real combat today. Only through actual combat can your abilities truly be tested, and only then can your willpower truly be forged. Yang Tian seemed a bit nervous. Hey, Lin Xiao, are you scared? I feel really tense. Why would I be scared? Lin Xiao replied calmly. In my eyes, those things aren't zombies. They're valuable experience points for me to level up. He began to divide them into smaller groups. There are 20 of you in total. You'll form teams of 4. Group up as you like. Remember, do not go deep into area A20. The mutated beasts and zombies in there are far beyond what you can handle. He finished with a final, stark reminder. Whether you live or die is up to you. Move out. Everyone responded with a powerful roar as the scene changed. The creatures in this place were terrifying and grotesque, utterly unnatural. The edge of Area A20. Zhang Yi warned him with contempt. Watch yourself, Lin the useless. Don't drag everyone else down. When you get into trouble, just don't come crying for help. Yang Tian shot back. You're the ones who should be careful. When you finally see a zombie, just try not to cry for your mommy and daddy. Lin Xiao, noticing something up ahead, warned the other three. You guys shut up. There's movement over there. The other two fell silent, listening intently to the sounds around them. The view was obscured by a thick fog, making it difficult to see what was ahead. But with just a glance, he knew something was getting closer. He alerted the others to get ready. It's here. The fog remained thick, but a powerful gust of wind suddenly swirled through it. Whatever it is, it's moving incredibly fast. A hideous creature appeared. Level 1 zombie. Traits: slow movement, iron teeth, viral carrier. Combined combat power, 380. It rushed toward Lin Xiao at an incredible speed. Level 1 zombie. Traits: razor-sharp teeth, viral carrier. Combined combat power, 380. He looked at the stats and thought to himself, even a low-level zombie has a higher combat power than me? My own combat power is only 291 right now. The other three trembled at its grotesque appearance. But then Lin Xiao remembered he had to kill it to gain experience. I can't back down. I need the experience points. He charged toward the massive zombie. The more, the better. I can't let this opportunity slip away. Experience points, here I come. A single, fatal slash successfully destroyed the level 1 zombie. Congratulations, Master, for successfully killing a level 1 zombie. You have obtained 200 experience points. With that, he immediately leveled up. Congratulations, Master, you have successfully leveled up. Current level 2. Obtain 2 potential points. Awesome. 2 potential points. I'll put them all into strength. While Lin Xiao was thrilled about his growing power. Strength, 38 points. More zombies were lurking, waiting to launch a surprise attack. Then, Yang Tian suddenly screamed. Lin Xiao, look out. 3 zombies surrounded Lin Xiao, catching him completely off guard. Seeing this, Zhang Yi rushed toward Lin Xiao. Get out of my way. In a single slash, Zhang Yi sent all 3 zombies flying. He sent them straight to hell. Their bodies were sliced to pieces. Yi Qiu praised him obsequiously. Brother Zhang Yi is still the best. After that little flex, Zhang Yi didn't miss the chance to belittle him. I wonder who was frozen in fear just a second ago. Lin Xiao was furious, feeling like Zhang Yi had stolen his kills. My experience points. He eventually let it go and said to the others, forget it. Let's keep going. Along the way, they encountered no shortage of eerie scenes. The tense atmosphere made everyone anxious and hesitant. Lin Xiao's group of 4 moved forward, constantly scanning their surroundings. Suddenly, a giant zombie began to advance toward them. Lin Xiao sensed it and warned the others. Hold on a second. Its sharp teeth emerged from the dense fog. Yi Qiu, eager to prove himself in front of Lin Xiao, acted before he could think. It's this type of zombie again. Let me handle it this time. But this was different from the last one. Level 1 zombie leader. Traits: extremely fast movement speed, sharp claws, can summon other zombies. Yang Tian said to him, we should go too. But Lin Xiao was still assessing the situation. Don't go over there. That zombie leader crouched and leaped. Yi Qiu, still clueless and stubborn, was determined to kill it. Come on, come and get me. The zombie leader shot toward Yi Qiu like a bullet. His eyes went wide in horror. Shit. How is this thing so fast? It's completely out of my league. Yi Qiu cried out in pain as it attacked him. It was about to eat him alive, but he desperately tried to fight back. Fortunately, Zhang Yi rushed in and delivered a swift kick to its face. Get the hell off him. The zombie was sent flying, landing hard on the ground. Zhang Yi moved in to finish it. Die, you bastard. Lin Xiao quickly ran over to warn them. That's a zombie leader. You have to kill it in one hit. If you don't, it'll summon a horde of level 1 zombies. Then we'll be in real trouble. Zhang Yi retorted triumphantly, sneering. Since when do I need a piece of trash like you to teach me how to kill monsters? As expected, not only did it survive, but it also dodged Zhang Yi's attack. He was stunned. WH, this zombie can dodge. It roared in anger, as if calling its allies to settle the score with Zhang Yi. The zombie leader's power sent everyone flying back. From beneath the ground, more zombies began to rise. Unlike the zombie leader, these zombies were sprouting from the earth like mushrooms. They targeted Lin Xiao's group of 4 for daring to touch their leader. Things were quickly getting complicated. Worse, they seemed to be appearing out of nowhere in endless numbers. Zhang Yi was now pale with fear. He grew frantic as he watched the horde of zombies slowly closing in. As so many of them, his mind went blank with panic. Damn it, I don't want to die here. Screw this, I'm out of here. He quickly fled, leaving Yi Qiu to call after him in vain. Brother Zhang Yi, wait for me. Even Yang Tian knew their chances were slim if they stayed. Lin Xiao, there are too many of them. We should get out of here fast. Looks like the heavens are finally smiling on me. This is my chance to level up. Isn't this exactly what I wanted? Looking at this horde, this is going to be a huge haul. If I kill all of these zombies, I could probably level up several times over. He readied the sword on his back, determined to fight to the end. I've got to risk it all. Time to go all in. Sensing he was about to rush to his death, Yang Tian yelled, Lin Xiao, what do you think you're doing? Are you crazy? His eyes were incredibly determined and focused. I can do this. Talent isn't enough. You have to seize the opportunities the heavens give you. And now that one's here, I have to take it. Zhang Yi stared, stunned, forgetting all about running away. Is this still the Lin Xiao I used to know? Just now, his every move, his every thought, it was all so decisive. It made him curse to himself. Does he really have to risk his life like this? Suddenly, a zombie lunged toward Yang Tian. He quickly took in the situation. Understanding Lin Xiao's intent, he decided to risk it all. All right then, Lin Xiao. The two of them fought back to back, cutting a path through the rampaging zombies. I'll be crazy with you this one time. Just then, the leader, the head of the zombies, made its move. It ambushed Lin Xiao, pinning him to the ground. Yang Tian yelled, but it was too late. Watch out! It roared, opening its massive, sharp-toothed mouth, ready to tear him apart. Lin Xiao used all his strength to hold it back. He was struggling desperately against the giant zombie leader. Damn it! You dare sneak attack me? Just as he was in mortal danger, the system panel appeared. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully leveled up. Current level, 3. Obtained 3 potential points. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully leveled up. Current level, 4. Obtained 4 potential points. Congratulations, Host. You have successfully leveled up. Current level, 5. Gained 5 potential points. The money train has arrived. This is awesome. I jumped 3 levels in an instant. Gained 12 potential points. System. Put it all into strength. I can't believe the difference between ranks. Is this noticeable? Strength, 50 points. He grabbed the back of the zombie leader's head, ready to turn the tables. Get ready to die, kid. Lin Xiao swung it around so hard it spun like a toy propeller. There was no way it was surviving this. Coming through, the other zombies were still clueless that their leader was about to be sent flying. The zombie leader's head twisted like a cheap toy spring. Seeing the zombie go limp, Lin Xiao kicked it out of his sight. A swift kick sent the zombie leader flying straight into a chicken coop to play by itself. Who wants to play with a cheater who relies on sneak attacks, anyway? He grabbed his sword. One slash sent the zombie leader's head flying, giving it an early ticket to the afterlife. Congratulations, Host, for killing the zombie leader. Leveled up to level 6. System exclusive unlocked. Congratulations, Host, you have gained 6 potential points. Lin Xiao's current stats were now truly outstanding. Host, Lin Xiao. Level, 6. EXP, 0/2500. Strength, 50. Physique, 32. Speed, 32. Overall combat power, 380. Anger charge, 100%. Skill, Eye of Analysis. When the zombie leader died, the minions it had summoned vanished along with it. Lin Xiao thought to himself as he reviewed his stats. 250 to 380. This damn system is doing this on purpose, isn't it? I just leveled up and got 6 potential points. 3 points to speed, and 3 points to physique. Gene lock. I've read a few books on cultivation before. A large portion of the genes in the human body are never used. This could be my chance for a breakthrough. Because most of humanity's potential is never unlocked. Even appearance, strength, and many other related things change with it. This so-called gene lock is the most fundamental potential within the human body. Legend has it that if you can open the gene locks in your body to the highest level, he remembered something important, something few could ever achieve. You could become a godlike existence. Just the thought of it made Lin Xiao incredibly excited. I wonder if I can unlock the first one. How strong will I become? He immediately selected Gene Lock. System. Unlock the first gene lock, Lin Xiao said. Unlock the first gene lock. He then tapped the screen in front of him. The system displayed. Warning. Warning. Level 15 requirement not met. Unable to unlock. He was so surprised he nearly fell over. Lin Xiao couldn't believe his eyes. What the? So all my effort up until now still isn't enough? It's just level 15, right? All I have to do is grind monsters and level up. I'll meet the requirements to unlock it in no time. Yang Tian had long been suspicious of the Lin Xiao he was seeing. Lin Xiao, are you still the same Lin Xiao I used to know? You suddenly became incredibly strong just now. The bodies of zombies were scattered all around them. You took care of all of them, even the zombie leader. Lin Xiao was so flattered he could burst. He replied humbly, it was nothing special. It was just a zombie leader, that's all. Yang Tian felt a bit irked. I call him brother once, and now he thinks he's some big shot? He decided to get back to his training. Let's go. Let's keep heading inside and see what's there. The scene transitions. The two quickly came across a warning sign. Entry-level martial artists are forbidden from proceeding further. Lin Xiao realized. This must be the restricted area teacher Luo mentioned. Yang Tian thought it over. Maybe we shouldn't go in. But for a risk-taker like Lin Xiao, he really wanted to go inside. We didn't see any zombies on the way here. I have no chance to get any experience points. How about we just take a peek inside? Yang Tian suddenly. Hey you, Lin Xiao noticed. What's wrong? Yang Tian's hand trembled as he pointed. There's a snake over there. Lin Xiao was so scared his soul nearly left his body. Holy. Third tier, color-changing python. Attributes. Overall combat strategy. Yang Tian screamed. There's a giant python by that tree. Lin Xiao realized this was an evolved beast, but I can't analyze it. What the hell is this thing? Its enormous body began to emerge. It slithered towards the two of them. The python opened its massive jaws, ready to devour them whole. But they quickly dodged to opposite sides, narrowly escaping. As Lin Xiao fled, he didn't forget to yell at Yang Tian. Run, you idiot, run. The python was so massive its tail couldn't even be seen. Its long body slithered through the forest, chasing after Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao ran for his life as the beast zeroed in on him, cursing under his breath. Damn it, why does it keep chasing me? Go after that blockhead over there. Meanwhile, Yang Tian, having escaped the giant python's fangs, was completely out of breath. Yang Tian stopped for a moment to rest. He couldn't help but sigh in relief. Thank God, it's not chasing me. He peered into the dark, gloomy area ahead and was horrified. Don't tell me that guy ran deeper into the abandoned zone. The scene shifts to the silent, abandoned area. Lin Xiao was hiding behind some old ruins, trying to assess the situation. I don't see it anymore. Looks like it couldn't keep up. Lin Xiao remained on high alert. But I can't let my guard down. That giant python can change its color to match its surroundings. It could be preparing to ambush me from anywhere. A strange man suddenly aimed an arrow at Lin Xiao, threatening him. Don't move. Li Yuan and his companions saw the familiar figure and decided to ask a few questions. What are you doing, sneaking around here? The man sized him up and realized something. Judging by the uniform, you must be one of those brats from Starfall Academy, right? Faced with this group of heavily armed men, Lin Xiao replied calmly, Hey guys, I'm just passing through. These guys were clearly professionals, way out of his league. Crap, I'm screwed. This must be an adventure squad that hunts zombies and mutated beasts for materials and crystal cores. They're all official martial artists. There's no way I can handle them. A guy with buck teeth, looking for trouble, decided to give Lin Xiao a hard time. A Starfall Academy combat knife. I've wanted one of those for a long time. Leave the combat knife. Then you can get lost. Lin Xiao, wanting to avoid a confrontation, calmly tried to explain. Hey man, without a combat knife in a dangerous place like this, you're basically telling me to go die, aren't you? The man grabbed Lin Xiao's sword, ready to swing it at him. Then you can die right now. Startled, Lin Xiao pointed behind the buck-toothed man and warned, "Wait a minute." The man never expected something so massive to appear here. "What the hell is that?" Before he could react, the ferocious python lunged forward, ready to snatch its prey. In one bite, it clamped down on the man's leg. The python ignored its prey's pained struggles as it began to swallow him whole. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Yuan warned his group, "It's a third-tier evolved beast. A color-changing python. Everyone, be careful." A man with black hair tried to calm the group. "Brothers, don't panic. It's a third-tier evolved beast. Its crystal core and skin have to be worth at least 1 million. Li Yuan confidently rallied his brothers. "He's right. Let's take it down. We're gonna be rich." Lin Xiao, knowing full well the python's strength, found a hiding spot to watch the show. These guys turned out to be nothing more than small fry for the python to tear apart. Just a bunch of first-tier martial artists picking a fight with a third-tier evolved beast. Dying for money is truly the dumbest way to go. First-tier martial artist. First-tier martial artist. First-tier martial artist. As he watched the situation unfold, he looked for a chance to get his weapon back. "I need to find an opportunity to snatch my combat knife back." Every time the python was attacked, it would tear the attacker to shreds. It showed no mercy. A bald man took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. He struck the python's body with his sword. Not only did it fail to harm the python, but it also enraged it further. It immediately spat venom at him. The venom hit the bald man's shoulder, instantly burning through his flesh to the bone. "My God, my arm!" The black-haired martial artist gave an order. 7 inches. Everyone attack its weak spot. Everyone surged forward to attack. They swarmed the massive python. "Charge! Let's kill it together." 1 against 3 is a tough fight, let alone this. With so many people surrounding it from all sides, it couldn't keep up. "Kill it, everyone!" Finally, the python could no longer withstand the assault and collapsed before them. "It's dead. It's finally dead." At that moment, Lin Xiao stealthily began to execute his plan. The black-haired martial artist slid down. Spotting him, he stood atop the python's head and roared, "You little brat, you're the one who lured it over here, aren't you?" He ordered condescendingly. "Now you're going to help me skin this giant python. And give me that oddity crystal. Don't even think about trying anything funny. One wrong move, and I'll kill you." With his own sword back in his hand, Lin Xiao retorted flatly, "Are you an idiot? You're this badly injured, and you're still arrogantly ordering people around? Don't worry. I'll skin this python, and I'll take out the oddity crystal. But then my spoils of war." The black-haired martial artist's eyes widened with fury. "You little bastard, trying to steal my prize." He lunged at Lin Xiao, sword aimed to kill. "Go to hell, kid." Lin Xiao easily sidestepped, dodging the man's attack. "You're weak and exhausted. You're nothing to me," Lin Xiao said contemptuously, then slashed at the man's arm before he could react. The martial artist screamed in pain. "You bastard." He then fell back on his family connections, trying to threaten Lin Xiao. "You just try and touch me. I'm with the Zhang family." "The Zhang family? Sorry, never heard of them. All I know is that a minute ago, you tried to steal my sword and kill me." He raised his sword for the final blow. "So, I won't be sparing you either." A crimson spray erupted from the martial artist. Lin Xiao successfully earned more points. "Congratulations, host, for killing a level 1 martial artist. Acquired 2,500 experience points." "Congratulations, host, for reaching level 7. Acquired 7 potential points." Lin Xiao couldn't hide his excitement at the system notification. "I finally leveled up. Congratulations, host, for your first martial artist kill. Acquired 1 lottery draw chance. I even got a lottery draw. Not a bad haul at all. This trip has brought me a ton of loot, and my strength has increased significantly. I'll add these 7 potential points to speed and physique. That should keep my stats balanced." Host, Lin Xiao, level 7. Experience, 0. EXP to next level, 150. Physique, 40. Speed, 40. Rage charge, 0. Overall combat power, 444. I'll do the lottery draw later when I have time. First, let's check out the spoils. He began to cut into the giant python to harvest his prize. A crystal, glittering with a reddish-pink light, rested in Lin Xiao's hand. This is the first time I've ever seen an oddity crystal. The crystalline core from the body of an evolved beast. The source of its power. Martial artists can absorb the energy for their own cultivation. It can also be used as a power source for certain machines. A level 3 oddity crystal from a color-shifting giant python. This should sell for a lot of money. He then went over to the group's belongings to search through them. Not bad. This guy's backpack has 2 more level 2 evolved beast oddity crystals. I'll leave the weapons. They're too heavy to carry. What's this? After collecting a few useful items, Lin Xiao set off again. All right, time to regroup with Yang Tian and the others. As he walked, he came across a warning sign. Danger zone. The further he went, the deeper he ventured into a more perilous area. Here, a dangerous area. Crap, I've been going the wrong way. Lin Xiao cautiously decided to leave the area at once. I can't stay here. I need to get out of here fast. Suddenly, a piercing screech echoed through the forest, forcing Lin Xiao to cover his ears. He suspected something was about to happen. Sounds like something powerful just showed up. Up in the trees, a lightning panther is on the move. Lightning Panther, Tier 4 Evolved Beast. Attributes. Overall combat power. Lin Xiao couldn't see its stat panel. Crap, a Tier 4 Evolved Beast. It's another one, whose attributes and combat power I can't analyze. I have to get out of here. He sent someone else approaching. Huh, looks like there's a person. Luo Yu. Tier 4 Martial Artist. Attributes. Overall combat power. He couldn't analyze this person's stats either. He decided to stay hidden and watch the situation unfold. Another Tier 4. Can't analyze her attributes or combat power either. She unleashed a powerful slash at the Lightning Panther. It countered her attack. Then, it rushed towards her, ready to swipe with its sharp claws. Luo Yu dodged the Lightning Panther's claws. She swung her sword right at its face. The moment it left an opening, it cried out in pain. Luo Yu's attack sent its entire body flying into a nearby tree. Just watching was intense enough for Lin Xiao. He couldn't imagine taking on this Lightning Panther alone. So this is the power of a high-level martial artist. So strong. One day, I'll be just like her. No, I might become even stronger. Seeing the Lightning Panther lying motionless on the ground, Luo Yu moved closer. Lin Xiao wondered to himself, is the fight over already? It suddenly sprang up and attacked her. It summoned a powerful energy sphere that shook the entire area. Luo Yu braced herself for the impact. The sphere flew towards her. Instead of blocking it, Luo Yu was sent flying. In an instant, she was blasted far away from the battle. Lin Xiao couldn't believe it. She was sent flying that fast? Is she dead? Lin Xiao didn't expect the beast to play tricks. This Lightning Panther was playing dead, and then it landed a fatal blow on that girl. Or rather, no, it wasn't exactly playing dead. It was more like a temporary death. Seeing his chance, he hatched a plan. If it's not completely dead yet, and I land one more strike, would that count as me killing the boss? Plus, a Tier 4 oddity crystal. I'm gonna be rich. He snickered as he snuck closer to the Lightning Panther. He raised his sword, ready to deliver the final blow according to his plan. What a huge score. But then he sensed another danger approaching. He glanced behind him and saw a figure flash by. It saw him about to finish off its companion, and its eyes grew menacing. Another one. His stealthy plan was busted. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. How could I forget about this annoying detail? Lightning Panthers often hunt in male-female pairs. The second Lightning Panther roared, threatening Lin Xiao. It then chased after Lin Xiao, who was running for his life. Hey, Mrs. Lightning Panther, I'm not the one who killed your husband. While running, he suddenly screeched to a halt. Man proposes, God disposes. He stopped just in time. Damn it, a dead end. It was the same cliff Luo Yu had been knocked off of, and now he was trapped. The Lightning Panther was determined to hunt him down. Lin Xiao pointed his sword at it as a warning. Mrs. Lightning Panther, don't come any closer, or I'll cut you. The widowed panther, having lost everything, charged forward, ready to fight. Lin Xiao took a huge gamble and leaped off the cliff without a second thought. I'd rather be smashed to pieces than get electrocuted by you, charred on the outside, tasty on the inside, just to become your dinner. After Lin Xiao's desperate leap, he landed in a vast blue body of water at the bottom of the cliff. By some miracle, he was still in one piece. Is this the bottom of the cliff? The trees on the cliffside must have broken my fall. And this lake, that must be why I survived. He looked to his side and saw a familiar figure. It was Luo Yu, who had been knocked off the cliff by the male panther, lying unconscious. It seems she's the girl who was knocked down here by the lightning panther. He saw that she was still showing signs of life. She's probably not dead. As he carried Luo Yu out of the water, he could feel her breath. She's just unconscious. Lin Xiao then placed her under the shade of a large tree. Lin Xiao found himself captivated, staring at Luo Yu's face. How can a girl be this beautiful? She's way out of my league. She's probably only 17 or 18 years old, but she's already a tier 4 martial artist. She must be a genius disciple from some major family. Just then, his stomach growled loudly. I haven't eaten anything since this morning. I'm starving. Seeing fish swimming in the water below, he lit up. Great! There are fish in this lake. Lin Xiao grilled all the fish he caught and ate them ravenously, even without seasoning. This tastes amazing, but his meal was cut short. As Lin Xiao was enjoying his food, the tip of a sword suddenly shot towards him. Lin Xiao, furious, yelled right at her face, You! What the hell is this crazy woman doing? Luo Yu was extremely wary of the shirtless Lin Xiao. Why are you dressed like that? What did you do to me? It's not what it looks like. Lin Xiao scrambled to explain. What did I do? I pulled you out of the water. If it weren't for me, you would have drowned a long time ago. Luo Yu realized she had wrongly accused a rescuer. You saved me? Lin Xiao, still focused on eating his fish, reassured her. Don't worry. I'm not going to ask you to repay me with your body, so relax. Luo Yu flushed slightly at his words. Shameless. He held out the fish, offering her a piece. When she called him shameless, it actually sounded kind of nice. All right. No more joking. Here, my grilled fish is delicious. Want some? Luo Yu hesitated. Seeing her uncertainty, Lin Xiao tried to persuade her. You're injured, and there's no medicine out here. I'd advise you to eat something to get your energy back. He introduced himself, and the familiar name caught her attention. My name is Lin Xiao. She sat down and began to eat the skewered fish. My name is Luo Yu. Now tell me, what do you want? Luo Yu got straight to the point. I don't like being indebted to anyone. Name your price. I will give it to you, and then we'll be even. Either that, or I'll kill you. Lin Xiao was taken aback. He never expected her to be so blunt. Are you serious? I'm the one who saved your life, you know. He laughed. All right, fine. I want to become as strong as you. How about that? Luo Yu sized him up. Your aptitude is truly terrible. Looking utterly defeated, Lin Xiao shot back. Hey, miss, do you have to be so harsh? Don't I have any pride? Late that night, Luo Yu and Lin Xiao kept their distance, each resting in their own spot. He looked excitedly at the system interface that had just appeared. Prize wheel. When I killed that martial artist today, I got one spin on the system's prize wheel. System. He decided to try his luck right then and there. Let's spin. All the good karma I've built up has been for this moment. Come on, a weapon. It's definitely going to be a weapon. Unbelievably, it almost landed on 10,000 alliance credits. Lin Xiao pointed and cursed at the wheel. You piece of alliance credits again. The wheel slowly ticked over to the next spot. Lin Xiao had won something beyond his wildest dreams. Congratulations, master. You have won. 100 birds pay homage to the phoenix. He was so happy he jumped for joy. The gacha gods are smiling on me. I hit the jackpot. The scene around him suddenly changed. A martial skill card. It's a skill card that can only be created by a martial artist above the 6th tier. It contains the entire cultivation process and insights for mastering a martial skill. Martial skill cards are ranked by level: bronze, silver, gold, and diamond. The higher the level, the greater the power. A green card appeared above his head. This is the grand prize? System, are you messing with me? What's with this green color? It's just a bronze card. And for a spear, no less, the hardest weapon to master. But as he looked closer at the text, Lin Xiao's astonishment grew. This is a growth-type martial skill card. These are even more valuable than diamond cards, because the card evolves as the user's cultivation grows. Doing a complete 180 from his earlier disappointment, Lin Xiao started kissing the skill card. The system would never cheat me. Now that I have this skill card, the next step is to choose a long spear as my weapon. But as the saying goes, a month for the saber, a year for the cudgel, but a lifetime for the spear. It's the hardest to master. Back in the real world, Luo Yu thought he had gone crazy, laughing to himself for no reason. In the real world, she approached him. What are you giggling about like an idiot? He quickly hid the skill card and replied, "Oh, it's nothing." Luo Yu sensed something was off and asked, "Do you hear that?" He felt it too. "Sounds like someone's coming." Luo Yu guessed that. "It's probably an adventurer team." Lin Xiao immediately remembered the group of martial artists who had tried to kill him on sight. The memory hit him, and he warned Luo Yu, "Quick, we have to get out of here now. We don't know if these people are friend or foe." She wanted to, but in her current state, she could barely move on her own. Her injuries. "You still can't move?" Lin Xiao couldn't just leave her behind in a dangerous place. "Come on." Luo Yu hesitated. "Did I ask you to carry me?" With the situation so critical, Lin Xiao took charge. "Fine. I'm offering, all right? If you feel so wrong by it, I can just leave you here. Who knows what these adventurers are like? If they see a beautiful woman like you, they might not be able to control themselves." Her loud retort would surely give them away if they didn't leave soon. "Shut up. You're talking nonsense." Just as they suspected, another group of people was nearby. Someone was here just a moment ago. They can't have gotten far. A mysterious man appeared and gave an order. "It seems there are other martial artists here. Find them and kill them on sight." Lin Xiao had offered to carry her, but now he was the one complaining. "Why are you as heavy as a pig?" Lin Xiao teased her. "Maybe you should go on a diet." Luo Yu shot back. "You're the one who's weak. It's not that I'm heavy. It's the long sword on my back that's heavy." Lin Xiao suddenly skidded to a halt. Luo Yu was confused. "What is it? What's wrong?" He had seen a figure lurking in the thick fog. "What is that?" Thanks to his level-ups, a detailed information panel appeared. Tier 2 Crimson Flame Snake. Traits: a nocturnal species. Fangs are venomous. Combined combat power: 670. Blocked by the massive snake, he told Luo Yu, "There's an evolved beast up ahead." He quickly assessed the creature. A Tier 2 evolved beast. Its combat power is only 670. That's not too high. Since Luo Yu couldn't move properly, she offered him her weapon. "Here, use my sword." He reached for it. This sword doesn't look half bad, but the moment he grabbed it, the weight nearly sent him to his knees. Lin Xiao staggered. Lin Xiao thought to himself, "Why is this sword so damn heavy?" He asked Luo Yu, "What in the world is this thing made of? A sword this heavy, and yet you were swinging it around with one hand like it was nothing. Is this the difference in our strength?" The situation was urgent. "Stop talking so much. Hurry up and put me down. Go deal with it." Lin Xiao helped her down and went to face the giant snake himself. Luo Yu advised from the sidelines. The Crimson Flame Snake is extremely fast. It excels at fighting in the dark. She continued to guide him. "Don't be reckless. Listen to my commands." The giant snake took the opportunity to strike. It bared its fangs and lunged toward him. Everything was a blur. He couldn't see which way the snake was coming from. "It's so fast I can't even see it." "No, it's because it's nighttime. My vision is impaired." Sensing the opening, she gave the command. "Now, strike down." The snake suddenly lunged at him. "Quick, strike below you." He reacted instantly, swinging the heavy sword up. He brought it down in a fatal blow, right on the giant snake's head. Seeing he'd actually killed it, he laughed triumphantly. "See that? Took care of it just like that." Luo Yu replied flatly. "It was just a Tier 2 Crimson Flame Snake. If you couldn't even handle that, your aptitude really is terrible. Hey lady, will you die if you go 1 minute without putting me down?" He taunted the motionless snake. "Come on, bite me. Go on, bite me. Not only did I kill you, I'm about to carve out your crystal core and sell it for cash. But you're real mad about that, huh?" Suddenly, the snake moved, its head detached, as the body lunged straight at Lin Xiao. Holy crap, is that even possible? It bit down hard on his arm and wouldn't let go, no matter how much Lin Xiao thrashed around. Damn it, what kind of trick is this? Furious, he slammed the snake's head into the ground with all his might. "You damn beast. I told you to bite, so you bite? You think you're so tough, putting on an act for me?" He mercilessly stomped on the wretched snake's head. "Just die for me." With that, he finally killed the snake and successfully received his reward. Congratulations, host, for killing the Crimson Flame Serpent. Gain 2,500 experience points. I was too careless. I completely forgot to check the system's notification. From now on, I have to read the system prompt first. I can only relax after making sure it's really dead. He sat down to check for loot inside the snake. Lin Xiao turned to blame Luo Yu. "You must have known that the Crimson Flame Serpent could still move. After being decapitated. Why didn't you tell me? You didn't ask." The bite on his arm suddenly turned red. Damn, that hurts. His entire face turned red and his cheeks began to swell. Damn it. I have analysis. It said earlier that this snake's fangs were venomous. How could I forget? Lin Xiao started scratching his face like a monkey. The poison was spreading through his body. What's happening? Suddenly, my whole body is burning up. It's so itchy. Luo, you suddenly remembered another effect to the venom. Oh no, I forgot this snake has a kind of aphrodisiac venom. It causes the victim to be overwhelmed with intense lust. What do I do now? The poison drove Lin Xiao mad. He began to laugh maniacally in front of Luo Yu. Losing all control, he lunged towards her like a perverted old man. Luo Yu tried to defend herself, but accidentally tripped and fell backward. Don't you come over here. Lin Xiao, with what little control he had left, asked her. What is happening? What kind of poison is this? He was trying his best to hold on to his sanity. I can't control myself. His emotions exploded. I can't take it anymore. He pinned her down in the dead of night. Quick, tell me. Tell me how to cure this poison. Luo Yu was furious with this lecherous version of Lin Xiao. If you dare touch me, I will kill you. Lin Xiao forcibly kissed her, cutting off her angry words. Luo Yu bit down hard on the insolent mouth that dared to assault her. He recoiled in pain. Luo Yu warned him irritably, get out of here, or I'll kill you right now. Lin Xiao, realizing he was the one at fault, had no choice but to beg for forgiveness. Sorry, I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. She pointed off into the distance. There's a pool of water over there. It might help you calm down a bit. Lin Xiao scrambled over. Okay, I'm sorry, miss. I really didn't mean to do that just now. He leaped into the cool pool of water. Instantly, he felt better. Soaking in the cold water for a bit. Feels so much better. He grinned, pleased with his accidental opportunity to get close to a beautiful girl. I really did just force a kiss on that ice queen. She was so soft, and she smelled so good. Meanwhile, Luo Yu sat waiting, unaware the guy was busy daydreaming. That damn bastard. Why isn't he back yet? She didn't know that someone was stalking her from the shadows. The man saw her and said, Finally found you, my beauty. Luo Yu clutched her side in pain. She forced herself to stand up. Get the hell away from me. She held a defensive stance, ready to face Zhang Liang, or I'll kill you. But he and his cronies just sneered at her. My beauty, do you really have any strength left? Zhang Liang couldn't hide the perverted look on his face. We saw you get struck by the lightning leopard and fall into the ravine. He added, to see someone so young kill a lightning leopard so easily. You must be the precious daughter of some great clan, right? I've always wanted to taste a high and mighty young lady from a great clan. After hearing that, she cried out in anger. You scoundrel. She swung her sword, aiming straight for his face, determined not to spare a man like him. Go to hell. But she suddenly lost her balance as Zhang Liang swiftly intervened. He took her down with ease. Now, he said, don't put up a useless struggle. Let us brothers take good care of you, okay? To make sure she couldn't try any more tricks, he ordered, hold her down. His underlings quickly grabbed her. She began to lose her composure. If you know I'm from a great clan, how dare you touch me? Zhang Liang wasn't scared in the least. He reached out and touched her pristine body. To have the precious daughter of a great clan underneath me, I could die a happy man. Besides, this is a restricted area deep inside these ruins. No one will ever come here. His perverted bloodlust rising, he prepared to force himself on Luo Yu. After we're done, we'll just cut off all your limbs and feed you to that crazed lightning leopard. Who would ever know it was us? The poor Luo Yu could only scream, get away. But thankfully, someone's voice rang out. You people, in the dead of night. Lin Xiao stepped out of nowhere. Are you really looking to die? Zhang Liang's mood was completely ruined. Who has the gall to interfere? Lin Xiao began to point them out one by one. Zhang Liang, second-tier martial artist. Specializes in using a saber. Overall combat strategy, 1540. Li Heng, first-tier martial artist. Specializes in using a sword. Information panels displayed clearly for each of them. Zhang San, first-tier martial artist. Li Heng, first-tier martial artist. Specializes in using a sword. Li Si, first-tier martial artist. Zhang Liang, second-tier martial artist. Specializes in using a saber. Overall combat strategy, 1540. They stared at him, dumbfounded that he hadn't missed a single detail. Zhang San, first-tier martial artist. How is this possible? This guy isn't carrying a combat power scanner, but he can state our information and combat power so accurately. Even Zhang Liang was astonished. His face turned pale as a sheet. How is this possible? This guy isn't carrying a combat power scanner, but he can state our information and combat power so accurately. Lin Xiao struck a cool, heroic pose. I'll give you 5 seconds. Get the hell out of my sight. Otherwise, you'll all be buried here. They had no other choice. Zhang Liang and his cronies had to flee. They didn't forget to beg for mercy. Senior, our apologies. We'll leave right away. He asked her, are you okay? But she wasn't concerned about that. Your act was quite convincing. How did you know their information? He picked her up and carried her on his back, smiling lightly. That's my secret. Let's get out of here quickly. If we wait for them to realize what happened, and they come after us, we'll be in big trouble. Meanwhile, Lisi had just realized something. Boss, we've scouted the area. There's no one else around. They must have run off right after we left. And Zhang San agreed. Looks like we were tricked. If he were really a master, there's no way he would have left in such a hurry. Furious at being deceived, Zhang Liang punched a nearby, innocent tree. The force of his anger snapped the trunk in two. Damn it. He dared to play me. He was not going to let this go. He was determined to hunt them down. That bitch is injured. They must still be in the outer area of the restricted zone. We just have to guard the perimeter. We'll definitely catch them. The scene shifts to Lin Xiao and Luo Yu hiding inside a hollow tree. The two were in the middle of a heated argument. Why are you continuing deeper into the restricted zone? The evolved beasts here are incredibly strong. The more dangerous the place, the safer it is, he explained. I'm guessing that after those martial artists realized they were tricked, the first thing they'll think is that I'm carrying an injured person. So we would definitely choose to leave the restricted zone as soon as possible. Therefore, they'll probably choose to intercept us at the perimeter of the restricted zone. It's better to wait here for a few days until you've recovered your strength. We can head out later. But instead of being fully convinced, she was still skeptical. I didn't think your skills would be so amateurish, but you're sharper than you look. He felt like he was being completely disrespected. Hey, seriously, would it kill you to not put me down? The next morning, the sky was clear and bright. Back in the tree hollow, Lin Xiao woke up first. He immediately realized Luo, you had been sleeping right up against him all night. He panicked, cursing to himself. Crap, what the hell is this? How did I end up holding her while we slept? If she finds out, she'll probably kill me on the spot. So when Luo Yu woke up, he quickly tried to change the subject. You're awake. It's a beautiful day out. But she was focused on something else. Evolved beasts. Lin Xiao didn't quite trust her senses. Really? Where? But she was absolutely certain. I'm not wrong. I can smell them in the air. At that moment, it finally clicked for him. Were you a dog? But she sternly ignored the jibe. Let's go. Luo Yu's resolve was as strong as ever. Get ready to fight. But he had gotten the wrong idea. You've recovered already? That's great. But Luo Yu said otherwise, tossing him a weapon. No. Maybe in another 2 days. Take this sword. You're fighting. His face paled. Huh? Me? The weakest evolved beasts around here are at least tier 2, right? Luo Yu stated firmly. With your current strength, if you don't seek out powerful enemies to fight, how will you ever improve? Don't worry. I won't let you die. For now. 50% annoyed. And 50% anxious was written all over his face. Because his opponent was indeed no pushover. Tusked Forest Boar, Tier 2. Beast characteristics. Specialty. Charging. Thick tough hide. High defensive power. Overall combat power. 800. With the weapon in his hand, he still couldn't accept it. The first one is already a Tier 2. She, however, calmly instructed him. The Tusked Forest Boar specializes in charging. Its attack pattern is simple. Its weak spot is its belly. As if the boar understood, it let out a ferocious roar. It charged straight for him. All right, let's do this. Lin Xiao's progress was becoming more apparent by the day. The next day, congratulations, host. Killed a Tier 2 Black Panther. Acquired 2,100 experience points. He was leveling up faster and faster. Level up. Congratulations, host, for reaching level 9. Acquired 9 potential points. Lin Xiao's face lit up with joy at his remarkable achievement. That's the 30th evolved beast I've killed. Lin Xiao had to admit, it was all thanks to Luo Yu. This woman is terrifying. She's so young, yet she knows everything about the habits, attack patterns, and weaknesses of these evolved beasts. Under her guidance, I've even managed to take down 2 Tier 3 evolved beasts. And now I'm level 9. The system panel confirmed it. Host, Lin Xiao. Level 9. Strength, 67. Physique, 40. Speed, 40. Skill, I have analysis. Energy charge, 10/100. Overall combat power, 588. He asked her about the oddity crystals in his hand. You really don't want any of these? Luo Yu's reply was blunt. No, you keep them. I'm fully recovered now. Let's part ways here. Seeing her about to leave so suddenly, he couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. Hey, wait. You can't just leave me like this. You have to take responsibility for me. Those guys might still be waiting for us outside the Forbidden Zone, ready to ambush us. She continued to ignore him. That's your problem. He still had questions. You were the one who led them here. What does that have to do with me? Besides, you just recovered. What are you going to do now? Her objective hadn't changed. I'm going to find a lightning panther. Lin Xiao couldn't believe what he was hearing. You're still going after that thing? Her voice was like steel. I won't fail this time. Before leaving, Luo Yu left him with a cold reminder, or more accurately, a threat. The next time we meet, if your strength hasn't surpassed mine, I will kill you. Lin Xiao was stunned. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Is this your way of repaying kindness with resentment? Still, Lin Xiao felt he owed her, so he asked one last question. By the way, where are you from? She was already leaping into the distance. Her only reply was a single word, sanctuary. Lin Xiao came upon a large sign. Forbidden Zone. Ever since Luo Yu left, things have been unusually quiet. 2 days have passed. Those guys must have given up and left by now, right? His relief was short-lived, as a blade suddenly came slicing toward him. Thanks to the skills he'd been honing, he managed to dodge the deadly slash. He swung his sword in a counterattack, aiming for the man. However, his attacker dodged as well. It was Zhang San. Finally, I've got you. Good thing we decided not to leave today. For a brief second, he noticed someone was missing. Where's the girl? Oh well, even if she's not here, you'll still pay the price for crossing us. First, let me show you what happens when you mess with us. Lin Xiao grew tense. He knew he was at a huge disadvantage. It's just him for now, but he's a Tier 1 martial artist. I have to take him down before his friends show up. This needs to be a quick fight. The man charged, attacking first. Zhang San unleashed his skill. A terrifying white serpent materialized, ready to tear him apart. Bronze martial skill. Myriad Serpent Strike. Lin Xiao tried to block the powerful attack with his sword. But unfortunately for him, even with his improved skills, it wasn't enough. The force of the blow sent him flying backward into a large rock. He's tough. Lin Xiao seethed. Damn it. If only I had a long sword right now. The panel displayed. Energy charge, 90%. Zhang San laughed contemptuously. A so-called martial artist who hasn't even mastered an entry-level skill. And you dare to mess with us? Without waiting, he charged again. This time, let's see if I don't run you straight through the heart. His blade clashed against Lin Xiao's sword. Just as Lin Xiao reached a new threshold of power, a notification popped up. Energy charge complete. Host, do you wish to use Charge Strike? Straining to hold his ground, he immediately accepted. Instantly, a strange blue light enveloped his leg. Use Charge Strike. At the same time, he launched a powerful kick at his opponent. Zhang San seemed to anticipate the simple move and raised his hands to block. What a cheap trick. However, Lin Xiao's kick was too fast and too powerful to be stopped, and the consequences were dire. Even Zhang San didn't realize it until it was too late. All he could do was curse. Damn, that's solid. The kick landed squarely on Zhang San's groin. A sickening crack echoed through the air. Blood shot from his nose as his family jewels were shattered. Before he could even scream, Zhang San dropped his weapon. All he could do was clutch himself in agony. Seizing the moment his enemy was wide open, Lin Xiao raised his weapon. Then, he finished him off with a single clean strike, sending him to the next life. Killed a Tier 1 martial artist. Acquired 2,300 experience points. Congratulations, host, for reaching level 10. Acquired 10 potential points. He let out a long sigh of relief. Congratulations, host, for reaching level 10. Skill unlocked, Berserk. Berserk is an active skill. After activation, for 10 minutes, strength, speed, and constitution will all be boosted. After the skill ends, you will enter a 5-minute state of exhaustion. With this one-of-a-kind achievement, his eyes lit up at the new rewards. Awesome. Another new skill unlocked. System. Put all these potential points into agility. Just then, the villain's backup arrived. Zhang San, what happened? It was Zhang San's comrades. They surrounded him. Zhang Liang mourned the loss. Zhang San, you dare kill my man? Outwardly, Lin Xiu put on a defiant face. What? Was I supposed to just stand here and let him kill me? But inwardly, it was a different story. 4 Tier 1 martial artists and 1 Tier 2. I have basically no chance of winning this. He was furious. He drew his weapon. All of you attack. Kill him. It was too late to run. He braced himself for a life-or-death battle. Damn it. So much for martial ethics. A pack of lions ganging up on one little rabbit, and you're going to attack me all at once? They all charged at him, yelling. It's come to this. Lin Xiu had no reason to hold back anymore. I guess I'll have to try out the new skill I just got. Right where he stood, a loud explosion erupted before their eyes. A new power was unleashed. Activate. Fury. A completely different Lin Xiu appeared. Speed, strength, and constitution all boosted at once. This feeling is incredible. Zhang Liang noticed the distinct change. How did this kid's aura suddenly get so strong? Before he could process it, he was startled by Lin Xiu's sudden attack. Looking again, it was just a feint. In a flash, he had vanished. Is this guy part monkey? How is he so fast? Where'd he go? He ordered everyone spread out and find him. We can't let him get out of here alive. Lin Xiu hid nearby, observing the situation. Fury only lasts for 5 minutes. After that, I'll be completely exhausted. At that point, I'll be a sitting duck. I have to end this, and end it fast. His eyes locked onto the target holding a spear. This guy's weapon is a long spear. Perfect. The man was oblivious that he had become prey in the eyes of a hunter who was slowly closing in. The spearman only had time to let out a cry of pain before he was knocked unconscious. He left his spear behind. Lin Xiu easily acquired the brand new, high-quality weapon. With this in my hands, he felt more confident than ever. Now I'm set. Li Heng spotted him and his fallen comrade and jumped in surprise. He immediately yelled to Zhang Liang. Boss, I found him. Over here. Zhang Liang and the others rushed over. He didn't forget to shout an order. Stop him. Now. Li Heng charged forward, attacking. You bastard. D. Bronze martial skill. Wind rises, clouds surge. Lin Xiu didn't hold back either. He unleashed his own technique at the same time. Wielding the spear he'd just acquired, he lunged at his opponent. 100 birds pay homage. Li Heng was completely caught off guard by the move. What kind of martial skill is this? The surprise attack struck a vital point, killing him instantly. Killed Tier 1 martial artist. Obtained 2,200 experience points. It all happened so fast that Zhang Liang was left speechless. His face darkened. How is this possible? He killed Li Heng in a single move? Unable to contain his rage, he leaped forward and attacked Lin Xiu. I'm going to kill you. Zhang Liang attacked with frantic energy. Silver martial skill. Shadow hunting frenzy blade. The others followed his lead. Bronze martial skill. Corpse wind axe. Bronze martial skill. 10 death slash. Lin Xiu parried, a sense of dread growing. Damn it. I didn't realize 100 birds pay homage used so much stamina. And in my fury state, I can probably only use it 2 more times. The fight grew more and more chaotic. But my source energy gauge is also filling up. To win this, I have to plan my next move carefully. Luckily, being surrounded and attacked like this is filling the source energy gauge quickly. To catch the thieves, you must first catch the leader. I have to take out this Tier 2 martial artist with one overwhelming blow. At least he sensed something was wrong. Boss, is this guy really just an entry-level martial artist? He's lasted this long against the 3 of us attacking him together. Zhang Liang had noticed it too. He must be using some kind of secret technique to boost his power. He carefully plotted his counterattack. But these kinds of secret techniques usually have a short duration, and they always have side effects. As long as we don't let him escape, it won't be long before he's completely helpless. Once again, the system panel appeared. Source energy is fully charged. Would you like to use source energy burst? He responded, yes. He felt a surge of incredible power flow into his hands. Come on, you bastards. Let's see you handle this. Full-powered burst from me. As he spoke, he aimed a spear directly at Zhang Liang. The man quickly raised his blade to block. Child's play. Watch this. But this time, the blow was stronger than anything before. A look of dread washed over his face. In an instant, the spear shattered his blade. It exploded into 1,000 pieces. Zhang Liang's confidence shattered along with it. Damn it, how is this attack so powerful? Lin Xiao pressed his advantage. All right then, take another one of my spears. He prepared to launch another strike at him. 100 birds pay homage to the phoenix. Zhang Liang broke out in a cold sweat. This aura, could this be a gold-tier martial skill? With no weapon to defend himself, he took the full force of the blow in a vital spot. Suddenly, overloaded with energy, the spear shattered. It seemed his luck had run out at the most crucial moment. Damn it! The long spear couldn't handle the force of 100 birds, and broke? A failure at a time like this? He was in a race against time. But time had won. It's over. The effects of fury have worn off. Now I don't even have the strength to draw my dagger. Zhang Liang watched in shock as Lin Xiao collapsed to his knees. He realized his opponent's time was up. He let out a victorious cackle. He grinned from ear to ear. His earlier confidence returned. It seems the heavens don't want me dead. Then he prepared to deliver the finishing blow. You piece of trash. D. But suddenly, a bright red laser beam shot past. It cut through the air, interrupting the fight. It stopped him in his tracks. Who's there? Shower Washui appeared with a flair for the dramatic. A measly little squad of Tier 2 martial artist hunters dares to lay a hand on a student from the Sacred Star Academy. Who gave you the nerve? Zhang Liang was completely stunned. Ma'am, who might you be? She had no intention of introducing herself to these strangers. You are not worthy of knowing my name. Standing protectively in front of Lin Xiao, she coldly ordered them to leave. I'll count to 3. Now get the hell out of my sight. My job here is to save people. But I have no problem getting rid of scum like you. As they scrambled to escape, Lin Xiao realized his rescuer was no ordinary person. Holy crap. This hot doctor is a Tier 4 martial artist. Shower Washui. Tier 4 martial artist. Traits. Combined combat power. Maybe I shouldn't judge a book by its cover. The first time I met her, I thought she was just an ordinary person. That's why I didn't use my analysis eye. With the threat gone, Shower Washui turned and praised him admiringly. Lin Xiao, my boy, I really underestimated you. To think you took care of 3 Tier 1 martial artists. And you almost killed a Tier 2. You're pretty strong, you know? I'm impressed. For Lin Xiao, however, her sudden appearance was the real surprise. Why are you here? Her professional duty wouldn't allow her to do anything else. I'm the school doctor. Of course I had to come along to treat the students. And look at you. You're covered in wounds. Hurry up and take off your clothes. Let me treat you. He clutched his clothes in panic. He tried to preserve his dignity. No, teacher. They're just minor scratches. It's no big deal. What was it again? Every time we meet, you always end up with your clothes torn off. Shower Washui leaned in close, teasing him. Are you really okay? You don't need Big Sis to kiss it and make it better? His face flushed red with embarrassment. I'm fine. Even so, she helped him stand up properly. Then let me help you. Let's get you to the exit. They're already gathering everyone. So soft. Experience told him to keep his distance from her, so he quickly said, thanks, but I'm good. Her expression was one of complete confusion. At the assembly point, a large group of students had gathered. Teacher Luo was announcing the final tallies. Su Jun, 3 first-tier crystal cores. Lien, 1 second-tier crystal core. And 4 first-tier crystal cores. He praised them with pride. Not bad. After these past few days of real combat training, everyone has improved significantly. Even your auras have become more resolute. Only through actual combat can you truly temper yourselves. Suddenly, Teacher Luo turned his head, looking around as if searching for someone. He still couldn't see Lin Xiao anywhere. So he asked Yang Tian. That's right. Yang Tian, have you seen Lin Xiao? He's the only one missing. Yang Tian explained everything that had happened. We ran into a giant, 3rd-tier python. In the heat of the moment, Lin Xiao ran into the restricted zone. The teacher was alarmed. What? He exclaimed. He ran into the restricted zone by himself. Yang Tian didn't realize that Zhang Yi, who was nearby, had overheard everything. Trash will always be trash. Running into the restricted zone, he's probably been killed by zombies by now. If not, he's been devoured by an evolved beast. Yang Tian couldn't stand his attitude any longer. What the hell did you just say? I dare you to say that again. But his words only added fuel to the fire. I'm just speaking the truth. What? You want to fight? Teacher Luo had to intervene before the situation got worse. Both of you shut your mouths. Let's wait a little longer. Maybe he just won't be back so quickly. The two of them reluctantly quieted down. Sujun also found it hard to believe Lin Xiao would return. Teacher Luo, it's almost dark. You're not going to let the students stay out here overnight, are you? Let's not wait anymore. I'd say there's an 80% chance Lin Xiao is already dead. Suddenly, a voice echoed out, catching everyone's attention. Who's out here cursing me to death? It was none other than Lin Xiao. He strolled in casually, as if he hadn't just been through a life-or-death situation. Sujun, it seems once your wounds healed, you forgot all about the pain, didn't you? Or maybe I should give you a little reminder? Yang Tian was overjoyed. He greeted him warmly. Lin Xiao, in contrast, Sujun's face was a mask of annoyance. When he saw him return, that bastard is still not dead? Whispers began to ripple through the crowd around him. Lin Xiao is back. He's not dead, and he's not even injured. Teacher Luo asked with concern, Lin Xiao, are you all right? Lin Xiao replied, I'm fine. Yi Qiao, standing right beside Zhang, started mocking and belittling him. Lin Xiao, were you just hiding these past few days? You didn't even manage to kill a single evolved beast, did you? Lin Xiao wasn't bothered in the slightest. He retorted with brimming confidence. It seems you guys managed to kill quite a few evolved beasts, huh? Not only was Yi Qiao's tone obnoxious, but he also couldn't stop praising Zhang Yi. Of course, Brother Zhang Yi killed 8 first-tier evolved beasts. Instantly, the buzz of conversation shifted to the class president, making him smile with satisfaction. Whoa, as expected of our class president. He killed 8 first-tier evolved beasts. I only managed to kill 1, and I nearly got myself killed in the process. That's just too strong. The top student in this combat training is definitely the class president. Only Lin Xiao seemed completely unimpressed by Zhang Yi's amazing achievements. This made Zhang Yi extremely uneasy. The crystal cores of 8 first-tier evolved beasts. Is that a lot? And it was his turn to show off the achievements he had been hiding in the large bag he was carrying. Inside was a dazzling horde of brilliant, multicolored crystal cores. Teacher Luo sorted and counted each crystal. 16 first-tier crystal cores, 5 second-tier crystal cores, and 3rd-tier crystal cores. The result was so impressive that he couldn't help but exclaim. He even has 3rd-tier crystal cores, and there are 3 of them. Everyone was stunned by this unbelievable achievement. Oh my god, 3rd-tier crystal cores. Did Lin Xiao actually kill 3 3rd-tier evolved beasts? How was that possible? Unbelievable. Zhang Yi simply could not accept this painful truth. This is impossible. He pointed a finger straight at Lin Xiao. He argued, Teacher Luo, Lin Xiao must have cheated. Of course, the teacher didn't believe such a baseless accusation. Oh, cheated you say? In that case, Teacher Luo said, looking straight at Zhang Yi, why don't you try cheating for me and see how it goes? A single 3rd-tier crystal core is worth at least 400,000 to 500,000. Which one of you can take out over $1 million to buy 3 3rd-tier crystal cores just to cheat? Zhang Yi was in shock. He was speechless. Huh? How could? After setting him straight, the teacher waved his hand, ending the day's session. All right, everyone's performance in this combat training has exceeded my expectations. Let's return to the hotel and rest for now, because you are not yet official martial artists. You cannot sell crystal cores through the Martial Artist Alliance website. However, the hotel owner buys crystal cores. You can sell them to him. Hearing this, both Lin Xiao and Yang Tian were on cloud 9. They went to find the hotel owner together. 1 first-tier crystal core is 1,000 Alliance credits. Over there was a long line of students who had arrived earlier to sell their cores. I have 2,000 Alliance credits. That's enough to cover my living expenses for 2 months. Someone else was ecstatic. I'm rich. Lin Xiao was starting to lose his patience. Why do I have to be last in line? Yang Tian had to explain it to him carefully. You have so many crystal cores, kid. If you went first, how would the rest of us feel? Just wait at the back. Finally, it was his turn. Even the hotel owner was astonished when he saw Lin Xiao's countless crystal cores. He was beaming. You have third-tier crystal cores, and you've brought out 3 at once. Lin Xiao asked the price. How much for one? And the owner held up his hand. 500,000 for one. Yang Tian was as happy as if he'd struck gold. 500,000 for one. Ningmu did the math. 3 of them would be 1.5 million. Plus 5 second tier and 17 first tier. That's got to be close to, if not more than, 2 million. Lin Xiao is loaded now. Just as he was about to get paid. Student Lin Xiao, give me your alliance card number. I'll transfer the money to you right away. Someone suddenly shoved Lin Xiao aside, yelling, "Get out of the way! Don't mess things up!" Lin Xiao was livid at the rude behavior of the uninvited guest. Sun Chun was the stereotypical bully. He was carrying a small bag. So this is the famous class 29? Beside him, Li Yuan chimed in. A bunch of useless weaklings. Even in training, you all look like a bunch of cowards. Through the ability he had come to know so well. Sun Chun, quasi-martial artist. Attributes. Overall combat strategy. Li Yuan, entry-level martial artist. Attributes. Overall combat strategy. With that kind of attitude, who wouldn't be pissed off? Especially Yang Tian. What did you just say? Lin Xiao thought anxiously. I heard everyone in this class has reached the entry-level martial artist rank, and dozens of them have already become quasi-martial artists. Looks like I've run into another beast. This Sun Chun guy seems to be ranked 108th on the Academy's combat strategy leaderboard. Sun Chun seized the spot at the front of the line. He took out his goods to trade. Boss, here are 10 first-tier crystal cores and 1 second-tier crystal core. Help me exchange them for alliance credits. He didn't forget to taunt them. See that? Being able to kill a second-tier evolved beast. This is real strength. Not like you bunch of losers. The topic quickly shifted to Lin Xiao. It was because he wanted to make an example of him. That's right. Your class also has a piece of trash named Lin Xiao, right? As expected of a class of losers. He stood right in front of him. I'm the trash you were talking about. What's up? Eager to meet? Me that badly? You guys couldn't even be bothered to wait in line. And you have the nerve to run your mouths and insult people. Confident and gutsier than ever, Lin Xiao declared. Apologize to me right now, or else I'll let you taste what it's like to get beaten by trash. Rage consumed Sun Chun. Blood rushed to his head, boiling with fury. He cursed and lunged at Lin Xiao like a wild animal. Damn it, a piece of trash like you dares to act tough in front of me. If I don't teach you a lesson, then my name isn't Sun Chun. Lin Xiao met him with a clenched fist, ready for a brawl. Sun Chun, unable to contain his aggression, went all in for the one-on-one fight. You dare use your fists against me? You're asking to die. The clash of their fists marked the start of the battle. Lin Xiao's strength was easily a match for his. Pushing Sun Chun back a step, he stared at his trembling, scraped arm. Damn, how was this guy so strong? But he refused to admit defeat. He aimed a kick, but Lin Xiao saw it coming. Bastard, I'll cripple you. Lin Xiao dodged with a spectacular leap, and then he delivered a clean, powerful kick right to Sun Chen's face. And I'm just getting started. Sun Chen's pained yell was cut short by a knee strike that broke his nose, sending blood flying. Yang Tian and the others cheered wildly. Awesome. Get him, Lin Xiao. One might think that after being taught a harsh lesson, he'd be remorseful for bullying the wrong person. Not bad. You've got some skill, I'll give you that. But, on the contrary, he was now 100 times more furious than before. You've really managed to piss me off now. Sun Chen activated a new skill. His hand began to glow with a bright blue light. He called out his technique's name, unleashing a barrage of thousands of energy-infused punches. Lin Xiao calmly dodged every single one. His energy charge meter steadily climbed. Li Yuan watched closely, realizing this was a fight between equals. 3 days of practical combat training. How did this guy get so strong? But a student from the elite class was no pushover. Seeing that this was all Lin Xiao seemed capable of, he quickly changed tactics to end the fight. He launched a new attack, TCH, you piece of trash. Is dodging all you know how to do? Then let's see you handle this. Sun Chun threw a devastating punch with all his might straight at Lin Xiao. This time, the punch seemed to land. The force of the blow was so strong, it created a shockwave that radiated outward. Yang Tian cried out his name in worry. Lin Xiao. Another student with blue hair also yelled, Lin Xiao, watch out. Li Yuan seemed to have already predicted the outcome. He doesn't know his own limits. But contrary to everyone's expectations, Sun Chun was the one left stunned. Because Lin Xiao had caught his punch. Just then, the system display appeared. Energy charge complete. Use charge strike? Confidently, he thought, I'm winning this with my own power. Not yet. Just with my own strength. I can still beat him to a pulp. This is also a chance to teach him a lesson. Besides, I need to make an example of him. To let everyone else know. Not to mess with me. As he thought this, Lin Xiao twisted, breaking Sun Chen's arm with a sickening crack. His arm was bent at an unnatural, gruesome angle. Stumbling back a few steps, he clutched his broken arm, still screaming in agony. Li Yuan cried out, Sun Chun, are you okay? Sun Chen's classmates, furious, jumped in. They started yelling, Bastard! What the hell? How dare you attack a student from our class 1? You worthless trash from class 29. Yang Tian shot back with the facts. So what if he hit you? You guys are the ones who started it. If you got a problem, come and fight. Li Yuan tried to de-escalate the situation. Hey now, it was just a little sparring. You were way too harsh. Lin Xiao stepped forward, clarifying his actions. I wasn't being harsh. That bronze martial skill he just used, if that had been anyone else, they would have been seriously injured. I was just giving him a taste of his own medicine. The other guy refused to believe it and argued back. Don't you push your luck. Just then, the hotel owner stepped in, momentarily pausing the argument. Excuse me for a moment. Student Lin Xiao? He had apparently completed their transaction without anyone noticing. The payment for the 3-tier, 3 oddity crystals has been sent to your account. Please take a moment to confirm. Lin Xiao gave him a thumbs up. Got it. Thanks, boss. Li Yuan was completely floored. Did I hear that right? 3-tier, 3 oddity crystals? He never imagined someone like Lin Xiao could be so dangerous. This guy can actually kill tier 3 evolved beasts? How can a piece of trash be this strong? Having finished his business, Lin Xiao turned his attention back to the problem at hand. That's right. Do you still want to get revenge for your classmate? You look like you were about to jump in a second ago. He added with a smirk. Yeah, I've still got a fully charged attack waiting just for you. If I take you down too, my strategy ranking should break into the top 108. The guy's face contorted with anger, but he was speechless. Suddenly, a voice called out. What are you all doing? Looking for a fight? Both Lin Xiao and Li Yuan turned to look. Luo Li, along with a red-bearded man, walked in with their arms crossed. One of the students immediately tattled. Teacher, someone from class 29 broke Sun Chen's arm. Yang Tian retorted, annoyed. TCH. He started it by calling our class trash. And he attacked us first. Luo Li walked closer to him. Lin Xiao. Tell me and Teacher Yang exactly what happened from the beginning. He recounted the whole story. Yes, Teacher Luo. This is what happened. A short while later, the situation was finally clear. I see. After hearing the entire story, Luo Li gave Lin Xiao a stern lecture. Lin Xiao, how could you attack a fellow student? Apologize at once. However, inwardly, he was incredibly proud. He deserved it. Serves you right. You elite class kids are always so arrogant. You don't even respect the regular teachers. This Lin Xiao kid is full of surprises. He defeated Li Yuan in 2 moves and even made him kneel. As if sensing his teacher's true thoughts, Lin Xiao put on a show of remorse. My fellow student, my deepest apologies. I shouldn't have been so rough just now. But don't worry. I'll cover your medical bills. After all, he wasn't exactly short on cash anymore. Of course, his apology wasn't the least bit sincere. It was dripping with sarcasm, which only made Li Yuan and Sun Chen even more furious. Meanwhile, the rest of the class, including Luo Li, were trying their best not to burst out laughing. Is this kid really apologizing? The physical damage wasn't that high, but the emotional damage was off the charts, not wanting to drag the matter out any longer. Teacher Yang stepped in to dismiss everyone. Both sides are at fault here. Since Lin Xiao has already apologized, let's just drop it. Hurry up and get Sun Chun to the infirmary. But Sun Chun refused to let it go. He was already planning his revenge. Lin Xiao, I was just careless this time. The end-of-term tournament. Do you dare to face me then? Lin Xiao gladly accepted the challenge. Why wouldn't I? See you there. Then he would get his revenge. An eye for an eye, to quell his anger. We'll see each other on the tournament stage. The Class 1 students, led by Sun Chun, left in silence. On the other hand, Yang Tian and the rest of Lin Xiao's class celebrated his spectacular victory. Lin Xiao, that was amazing. Let's see if those guys from the elite class dare to look down on us again. Lin Xiao, you're awesome. Thanks for venting our frustrations for us. Luo Li, who was still there, waved his hand. All right, that's enough of that. This hotel has a strategy tester. Everyone, go get your combat power checked. The students all filed into a strange new room. Luo Li explained as they stared at a peculiar machine. I want to see how much you've all improved after the practical combat training. Let's see if you've leveled up. He asked the group, with everyone gathered. Who wants to go first? The owner's machine is brand new. It's very accurate. To everyone's surprise, Yi Qiu volunteered. I'll go first, the machine announced. Yi Qiu, Class 29, Starfall Academy. Entry-level martial artist. Overall combat strategy. One by one, they lined up to use the machine. Ning Mu, Class 29, Starfall Academy. Entry-level martial artist. Overall combat strategy. Yang Tian, Class 29, Starfall Academy. Entry-level martial artist. Overall combat strategy. Among them, Zhang Yi's result was the most surprising. Zhang Yi, Class 29, Starfall Academy. Quasi-martial artist. Overall combat strategy. The teacher praised him. Quasi-martial artist. Zhang Yi is already a quasi-martial artist? Excellent. Lin Xiao watched from the side, thinking, a quasi-martial artist? Huh. A combat strategy of 300 to 600 is an entry-level martial artist. 600 to 800 is a quasi-martial artist. 800 to 1500 is a first-tier martial artist. Teacher Luo simultaneously delivered some good news. Zhang Yi, you have reached the level of a quasi-martial artist. Tomorrow, you can begin practicing cultivation techniques. Zhang Yi was overjoyed to hear this. He bowed his head respectfully. Thank you, Teacher Luo. The teacher waved his hand in acknowledgement. All right, you may go. As for Lin Xiao, he seemed to be lost in his own thoughts. The reason official martial artists become so strong is because of their cultivation techniques. The universe contains many energies that are beneficial to humans. These energies are called source. Martial artists, through techniques of cultivation, absorb the source energy from the air to enhance their cellular activity, muscles, and even their bones, thereby achieving physical enhancement. The teacher called his name. It's your turn, Lin Xiao. He took a deep breath. Then, he mentally prepared himself and stepped up to the machine. Yang Tian noticed that everyone in the class was laughing along with Yi Qiu. If you ask me, Lin Xiao doesn't even need to be tested. Even if he has a little strength, trash is still trash. Yang Tian fiercely defended his friend's honor. Oh yeah, if you're so tough, why don't you go break Sun Chen's arm from Class 1? But the other guy just retorted, that was just luck. Lin Xiao said nothing, but inside, he was more determined than ever. Watch this. I'll show you all what the Academy's #1 loser is capable of now. The results were unknown, but the scene shifted to that evening. Teacher Luo had gathered the two of them in a room for a private discussion. Zhang Yi, Lin Xiao, I've asked you to stay behind because I want to discuss your future development paths with you. Lin Xiao listened calmly, but Zhang Yi was visibly annoyed. Both of you are now quasi-martial artists. Therefore, you need to start thinking about choosing a suitable weapon for yourselves. There was a reason for all this. His eyes burned with hatred as he recalled what happened. Lin Xiao, that name. This is how it all started. Earlier, Lin Xiao had stepped up to the strength testing machine, and the display board showed an unbelievable result. Martial artist Lin Xiao, Class 29, Starfall Academy. Overall combat strategy. Yang Tian cheered nonstop. Holy crap, 1 point higher than Zhang Yi. Huh, Lin Xiao, you're the man. Meanwhile, he and Yi Qiu's jaws dropped in disbelief. What? But the happiest person of all was Teacher Luo. Excellent. Our class finally has 2 quasi-martial artists. End of flashback. Right now, Zhang, he was silently fuming. Impossible. This loser can't be stronger than me. The teacher continued. As you both probably know, evolved beasts above the 3rd tier have completely mutated hides. Even laser guns can't penetrate their skin. However, through human effort, we eventually managed to obtain special metals from other planets. Only weapons forged from these special metals can harm evolved beasts. Teacher Luo instructed them on their next steps. Therefore, choosing a suitable set of martial skills and pairing them with a corresponding weapon is the only way to bring out a martial artist's true strength. Too fast, too furious. Lin Xiao had already chosen his weapon. Teacher Luo, I've actually been thinking about this for a while. I choose the spear. The result was unexpected. The teacher began to analyze his choice. The spear. The spear is the king of 100 weapons. Once you've mastered it, its power is immense. Teacher Luo recalled recent history. Of course, Dongfang Hua is rank number 1. His weapon of choice is the sword. His famous martial skill is the Ruo Shui sword technique. Ranked 2nd is Thor, an American. His weapon of choice is the great sword. Hearing this, Lin Xiao slammed his hand on the table. He confirmed enthusiastically. Exactly. Teacher Luo, look. Among the world's top 10 martial artists, isn't there a spot missing for a spear user? Even the teacher had to agree. That's right. You're right, there isn't one. Suddenly, for a brief moment, Teacher Luo realized something. Unfortunately, before he could say anything, Lin Xiao had already bolted from the room. Huh. Goodbye, Teacher Luo. Don't tell me, you kid. Teacher Luo's ears couldn't keep up with his eyes as he saw Lin Xiao's intentions. This kid is very ambitious. He might actually have a very promising future. In his mind, an image of an extremely promising future spear master appeared. Basic method. The cultivation technique skill card was now in his hands. The next morning, Lin Xiao was deep in thought. Now, the only thing I'm missing is a long spear. He was having trouble buying a weapon. Until I become an official martial artist, I still can't make purchases on the Martial Artist Alliance website. I'll just have to go to the school's Divine Arms Pavilion and try. My luck. I hope this will be the luckiest day of my life. Ha 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 ha. Speak up, kid. The first thing Lin Xiao saw was a tall and muscular shopkeeper. What kind of weapon do you want? He replied, I want to buy a long spear. Although he wasn't very confident they'd have a spear here. Not many students use this type of weapon. But the shopkeeper was very decisive. Don't worry. I just so happen to have a newly forged long spear here. The shopkeeper readily introduced it to him. Take a look. For example, he grabbed a nearby spear and let him hold it. This spear weighs 20 kilograms. It's forged from meteoric iron from an alien meteorite. It's incredibly sharp. Original price is 200,000. But it's on sale now for only 50,000. Lin Xiao, the expert appraiser, gave it a harsh review. Too light. No good. Even the other items couldn't satisfy him. This spear is 35 kilograms. It's a combination of lava rock and alien meteorite. It has a fire attribute. It can be used for self-defense. And when you're outside, you can even use it as a lighter. Original price, 500,000. Right now, we have a promotion. Spend 10,000 and become a member. The price is 250,000. Too light. Every time the shopkeeper introduced one, Lin Xiao would harshly criticize it. That one is 45 kilograms. It's made from cosmic crystal or from the moon, forged through 25 processes. Against 3rd-tier evolved beasts, it's like cutting vegetables. Original price, 1 million. Seeing as you're a sincere buyer, I'll give you a little discount. I'll sell it to you for 700,000. Still too light. It's really too light. Boss, don't you have anything a little heavier? It seemed the shopkeeper couldn't take it anymore. You say that, kid. But it's no different than insulting his honor as a salesman. His blood was boiling. Are you here to buy a spear? Or are you trying to mess with this old man? Seeing that he wanted something truly special, the shopkeeper gave in. You want heavy, right? I've got it. Just wait. I'm just afraid you won't be able to lift it. From somewhere, he pulled out a crate that was both massive and incredibly heavy. This spear, because it's too heavy, it had a sad history. Ever since it was forged, no one has ever bought it. Therefore, it was covered in a thick layer of dust. Forged from the motherstone of cosmic crystal Oregon, it weighs 65 kilograms. However, The moment he saw it, he definitely found his soulmate. Not just the weight, but the sharpness and durability are incomparable to normal weapons made from star metal or crafted from star metal. Inside the box was an exquisite long spear. This spear is called Silver Soul. Indeed, the moment Lin Xiao picked it up, he was instantly satisfied. Excellent. The weight is perfect. He swung it a few times, wanting to test its quality. Finally, after a few practice swings, he was pleased and chose it as his combat weapon. This is the one. I want it. The shopkeeper, overjoyed, named his price, though he was still a bit skeptical of Lin Xiao. This spear's original price is 1.5 million. It's been sitting here for so long without being sold, so I'll give you a discount. 1.2 million. Take it. No need to thank me. Someone actually managed to lift a 65-kilogram spear. Is this kid really just a prospective martial artist? When Lin Xiao heard the price, he froze on the spot. What? 1.2 million? Sir, can I pay in installments? The shopkeeper gave a sly grin, unwilling to budge. Nope, not a single cent less. With no other choice, Lin Xiao wept inwardly. He had to sacrifice his newly earned cash. You're a cruel, cruel man. It wasn't easy for me to make over 2 million from selling those anomaly crystals. And one spear just cost me more than half of it. Boo-hoo. Cultivation is really just burning money. Only the shopkeeper was laughing triumphantly. Haha. After hours of weapon shopping, Lin Xiao returned to his room to rest and recover. Right now, the most important thing is to cultivate my body properly. Become a true prospective martial artist. Finally, I can use cultivation arts. Every second, all sorts of energies exist on Earth. Martial artists call it source. However, ordinary people can't sense it. Only martial artists can feel it and absorb it into their bodies to temper their physique. But he had never actually tried it before, so he was worried. My first time cultivating. I wonder what changes my body will go through. Why don't I feel any changes at all? He decided to check the system. Lin Xiao activated the system panel to see what was going on. Before him was some surprising information. My strength increased by 2 points. Could it be from absorbing source power through the cultivation art? Host, Lin Xiao. Level 10. Strength, 69. Physique, 43. Agility, 50. Combined combat power, 689. Skills. Analysis, I Fury. Before, all my stat increases came from the potential points given by the system. Suddenly, a loud notification made Lin Xiao jump. August monthly prize draw has been updated. Would you like to proceed? Damn you, system. Are you trying to scare me to death? It seemed today was a special day, and he had completely forgotten. Right, I forgot. Besides the usual rewards, the system also gives one prize draw chance every month. It's already past midnight, and today is August 1st. Prize draw. This time, Lin Xiao was praying for a good omen. I just spent 1.2 million on a weapon. Please, system, don't let me get another weapon. That would be a huge loss. He spun the wheel and landed on a strange item. Immediately, a gift box appeared with a congratulatory message. Congratulations, Master, you have won the Rapid Growth Grand Prize package. He accepted it happily. Here we go. However, he didn't expect what was inside. They were items he had never seen before. What are these? The system's voice rang out. Lin Xiao. Master, would you like to use Rapid Growth? Lin Xiao made a reluctant face. Use it. The system continued. Master, please equip the Rapid Growth training gear. Lin Xiao immediately put it on to see. Let's see what you've got planned. After putting it on, he put his hands on his hips and asked the system, all right, it's on. Now what? The system suddenly displayed a notification. Equipment ready. Initiating Rapid Growth System. Current progress. 0/10, 000. Lin Xiao suddenly felt his body become incredibly heavy and cried out. What's going on? His whole body crashed to the floor. Holy, what's happening? So heavy. The system explained. Rapid Growth Protective Gear. Left arm, 20 kilograms. Right arm, 20 kilograms. Left leg, 25 kilograms. Right leg, 25 kilograms. Vest, 40 kilograms. Total, 130 kilograms. Lin Xiao felt his soul leave his body and could only cry out in pain. Finally, Lin Xiao gave up and lay sprawled on the floor. Forget it. I'm not doing this. Exhausted, he lay on the ground and cursed. You damn system. Making me wear 130 kilograms of gear. Are you trying to mess with me? I'm done. However, the system immediately zapped him with a few bolts of lightning and warned him. Rapid growth, not yet complete. Unauthorized removal is prohibited. All Lin Xiao could do is yelp. Oh God. He struggled to his feet, cursing under his breath the whole time. You damn system. You dare to mess with me. I won't let you get away with this. But the system forced him. Master, it is recommended that you adapt to this tonight. Otherwise, you will miss school tomorrow. Oh right. I forgot to tell you, Master. Completing the rapid growth progress will award you with 25 potential points. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao was stunned. I can get 25 potential points at once. I'll risk it all. Filled with determination, he started to crawl. It's just crawling, right? Before I learned how to walk, I already knew how to crawl. Finally, dawn broke. At the academy's sports field, Lin Xiao was trembling all over, panting, crawling all night. I can finally barely stand up and walk. I've already done dozens of laps. I think maybe 19 laps or something. But why is my progress still so low? That damn system really screwed me over this time. The system also updated. Rapid growth progress. 1000/10,000. Just then, a hand suddenly clapped him on the shoulder. Brother Lin Xiao, good morning. It sent him sprawling to the ground. Lin Xiao angrily turned to yell at the person. Who was that? Why did you just hit me from behind? Yi Shuang laughed sheepishly. Are you okay? She asked, looking puzzled. Are you sick or something? Lin Xiao's expression immediately changed. He scratched his head and said, Oh Shuang, it's you. I'm fine. I was just thinking about something and wasn't paying attention. Haha. He cheerfully patted Yi Shuang's head. Since starting high school. It's been 2 years since I've seen you, huh? Our little Shuanger has become a young lady. Oh, right. What are you doing here? She pouted and said, The college entrance exams are coming up. So our teacher is taking us to visit a few schools to see which one we like. Hearing this, Lin Xiao asked happily, So, you want to apply to the Sacred Star Academy, right? Is it because your big brother goes to school here? Yi Shuang scrunched up her face and denied it. In your dreams. I'm not applying to the Sacred Star Academy because of you. Just then a voice cut in between them. Oh, Shuang. Is this that Lin Xiao who used to live next door to you? It was Tang Ping. He spoke in a mocking tone. I heard the biggest loser at the Sacred Star Academy is also named Lin Xiao. Couldn't be the same person, could it? Yi Shuang confronted him. Tang Ping. What's that supposed to mean? Tang Ping continued with a sarcastic smirk. It means nothing. I just saw senior Lin Xiao, who's 2 years ahead of me, and I couldn't resist the urge to spar a little. Yi Shuang, having had enough, rolled up her sleeves. I'll fight you. Tang Ping remained arrogant and dismissive. Shuang, I wouldn't want to hurt you. So what's it going to be? Is senior Lin Xiao scared or something? Lin Xiao smiled cheerfully and agreed. All right, I accept. He stood in front of Yi Shuang and declared, If you're that eager for a beating, then I'll grant you your wish. He quickly calculated in his head. Even though I'm carrying over 100 kilograms, and my whole body is exhausted, dealing with a punk like him probably won't be a problem. Just like that, Tang Ping went on the offensive. Lin Xiao was also ready. All right, let's begin. Tang Ping immediately rushed into attack. Okay, senior Lin Xiao, take this. He immediately lifted his leg, preparing to kick Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao also immediately threw a kick in response. It sent him flying back. Tang Ping was now several meters away from Lin Xiao. He said with some apprehension, Senior Lin Xiao, you're not half bad. Tang Ping crossed his arms. A bright light emanated from around him. Now try and take this move of mine. His entire body was engulfed in flames. Bronze martial skill, blazing palm. Tang Ping shouted as he thrust his palm towards Lin Xiao. Seeing this palm strike, Lin Xiao was quite surprised. This palm strike is fast. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and thought to himself, under normal circumstances, I could definitely dodge it. But right now, I'm carrying over 100 kilograms. I can't dodge it at all. Seeing that he wasn't fighting back, Tang Ping smugly added a few more punches. The crowd of onlookers sneered. Brother Tang Ping is a genius, close to becoming a quasi-martial artist. That loser is definitely going to lose. Yi Shuang remained steadfast. Brother Lin Xiao won't lose. Tang Ping also began to realize something was wrong. Damn it, I've been hitting him relentlessly from behind, but I can't knock him down. He then looked towards Shuang and resolved himself. I can't. I have to defeat him in front of Shuanger. I'll turn him into a real cripple. With that thought, he hurled a fireball at him. Suddenly, his punch was stopped. He was shocked to see Lin Xiu's hand gripping his own. Lin Xiu's face darkened as he spoke. Have you ever heard the saying, an eye for an eye? Tang Ping was sweating profusely as he begged. Senior, wait a minute, wait. But Lin Xiu didn't let him off, saying, your senior is going to teach you a lesson today. Then he squeezed. He gripped his bloody arm tightly, causing him to scream in pain. Tang Ping clutched his hand, his whole body trembling. My God, my hand! Lin Xiu quickly finished him off with a kick that sent his head snapping back. He spat out a few mouthfuls of red syrup. The blow sent Tang Ping flying 1,000 meters away. His followers rushed towards him. Brother Ping, are you okay? They gathered around Tang Ping to check on his condition. Brother Ping, how are you? Although his entire body was severely injured, Tang Ping kept repeating one vengeful phrase in his mind. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Lin Xiu looked at him from a distance and taunted, come on. If you got the guts, come at me. Then, another person, engulfed in blue flames, rushed towards Lin Xiu. Sensing that someone was about to ambush him, he immediately turned around. The person threw a punch that seemed quite powerful. It sent Lin Xiu flying, barely giving him time to cover his handsome face. That blow sent him flying even further than the one Lin Xiu had given Tang Ping. He struggled to his feet, checking his injuries. He wanted to see who dared to sneak attack him. It was Tang Ping's older brother, Tang Tian. The younger brother took the opportunity to snitch. Brother, break all his limbs for me. Tang Tian, quasi-martial artist, specializes in using a longsword. Overall combat power. After using Eye of Analysis, Lin Xiu clutched his aching body and thought to himself, it's Tang Tian, a third year, ranked in the top 105 on the school's combat strategy board, vice president of the Academy's Fist Technique Association. He threatened him, preparing to throw another punch to avenge his little brother. You broke one of my brother's arms, so I'll cripple all 4 of your limbs. Lin Xiu was now on the defensive. He was in a precarious situation. Damn it, I'm carrying nearly 50 kilograms. I can't dodge at all. Tang Tian showed no mercy immediately, throwing another punch at him. It sent him flying again. Luckily, Yi Shuanger managed to run over in time. She stood in front of him, shielding him. Brother Tian, stop it. You're not allowed to harm my brother Lin Xiu. But Tang Tian didn't care who it was. If they got in his way, he'd take them down too. You damned little brat. You dare to challenge me? Go to hell. Yi Shuanger squeezed her eyes shut, determined not to move. Seeing this, Lin Xiu pushed her away. Shuanger, be careful. He pushed her out of the way, but in doing so, he took the full force of Tang Tian's palm strike, and he vomited another mouthful of syrup. Lin Xiu seemed to have lost all his strength, collapsing to his knees from the force of the blow. You're at death's door, and you still want to be the hero, saving the damsel. He advanced, preparing to send Lin Xiu to meet his ancestors. I'll break your arm. He stomped hard on his arm. A sharp pain shot through him. Brother Lin Xiu, don't. After finishing with the left arm, it was the right arm's turn. Done with the left, now for the right. I'll not only make you a loser, but a cripple as well. Just in time, someone ran out to stop the fight. Stop it. Stop. But he was like water off a duck's back, still determined to finish the job. Teacher Luo arrived just in time to break up the fight. Damn it, you're not even going to listen to me? Everyone from the Tang family is a bastard. To be so ruthless, right in front of me. When the teacher intervened, he just snorted coldly. Teacher Luo stepped in front of Lin Xiu, warning, Tang Tian. What do you think you're doing? A third year bullying a second year? Instead of remorse, he looked at the teacher with contempt. So, it's Teacher Luo. He was the one who broke my brother Tang Ping's arm first. Can a second-year student bully a third year? Yi Shuanger stepped forward to recount what happened. It was Tang Ping who suggested the sparring match first. And during the match, Tang Ping was ruthless. He was trying to kill brother Lin Xiu. The teacher turned around considering, who's right and who's wrong? The school will make a judgment. Seeing this, Tang Tian still wouldn't let him go. Lin Xiu, you can run, but you can't hide forever. Be careful when you're out and about. Don't get yourself killed. Lin Xiao, not one to be trifled with, retorted. You don't need to worry about me. Tang Tian. In 3 days, you and I will have a duel in a martial arts arena. Hearing this, Teacher Luo turned to him angrily. Lin Xiao, don't be a fool. You're no match for him. A duel in the martial arts arena is a fight to the death. He'll kill you. Having come this far, he was no longer afraid of anything. Don't, brother Lin Xiao. Schwanger, don't worry. I'll be fine. He asked. Do you dare? Tang Tian smirked contemptuously, though with a hint of fear. Against the likes of you? What's there to be afraid of? When the time comes, I'll cripple you in front of the entire school. The scene shifts to the next day. The news spread like wildfire. Hot news. The loser Lin Xiao wants to challenge Tang Tian, ranked in the top 100, to a duel. Lin Xiao from class 29? You gotta be kidding me. He's gonna get himself killed. Ha! The loser Lin Xiao is going to die. I definitely have to go see this duel. The students in the class were all buzzing with gossip. Why is Lin Xiao fighting Tang Tian? I heard it's over a girl. No way. That Lin Xiao guy has a girlfriend? At the infirmary. Take off all your clothes. I need to do a full body examination. Big sis. I only broke my left arm. There's no need for a full body examination. While getting treated, Lin Xiao requested the best medicine. What kind of medicine did you give me? The effect is so good. Xiao Ruoxue said as she cleaned his wound. This is a healing medicine from the Xiao family. It can rapidly regenerate bones and muscles. It's very expensive on the market, you know? Kid, don't think that just because you can beat a first-tier martial artist, you're all that. And now you're even learning to fight in deathmatches. The Tang family is very powerful. You can't afford to offend them right now. He was annoyed that everyone was saying the same thing. It was getting on his nerves. They've already come knocking at my door. Am I supposed to just not fight back? She gently calmed his anger. All right. I know you're strong. This is for you. Seeing the special card, he unconsciously said aloud. Bronze martial skill card, violence. Are you really giving this to me? This must have cost a lot of money, right? Xiao Ruoxue explained. It was free. I just found it in the library. Violent fist. A fist that can cause the very air to explode. It's the most brutal close-quarters fighting style. But if the user's body isn't strong enough, it will shatter your arms, leading to broken bones. The cultivator's muscles will also be damaged by using violent burst fist. That's why no one practices it, she added. But with the Xiao family's healing medicine, bone, and muscle injuries are no problem. It can help you master violent burst fist quickly. Upon receiving the medicine, he was moved to tears. Thank you so much. Seizing the opportunity, she moved closer and purred. No need to be so formal, Big Lin. Sooner or later, you're going to be my man anyway. I wouldn't want you to die so young. That night under the high moon, Lin Xiao trained tirelessly by himself. They say that violent burst fist is meant to inflict external damage on the enemy. A single punch can shatter an opponent's internal organs. But at my current level, I can only cause external injuries. I can't damage their insides. But I'm lucky to have Xiao Ruoxue's healing medicine. Otherwise, I'd never be able to learn violent burst fist in just 3 days. The system interface appeared. Congratulations, host, for successfully leveling up. Current level, 11. Host, Lin Xiao. Level, 11. Strength, 78. Physique, 50. Speed, 52. Overall combat power, 699. Energy charge, 0/100. Skills. I have analysis, berserk. Potential points remaining, 11. All this desperate training, and I've leveled up again. About 11 more potential points. My strength should see a decent boost. But this still isn't enough to compete with Tang Tian. And my rapid growth system progress is still not enough. Rapid growth system progress. 9,504/100,000. Although I've gotten used to the weights by now, while I'm actually fighting, I can only use about 80% of my true power. Forget it. I'm done training. The fight is tonight. I'll head back, take a shower, and get ready. The martial arts arena was already packed with people. Fellow students. Teachers, good evening. This year's first official martial combat match is about to begin. Our competitors are Lin Xiao from the second-year class 29 and Tang Tian from the third-year class 2. This is the match we've all been waiting for. The referee announced the two contestants. Cheers erupted from the audience. Tang Tian, Go, Tang Tian. Crush that piece of trash. I love you, Tang Tian. The two teachers in charge of the competitors had completely different attitudes. Luo Li, don't worry. I've already told Tang Tian to go easy on him. I'll try to make sure his life isn't in danger. The winner isn't decided yet. You're the same as ever, never willing to admit defeat. He's just a piece of trash. How could he possibly be a match for one of my elite students? Just before the starting bell, Tang Tian took the chance to provoke Lin Xiao. Students, the match officially begins now. Lin Xiao, are you ready to kneel and surrender? Or do you want me to kill you? Lin Xiao retorted with equal fire. Were you the one begging for mercy later? I won't be showing you any. As if hitting a nerve, he unleashed his first move. Bronze martial skill. Glimpse of blood, seal the throat. You're asking for death. Tang Tian and Lin Xiao continued their fight. The referee gave a running commentary. I can't believe it. Tang Tian opened. With a killing move, the key to glimpse of blood, seal the throat is speed. Before the enemy can even react, their throat will be pierced. The two of them were a blur of dodges and counterattacks. Neither was giving an inch. He managed to swing his sword, leaving a long, shallow cut across Lin Xiao's neck. He gritted his teeth against the pain. Damn it. Lin Xiao blocked it again. But it looks like he's been injured. Just then, he realized this was no ordinary fight. Lin Xiao suspected Tang Tian was playing dirty. This is sword intent. Oomph. You see now, don't you? You can't possibly block my sword. He seized the opportunity, pointing his sword at Lin Xiao. Suddenly, thousands of phantom swords materialized around Tang Tian. Just lie down and die. Lin Xiao was put on the defensive, forced to relentlessly parry the barrage of attacks. But the situation looked grim as the phantom blades continued their onslaught, tearing his clothes to shreds. His eyes showed a hint of helplessness, unable to do more. He gathered every last bit of his strength, trying to hold his ground at all costs, pointing his spear toward Tang Tian's attack. But it didn't last long. A massive explosion erupted, blinding everyone. Lin Xiao was thrown several meters back. Tang Tian, however, remained standing. He snorted, looking down on him with contempt. To be able to injure me this much, you can consider your loss an honorable one. His supporters rushed forward, calling his name, trying to rouse him. Lin Xiao, brother Lin Xiao. Contrary to their worries, though he looked battered, Lin Xiao was more energized than ever. Don't worry, I'm fine. A system notification chimed in. Rapid growth system progress. 10,000/10,000. Complete. Congratulations, host. You have received 25 potential points. Energy charge. 100/100. Energy charge complete. Do you wish to use charge strike? He tore off his shirt, which was already in tatters. At the same time, he gave the system an order. System, take those 25 potential points. Add 21 to strength and 4 to physique. His supporters, who had been by his side, were shocked by his training methods. He had been struggling with them for so long. Those are wrist guards, leg guards, and a weighted vest. I can't believe Lin Xiao was fighting with all those weights on. As the last weighted vest came off, Tang Tian scoffed. Oomph. So what if you took off your weights? Lin Xiao paid him no mind, casually dropping the final piece of equipment with a loud thud. Hearing the incredibly heavy sound made even Yang Tian and Luo Li wince. From the sound of it, that training gear is not light. This kid is a real monster. This is getting interesting. The rest of this fight is going to be spectacular. As if possessed, he instantly regained his composure and aura. That was just the warm-up. The real fight starts now. His words were like a direct provocation to Tang Tian, stoking the fire of his rage. You bastard. You've been playing with me this whole time. Losing all reason, he charged at Lin Xiao again. You'll pay the price for your arrogance. Tang Tian slashed down, but to his astonishment, the blade passed right through Lin Xiao's body as if he were a 3D hologram. Tang Tian's eyes went wide with disbelief. What? How is that possible? In that single moment of distraction, Lin Xiao successfully seized the opportunity to strike. Surprised? But Tang Tian reacted just in time to block the blow. He couldn't accept the reality of Lin Xiao's incredible skill. This guy's speed and power have jumped to another level. Is it because he took off those weights? Lin Xiao leaped high into the air, spinning his spear for the next attack. You were having a lot of fun hitting me earlier, weren't you? Now it's my turn. Bring it on. You think I'm afraid of you? His supporters cheered, sensing victory was near. Awesome, Lin Xiao. Get him. Without those heavy weights, that kid is like a completely different person. This is his true power. However, someone else was feeling the complete opposite of joy, only worry. He landed, and immediately went again. Here I come. Again. He exploded with power, seizing the offensive and unleashing his ultimate move. He thrust his spear toward him. Charge strike. Tang Tian couldn't believe it, bracing himself for the impact. Impossible. He's just a piece of trash. How can he possess such a powerful martial skill? Go to hell. The head of a fiery phoenix began to emerge from the spear. He charged forward. The distance between them closed in an instant. Tang Tian tried to block with his sword, but the destructive force was so immense his eyes bulged. He was blasted high into the air. A complete reversal of fortunes, courtesy of Lin Xiao. He landed lightly on his feet. The referee's voice rang out, announcing the winner. Tang Tian has been defeated. Lin Xiao of Class 29 has defeated a student ranked in the top 100 of the Academy's strategy rankings. That means Lin Xiao is now in the Academy's top 100. This is unbelievable. Can you still call him trash now? However, a hand shot up from the ground. Tang Tian was still resisting, calling his name. Lin Xiao, you bastard. He clutched his wounds, struggling to his feet again. Don't think you can beat me just like that. I will not lose. Then, Tang Tian pulled out a strange bottle and chugged its contents. The liquid was clearly not normal, causing his eyes to bulge. His entire body began to change. Tang Tian started to grow larger than his normal size, his energy surging as if he'd been revived. Lin Xiao sensed something was wrong. He suspected Tang Tian was cheating. What the hell is that? Did he just turn into a giant? Tang Tian, are you using a forbidden drug? The reason he would resort to such a method was simple. He wanted Lin Xiao dead. Gathering his remaining strength, he lunged at Lin Xiao with a fierce punch. Bronze martial skill, Ice Shatter Fist. His body swelled to a gigantic size. He brought a massive fist down on Lin Xiao. If he kept retreating, he'd be forced into a defensive position. Damn it. This guy is too strong. Lin Xiao seized an opportunity. He aimed directly for Tang Tian. He cursed at him relentlessly. You despicable bastard. Take this. But unfortunately for him, his opponent seemed to anticipate his every move. He grabbed the spear shaft. Tang Tian smirked, confident of his victory. Hith. Lin Xiao. Today is the day you die. He snatched the spear away and delivered a devastating kick to Lin Xiao's stomach, sending him flying. The pain was so intense that Lin Xiao coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Tang Tian returned the favor. He threw the spear, aiming its sharp point right at him. Lin Xiu. The spear was closing in fast. He gathered what little strength he had, reached out, and clenched his fist, gritting his teeth and frowning. With a last ounce of strength, he struck back. Bronze martial skill. He thrust his hands out to block the immense force. Finally, Lin Xiao managed to knock the spear away, saving his own life. The spear now lay several feet away. He landed safely on ground. Seeing the all bees pill, Lao Li couldn't help but feel a surge of anger, but he suppressed it. That Tang Tian to defeat Lin Xiao. He actually used all bees. Yang Tian's eyes widened in realization. He couldn't believe Tang Tian would play so dirty. What? Teacher Lao, what's all bees? He recounted a similar incident from the past. Years ago, to fight against the powerful zombies and evolved beasts, the Federation military developed a drug that could temporarily boost a person's strength. But because it forcefully absorbs source power to enhance the body, it destroys the user's tendons and muscles. In mild cases, their cultivation level drops. In severe cases, they become crippled. Yang Tian was disgusted. He couldn't believe Tang Tian would go to such lengths just to kill Lin Xiao. Is that Tang Tian crazy? He's willing to become a cripple just to defeat Lin Xiao. Down in the arena, Lao Li looked away and demanded the match be stopped. Tang Tian used a forbidden drug. The match must be stopped. The surrounding crowd gasped in disbelief. But Teacher Liu was a different story. He had the complete opposite reaction. Oomph. The school regulations don't explicitly forbid the use of all bees in martial combat, do they? The referee found himself in a difficult position. Teacher Liu is right. The martial combat continues. He looked on with a triumphant expression, then noticed something. That person is... Sitting in the stands was none other than Tang Mubai. The Tang family head, Tang Mubai. The Tang family is one of the major shareholders of the Sacred Star Academy. For him to be here today, the school would definitely have to show him some respect. But are we just going to stand by and watch Lin Xiu get killed? Meanwhile, Lin Xiu wasn't faring any better. He was at a disadvantage, his opponent resorting to dirty tricks time and time again. He was getting pummeled, with no chance to fight back. Tang Tian advanced, his face smug with the certainty of victory. Without your precious weapon, and fighting bare-fisted, you're no match for me. My Ice Shatter Fist is the strongest fist technique among the bronze martial skills. Despite the beating, he refused to give up. What makes you think I only know how to use a spear? Then he activated his ultimate technique. His new skill. Activate skill, Fury. Fury. Active skill. Last for 10 minutes. Strength, speed, and physique will be enhanced. After the skill ends, you will enter a state of extreme fatigue for 5 minutes. He channeled his strength into his feet, building momentum. He shot forward. Seeing that he still had so much stamina left, Tang Tian grew even more excited. You don't know your own limits. Their fists collided, creating a small shockwave. They exchanged a flurry of blows, neither willing to back down. The exchange was too fast for the naked eye to follow. The spectators in the stands grew anxious. What kind of fist technique is Lin Xiu using? Tang Tian is using Ice Shatter Fist, the strongest fist technique among bronze martial skills. Oh my god! Lin Xiu is going head-to-head with Tang Tian, who's on a forbidden drug, and he's not losing ground. But everything has its limits. Tang Tian was also starting to tire. Damn it. This piece of trash forced me to use a forbidden drug, and I still can't kill him. I have to kill him. Kill him. Seeing an opening, he immediately devised a plan. After removing the weights and boosting my potential, I feel like I'm getting more and more proficient with Violent Fist. If I can just maintain this fighting posture. Bronze martial skill. Ice Shatter Fist. Bronze martial skill. My fist technique is the strongest. I can unleash the true Violent Fist. He dodged a blow and smirked. The moment he saw an opening, he used his ultimate move. Violent Fist. Tang Tian scoffed, unimpressed. Hiv. The toughness of my skin right now. Even your long spear couldn't pierce it. What do you think your flashy little punches can do to me? But to him, his opponent had already fallen into his trap. So what if your skin's defensive power is strong? My attack targets your internal organs. To everyone's shock, Tang Tian's arm, by some unknown force, was torn clean off. The audience stared wide-eyed. Some jumped to their feet, buzzing with discussion. That's Violent Fist. Lin Xiu learned a more powerful version of the silver martial skill, Violent Fist. Impossible. If it was the real Violent Fist, wouldn't Lin Xiu have died long ago? At the very least, both of his arms would have been crippled. That madman. What a complete madman. To dare to practice Violent Fist. Tang Tian clutched his arm, muttering in disbelief. Impossible. How could you master Violent Fist in just 3 short days? Lin Xiu stepped forward, regaining his composure. In his confident demeanor, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but this is reality. I've won. But it seemed the word lose wasn't in his opponent's vocabulary. He stubbornly attacked again. Impossible. I can't lose. Lin Xiu, go to hell. If that's how it's going to be, then our dear Lin Xiu will happily oblige his opponent. If you're so eager to die, then I'll grant you your wish. What? Tang Tian, seemingly crazed, continued to fight. How dare you? The blow sent Lin Xiu flying, unable to block or counterattack. The attack sent a wave of panic through the crowd below. Lin Xiu, be careful. Yi Shuang and Yang Tian rushed to support Lin Xiu while Lao Li stepped in front to protect him. Lin Xiu, how are you feeling? Brother Lin Xiu. It was Yang Tian's father who had come to the rescue. He issued a threat. Brat, you dare try to kill a member of my Tang family? The Tang family head, Tang Mubai. Rumor has it he's about to break through and become a tier 4 martial artist. Lin Xiu angrily retorted. Oomph. The Tang family, resorting to outside help even in a martial combat arena? Family head Tang. This is a martial combat arena. Both sides signed a life-and-death waiver before the fight. He didn't say much, just one sentence. That would send shivers down anyone's spine. Brat, I'll remember you. Lin Xiao, though seriously injured, remained silent, his face grim. Regardless, the winner was still Lin Xiao. In this martial combat match, Lin Xiao of Class 29 Year 2 is the winner. Lin Xiao won. Lin Xiao defeated Tang Tian, who was on the Academy's top 100 power rankings. Lin Xiao. The next morning, someone knocked on his door. Lin Xiao. It's 11 o'clock. How long are you going to sleep? I'm coming. He groggily opened the door, looking exhausted. Teacher La. What's the rush? I had a tough fight yesterday, you know. It was Teacher Lao Li. He had come to tell him something. I have some good news and some bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Lin Xiao's voice was weary. The bad news first. Lao Li stood up and delivered the shocking news. The Academy has decided to punish you. He was flabbergasted and demanded to know, on what ground are you punishing me? He sighed helplessly. He sat down and explained Lin Xiao's offenses. The Tang family is one of the major shareholders of the Sacred Star Academy. This time, Tang Ping's arm was broken, and Tang Tian was almost beaten to death by you. Lao Li's face was grim, his brow furrowed. To those high and mighty people, this is a great humiliation. He gave a little backstory. Because Tang Tian used a forbidden drug in the martial combat, the Tang family could only make a big deal out of the fight itself. They deliberately exaggerated the incident with Tang Ping's broken arm. They used the excuse that you were bullying a high school student, suppressing a student. They demanded that you be punished. Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. He clenched his fists. His knuckles turned white. The anger was palpable. He was furious. These damn bastards. But anyway, let's get back to the school's punishment. Lin Xiao asked, so then, what's my punishment? From inside his coat pocket, Teacher Luo held out a white martial skill card. Lin Xiao, congratulations on advancing to the top 100 power rankings. Your reward is a silver tier, spear-type martial skill card. Torrential Pear Blossom. He took it, unable to hide his joy. Another silver tier, martial skill card. Thank you, Teacher Luo. Teacher Luo added. This is a martial skill created by the former Grandmaster of Spearmanship, Bailey Rue. He could thrust his spear 100 times in a single second. That's how he earned his title. Before Bailey Rue died, he left behind the Torrential Pear Blossom martial skill card. But very few have ever truly been able to master it. At that moment, an image formed in his mind of himself, holding a spear that multiplied into countless identical copies. 100 thrusts in 1 second. That's insane. Teacher Luo, I will definitely master it. Before leaving, the teacher placed a hand on his shoulder. Lin Xiao, listen closely. Teacher Luo couldn't stop praising this student who had made such incredible progress. You're improving very quickly. You're a promising talent. This time, when you go to Bright Base, you must survive and come back. Lin Xiao replied with a firm and confident voice. Don't worry. I will definitely survive and come back. Soon night fell. The street lights flickered on. Lin Xiao walked with bags in both hands, drinking as he went. My last combat uniform from the academy was ruined. I had to spend money to buy a new one. I wonder if the army will issue uniforms. As he was lost in thought, a sword suddenly darted out, aiming for his neck. Luckily, his reflexes were quick. He ducked and avoided the slash. He jumped back several meters on high alert. Who's there? Who dares to launch a sneak attack? From the shadows, a group of 4 or 5 people emerged, all of them armed. Your reflexes are quick. It's hard to believe you're not even an official martial artist yet. Lin Xiao looked at the group, a little suspicious. They're all first-tier martial artists. Are they here to give me experience points? He cautiously warned them. This is the city district. You dare to make a move here? The man laughed loudly. He licked the sharp point of his sword. So what if it's the city district? We'll deal with you quietly. Who would know it was us? Without another word, the bald man, representing the group, pointed his sword and attacked. Bronze martial skill, swift wind strike. Fortunately, our Lin Xiao reacted quickly and dodged it with ease. So, you're really determined to take me down? Seeing that the thug had no good intentions and had attacked him without reason, Lin Xiao began to counterattack. Bronze martial skill, violent fist. The thug couldn't dodge in time, and his right arm took the full force of the blow. It was severed from his body. Still not satisfied, he decided to use a finishing move. A killer, Must always die. Now die. Seeing that the situation was not good. Before Lin Xiao sent him from this world, the thug's face turned pale. He begged, "What? Wait a minute. Let's talk about." Before he could finish his sentence, he took a full-force blow to the head and disappeared, even though Lin Xiao's hands were full. The remaining men began to feel afraid. They immediately backed away. What? How is that possible? The system notification popped up right on time. Killed a first-tier martial artist. Gained 2,500 experience points. The people around who witnessed the scene started to get scared. A quasi-martial artist can actually take down a first-tier martial artist. And it was a quick kill, too. What kind of fist technique was that? It was too brutal. At this point, there was no turning back. Everyone get him! The remaining thugs all leaped forward to attack at once. Let's kill him together. The remaining men didn't fare much better. Both of their bodies were dismembered, either at the neck or the torso. At the same time, another notification appeared. Killed a first-tier martial artist. Gained 2,500 experience points. Killed a first-tier martial artist. Gained 2,500 experience points. This guy's strength is terrifying. Seeing this, the remaining two decided that of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best option. Brothers, let's get out of here. Seeing the last two running so fast, luckily for them, Lin Xiao had no intention of chasing them. They run pretty fast. Who sent them to kill me? It must be the Tang family. But the skill level of these guys, they're underestimating me way too much. The scene shifts to a large mansion where a voice rings out. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. The sound of a wine glass shattering. All of you are useless. Madame Tang berated the useless thugs. 5 first-tier martial artists ambushing 1 quasi-martial artist. And you still let 3 of them get killed. You're truly a bunch of useless trash. The 2 of them were covered in injuries. They trembled as they begged for their lives. Madam, we never expected that kid, who isn't even a real martial artist, to be so strong. He killed one of us in just a few punches. Before Madame Tang could speak, another voice cut in. You bastards. You actually killed people in the city center? Are you trying to completely ruin the Tang family's reputation? It was an angry Tang Mubai who had just arrived. Get out of my sight. Mubai. He stepped forward and warned her. Do you think that just by doing this, no one will know? Tang Mubai warned. If I hadn't sent people in time to clean up the bodies, the Federation would have been investigating us by now. But as for Madame Tang, she couldn't help but darken her face. But I can't just stand by and watch my 2 sons be bullied like this. I must have revenge. I'll have that brat torn to pieces. She recalled the past, how Lin Xiao was the one who pushed her son away. It's all because of that bastard. Tianer was forced to go on the path of death for his training. That place is a life-or-death situation. He blamed it all on his godforsaken son. He brought that upon himself. He knew full well that using forbidden drugs would seriously affect his body, and he still did it. Now, only the path of death can help him level up. Although the fault lay with their son, they still wanted Lin Xiao to be punished. You don't need to worry about this. I've already put pressure on the academy. Let the academy punish that Lin Xiao by sending him to Bright Base to participate in an extermination mission. He revealed the punishment Lin Xiao had to face was to go to a place with the highest death rate ever recorded. That's Bright Base, with a death rate as high as 70%. Moreover, I don't mind if that death rate increases a little. On the aircraft, a group of people was being called for roll call. Ear, Lin Xiao. Ear. Qin Gang looked at him, seemingly very impressed. So you're Lin Xiao. To better understand Qin Gang. Qin Gang. 2nd tier martial artist. Attributes. Overall combat strategy. Among the crowd of burly, tall men, Lin Xiao was the smallest. Yes, I'm Lin Xiao. During roll call, Lin Xiao felt a little regretful, because he couldn't use his eye of analysis to see his opponent's abilities. Another martial artist that the analysis couldn't analyze. After roll call, Qin Gang walked around, inspecting the recruits. Everyone, give me 120%. I hope all of you can survive this mission. Jin Hai, standing next to him, teased Lin Xiao. Hey, little guy, did you grab a wrong script? Walked onto the wrong movie set. Unfortunately, the officer heard him and immediately reprimanded him. Shut your mouth. Be serious for me. This time, our Star City is sending out 4 teams. A total of 40 martial artists will participate in this siege. The man who was reprimanded immediately stood at attention, a little scared. Yes, but he still tried to argue back. He used a contemptuous tone towards Lin Xiao. The people around him burst out laughing. Reporting instructor. It's 39 martial artists. This little guy next to me doesn't seem to be a martial artist yet. Qin Gang angrily pointed at each of them, and the ones who were laughing. Get in line. 100 push-ups, each of you. Hearing this, they stood at attention. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Then he turned to Lin Xiao, as if to offer some comfort and encouragement. Although you are a student of Starfall Academy, as long as you participate in this mission, you are just like them. You must be prepared to die at any moment. Understand? He also shouted in reply. Understood. I understand. After dealing with the trivial matters, he reminded them, everyone, check your equipment. We move out in 15 minutes. On the transport plane, in the training bay, all the scholars were training hard to prepare for the battle. Li Yi walked over to Lin Xiao to get acquainted. You're a student at Starfall Academy? My name is Li Yi. I also studied at Starfall Academy. So in a way, I'm your senior. Seeing someone approach, he opened his eyes and quietly observed the other person. Li Yi came and sat near him. He kindly reminded Lin Xiao, you're only a third-year student. You haven't even graduated yet. Why'd you get sent to the Bright Base with us? That place is an extremely dangerous zone. Lin Xiao sighed, not really caring. He answered vaguely, the academy screwed me over. Hearing this, the other guy grew suspicious. He figured Lin Xiao must have pissed someone off to end up here. Don't tell me you pissed off some big shot at the academy. As they were chatting, a can of Coke was tossed toward them. This is going to be trouble. It was Jin Hai, with a few of his lackeys in tow. With that same old condescending tone, he spoke directly to Li Yi. Hey Li Yi, shouldn't a new recruit like you be training properly, instead of wasting time talking to this little kid? Li Yi stood up, defending Lin Xiao. Jin Hai, he's my junior. I suggest you don't take it too far. But Jin Hai didn't listen to a single word. Instead, he shoved him away. Huh, you've only been here a few days, and you've already grown some wings? My business is none of your damn business. Now get lost. He leaned down, extending a tattooed arm with the commanding air of a senior bullying a junior. Hey kid, what's in that box you're carrying? Is it some kind of treasure? Let your big brothers here take a look. The moment his hand touched the wooden case, Lin Xiao stopped him, his displeasure clear. Hey, don't touch that. Though he disliked the man, he remained calm. Didn't your elders ever tell you not to touch other people's things without permission? Those words were like a challenge to Jin Hai. Huh, pretty arrogant. Aren't you, kid? His followers chimed in. Jin Hai, hurry up and see what kind of treasure the kid's got in that box. Ha, this little fella really is arrogant. It wouldn't be wrong for us to teach him a lesson on behalf of society. Lin Xiao gave a soft, final warning. Curiosity killed the cat. Haven't you ever heard that saying? But his words only served to provoke him further. Enraged, Jin Hai tried to snatch it. Damn it, stop talking so much. Give it here. But it seemed karma had come to collect. As he tried to lift it, Jin Hai couldn't believe how heavy the thing Lin Xiao carried was. What the F? What the hell is this heavy? Lin Xiao just snorted and frowned. He had warned him from the start, but Jin Hai didn't listen. Now he had to deal with the consequences. He stood up and lifted a leg, and before Jin Hai could react, the kick sent the wooden case flying into the air. The box burst open, revealing the spear, which hung spinning in midair. He snatched the spear from the air. The dramatic display caught Jin Hai completely off guard, leaving him vulnerable and only able to stammer. What? This kid, frozen in place? All he could do was yell. How could you? Seeing him so helpless, Lin Xiao gloated and added a little gift. Forgot to tell you. When Silver Soul appears, it demands to see blood. The onlookers were frozen in place, stunned into silence by the scene. A moment later, seeing Jin Hai had become much more obedient, Lin Xiao finally lowered his spear. He didn't forget to add a few taunts. So this is a so-called Tier 1 martial artist. Nothing more than this. His honor utterly trampled, veins popped on Jin Hai's forehead. Kid, what did you just say? Hearing his growl, Lin Xiao provoked him further. I said you're. The guy's question was so dense. Lin Xiao raised his voice, his expression full of contempt. A worthless piece of trash. His words were a direct assault on Jin Hai's dignity, sending him into a blind rage. His inner beast unleashed, he charged forward, aiming to give Lin Xiao a beating. You're asking to die, but the result was the complete opposite of what he intended. Jin Hai was completely outmatched. That speed is too slow. A single punch sent him flying several meters. None of the onlookers dared to intervene, but instead of giving up, Jin Hai grew even more furious. He was determined to fight to the bitter end. Damn it, go to hell. Just as he was about to charge again, luckily, a voice cut through the tension, stopping the brawl. All of you, knock it off. Qin Gang knew Jin Hai's temperament all too well. He didn't hesitate to call him out. Jin Hai, bullying the new guy again? One of Jin Hai's cronies stood up, trying to shift the blame to Lin Xiao. Instructor, it was this kid who knocked Jin Hai to the ground first. But those excuses were useless. Qin Gang knew Jin Hai's dirty tricks and exposed him without a second thought. A martial artist, getting beaten by a high school student who isn't even an official martial artist yet. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? You have so much energy for pointless things like this. He shot a burning glare at Jin Hai as a warning. You'd be better off thinking about, once we get to the Bright Base, how you're going to stay alive. The scene changes to the Bright Base. They arrived at the first mission area. Qin Gang said, the other 3 instructors and I have to go to the central area to kill a high-threat evolved beast. He assigned tasks and divided the martial artists into squads. The rest of you form teams of 10, each led by a squad leader. Enter the Bright Base from the south gate. Lin Xiao turned and asked Li Yi, have you ever been here before? Li Yi's face twisted uncomfortably. This was his first time here. No. To be honest with you, I'm also a rookie who just joined this year. Before everyone set off on their separate ways, Jin Hai couldn't resist one last provocation. Hey kid, I hope you don't die too easily. But his taunts meant nothing to Lin Xiao. In fact, he returned the provocation with even more excitement. Don't worry, I'll live a very long life. But a piece of trash like you, who can't even beat a high school student? I wonder if you'll even see tomorrow's sunrise. Footsteps approached, along with Zi Wen's voice. Shut your mouth, Jin Hai. She began to issue commands with the threatening tone of a matriarch. From now on, you will put your prejudices aside. The squad leader, Z1, Jin Hai stood at perfect attention, as if he were in the military, the moment Z1 appeared. I will not tolerate personal conflicts. That put the rest of our teammates at risk. After speaking, she used that same commanding tone to order Lin Xiao's group. Everyone move out. The scene shifts to an abandoned house. Suddenly, a scream tore through the otherwise serene atmosphere. There's a zombie. It was a horned zombie. It was covered in an unidentifiable green fluid. Z1 began assigning roles for the fight. There are many small towns near the Bright Base. Our 10-person team is responsible for eliminating the evolved beasts and zombies in this town. Jin Hai, while fighting, took out a few to support Z1, agreeing with her strategy. They're all just Tier 1 zombies. This mission isn't as hard as I thought. After sending a few more souls on their way, Z1 scanned their surroundings. This is just the outskirts of the town. The higher-level evolved beasts and zombies are deeper inside. After clearing out the zombies, Z1's group, including Lin Xiao, decided to press on. Deeper into this town, they had only taken a few steps when they saw a large crowd gathered not far away, forcing them to halt and observe. It wasn't a crowd of people, it was a horde of zombies. It seemed like they had been waiting for them for a long time. To be specific, these were Tier 2 jumping zombies. Characteristics: fast speed, sharp claws, carries a virus. Those bitten will mutate and become zombies. Overall combat power: 746. The moment Jin Hai saw them, he was ready for action. He strolled forward, spinning his axe. Just a few more of these weaklings. Lin Xiao, as usual, remained silent, observing them. Tier 2 zombies. He needed no grand speech, just a simple greeting before he lopped their heads off. Just as he got into position, a zombie from the crowd sensed the threat and leaped high into the air. It was completely different from the others the group had fought. And it was incredibly fast, so fast that he couldn't react in time. Damn it, this zombie's speed is insane. The distance between them was closing too quickly for Jin Hai to use his weapon. Damn it, I was too careless. Just as he thought he was about to die a miserable death, a spear shot out, impaling the zombie. It saved his life. Jin Hai was too stunned to react. What? What has happened? It was Lin Xiao, who had been standing behind Jin Hai, using his shoulder as a brace to easily kill the creature. A notification popped up. Killed a Tier 2 zombie. Acquired 2,000 experience points. Seeing Lin Xiao dispatch the zombie so effortlessly, Jin Hai stammered out a thank you. Thanks. Lin Xiao couldn't care less. Don't mention it. On the contrary, he was getting more excited about the prospect of gaining more experience points. The more he thought about it, the more thrilled he became. The experience points from these Tier 2 zombies are really good. I'm gonna kill. The remaining zombies, seeing the uninvited stranger, immediately swarmed towards Lin Xiao, shrieking as if they were rushing to get an idol's autograph. But these zombies were nothing to Lin Xiao. It didn't take long to see who would win this one-sided battle. Killed a Tier 2 zombie. Acquired 2,000 experience points. Killed a Tier 2 zombie. Acquired 2,000 experience points. Watching Lin Xiao single-handedly take on the zombie horde, Ziwen's group couldn't help but be impressed, showering him with praise. Is this guy really not an official martial artist yet? He feels even stronger than a Tier 1 martial artist. Like us. Even Jin Hai had to watch in admiration. That long spear, I couldn't even lift it with 2 hands before, and he's wielding it so easily. Ziwen felt a flash of irritation. Not pleased with just watching, she decided to join in. Stop staring. These are likely all Tier 2 zombies. Stay on your guard. Hearing her command, her subordinates' expressions immediately turned serious. They raised their weapons and followed Ziwen to support Lin Xiao. Understood. Just like that, the 3 of them quickly caught up and dove into the horde zombies. They split into 2 groups. Ziwen on one side, the other 2 on the other. As one side sent a zombie to meet its maker, the other fought with equal ferocity, refusing to be outdone. Just as they were getting into the rhythm of the fight, a strange cry echoed from an unknown direction. All 4 of them froze in place. What was that? The eerie, unidentifiable sound kept echoing all around them. After a moment, Lin Xiao recognized the sound. It was the leader of this zombie horde. He immediately warned the others. The zombie leader is calling the other zombies. Li Yi and the others on Ziwen's team were stunned by his words. What's going on? Speak of the devil. It wasn't long before the other zombies, having received their orders, came rushing over. They swarmed in from every direction, pushing and shoving their way forward without hesitation. The zombies didn't just run. They leaped and trampled over each other to surround the group of martial artists. Ziwen gripped her weapon tightly. Though she felt a flicker of fear and apprehension, she remained resolute, reminding everyone to stay strong. Hold your ground. Don't panic. We still have some distance. Fire first. No one said a word, but they all understood and followed her command. They took their positions, raised their guns, and aimed at the approaching horde. They waited until the distance between them and the zombies was close enough before they began to fire. A continuous stream of bullets flew out, tearing into the charging zombies. It was clear that some of them were upgraded. Their forms were slightly different from the lower-level ones. And just like that, the zombies fell like wheat before the scythe at the hands of Lin Xiao's group. The system notifications popped up one after another. Killed Tier 2 zombie. Obtained 2,000 experience points. Killed Tier 2 zombie. Obtained 2,000 experience points. Killed Tier 2 zombie. Obtained 2,000 experience points. Before long, he reached the milestone of level 12. A system notification appeared. It displayed his newly achieved stats. Congratulations, Master, you have advanced to level 12. Host, Lin Xiao. Level, 12. Strength, 105. Physique, 79. Agility, 54. Combined combat power, 758. Source energy, 0/100. Skills, analysis, fury. Remaining potential points, 12. Strength, 105. Agility, 54. While reading the notifications and shooting zombies, Lin Xiao did some quick mental math. Over 700 combat power already. System, add 6 of the remaining 12 potential points to strength, and 6 to agility, and then the inevitable happened. He had finally reached the goal he had set for himself. Congratulations, Master, your combat power has reached 800. You have earned the title of Tier 1 Martial Artist. Another notification popped up. Host, Lin Xiao. Level, 12. Strength, 111. Physique, 79. Agility, 60. Combined combat power, 800. Skills, analysis, fury. Skills, analysis, fury. Title, Tier 1 martial artist. I finally made it. He celebrated inwardly, never pausing his attacks. Perfect. A combined combat power of 800. I'm now a Tier 1 martial artist. Source energy can only be used 3 times a day with an 8-hour cooldown. Why didn't my passive skills get a few more uses? But let's put aside Lin Xiao's complaints about his skills for now. The martial artists were still firing relentlessly at the zombies, but strangely, it seemed to have little effect. Instead, they were growing stronger, an orange glow radiating from their bodies. Seeing that the situation was turning grim, Wen implemented a new strategy. Everyone, prepare for close combat. After giving the order, she took her own stance. She drew her sword, raising it high as she began to chant. Wen swung her sword down, creating a piercing arc of light that cut through several zombies, dismembering them with her first technique, Void Rend. Seeing their captain fight with such power, Li Yi and the other martial artists felt a surge of strength and charged forward, unwilling to be left behind. Let's go, men. Charge! They had only taken a few steps before they stopped short, stunned by Lin Xiao's bizarre behavior. Like a crazed maniac, he sprinted forward with glee. Experience points. Don't you dare steal them from me. I'm gonna level up again. What's wrong with him? Why is he so happy about this? He got into a runner's stance, as if preparing for the Olympics. With a powerful leap, he twirled his sword, and in a matter of seconds, he had gracefully dispatched several more zombies, sending them to the afterlife. Just as he finished, more zombies suddenly appeared, a seemingly endless tide of them. Not good. There are more zombies appearing from behind us. And there are a lot of them. The situation was becoming more unstable by the second. Their resources were nearly depleted, and with the overwhelming number of zombies, Lin Xiao's group was completely cornered and overpowered. Damn it! There are too many of them. We can't let them surround us. Fortunately, someone spotted an empty house on the other side, untouched by the horde. He immediately alerted the others. Over there. Let's hide in that house for a bit. They immediately broke into a sprint, taking turns firing at the zombies to buy time for the others. Finally, Wen and her team made it safely into the house. Let's go, everyone. Hurry. Even better, the house had a rolling metal door that was still in good working condition. Li Yi was overjoyed as if he'd struck gold. This is great. This rolling steel door can be closed. He held the door. He yelled for Wen and Lin Xiao to get inside. Quick, Captain. Lin Xiao, get in here. But it seemed Wen and Lin Xiao were in trouble. The zombies were moving as if they had rockets strapped to their backs. There was no room to escape. It's no use. The zombies are too close. If we try to run for it, we might not be able to close the door in time. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, she decided to tell him to leave. She will hold them back. Lin Xiao, you go in first. I'll hold them off for you. But instead of running to save himself, he did the exact opposite. He chose to believe in ladies first. Lin Xiao, what are you doing? He stood tall, a gallant gentleman. He couldn't show weakness, and more importantly, he wouldn't let a woman face the danger alone. Sorry, sis. I don't have a habit of letting girls help me. Wen, sword in hand and in a defensive stance, shouted at Lin Xiao, what are you doing? Another soldier in the squad, seeing his captain turn back, grabbed her arm and said, Captain, calm down. Grabbed by the arm, Wen was taken by surprise. She turned and yelled at the person holding her, her voice a mixture of anger, worry, and urgency. Let me go. Lin Xiao will be in danger by himself. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao paid no attention to Wen and charged forward with a pipe in his hand. Another soldier, observing the situation, saw a change and turned to report to his captain and Lin Xiao. Pointing toward the change, he said, Captain, look! Lin Xiao, get in here. Now! At this point, the steel door could no longer withstand the onslaught of the massive horde. Before long, the steel door was destroyed. Seeing the door break, Lin Xiao cried out in frustration, Damn it! This door is trash. Wen, while moving, turned back and shouted to Lin Xiao, Quick! To the stairs. With the barrier gone, they swarmed into the warehouse. As they entered, they let out horrifying, ear-splitting shrieks. Just as the first wave of monsters got inside, the team had already managed to get behind an iron gate. As the captain, Wen was the last one through, ensuring her team was safe before locking the iron gate behind her. Just as she locked the gate, the horde of monsters reached it. They were stopped there. They could only reach their hands through the gaps between the iron bars. They clawed at the gate, letting out terrifying screams. Z1, having narrowly escaped the monster's grasp, had a thin sheen of cold sweat on her face. The soldiers headed up the stairs. Each one held a weapon, ready to fight at any moment. They took one step at a time. They cautiously scouted ahead as they went. Z1, after confirming the gate was holding the monsters back, ordered her subordinates to check the floor above. We need to eliminate any potential threats. Suddenly, one of the soldiers saw something. He wasn't sure what it was. He asked hesitantly, "What is that?" In a room covered with cobwebs, bodies were hanging from the ceiling. From the looks of it, they had been drained of all their blood and life, then wrapped up like mummies and hung up. In the corner of the room were strange cocoons. Dried-up corpses were scattered around the cocoons. The male soldier with shoulder-length hair saw this. A cold sweat broke out on his brow. His voice was filled with alarm as he said, "Could it be mutated spiders?" The others in the team carefully scanned their surroundings. No one dared to let their guard down. The long-haired male soldier was speculating if it was really A. He was mid-sentence when something fell and touched his back. He jumped, swearing as he fumbled at his back. "Damn it! What just fell on my back?" His teammate next to him reacted quickly, using the axe in his hand to knock off whatever was clinging to the long-haired soldier's back. As he swung the axe, he warned the long-haired soldier, "Careful, it's behind you." After a swing of the axe from his teammate, the thing on the long-haired soldier's back fell to the ground. Only then could everyone see clearly what it was. It was a spider, but this spider was not like a normal one. A glowing green liquid oozed from the gash on its back. It's a level 1 black spider. Traits: a mutated species affected by nuclear radiation. Large head, mildly venomous. Combined combat power, 222. Lin Xiu looked at the spider on the ground and said, "This is a level 1 black spider." A chubby soldier in the team heard this and angrily yelled at the long-haired soldier, "Li Yi, you and your damn crow's mouth. You just had to say it, and it came true." Captain Z1 remained calm. She spoke up, "It seems we've stumbled into a spider's nest." Suddenly, a blonde soldier screamed, his face pale with fear, "Captain, over here." Where the blonde soldier was looking, a whole swarm of mutated spiders was crawling on the ceiling. Their eyes glowed green in the darkness of the room. Some on the team shouted, "Look, spiders! Damn it! How can there be so many?" Seeing the situation, as the captain, Z1 immediately gave the order to the whole team, "Quick! Retreat to the 3rd floor." As she spoke, Suwon stepped onto the stairs, intending to go up to the 3rd floor. However, she had barely taken a few steps before she stopped, as if something was blocking her path. On the path Suwon was heading, there was a large swarm of mutated spiders. Suwon herself was a little surprised by the number of mutated spiders in front of her. She wondered why are there so many? At this moment, the swarm of mutated spiders saw the human. They immediately shot out their webs. But before the webs could hit their target, Suwon had already sliced them in half with her sword. As she killed the spiders, she gave out an order. "This floor has them too. Keep moving up." After saying that, Suwon moved forward, swinging her sword and cutting down spiders. However, the number of spiders was overwhelming. Before she could finish off one wave, another was already upon her. Lin Xiu spoke up in a loud voice so that everyone in the team could hear, "This building has 4 floors. These stairs must lead to the rooftop. Let's go to the rooftop." After saying that, Lin Xiu, with a sword in each hand, charged forward, cutting a path through the spiders. With the speed of his dual blades, Lin Xiu reached the door leading to the rooftop and kicked it down. The team members quickly moved to the rooftop after Lin Xiu cleared the way. Li was the last one to run through. As soon as he was completely through the door, he quickly turned back to close and latch it. After closing the door, he leaned against it with one hand and rested the other on his knee. He panted, saying, "I'm dead." Suwon didn't let her guard down just because they had reached the rooftop. She reminded the members, "Everyone, replenish your energy first. Rest for a bit. If the zombies on the 1st floor don't see us, they'll leave on their own." Hearing their captain's words, the team replied in unison, "Roger." After reaching the rooftop, Lin Xiu went to the railing to get a better view of the surrounding situation. After giving her orders, Suwon also walked over to where Lin Xiu was standing. She leaned on the railing with both hands and looked down. Seeing the street teeming with zombies, she said, "There are still so many zombies around this building." Suddenly, something appeared. Its appearance surprised both Su-won and Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, while taking a sip of water, exclaimed, "Huh? What's happening?" What had just appeared down, there was a pack of dogs. But this wasn't an ordinary pack of dogs. They were second-tier fanged hounds. Characteristics: a rather large head, agile movement, sensitive sense of smell, sharp teeth, likes to live in packs. Overall combat strategy. As soon as they appeared, they charged in and attacked the zombies wandering the street. In just a moment, the pack of hounds had taken down a large number of zombies. Su-won looked on in surprise. She exclaimed, as if asking herself and Lin Xiao, "What is this situation?" Lin Xiao was also surprised by the sudden appearance of the fanged hounds and their attack on the zombies. He observed and assessed the situation. The fanged hounds and the zombies are fighting. Down on the street, the pack of hounds was still tearing through the zombies. In their mouths were the corpses of zombies. Their blue eyes glowed. Their sharp fangs sank deep into the zombies. Their eyes were fixed on the zombies as their targets. As Lin Xiao and Su-won were observing, they saw the zombies from inside the building coming out to fight the hounds. Seeing their comrades outside being attacked, they came out to help. Seeing this, Su-won was delighted. She said, "The zombies from the first floor have probably all been drawn out. This is a good opportunity for us to leave." Lin Xiao was different. He didn't celebrate as quickly as Su-won. He silently observed the situation and asked himself a question. Why are the evolved beasts attacking the zombies? With that said, Su-won turned back and shouted to her teammates, "Everyone, gather up. Get your gear ready. Prepare to go downstairs." Hearing this, her teammates were surprised. However, since Su-won was the captain, they still followed her orders. As he was getting his gear ready, Li asked Su-won, "Captain, are we just leaving like this?" Su-won walked over to her subordinates, who were preparing their gear. Lin Xiao walked behind her. Su-won stood in the middle of the team and said, "Of course not. First, we break out of the encirclement. After we regroup on the outskirts, we'll continue with the extermination mission." While Su-won was talking to everyone, Lin Xiao had already gone to the door leading downstairs and opened it. Although most of the zombies had gone out to the street to help their comrades fight the fanged hounds, there were still a few stragglers inside the building. Lin Xiao reminded everyone, "There's still a few outside. Keep it down, don't let them notice us." As soon as the door opened, Lin Xiao and Su-won quickly moved towards the few remaining zombies in the building. With just one slash, Lin Xiao quickly dispatched all the zombies. After dealing with the last one, he signaled to everyone behind him that it was all clear. After seeing Lin Xiao's all-clear signal, the team quickly moved out. The journey from the fourth floor down to the first was smooth sailing. Outside the building, what everyone saw was a pack of fanged hounds tearing apart zombie corpses. They snarled ferociously, baring their teeth. Their eyes glowed dangerously as they looked at the newly appeared group of people. Lin Xiao quickly noticed their gaze. He said grimly, "We've been spotted." Just as Lin Xiao finished speaking, a fanged hound lunged forward. It opened its mouth, intending to bite him. But before it could get close, he stepped forward and swung his sword at it. Struck by Lin Xiao's sword, the fanged hound yelped in pain. At the same time, Su-won had also killed another fanged hound. The other teammates also took down the fanged hounds one by one. They cursed as they fought, "Die, you damn beasts." After taking down the last one, a young soldier asked in disbelief, "Is it over?" From another direction, news came, "Boss, this side is clear too." Suddenly, behind Lin Xiao, a different kind of power emerged, unlike the ones that had just been defeated. He turned to look. It was another fanged hound. This hound looked different from the previous ones. It had a red scar across its eye, making it look extremely terrifying. It still had a zombie corpse in its mouth. Its eyes were bright and sharp. It was a third-tier fanged hound. Characteristics: large head, keen sense of smell, sharp teeth, likes to live in packs. Special ability: bloodthirsty pounce. Overall combat strategy. It approached Lin Xiao. Su-won looked towards Lin Xiao. She was assessing the newly appeared fanged hound. "That one is..." Lin Xiao, while cautiously watching the fanged hound approach, replied to Su-won in a wary tone, "The pack leader. Their king." Suddenly, the pack leader shook its head. It tossed aside the zombie corpse it was holding in its mouth. Its entire body tensed into an attack stance. Lin Xiao warned, "Be careful. It's coming." In a flash, The fanged hound leader appeared in front of a soldier. The sudden appearance of the hound caught the soldier off guard. He reacted quickly. Although he was holding a weapon, he only had time to jump back to avoid the pack leader's attack. As he retreated, he cursed, "Damn it. Why is this one even faster than the previous fanged hounds?" At this moment, another soldier appeared at the pack leader's side. He was holding a weapon. He raised his hand to build up force for a strike. As he brought his sword down, he shouted, "You beast! D!" The hound didn't have time to dodge and took the soldier's sword strike. But instead of being injured or even scratched, the soldier's sword bent. The hound was completely unharmed. Seeing this, the soldier was also surprised. He thought to himself, "Damn it, is that all?" While he was lost in thought, the pack leader bit down on his arm. A wave of pain shot through him. He screamed in agony. Along with a growl from the pack leader, the soldier's arm was bitten off. He cried out in pain, "No, this can't be happening." Seeing her teammate lose an arm, Suwon was furious. She channeled all her strength into her sword. She took an attack stance. She shouted, "You bastard! I'll cut you to pieces." She swung her sword down. Everything in the path of her sword was sliced in two. However, the pack leader's speed was incredible. It had instantly teleported to the side. It dodged Su when sword strike. At the same time, it moved quickly. In a flash, it appeared in front of Suwon. She was too surprised to react. What? How did it dodge that? Just as the pack leader was about to bite Suwon's head, a sword flew in from a distance. That one sword strike injured the pack leader. The one who made the move was none other than Lin Xiao. Having been saved by Lin Xiao, Suwon looked at him and said thanks. Lin Xiao replied, "No problem. This third-tier fanged hound has thick skin. Its defense is too strong. Everyone be careful." After that, Lin Xiao launched a series of continuous thrusts at the pack leader. His speed was incredible. The pack leader roared in pain as it was stabbed, while fighting back fiercely. Lin Xiao's eyes became even more dangerous as he saw the pack leader's fierce resistance. He gathered power in his weapon. A determined expression appeared on his face. Putting up such a fierce fight. Then try this on for size. Power strike. Lin Xiao aimed straight for the pack leader's weak spot. With a powerful exertion from him, the pack leader let out a blood-curdling howl and was sent flying by Lin Xiao. Seeing the pack leader thrown away, everyone cheered. Li Yi raised his hand in joy, shouting, "Awesome! We won!" The pack leader landed, creating a cloud of dust. Lin Xiao was closest to the shockwave from the pack leader's fall. He stood his ground, as steady as a rock, without wavering in the slightest. However, Lin Xiao's expression remained grim. He told everyone, "No, it's not dead yet." In his mind, he reminded himself, "I didn't get the kill notification from the system. This bastard is still alive." Just as he had reminded himself, the pack leader was indeed not dead. Its eyes turned from blue to blood red. A thick, murderous aura emanated from it. Its pupils contracted. It charged swiftly towards Lin Xiao. Faced with the pack leader's transformation, a few drops of cold sweat appeared on Lin Xiao's face. He calculated, its whole body is covered in a crimson glow. This must be the special ability of a third-tier fanged hound. Bloodthirsty Pounce. I never expected an evolved beast, after reaching the third tier, to possess such a special ability. Worried and on high alert, Lin Xiao shouted to the soldiers behind him, "Everyone get back! Quick!" Just as Lin Xiao finished speaking, a loud explosion rang out. Everyone was sent flying. Even Lin Xiao was thrown against a wall. This impact forced a few grunts out of Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao panted heavily. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at the thick smoke in front of him. He thought to himself, "I dodged that quickly, and I still got injured. Thank goodness for the system's warning. Otherwise, I'd really be dead this time." The injured Jin Hai and Suwon were also struggling to their feet. They looked towards the smoke. A ferocious monster emerged. Its blood-red eyes seemed to want to destroy everything. Then, it angrily opened its hideous mouth, preparing to attack. In a flash, the savage beast leaped out from the smoke. It landed, targeting Lin Xiao with a terrifying look. Seeing this, a look of fear appeared on his face. He shouted, "You dare to come at me again?" But then, Lin Xiao regained his composure. He summoned his power, preparing to fight. "You think I'm afraid of you?" He unleashed his ultimate move. 100 birds worshipped the phoenix. Instantly, a massive amount of energy erupted from around him. A huge explosion occurred. Everything around was affected by the blast. Debris flew everywhere. Lin Xiao was also thrown back. He cried out in pain as he was sent flying dozens of meters. The system displayed a notification. Killed a third-tier fanged hound. Obtained 8,000 experience points. He clutched his injured body and smiled faintly. Finally dealt with it. The others, having witnessed the intense battle, immediately surrounded him, asking questions. Suin was worried. Lin Xiao, are you okay? Jinhai couldn't help but exclaim, we finally took care of it. Suddenly, a piercing screech came from somewhere. It left everyone in a state of confusion. A giant shadow appeared out of nowhere. It stared at them with cold eyes. The mysterious creature leaped up. In a flash, it landed with a ferocious look. Second-tier zombie leader. Characteristics: fast movement, sharp claws. Can summon first and second-tier zombies. Overall combat strategy. In front of it, now was the corpse of the fanged hound from before. Lin Xiao immediately became vigilant. He told everyone, it's a second-tier zombie leader. The scream that lured the zombies to surround and attack us earlier was probably from him. The zombie leader saw the corpse in front of it. It immediately plunged its hand into the corpse. It seemed to be looking for something. Then, it pulled out a red stone the size of a palm. The zombie leader bared its hideous mouth and dropped the stone it had just retrieved inside. Suin witnessed the horrifying scene. Her voice was filled with bewilderment. It actually took the fanged hound's crystal core and swallowed it. Lin Xiao and Jinhai, hearing this, also became extremely wary. Could it be that zombies can also use crystal cores to evolve? Before they could finish wondering, the zombie leader had already begun to transform. Its whole body swelled up. It let out an ear-piercing screech. Second-tier zombie leader, due to consuming a third-tier crystal core, is currently evolving. Characteristics: fast movement, sharp claws, can summon first and second-tier zombies. Overall combat strategy. Hearing this, Lin Xiao's expression became grim. He gritted his teeth. This is bad. It's about to evolve into a third-tier zombie leader. Everyone who heard this was instantly terrified. Suin shouted, what? It can really evolve? Without delay, Lin Xiao grabbed his weapon and charged forward. He ordered, we have to stop it before it finishes evolving. The zombie leader's eyes glowed red. Its face was covered in bulging veins. It opened its mouth and roared, creating sound waves. Instantly, a horde of zombies, hearing the command, swarmed in. They surrounded the group. Suin was extremely worried. She raised her weapon defensively. Damn it, we're surrounded. Lin Xiao saw the urgent situation. He said to the group, Captain, everyone hold off these zombies for now. I'll go deal with that zombie leader. Only by taking it down can we make these zombies disperse. And if we let it finish evolving, we'll all die here. Hearing his words, Suin was startled into realization. Then she called out after the departing Lin Xiao. Okay, you have to be careful. He held his weapon and swiftly charged at the zombie leader to attack. But it was no pushover. It lashed out with its sharp claws in response. He dodged the opponent's attack. He swung his spear and stabbed it in the chest. But it was unfazed. It just stood there, laughing sinisterly. Lin Xiao was a little scared. Damn it, this guy's skin is even tougher than that third-tier fanged hound. Could it be because it devoured the third-tier fanged hound's crystal core? But then he summoned his power again. Sparks flew out in his direction. Try this on for size. Unexpectedly, the creature managed to break free. Seeing this, the zombies outside immediately charged in. They roared, ignoring the burning flames. The leader also ordered its minions to advance. The situation was becoming increasingly disadvantageous for Lin Xiao. Damn it, I've already used my power strike. The power of 100 Birds Worship the Phoenix is immense, but it consumes too much stamina. I have to find a way to deal with these zombies quickly. Suddenly remembering something, he pulled out a card from somewhere. I'm a first-tier martial artist now. Lin Xiao placed the card on his forehead. He absorbed the power from it. Maybe I can quickly grasp the martial skill on this silver card. Instantly, he comprehended the knowledge and skills. Torrential Pear Blossom requires speed. Unleash 100 thrusts in a short amount of time. The enemy simply can't block them. In a world of martial arts, only speed is unbeatable. From a distance, everyone saw his actions with a mix of surprise and worry. They immediately shouted, Captain, what is Lin Xiao doing? Suwon couldn't help but voice her doubt. That guy is learning a martial skill at a time like this? Is he crazy? The horde of zombies had now reached him. They roared fiercely, preparing to take his life. At that moment, Lin Xiao opened his eyes. His gaze was sharp. A light emanated from them. He immediately raised his weapon and attacked. His power had now reached a new level. Come on! Torrential Pear Blossom! As soon as he shouted, 2 of them were hit and sent flying. Seeing this, Lin Xiao was still not satisfied. Only 3 thrusts. Too few. Still not fast enough. With that, he exerted himself. He raised a spear. No. Again. Lin Xiao relentlessly used his Storm of Pear Blossoms technique to attack the horde of monsters. But looking at the spears he launched, he was extremely dissatisfied, yelling out loud, 3 spears again. Damn it. That's not good enough. He unleashed the Storm of Pear Blossoms once more. Lin Xiao's crazed laughter echoed amidst the zombies. 4 spears now, still not enough. Seeing this, Jin Hai's eyes went wide. Not only is that guy learning a martial skill in the middle of a battle, but he's mastering it at an insane speed. Z1, swinging her sword, said, so what if it's a martial skill card? He's mastering it through relentless combat. Looking at the young man before them, they couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. It's probably because he's so damn crazy that his strength is already this terrifying at such a young age. Seeing Lin Xiao's extraordinary skill, Ziwen's own fighting spirit surged. She yelled to her comrades, we can't let a high school kid show us up. Let's go. Hearing that, everyone's morale and determination skyrocketed. Even if we can't match that monster, we can't fall too far behind. Go, let's give it our all. The spears Lin Xiao launched became more numerous, more powerful. The zombie leader was pushed back, but it was still unharmed. Its anger was growing. Seeing this, he grew anxious. 5 spears again. Is 5 spears really my current limit? But then, a confident smile spread across his face. He pointed at his opponent, challenging him. Whatever. My level just isn't high enough yet. Next up, it's your turn. With that, Lin Xiao shot forward with incredible speed. The spear in his hand crackled with lightning. He began to summon the Storm of Pear Blossoms. The zombie leader had no time to react. It could only take the hit. It was sent flying backward. The spears continued to strike it, but they seemed to have no effect. Lin Xiao was stunned. What? A demonic grin spread across the creature's face. Its eyes glowed brightly. Veins bulged on its face. He couldn't believe his eyes. Damn it. Has this monster already fully evolved? He backed away, propping himself up with one hand, incredibly frustrated. Even though its combat power isn't as high as that other Tier 3 monster, it has a special ability. Damn, its defense is insane. The monster's entire body began to glow. It smiled confidently. Its information appeared. Tier 3 Jiangshi Leader. Absorbed a Tier 3 Oddity Crystal. Evolution complete. Characteristics. Rapid movement. Sharp claws. Can summon Tier 1, 2, and 3 Jiangshi. Special ability. Tough armor. Combat power. 805 face-to-face. Lin Xiao found himself in a difficult situation. Damn, what do I do now? But the zombie leader was incredibly smug. The 2 of them instantly charged at each other. Neither would back down. As Lin Xiao brandished his weapon, the zombie raised its sharp claws, leaping up, intending to crush him. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick. He instantly jumped back, escaping the danger. He knew this wouldn't be an easy fight. He continued to calculate his next move. If I don't take out this leader quickly, it'll summon more Jiangshi. Then things will get even harder to handle. No choice. I have to use that skill. And with that, Lin Xiao's power began to erupt. Unlike the blue energy from before, this power surged with a red aura. It looked incredibly formidable. The others saw it from a distance. Ziwen frowned. What's going on? That kid's aura just spiked. Jin Hai couldn't understand it either. What is this? Now Lin Xiao's face was filled with a deathly aura. His eyes were blood red. He uttered a chilling threat. You could block the weak version of my storm. So let's see you handle the berserk version. He put all his strength into a single thrust of his spear. Storm of Pear Blossoms. With no time to react, the zombie leader took the full force of the attack. It was immediately impacted. Seeing this, he let out a smirk. It's working. In that moment, it felt as if he could clearly sense the connection between his mind and heart. Energy coursed through his body. He thought to himself, strange. Entering the berserk state, all my abilities have increased, and it feels like my spear and I've become one. Lin Xiao took his stance, his entire body emitting a deadly energy. In that case, he thrust his spear with immense force. True essence. The zombie leader was helpless. It was completely overwhelmed. All it could do was raise its arms to defend itself. Storm of pear blossoms. The spear strikes like 1,000 arrows, instantly, slammed into the monster, piercing right through it. Witnessing this, Ziwen was stunned. How was that possible? Even though it was only a single spear this time, its power was even greater than the 5-spear version. Lin Xiao stood there, looking cool and composed. The monster's obliterated corpse behind him. A system notification followed. Tier 3 Jiangshi leader eliminated. Received 8,000 experience points. Congratulations, host. You have successfully reached level 13. Looking at his achievement, he couldn't help but feel happy. Awesome. I leveled up again. System. Convert all 13 potential points to strength. After allocating the points, he turned around with the face of a grim reaper and looked at the horde of monsters behind him. Now, I can probably wipe them all out with a single breath. Thanks to Lin Xiao's help, everyone quickly finished off the remaining zombies. System notifications appeared one after another. Tier 2 Jiangshi eliminated. Received 2,000 experience points. Tier 2 Jiangshi eliminated. Received 2,000 experience points. In just a moment, the ground was littered with the corpses of the slain monsters. Everyone looked at their accomplishment with happiness, unable to hide their excitement. It's been a while since I've had such a satisfying fight. I feel like my weapon has gotten stronger. Another person added, if Lin Xiao hadn't taken care of that Jiangshi leader this time, I'm afraid we'd still be struggling right now. Someone shouted, thanks, little brother Lin Xiao. He was now exhausted, panting heavily. It's nothing. We're all brothers in arms who've been through life and death together. Z1, standing beside him, was extremely curious. Lin Xiao, are you okay? Your strength suddenly spiked just now. Did you use some kind of drug? That kind of thing isn't easy to use. It's bound to have side effects. He just laughed and waved his hand. I'm fine. I didn't use any drugs. It's just one of my martial skills. Even so, she still had questions. When you were fighting the Jiangshi leader, after your strength increased, you were only able to use a single spear. But why was that single move from the same martial skill so incredibly powerful? He thought for a moment, then replied, I'm not sure either. At that moment, it felt like I had become one with the silver soul spear. Hearing this, Ziwen was completely shocked. Could it be you've grasped its true essence? Lin Xiao repeated the name. True essence, she explained seriously. It's when you cultivate a martial skill and your comprehension reaches a certain level, allowing you to unleash the skill's greatest potential. For example, with even the lowest level bronze martial skill, if you can grasp its true essence, you can unleash power comparable to a silver tier martial skill. She continued, but grasping the true essence isn't easy. It requires the martial artist to have an extremely deep understanding of the skill, and you also need a bit of luck. You could say that out of 1,000 people who cultivate the same skill to the Grandmaster level, the number who can grasp its true essence can be counted on one hand. Hearing this, a joyful expression appeared on his face. He gazed intently at his spear. Awesome. If I've really grasped the true essence of Storm of Pear Blossoms, doesn't that mean I can unleash the power of a gold tier martial skill? Ziwen didn't ask any more questions. She turned and gave orders to the others. All right, everyone. It's getting late. Tonight, we'll rest in this building. They quickly agreed. That night, they gathered around campfire, roasting a huge piece of meat. Someone said excitedly, I never knew tier 3 hyena dog meat tasted so good. Ziwen then asked, it seems you've never trained in the wild before, have you? While Lin Xiao was tearing into a piece of meat, she calmly continued, the meat of these evolved beasts is actually very delicious. Plus, it's free of any diseases or viruses. Suddenly, he turned and asked, by the way, squad leader, do you know about the sanctuary? She looked at him with suspicion. The sanctuary? You mean Sanctuary Academy? One of the 5 great academies. The academy for the most powerful martial artists. Sanctuary Academy. Every single martial artist there is on par with the geniuses from the other academies. He chewed thoughtfully. So, The sacred domain is just an academy? Ziwen held up 2 fingers. The minimum admission requirement for the Sacred Domain Academy is a Tier 2 high school martial artist. Someone gasped in shock. A Tier 2 martial artist? My God, I'm 25 and still just a Tier 1. His teammate, sitting next to him, also looked bewildered. As expected of a super-tier martial arts academy, the requirements are so strict. An ordinary person could never get in. Lin Xiao's thoughts drifted to Luo Yu. Tier 2, huh? Is it really that hard? With the system, reaching Tier 2 is just a matter of time. I wonder when I'll be able to reach a high-tier martial artist level and stand before that little girl. I'm curious to see the surprised look on her face. The group had now moved to a desolate, abandoned neighborhood. Ziwen led the way. She briefed everyone as they walked. Our mission is to take charge of the deeper parts of Area 20. We just need to kill the zombies and evolved beasts in the central area. Then this mission will be complete. Li Yi's face was filled with alarm. He pointed ahead. Captain, look, what kind of monster is that? Following his finger, everyone saw a creature. A bizarre creature was crawling on the wall of the building in front of them. System information appeared. Zombie. Tier 2 reptilian type. Traits. Extremely fast. Skilled at clean being. Sharp claws. Carries a virus. Those bitten will be infected and mutate into a reptilian type zombie. Combined strength. 780. The reptilians crawling all over the walls were a terrifying sight. Someone spoke up to reassure the others. These are Tier 2 reptilian-type zombies. They're good at climbing walls and ceilings. As he spoke, he raised his gun and took aim. The speed of these zombies is snail-like. Nothing to be afraid of. Seeing this, Lin Xiao quickly warned, "Careful. Don't shoot yet." But it was too late. The bullet flew. The zombie easily dodged it. The shooter was now horrified. It actually dodged a fatal shot in an instant. Lin Xiao's expression was also grim. These reptilians are not simple. Their speed is actually incredibly fast. Seeing this, Li Yi turned and asked, if their speed is so fast, then why do they look like they're moving so slowly? Lin Xiao's eyes remained fixed on the monster. It's probably a deliberate tactic to lure in prey, playing the pig to eat the tiger. The reptilian zombie had followed the path of the bullet. It spotted the group of people below. Suddenly, a horde of zombies crawled down the wall and leaped to the ground. Seeing the critical situation, everyone immediately prepared for battle. Ziwen gave the order. We've alerted them. Prepare to fight. The reptilian zombies charged forward. Their eyes were savage with hunger. They flicked their long tongues. The order to fire was given immediately. Everyone unleashed a volley of shots at the monsters. Many of them couldn't dodge and were hit, but many others gracefully slipped past. Seeing the perilous situation, Ziwen immediately grabbed her weapon and charged forward. She shouted, "Everyone be careful. The reptilian speed is very fast. Get close to them and use your knives." As she spoke, she immediately unleashed her technique. Void Ren. She defeated the enemy with a cool and collected demeanor. Seeing this, everyone else charged forward as well. Suddenly, a zombie lunged down from above. It targeted a distracted teammate. "Watch out!" It swooped down and bit him on the neck. He only had time to let out a single cry. Ziwen heard the commotion. Witnessing the scene, she couldn't help but scream. Adon! At that moment, countless reptilian zombies leaped down one after another. People screamed, "Look out above!" The hideous monsters rained down. Everyone had to fight amidst panic and fear. On his side, Lin Xiao also had to face multiple monsters at once. The situation was not easy. Seeing the unfavorable turn of events, he immediately called out to Ziwen, "Captain, I suggest we retreat to a more open area so they can't attack us from above." She heard him and quickly replied, "Got it." The group immediately began to retreat. Ziwen gave the order, "Go! We're pulling back to the park we just passed." "A loud Roger," was the reply. They quickly ran towards the park. The situation was now extremely dire. The group formed a circle. Surrounding them was a horde of monsters. They were vastly outnumbered. Ziwen held her sword tightly. She shouted, "If you don't want to die, then fight for your lives and kill them." They roared, "Kill!" Then they charged into the horde of monsters. Some time passed. The battle was over. Everyone was exhausted. Some had collapsed to the ground. Someone lamented, "I can't believe we killed so many reptilian zombies." Li was also out of breath. "Is it over?" "I think so." Someone else whined. Whatever. I'm just going to lie here. Lin Xiao hastily drank some water. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, I'm dead tired. If it weren't for the huge amount of experience points, only a ghost would sell their labor to kill monsters. Suddenly, an attack came from out of nowhere. Lin Xiao sensed the hidden weapon and turned. He swiftly ducked. He dodged the attack smoothly. Then he whipped around, swinging his weapon. Lin Xiao's counterattack immediately sent the stranger who had just caused trouble flying. Lin Xiao's counterattack immediately sent the stranger who had just caused trouble flying. It was a white-haired man in a hooded cloak. His eyes were blood red. He gave Lin Xiao a sinister smile. Your reaction speed is quick, kid. The information appeared. Tier 3 warrior, shadowless. Proficient with daggers. Techniques, evasion, assassination. He raised his weapon threateningly as he interrogated him. Who are you? The white-haired man showed no fear. He still spoke with a murderous tone. A dead man has no need to know my name. Everyone saw the commotion. They immediately surrounded him. Ziwen shouted, Who are you? You dare to attack a soldier of the Federation? He remained calm. My target is him. It has nothing to do with you. If you don't want to die, then get lost. Ziwen grew increasingly angry. He is a Federation soldier under my command. Killing him means you are opposing the Federation military. He just flicked his wrist. He had already unleashed 2 slashes. You want to die? Ziwen also launched her attack. Void Ren. The 2 attacks collided. It created a huge explosion. But the other man's power was too strong. She was immediately sent flying. Everyone was horrified and shouted, Captain! Then they all charged forward together. Their voices filled with rage. You dare to hit our captain. Let's get him, brothers. The other man immediately used a skill. Silver martial skill. Rapid vortex. A vortex with immense destructive power formed around him. Everyone was immediately hit by the whirlwind. They could only endure it. This guy is too strong. Damn it. He must be a tier 3 warrior. Lin Xiao saw that the situation was not looking good, and in a flash, he was seen running into the abandoned building. The assassin saw this with a hint of contempt. A cowardly kid, and yet he doesn't care about the safety of his teammates. Running away on his own? He smiled that terrifying smile again. His eyes gleamed with a murderous light. But, did you really think you could run? The soldiers stared blankly at the empty space before them. Damn it, who the hell was that guy? Ziwen struggled to speak. That man's strength is immense. Captain, a soldier shouted. Ziwen continued. Lin Xiao, fighting him alone, is definitely no match for him. Jinhai heard this and shouted, Captain, then what are we waiting for? Are we just going to stand here and watch? Lin Xiao didn't want us to get hurt. That's why he deliberately led that expert away. Su Wen tightened her grip on her sword. Nonsense. Of course, I can't just stand by and watch. Veins popped out on her forehead. She made up her mind. You dare to touch my people in front of me. A soldier of Star City? I'll definitely make him pay. The expert landed in an open area. He had caught up to Lin Xiao. Kid, let's see where you can run now. Lin Xiao retorted. Who said I was trying to run? He challenged him with contempt. I was just looking for a place with no one around to bother us, while I butcher you. Lin Xiao's words successfully enraged the expert. Arrogant. You arrogant little brat. I'll chop you into 8 pieces. Ignoring his rage, Lin Xiao calmly asked, Did the Tang family send you to kill me? The expert immediately admitted it. So what if they did? And so what if they didn't? A dead man is going to go to the Tang family for revenge. Lin Xiao tightened his grip on his weapon. You've got a point. I actually do have that in mind. But before that, I have to take care of you first. As he finished speaking, he swung his spear at him with lightning speed. The spear was only millimeters away from the expert's face. It made his eyes widen. So fast. However, he still managed to dodge Lin Xiao's attack and quickly circle behind him. A hint of worry flickered across the expert's face. This kid, in that instant, erupted with such killing intent and fighting spirit. It actually made me hesitate. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, was equally surprised by his speed. Such a bizarre way of dodging. Could it be the rare, traceless movement skill? Lin Xiao prepared to strike again. Damn it, this feeling is unsettling. He immediately swung his spear. At the same time, Lin Xiao attacked. The expert also charged forward to attack with lightning speed. Both of them wished they could kill the other instantly. Lin Xiao leaned to the side and dodged one of his punches. The expert swung his arm again, but Lin Xiao reacted in time. He immediately ducked down. He avoided his surprise attack. Lin Xiao gathered his strength, planting his feet firmly. Then he unleashed a powerful blow towards the expert. The blow sent him flying. Dust billowed around. The expert was surprised. I didn't expect you to have some strength. Too bad. This will never be enough. As he spoke, he spun his 2 daggers. He leaped up high, nearly 10 meters in the air. It left Lin Xiao stunned. Silver tier, martial skill. Falling petal slash. Take this. Countless blade lights with terrifying power were unleashed. They rained down on Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao looked at the blade lights flying towards his face. His eyes didn't waver. To be able to unleash so many blade lights in such a short time is very similar to my torrential pear blossom. No, some of these blade lights are real and some are fake. Not all of them are killing blows. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao immediately launched a counterattack. Let me show you what a real killing blow looks like. Torrential pear blossom. The 2 massive streams of power immediately collided. They created an explosion with great destructive force. It sent dust flying everywhere. The expert also landed on the ground, facing Lin Xiao. He sneered nonstop. This move of yours. I've already seen it before. When you were slaughtering those zombies. I was watching for a long time. A dignified 3rd-tier martial artist. Having to put in so much effort to deal with a 1st-tier martial artist is truly pathetic. The expert continued to attack Lin Xiao relentlessly. The 2 of them clashed, one attacking, the other defending. Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. Your 1 spear becomes 4 trick is useless against me. Lin Xiao gathered his strength and attacked. Torrential pear blossom. The expert continued to taunt him. He dodged his attack. I told you, it's useless. Useless. A glint appeared in his eyes. He immediately launched an attack at Lin Xiao. Silver tier martial skill. Dual dagger assassination. Lin Xiao couldn't block his attack. He was stabbed in both shoulders. The killing blow that the assassin unleashed had considerable force. It pinned Lin Xiao to the corner of the wall. Being stabbed in both shoulders, combined with the hard impact on his back, made Lin Xiao grit his teeth and cry out. The expert laughed sinisterly, as if he was sure of his victory. I've won. Faced with his confidence, Lin Xiao retorted, not necessarily. At that moment, the expert looked down in stunned silence. He didn't know when he had been injured. Blood was soaking his chest. He couldn't help but be surprised. No, impossible. I clearly dodged your 1-second, 4-thrust move. Hearing him say that, Lin Xiao gave a contemptuous smile. I knew you were there a long time ago, so I intentionally held back. During the fight, I only used 4 thrusts. Who told you I can only do 4 thrusts? As long as someone is nearby, the system will immediately display that person's stats. I cannot see it. He continued. Actually, I could do 5 thrusts in 1 second. That last one was for you. The expert couldn't believe his ears. He gritted his teeth in anger, but could only weakly utter, "You despicable." The system's voice rang out. Assassinated. A 3rd-tier martial artist. Reward, 120,000 experience points. At that moment, the expert also collapsed to the ground. Goodbye. Lin Xiao said his final farewell to him. The wound the expert had inflicted made him cough constantly. Congratulations, host. You have successfully leveled up to level 14. The system's voice rang out again. Host, Lin Xiao. Level, 14. Strength. Body, 80. Speed, 60. Overall combat power. 1st tier. Martial artist. Inner chi accumulation. Not on 100. Skills, Analysis. Rage. Remaining potential points, 14. Lin Xiao looked at the stats screen in front of him. Lavo Lapurgin. Then he gave the system an order. System. Of the 14 potential points, add 4 to strength, and add 10 to body. Lin Xiao frowned. He was still holding his wound. Although leveling up has restored my stamina and health points, the wounds from those 2 daggers are still bleeding nonstop. He pulled out the expert's dagger and tossed it aside. I need to stop the bleeding quickly. Suddenly, from a distance, someone's voice called out. They kept calling his name. Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao. Are you okay? Captain Su led her teammates over. Seeing this, Lin Xiao was a little touched. These guys are really my brothers. Facing a 3rd-tier martial artist, they still dare to come. As he finished his thought, he couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed. Seeing this, the captain shouted with worry, "Lin Xiao." A campfire was lit as the sky turned dark. Lin Xiao lay in his tent, drowsily opening his eyes. When he lifted the tent flap and went outside, someone asked, "Lin Xiao, you're awake?" Suwon walked over with a bowl of porridge in her hand and asked, "How are you? Are you okay?" Lin Xiao took the bowl of porridge and replied, "I'm fine, thank you." She said again, "Don't be so formal. We're all brothers here." He also walked over and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "This kid actually dared to kill Zi Wu. That's a third-tier martial artist." Jinhai stood at a distance with his arms crossed and praised him. "One of the assassins of Star City. You're going to get a big reward for this when we get back." Seeing this, Suwon also added, "Both of your arms are injured. Although we've applied medicine, it will still take some time for you to move them, so we've decided to stay here for one day. Rest well, and then we'll continue our mission." Lin Xiao tried to lift his hand and saw that it was still trembling. "Thanks." Outside, all the monsters have been dealt with. 1 month later, Li Yi, walking at the back of the team, asked, "Have we dealt with all of them?" Jinhai, leading the way, replied as if cheering, "We finally escaped from the jaws of death." He wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked, "I wonder what other bad luck will run in next year." Suwon sheathed her sword and said with a smile, "This time, if it wasn't for Lin Xiao, our entire team might have been wiped out." Li Yi and Jinhai walked up to Lin Xiao, patting him on the shoulder and praising him. "That's right. Our junior is really amazing. Lin Xiao. From now on, we're brothers who have been through thick and thin together. If you ever need anything, just ask. Don't be shy." He also replied with great enthusiasm, "If we're brothers, then I won't be polite." Suddenly, a voice from a distance caught the attention of the three of them. "It's the Alliance Army." A group of strangers approached. Their leader spoke up. "Now, I remember. It's that time of year again, the annual zombie and evolved beast wave." Wong sneered, picking his teeth with a toothpick. "Looks like you've got a decent haul there. Need us big brothers to help you collect your spoils?" On high alert, Ziwin questioned them. "You know we're Alliance soldiers, and you still dare to mess with us? Who gave you the guts?" Lin Xiao quickly used his skill to scan their identities. Wang Can, Tier 1 martial artist. Li Dong, Tier 1 martial artist. Si Chong, Tier 1 martial artist. Kai Zikuan, Tier 1 martial artist. Ma Dongmei, Tier 1 martial artist. He was startled when he saw the last person. Zhu Xiaoyu, Tier 3 martial artist. Specialty, greatsword. Lin Xiao quickly turned to report. "Squad leader, be careful. One of them is a Tier 3 martial artist." Zhu Xiaoyu charged forward aggressively. "Enough talk. This is getting annoying." Seeing this, Lin Xiao also got into a fighting stance. "He's coming for me." He pointed his greatsword right at Lin Xiao's face and said, "I only want this kid. The rest of you can have everything else." Ziwin frowned, recognizing him. "He's the lone wolf Zhu Xiaoyu." Jinhai cried out to her in alarm. "Squad leader, are you talking about the lone wolf who massacred an entire battalion?" Ziwin drew her sword and replied, "Who else could it be? All of my comrades died by his blade. No wonder he dared to challenge us, even knowing we're Alliance soldiers." Seeing their reaction, Zhu Xiaoyu let out a cruel laugh. "Killing you Alliance soldiers is no different to me than killing dogs." Hearing such insults, a vein popped on her forehead. Ziwin screamed, "I'm going to kill you." But Lin Xiao stepped in front of her. "Squad leader, leave him to me." She was a bit stunned. Lin Xiao. He faced Zhu Xiaoyu and said, "Zhu Xiaoyu, you're also one of the people who massacred the Tang family, right? Good, but I've already taken care of one of your comrades." He slammed his great sword into the ground. "Don't lump me in with that idiot." Then Zhu Xiaoyu charged, even though we're both Tier 3. As he finished speaking, his blade came crashing down on Lin Xiao. Our strengths are worlds apart. Lin Xiao quickly leaped back, silently sizing up his opponent. "That greatsword is definitely much stronger than my silver soul. Looks like his strength is not to be underestimated." Zhu Xiaoyu swung his sword again. Seeing the intense clash between the two, Ziwin turned and ordered, "Brothers, take care of these rats. Then go help Lin Xiao. If they're with Zhu Xiaoyu, then don't blame us for being merciless." The two sides charged at each other, shouting, "Charge! Kill them all!" Meanwhile, Lin Xiao was on a counterattack. He continuously used his spear techniques to attack him. But Zhu Xiaoyu just sneered, like an egg hitting a rock. If you'd mastered a dozen or so consecutive spear strikes, you might have had a chance of hurting me. What a pity. Then he raised his blade and began to gather his energy. Let me show you what a true martial skill looks like. His voice echoed from behind Lin Xiao. Now, silver tier, martial skill. A beautiful, clean slash was unleashed. Lin Xiao struggled to defend, thinking to himself, Crescent Moon Slash, an incredibly powerful move. His eyes had now turned gold. The attack seemed to have passed right through Lin Xiao. Ziwen turned in horror. Oh no, Lin Xiao. Jinhai panicked as well. Brother Lin Xiao. Seeing no movement, Zhu Xiaoyu chuckled and asked, Is he dead? From within the smoke, Lin Xiao's figure still stood firm. Seeing him still standing, though injured, made him think, this kid is tougher than he looks. But Lin Xiao was thinking something else. If I hadn't activated Berserk in time, I would have been sliced in two. He realized this as well and seized the opportunity to charge forward. You dare use a forbidden drug? But it doesn't matter. This just makes the fight more interesting. This time, even with all his strength, Lin Xiao was still pushed back. He frowned, thinking, even after using Berserk, I still can't withstand his power. He must be at the peak of Tier 3. Zhu Xiaoyu raised his blade to strike again, saying, the kid's still fighting back. He once again gathered power in his hands. Then try this on for size. Lin Xiao's brow furrowed in recognition. Oh no, that aura. Then he charged, slashing rapidly at him. Zhu Xiaoyu bared his teeth in a cruel grin. Now, here it comes. First slash. Lin Xiao struggled to defend himself. In the end, he was still sent flying. Lin Xiao slammed into a wall, sending dust everywhere. He coughed from the pain. Trembling, Lin Xiao forced himself to stand, thinking, even the astral meteorite, or that makes up the silver soul, has a crack in it. That move was just too powerful. Suddenly, Zhu Xiaoyu struck again. This time, the power he gathered was even stronger than before. He raised his spear, frowning. Damn it, I can't believe he was hiding this side of himself. Looks like I have no choice but to test the power of this move. Then Lin Xiao tried again. He shouted with excitement. That move of yours is useless. Lin Xiao's eyes glowed brightly. He said, don't be so sure. There's still this. As he counterattacked, Lin Xiao thought, after a month of nonstop combat, I've successfully developed 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix to a power comparable to a silver tier martial skill. I also discovered that if I fuse Berserk Pear Blossom with 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, it will create an incredibly powerful synergistic attack. Zhu Xiaoyu's eyes widened in shock when he saw the attack. A massive explosion followed, shaking everything. Lin Xiao was once again slammed into a wall. Zhu Xiaoyu's clothes were in tatters. That was a powerful move. His blade glowed an even more intense red. Too bad my calamity's 3 consecutive slashes can absorb the power of others to grow stronger. Zhu Xiaoyu sneered. That last strike of yours was strong. So my third slash will be exponentially stronger. Then he mimicked the move Lin Xiao had just used. Lin Xiao felt the ground shake and thought, this slash is too strong. He gritted his teeth, thinking of the worst-case scenario. Am I really going to die? Then he told himself, I can't die. Suddenly, Lin Xiao's entire being was pulled into a strange space. He wondered, this feeling is back again. Could this be a hallucination before death? Or is it because I used Berserk, and all my body's attributes have increased? He realized in his mind, allowing me to become one with the spear. Then Lin Xiao grasped the spear and shouted. He returned to reality, spinning his spear continuously. Let me show you what the real storm of pear blossoms looks like. After speaking, Lin Xiao shot forward at supersonic speed. He passed right through Zhu Xiaoyu's body and stopped a short distance behind him. Zhu Xiaoyu mumbled, how can this be? I can't believe that move. He coughed up blood, still in disbelief. Could it be? True essence. The system then displayed a notification. Eliminate. Tier 3 Martial Artist. Receive 180,000 experience points. Congratulations, host, for reaching level 15. Lin Xiao realized this as his body collapsed. I've reached level 15. He collapsed right after defeating his enemy. Afterward, the team departed, taking refuge on their airship. Lin Xiao sat up in pain. Z1, who was sitting by his bed, was overjoyed. "You're awake. You've been unconscious for a day." He rubbed his head and asked Squad Leader, "Are we on the airship?" She handed him a card. "That's right. The mission is over. This is for you." He took the card, confused. "What is this?" The card glinted as Z when explained. "There are 3 million credits in this card. It's your reward for killing Zhu Xiaoyu. I collected it for you." Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. "Thank you. With this money, I can get some new equipment." Ziwen crossed her arms, looking annoyed. "I helped you so much. Running around everywhere, not just to get a simple thank you from you. You really are clueless." He rubbed his head, flustered, and asked, Yes, Squad Leader. How would you like me to thank you?" Suddenly, Ziwen touched his hand and said, "WL, it's also my fault for not being more direct." She leaned in and whispered, "How about you repay me with your body?" Lin Xiao immediately refused. I'm still a student. I don't want to get into a relationship so soon." Ziwen heard that and froze, completely speechless. He quickly changed the subject. "So, Captain, what's the date today?" She replied, "The 20th. "What?" Lin Xiao hastily jumped out of bed. "It's the 20th already? Today are the final exams. If I don't get back soon, I'm in big trouble." Ziwen waved her hand dismissively. "No need to rush. It's only 4 in the morning right now. We can be back in Sacred Star City in 2 hours. Sacred Star City. Special transport vehicle. Everyone had disembarked from the airship and was reporting in. Squad 1. 8 dead, 2 survivors. Squad 2. 6 dead, 4 survivors. Squad 3. 7 dead, 3 survivors. Squad 4. Lin Xiao watched as a figure slowly walked out of the headquarters. Qin Chong presented each person with a medal, praising them. "This cleansing mission, 9 dead, 1 survivor. You've all worked hard. The higher-ups have decided to promote each of you with a medal." The soldier who received the medal shouted, "Thank you, sir." Lin Xiao stood behind, looking at the medal and thinking, only Federation military personnel get medals. I heard each medal has a unique code. Medal holders receive many privileges. Even the police department doesn't dare to mess with them. Then, Qin Chong came to stand in front of him. "Kid, you made the greatest contribution to this mission. Thanks to you, Squad 10 had the highest survival rate. Not only that, you single-handedly dealt with a Tier 3 canine beast, a Tier 3 zombie leader. Even Ingzi Wu and Zhu Xiaowu were no match for you. This will represent your glorious achievements." At the stadium, the sun shone brightly. The students in the stands cheered enthusiastically. An announcement came over the speakers. The final exams have now officially begun. 12 to 20 students were called to the arena to compete. In another corner, Lin Xiao's teacher was extremely anxious. The tension and worry were clearly visible on his face. It was obvious even at a glance. He thought to himself, why hasn't Lin Xiao appeared yet? He's already missed the written exam. If he doesn't make it to the final practical exam, he'll be expelled. By my calculations, the Federation soldiers should have returned yesterday. Could he have died in the line of duty? No. He'll definitely come back alive. Yang Tian, standing next to him, noticed his teacher's restless gaze and spoke up. Teacher Lao, where exactly did Lin Xiao go for his experience? It's been a month, and he's still not back? Teacher Lao's face was stern. He turned to Yang Tian and said, let's wait a little longer. Down in the competition arena, a fierce battle was taking place. One contestant was sent flying by their opponent. The commotion startled both Yang Tian and his teacher from their conversation. Medical staff quickly rushed to the person who had been thrown. They helped the loser onto a stretcher to be treated. The announcer declared the winner. Number 208, Tang Tian wins. Seeing the announcer call the winner's name as Tang Tian, the crowd erupted in excited chatter. Tang Tian actually defeated Lei Liang, nicknamed Thunder Tiger, the guy who's ranked 98th on the strategy board. It looks like he completely crushed his opponent. Is Tang Tian really that strong now? I heard Tang Tian returned from the path of death. My God, that's a place with a 1 in 10 survival rate. No wonder Tang Tian reeks of blood. The host continued to call out the names for the next match. Next up, number 1024, Lin Xiao. Please proceed to Arena 15 for your match. Teacher Lao and Yang Tian heard Lin Xiao's name and were a mix of surprised and worried. Yang Tian asked Teacher Lao, is it Lin Xiao's turn already? Teacher Lao replied anxiously, Why isn't that kid here yet? He's worrying me to death. With Lin Xiao yet to enter the competition area, the host confirmed again, number 1024. Is Lin Xiao present? At that moment, Lin Xiao's opponent for this match, Chun Xiao, had already entered the ring. As he waited for Lin Xiao, he thought to himself, the guy who managed to beat Tang Tian. I wanted to see just how strong he is. I didn't expect him to be too scared to show up. The host confirmed one more time, number 1024. Is Lin Xiao present? Please proceed to Arena 15 for your match immediately. The 10-second countdown begins now. If you're not in the arena after 10 seconds, you will be considered to have forfeited the match. Lin Xiao is here. He replied to the host. No need to trouble yourself with the countdown. I'm here. As he spoke, he leaped down from above. When he landed, the stands once again erupted in a frenzy. The audience roared, Lin Xiao. It's Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's appearance lifted a huge weight off teacher Lao's shoulders. He said with relief, that brat finally showed up. Seeing Lin Xiao, Yang Tian's worries also vanished. He commented, this kid loves to make a grand, late entrance. Of all the things to learn, he had to learn how to be a show-off. Lao Yang, standing next to Yang Tian, stroked his chin. He stared thoughtfully at Lin Xiao for a moment and said, it's been over a month. It seems Lin Xiao has gotten even stronger. Tang Tian, the winner of the previous match, was surprised to see Lin Xiao appear and wondered to himself, Lin Xiao, he's still alive after the Light's stronghold incident. Then his expression turned menacing. The veins on his face bulged. His pupils constricted. His face darkened. He continued in a sinister tone, but it's good that he's back. This time, I'll definitely kill him myself. Lin Xiao and Chun Xiao had entered the competition area. They stood face to face. The host stood between them and counted down to start the match. Both sides get ready. Chun Xiao, with a dismissive tone and a smug look, said to Lin Xiao, so you're Lin Xiao? The useless one. At the bottom of class 29, right? Don't think you can be my opponent just because you got lucky and beat Tang Tian. In response to Chun Xiao's contempt, Lin Xiao was not to be outdone. He raised his little finger. With a confident look, he retorted, your rank on the school strategy board is only in the hundreds, isn't it? That level is nothing in my eyes. Hearing Lin Xiao's dismissal of him, Chun Xiao grew angry. His brow furrowed. His eyes widened. His pupils constricted. At that moment, the host gave the signal. He shouted, ready, set, go. The moment the host finished the command, Chun Xiao charged straight at Lin Xiao, weapon in hand. As he swung his blade, he yelled, die. Just die. Lin Xiao didn't dodge. He stood his ground. He confidently blocked Chun Xiao's attack. Chun Xiao had put a lot of force into his strike, but Lin Xiao blocked it with ease. Without breaking a sweat, Chun Xiao was both furious and surprised. He bared his teeth and widened his eyes. When he saw Lin Xiao block his attack with his bare hands and with such a calm demeanor, without letting Chun Xiao strike again, Lin Xiao said to him, I can deal with you with my bare hands. Then, Lin Xiao kicked Chun Xiao. The kick looked light, but Chun Xiao screamed in agony. After the scream, Chun Xiao was sent flying. He slammed into the wall surrounding the competition area. Lin Xiao's last kick didn't seem to diminish Chun Xiao's fighting spirit. He wiped his face with his hand. As he wiped, he said, damn, you lowlife. Then he chanted an incantation, and flames erupted on his blade. Bronze martial skill. 9 forms of falling leaves. Chun Xiao charged at Lin Xiao with the flaming blade in his hand. It seemed this was the move Lin Xiao had been waiting for. When he saw Chun Xiao charging towards him, he remained calm. He even looked a little excited. All right, my turn. Lin Xiao's hand clenched into a fist. Blue, lightning-like sparks gathered around his hand. He took a deep breath and punched straight at Chun Xiao's flaming blade. The two techniques collided, creating a powerful shockwave. Chun Xiao was pushed back several steps, even though he had braced himself. Chun Xiao was somewhat surprised by the force of the last punch. Ugh, how is this guy's punch so strong? Not giving up, Chun Xiao attacked again. As he swung his blade, he shouted, damn it, to be looked down upon by a piece of trash. Just die. His expression was murderous. If looks could kill, Lin Xiao would have been diced into 1,000 pieces by Chun Xiao's glare. Chun Xiao gathered his momentum and leaped high into the air. He held his blade high. He chanted, silver martial skill. plummeting 3,000 feet. Seeing Chun Zhao's technique, the stand were abuzz again. Someone eating popcorn while watching the match commented, "This is the skill. Plummeting 3,000 feet. It's unique to Chun Zhao." Another spectator behind the popcorn guy added, "I can't believe the first match has already forced Chun Zhao to use such a draining martial skill." The popcorn guy replied to the person behind him, "Haven't you noticed that Lin Xiao still hasn't used a weapon? He's only fighting with his bare hands." Another spectator next to the popcorn guy snorted, "Oomph. Lin Xiao is too arrogant. If he doesn't use a weapon soon, he's going to die a miserable death." After blocking one of Chun Zhao's moves, Lin Xiao clenched his fist and thought, "I'm starting to realize I really like these 9 forms and 13 forms moves. As long as I can dodge this attack, my rage gauge will keep filling up. Besides, there are only 1 or 2 matches a day. I don't have to worry about the rage gauge's cooldown time at all." He raised his fist to the sky. He chanted, gathering his power for a charged attack. Bursting fist. After the incantation, his fist was enveloped in blue lightning. This punch went straight for Chun Zhao, who was bringing his blade down on Lin. And this was the punch that defeated Chun Zhao. As Chun Zhao fell, the announcer declared the winner of match number 1024. Lin Xiao wins. The result of the match was announced. Teacher Luo was incredibly surprised. So this kid is actually that strong? He defeated Chun Zhao, who's ranked 150th on the combat strategy board, with his bare hands. Yang Tian, on the other hand, wasn't surprised like Teacher Luo. He was ecstatic. Yang Tian raised his hand in celebration, shouting, "Awesome, Lin Xiao." The match was over. A group of people came out to greet Lin Xiao. Leading them were Teacher Luo and Yang Tian. Teacher Luo saw Lin Xiao, and his first words were a welcome, "Lin Xiao. Welcome back." As for Yang Tian, he stepped forward about to sling his arm around Lin Xiao's shoulder, saying, "This kid doesn't know the meaning of modesty. He just got back, and he's already defeating opponents." Lin Xiao replied to Teacher Luo and Yang Tian, "Teacher Luo, it's the recklessness of youth. Young people should be a little wild." Yang Tian, both happy and curious, asked Lin Xiao, "So where did you run off to train for a month? You didn't even take your brother with you." Lin Xiao simply replied, "It was a very dangerous place. If I brought a hindrance like you along, wouldn't I just be asking for death?" Yang Tian jumped on Lin Xiao's back. He gently pressed down on his head. He playfully pushed him, saying, "What's this guy talking about? You dare to call me a hindrance? Are you looking to die?" Seeing his students still getting along so well, Teacher Luo smiled with satisfaction. Sitting in the stands, Lin Xiao rested his chin on one hand and crossed the other over his chest. Lin Xiao calculated in his head, "Last time, after defeating Zhou Jiaoyu, I passed out. I didn't get to see my level-up status." As he thought, he looked at the virtual screen in front of him. On the virtual screen were the system's stats and notifications. Host, Lin Xiao. Level, 15. Strength. Body, 89. Speed. Overall combat power. First tier. Soldier. Anger charge. Not on 100. Skills. I have analysis. Rage. Camouflage. Potential points, 15. Congratulations, host, for reaching level 15. Congratulations, host, for successfully reaching level 15. Obtained 1 lottery draw chance. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a new skill. Camouflage. Camouflage, after successful use, can conceal the strength of a soldier and appear as an ordinary person. Unless the opponent is 2 or more ranks higher, they will not be able to see through it. Note, can be activated or deactivated at any time. Congratulations, host, you have successfully unlocked the gene lock. Do you wish to activate the first tier gene lock? Lin Xiao looked at the long list of notifications from the system and couldn't help but curse in his head, "Holy crap. There are so many history logs, and I even got a new skill, camouflage. This is clearly telling me to pretend, to be weak to defeat the strong. System, it seems you've been reading too many web novels. So I can finally unlock the gene lock." On the system screen now was the notification to unlock the new skill. Do you wish to activate the first tier gene lock? Note, during the gene lock unlocking process, the mortality rate is over 10%. The coma rate is over 20%. The chance of unpredictable situations occurring is over 30%. After reading the notification, Lin Xiao's facial muscles twitched. Holy hell. So many uncertain factors. And there's even a more than 10% chance of direct death. What a scam. Fine. I'm not going to gamble with my life. Damn you, system. Add 15 potential points to strength first. As he was looking at the notifications and calculating, the announcer suddenly called out, Please proceed to Arena 13 for your match. After receiving the new skill from the system, Lin Xiao felt a sense of refreshment throughout his body. He exclaimed, "This feeling of power is so comfortable." Yang Tian, sitting next to him, heard the announcement and patted Lin Xiao's shoulder, saying, "Lin Xiao, it's your turn again. Good luck." At this moment, Zhang Lin, the guidance counselor of Starfall Academy, was sitting at the judge's table, observing the match. He couldn't help but marvel at Lin Xiao's strength. "I never thought this kid, Lin Xiao, would actually be able to complete the mission at Bright Base and come back alive. And his strength has increased so much. How am I going to explain this? To the Tang family? Let's have him fight the strongest opponent. And having him killed in the arena wouldn't be a bad idea, either. Oh, Lin Xiao, you shouldn't have provoked the Tang family." The notification screen displayed the information. Randomized draw list for the final exam finals. Number 202 Gue 2 Xian San versus number 104 Zhang Langbin. Number 114 Du by Gu versus number 154 Zheng Ai Min. Number 26 Hao Zheng Nan versus number 38 Lin Runheng. Number 826 Dong Yun De Fei versus number 715 Cheng Tong Air. Number 281 Lu Qiao versus number 111 Gong Yong. Number 302 Shan Ben Lanbo versus number 432 Fa Tong Chong. Yang Tian clenched his fists in anticipation. "I hope I get drawn against a new soldier. That way, I can easily win my first match." Lin Xiao didn't think so and replied, "Things are never that easy. As long as I don't have to face someone in the top 10 of the combat strategy board, I'll be grateful." Right after that, the notification screen displayed, number 1024, Lin Xiao versus number 8 Yi Gulin. Number 1023 Zhang Yi versus number 208 Tang Tian. Seeing this, he remained silent, while teacher Luo buried his face in his hands in despair. Lin Xiao was confused. Number 8, Yi Gulin. Yang Tian was dejected. "Damn it, how did you run into him in the first match? This guy is a third-year student. He's ranked 4th on the combat strategy board. I heard he frequently goes into dangerous areas, places where all sorts of corpses and evolved beasts coexist, to train. He has a wealth of practical combat experience, and his methods are extremely cruel." Zhang Yi, on the other hand, was dejectedly recounting old stories. "I'm up against Tang Tian in the first round. I heard that guy train on the path of death. His strength has long since broken through to the level of a first-tier soldier." At this moment, he walked over to encourage him and Lin Xiao. "Your opponents are not easy to deal with. Be careful." The two of them replied in unison, "Understood." In another corner, someone spoke up, drawing Zhang Lin's attention. "Mr. Yi has arrived." Immediately, everyone looked over excitedly. Mr. Yi, you're here." "Hello, Mr. Yi." Mr. Yi walked over and waved a greeting. "Hello." The middle-aged man smiled and introduced him. This time, Mr. Yi has come to see the strength of our Starfall Academy students firsthand. Then he glanced over and ordered Zhang Lin, "Teacher Zhang, go and get the files of the outstanding students. Let Mr. Yi take a look." The old man immediately raised his hand to stop him. "No rush. I'm very interested in these finals. Let's watch the competition first." A moment later, the announcer announced, "Number 1023, Zhang. Number 208, Tang Tian. Please enter Arena 15 for your match." Once in the arena, Tang Tian asked curiously, "You're in class 29? Zhang Yi confirmed, "That's right. Although you're very strong, I won't give up easily." He just looked excited and held out his hand, saying, "Is that so? You don't need to give up. Because with me here, everyone from class 29 will die." Hearing this, Tang Tian's face flushed with anger. "Oomph. Then let's see you try." Then he decisively attacked, but Tang Tian easily dodged it. Next, he even grabbed Zhang Yi's hand, preparing to counterattack. Tang Tian decisively pulled his arm back, causing Zhang Yi to cry out in pain. The sword in his hand also fell to the ground. At this moment, he still hadn't let go and sneered. "It's not over yet." Tang Tian spoke with an evil tone. I'm going to break your arms and legs. Suddenly, a voice rang out, drawing his attention. Stop! Lin Xiao bravely launched an attack at Tang Tian. He was quite surprised by his appearance. Lin Xiao. At this moment, he spoke decisively. Tang Tian, if you have a problem, come at me. Don't hurt my friends. Hearing this, Tang Tian got into a fighting stance and replied with a smile, Don't worry. When I face you, I'll break all of your arms and legs. Then he roared with rage. I'll make you suffer before I kill you. Remembering the past, Lin Xiao growled. I also have a debt to settle with you. When that time comes, even if your father comes, I'll make you wish you were dead. Just then, a teacher came out and shouted angrily, What class are you in? Don't you know? You're not allowed to interfere during a match. He retorted with a frown. You're the teacher. Do you want to see a student get beaten to death in the arena? His words left him speechless. The teacher still followed the rules and shouted, but that student hadn't lost yet. All right. Quickly, help that student to the doctor. Xiao Ruoxue and the other medics were present, urging little Lin Zi, hurry, help him down. As Zhang, he was being placed on the stretcher to be taken away, the announcer shouted, Number 208, Tang Tian wins. Now, Lin Xiao was curious and asked, I haven't seen you for the past few days. Hearing this question, she gave him a flirtatious look and asked, What's wrong? Did you miss me? Lin Xiao was stunned and let out a soft huh. Xiao Ruoxue rested her arm on his shoulder and explained, Today is the final match. The fights will definitely be more intense. I was worried about you, so I came here personally. The person on the stretcher trembled and held out his hand, calling out, Lin Xiao. But Zhang Yi refused to accept it, crying out, I can't accept this. I couldn't even take one hit from him. Even then, he didn't forget to warn him. Lin Xiao, if you go up against him, you have to be careful. Lin Xiao understood. Don't worry. Then, he turned his determined gaze to the arena. I'll get revenge for you. The tournament resumed as the announcer called out. Number 1024, Lin Xiao. Number 8, Yi Gulin. Please proceed to Arena 9 for your match. Hearing his name, Lin Xiao spoke. It's my turn. The people behind him cheered him on. Go for it, little Lin. You can do it. Be careful. Lin Xiao's stern gaze was fixed on Yi Gulin. Zhang Lin was still watching the tournament intently from the side. He now wore a confident and arrogant smile. Watching him walk up, Yi Gulin asked, So you're Lin Xiao? The one everyone's been talking about lately? Instantly, his status window appeared. Yi Gulin, Rank 2 Martial Artist. Specialty, War Axe. Overall Strategy Rating, 1,847. Seeing this, Lin Xiao thought to himself, a Rank 2 martial artist at only 18 years old. And even though he's Rank 2, his overall strategy rating isn't that far off from the Rank 3 martial artist, Zhu Jiaoyu. His opponent's strength made him a bit wary. As expected of the 4th-ranked genius on Starlight Academy's strategy board, everyone calls him the Tiger of Starlight. Very quickly, the announcer declared, Both sides prepare. Begin. Yi Gulin charged forward with his axe, exuding immense pressure. A single swing of his axe shattered the stone floor. Lin Xiao dodged to the side, silently assessing the situation. This arena is made of a special kind of stone. Its hardness is comparable to steel. He couldn't believe his eyes, and yet Yi Gulin shattered it with a single swing. After his missed attack, Yi Gulin spoke. Pretty quick on your feet, kid. He continued with extreme arrogance. But don't you worry. No matter how fast you are, I'll still smash your head in. As he spoke, Yi Gulin wiped the corner of his mouth. It won't hurt a bit. Yi Gulin's axe is too powerful. Can Lin Xiao withstand the next attack? Commentary echoed throughout the arena. Everyone was stunned by the power of Yi Gulin's axe as he smashed a hole in the arena floor. From a stands, Li Yuan looked down with satisfaction. He sneered. Lin Xiao versus Yi Gulin. He's dead for sure. This caught the attention of Xiao Ruoxue's group. Hearing this, she shot back angrily at Li Yuan. Shut your mouth. Just watch the match. Yang Tian, also annoyed, flipped him a friendly middle finger and added, The outcome is far from decided. There's no need to even watch. Lin Xiao is guaranteed to lose. Li Yuan crossed his arms and retorted smugly to Xiao Ruoxue. Full of certainty, he boasted, If Lin Xiao wins, I'll eat this entire arena. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoxue just gave him a cool glance. She said without a hint of fear, Fine. I'll be waiting to watch your live stream of you eating the arena. On the stage, Yi Guilin, holding the upper hand, leaped into the air. He raised his massive axe and brought it down on Lin Xiao, making him tense up in caution. The axe came crashing down, a thunderous sound. The special stone floor cracked and dented under the weight of the axe. Luckily, Lin Xiao had leaped to the side, dodging Yi Guilin's devastating blow. Lin Xiao seized the opportunity. Aiming his spear at Yi Guilin, he shot forward, hoping to land a hit. But his attack was useless against Yi Guilin. He easily deflected the spear with his axe and sneered. Looks like this kid hasn't eaten today. Lin Xiao held onto his spear. The aftershock from the heavy axe made his arm tremble. He frowned, thinking, I didn't expect the power of Yi Guilin's war axe to be this immense. He began to think of a way to fight back in this unfavorable situation. Can I only use Berserk? No. The cooldown on that skill is too long. His brows furrowed. Sweat dripped down his face, showing his hesitation and anxiety. The final rounds have just begun. I can't use it yet. I have to save it as my trump card for the very end. Just as he was lost in thought, his opponent moved like a phantom. The axe swung down from above, carrying a record-breaking, explosive force. A chilling wind cut through the air. He shouted with arrogant confidence, If this is all you've got, then you might as well lie down and die. He let out a sharp cry. All of his energy gathered in his arm. A swirling vortex of energy formed a circle around his dark spear. His eyes blazed. He braced himself against the pressure and violence from his opponent, waiting for the decisive moment to unleash his ultimate killing move. Storm of pear blossoms. His opponent froze. His eyes filled with shock. The sheer power before him made him unconsciously afraid. He frowned, his gaze fixed as if in a trance. Then, he was forced to grit his teeth and fight back. His body moved like a series of afterimages. But no matter how fast he was, Lin Xiao was faster. Every strike was sharp and decisive, as if cutting through space itself. In that moment, amidst the dense web of attacks, the dark spear in his hand suddenly shot forward like a bolt of lightning, piercing through his defenses and stabbing straight through his opponent's shoulder. He hissed, sweat pouring down like rain. His eyes, filled with panic, stared helplessly at the spear embedded in his body. The power hidden within the spear tip exploded, sending him flying backward. He was dragged across the ground, creating a deep trench amidst a cloud of dust. All he could do was endure it, his entire body trembling from the violent shock. Seeing this, his teammate beside him looked as if he'd been struck by lightning. His eyes widened, and he screamed in panic, his brow furrowed tightly, unable to believe what he was seeing. They shouted, Yi Guilin was stabbed by Lin Xiao. On the other side, a man stood with his arms crossed, his expression serious, but the corner of his mouth curled slightly, unable to hide a hint of ridicule. Xiao Ruoxue shook her head and laughed lightly, as if she were watching a comedy rather than a fight. She said, See? Who said Lin Xiao was guaranteed to lose? Have you figured out how you're going to eat the arena yet? Yi Guilin's friend sneered, his eyes revealing a hint of cunning and smugness. He let out a cold, disdainful snort. In his eyes, the match was nothing more than a game. Every move his opponent made was already within his grasp. He said, Don't get too cocky. Yi Guilin was just not paying attention. The battle raged on. Yi Guilin staggered back amidst the thick dust. The ground around him cracked and shattered. He still forced himself to stand, laughing with excitement. Lin Xiao also stood tall, completely unharmed. The dust gradually settled, revealing his form. He held his axe tightly, one hand clutching his old wound, his cunning eyes flashing with a mix of anger and excitement. Not bad. This is getting interesting. He roared with self-satisfaction. I guess I should get a little more serious now. Yi Guilin raised the axe with both hands. A stream of spiritual energy from his hands was being channeled into his weapon. He roared, and then a torrent of spiritual energy poured into the weapon. A fiery red light, fierce and intense, flowed from his hands into the axe. The ground beneath his feet shook. A whirlwind swirled around him. The brilliant spiritual energy was as powerful as a firestorm. Witnessing his power, Lin Xiao was utterly stunned. His eyes widened, and sweat poured down his face. He thought, the energy is condensing. In an instant, He shot forward like a lightning bolt, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Dust filled the air. He put all his strength into bringing the axe down on him with overwhelming force. Silver tier, martial skill. Mount Tai crushing the top. His eyes froze for a moment, his legs trembling under the immense pressure. He couldn't move, gritting his teeth. He thought, the energy fluctuation from the war axe is so strong it could suppress me, making me unable to move. The force pushed him back, his feet digging into the ground as he trembled. His aura instantly changed, becoming powerful and determined. He channeled all of his spiritual energy into the dark spear he held. He continued to think, if I can't dodge it, then all I can do is fight with everything I have. A brilliant golden energy swirled around the tip of his spear. As bright as the sun, he thrust it straight at his opponent. 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Storm of pear blossoms. The entire arena nearly erupted. Everyone was stunned, speechless before the overwhelming power of the two men on the stage. Zhang Lin said in astonishment, "What kind of skill is that?" The person sitting behind him also exclaimed in surprise. "That's definitely a combined attack of two different skills." Mr. Yu was also extremely shocked, but his voice was filled with pride. That brat can actually use this skill? Two streams of power, one gold, one orange, collided with each other. It caused a violent explosion all around. The earth and sky trembled. After blowing up the entire arena, both of them were sent flying. His body was covered in injuries. He coughed with great difficulty and pain. But in contrast, the other guy burst out laughing. Not bad. Behind him, a ferocious tiger made of spiritual energy appeared. Its entire body shifted from brilliant gold to a verdant green. A powerful aura spread out. The man said arrogantly, "It's been a long time since I've had such a satisfying fight. I'll give you a reward. I'll smash your head open directly and grant you a comfortable death." That pressure bore down, creating an immense and terrifying force. It forced him to retreat and defend himself. He frowned, thinking what? The moment the hammer hit the ground, the claw was even closer to him. It screeched as it lunged, both sharp and enormous. Silver martial skill. Fierce tiger descends the mountain. His teammate clenched his fists. His eyes gleamed with excitement as the tide turned in their favor. He said, "There it is. Yi Gulin's signature move. Lin Xiao is a dead man for sure." Meanwhile, his side was shouting in alarm, their faces tense. Someone had even jumped up from their seat, yelling, "Lin Xiao, get off the stage. Get out of the way." Another collision occurred. The arena exploded in a blinding flash of light. Dust and smoke obscured everything. His teammate continued to act smug and arrogant. Idiot, he didn't even try to dodge. "I'm afraid he's been blown to bits." Another one chimed in, "What a shame. If he had just jumped off the stage, he would have lost, but at least he wouldn't have died such a horrible death." Witnessing all of this, Yang Tian could only say in horror, "Lin Xiao." Xiao Shui was also stunned. She frowned, as if she couldn't believe her eyes, while Yi Gulin was reveling in his own power. He laughed triumphantly. "You're dead this time, aren't you?" But when the dust settled, he was still standing there. His body was battered. One leg was planted deep into the ground. He used a spear to hold himself steady. He coughed violently. "Almost got beaten to death by you." In his mind, he was thinking, "Damn it. I was pushed so hard, I couldn't even activate my fury skill. Why do I always have to face such freakishly strong opponents?" The man was utterly stunned by what he was seeing. He could only stammer, How is this possible? You're still not dead?" He struggled to his feet. "Sorry to disappoint you." His face was stern, radiating a will to win. He declared, "The warm-up is over." Spiritual energy gathered around him. Blue lightning crackled around the dark-edged spear. It spun like a whirlwind. He said, "Now it's my turn." The other guy also shouted in excitement. The veins on his forehead bulged. He roared, "Still not enough. It's useless against me." Then, he summoned his final ultimate technique. His entire body erupted in a fierce green light. He swung his hammer. The force seemed as if it could crush mountains and rivers. And he charged forward, spear in hand. His killing intent filled the air. Both of them poured their life and death into a single move. They clashed in an instant. It made the very heavens hold their breath. One side, azure blue. The other, emerald green. The two torrents of power surged and collided like a dragon and a tiger fighting for supremacy. A battle to the death. Silver martial skill. Chaotic hammer, violent wind. Storm of pear blossoms. The hammer swung. The wind swirled around him. The spear thrust forward. Lightning flashed brilliantly. The ground shook. Spiritual energy sparked and flared. Both of them gathered their strength for one final blow. In another moment, it would be clear who the victor was. The aftershock shook the heavens and the earth. Under that pressure, Yiguleen's feet were pushed back forcefully. It made a screeching sound. Dust flew everywhere. He braced himself against the fierce attack. His entire body was tense. His veins bulged. His hand gripped the hammer shaft tightly as he thought. When the world is going on. Sweat dripped down his forehead. His eyes revealed a mix of anger and panic. He gritted his teeth and thought, why did he suddenly get so strong? He immediately slammed the hammer down without mercy. He said, no, I will not lose. Never. Chaotic hammer, violent wind. Around them, the air grew thick with spiritual energy. It created a heavy pressure that weighed down on their minds. The two of them charged at each other. They exchanged vicious blows. Without any mercy, the ground cracked. The swirling blades of magic were tearing through the air. The spectators in the stands were also stunned. They were on the edge of their seats at what they were seeing. Loudly, he was also shocked and said, these two are fighting to the death. Hearing this, Yang Tian immediately replied, Lin Xiao has fallen into Yi Guleen's technique. This isn't looking good. Xiao Ruoxue, with a confident, smug smile, raised her index finger as if speculating, yet also stating a fact. She said, if you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Yi Lin is about to lose. Down in the arena, the battle grew even more intense. The man growled. His teeth clenched as he parried each thrust of the spear. As fast as the wind, as fierce as a storm. He gritted his teeth and shouted, impossible! How can this be? Faced with his opponent's overwhelming power, he was forced to unleash a new technique. He roared in anger. I have to kill you. Fierce tiger shatters the dragon. But he remained calm. His eyes were bright and determined. He waited for the opportunity to counter with his final move. He struck with the speed of roaring thunder. He said, it was just a stroke of bad luck. Source energy strike. The two streams of power collided violently. He summoned a golden tiger spirit behind him, while he created a series of lightning bolts around his own body. The decisive blow was struck. His sharp spear thrust straight for the man's neck, making him tremble in fear. He was defeated in a stunning turn of events. The match was drawing to a close. He said with a smile, you've lost. The stands erupted in excited cheers. His side was overjoyed, roaring in celebration. Yang Tian laughed loudly and said, Lin Xiao won. Lin Xiao actually defeated Yi Guleen, who's ranked 4th. That's amazing. Even Xiao Ruoxue pursed her lips in a teasing pout. She said with a taunting, mocking tone, this live-streaming eater, how are you planning to eat the stage? Raw, stewed, or steamed? The other side frowned in frustration and disappointment. They muttered under their breath. Even Zhang Lin was surprised by the truth. He thought in a daze, how is this possible? Yi Lin actually lost? The entire stadium erupted when a referee raised Lin Xiao's hand and declared him the winner. He stood in the middle of the arena amidst the roaring cheers. Lin Xiao, he's so strong. Lin Xiao won. Lin Xiao. Behind him, the other man sat in a corner, clutching his open wound. The winner and loser were clear. He frowned, his eyes flashing with anger. His face darkened. He braced himself, his whole body trembling slightly. He had to use all his strength just to stand up. Suddenly, he threw a strange object at him. He growled, "Ah!" A blinding light erupted, forcing him to be cautious. Everyone panicked and shouted, That's a small-scale bomb. Get out of the way." A figure from the judge's seats shot down to the arena like the wind, getting close to him. What followed was an explosion that shook the entire stadium. The arena was thrown into chaos by the terrifying power of the bomb. It was bright and violent. The man was thrown out of the arena. He was in pain, but he still smiled triumphantly. He said, "This time you'll die. You'll die for fighting me." He was also shaken, but under the protection of Mr. Ye's blue energy shield, he was still completely unharmed. The man's back stood firm against the storm. He showed a calm, an upright demeanor. He thought this is a high-level application of source energy. A circle. Only martial artists at rank 6 or above can project the source power from their bodies. It forms a protective circle, blocking all attacks. Mr. Yi turned his head and looked at him, his eyes filled with pride. He asked, "Young man, are you all right?" At that moment, he thought, this old man is a powerful martial artist, rank 6 or higher. He looked at the man with a mixture of admiration and caution. The man's power made him instinctively take a small step back. He stammered, "I am fine. Thank you, sir." The man placed a hand on his shoulder, patting it lightly in praise. He said gently, "It's good that you're all right. Keep up the good work. I see great potential in you." After that, he stood up straight, hands clasped behind his back, his voice firm and righteous. He was both teaching him and speaking directly to the troublemaker. He said, "Young people, wanting to win is a good thing, but to resort to such despicable methods, immoral behavior, and attempting to kill a fellow student, it's outrageous." The explosion from before had shaken the entire arena. A crowd of people rushed out, hurrying as if afraid to miss something. Amidst the crowd, the principal was the fastest. He rushed to Mr. Ye's side, asking with concern, "Mr. Yi, are you all right?" In response, he received a stern look, tinged with reproach. He said, "This is the outstanding student you recommended to me." Hearing this, the principal gave a forced smile, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He whispered sycophantically, bowing his head repeatedly, "I apologize, Mr. Yi, regarding this student's malicious behavior. We will definitely handle it with the utmost severity." The principal stood with his hands clasped, bowing obsequiously. In contrast, Mr. Yi stood firm, hands behind his back, his demeanor unshakable. He was like an immovable mountain in his eyes. He thought, "Mr. Yi, the principal is bowing and scraping like a dog. It seems this Mr. Yi is quite the background." Just then, he was helped up by Xiao Ruoxue. She asked him with concern, "Little Lin, are you all right?" "Let me see." He reassured her, "I'm fine." "Oh, come on. Stop touching me all over. I'm really fine." Then, Luo Li appeared. He brought him some news. He said, "Due to the recent incident, this morning's tournament is temporarily suspended. Go take care of your injuries. Then go back to your dorm and rest. Recharge your energy for this afternoon's matches." As Mr. Yi left, his image remained in his mind, steadfast, majestic, and unshakable. This feeling made him curious. He turned and asked him, "Sir, what's the story with that Mr. Yi?" The scene shifts, showing Mr. Yi in a direct light. His eyes are stern, calm to the point of being cold. He stands tall, as firm as a tower in a storm, unmovable. Meanwhile, his teacher replied, "I'm not sure either. He's probably an instructor from one of the 5 major academies, here to inspect our school." Witnessing Mr. Ye's overwhelming power, he was filled with admiration. He said, "When will I be able to become a powerful martial artist like him?" The scene shifts to the student dormitories. In his dorm room, he sat on his bed and opened the system interface. A sparkling wheel of fortune appeared. He said excitedly, "Last time I reached level 15, the system gave me 1 lottery draw. On top of that, I get 1 free draw every month. Number of draws, 2. So now I have 2 chances." He reached into the system screen, a wide grin on his face. He said, "System draw." He clasped his hands, eyes shut tight, muttering as if chanting a spell. "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits. Great Lord Lao, show me your power. I have to get a big prize." The wheel spun. Lights swirled. Finally, it landed on a small, faintly glowing sword. He opened his eyes, saw the result, and his face changed. He shouted in anger, "This is a scam. It's just a silver tier blade technique skill card. This is useless to me." Then, a system notification appeared, detecting an excess of skill cards in the host's possession. Synthesis system activated. Use any 3 skill cards of the same tier to synthesize 1 skill card of the same tier. Immediately after, another system notification appeared. He immediately saw a list of discarded items. His expression shifted from anger to interest. He clasped his hands, his eyes sparkling. "This new function is amazing." Lin Xiu sat cross-legged, his hands on his knees, eyes glued to the system screen. He said, "I still have 1 more draw. I want to get a big gift pack. System draw." He repeatedly tapped the screen, a grin on his face. his eyes filled with desire. He shouted excitedly, "Big gift pack! Big gift pack! Big gift pack!" A gift box suddenly appeared on the interface. Lin Xiao shouted with joy, his voice echoing through the room. He said, "Congratulations, host! You've received 1 gift pack, Supreme Skill Cards. The Supreme System." Curious, he opened the box without hesitation. Inside were 3 glowing, floating cards. One was etched with the image of 3 intersecting blades, flashing with a blinding white light. Its name was Blade Technique, Heaven and Earth Slash. The second card was a fiery red, with a spear surrounded by a white halo in the center, Spear Technique. Long Rainbow, Piercing the Sun. The final card depicted an elegant sword on a gentle blue background, Sword Technique. Flowing Waters, Single Strike. Looking at the 3 cards, he frowned slightly, a look of confusion on his face. He muttered to himself, Long Rainbow, Piercing the Sun. Utilizes the body's agility and strength to deliver a decisive blow. This is no different from Charge Strike. In terms of speed, my Storm of Pear Blossoms is much better. But a few seconds later, an idea struck him. His eyes lit up with a brilliant orange glow, as if a light bulb had just switched on. He snapped. His fingers, sparkling motes of light, appeared around him. He said, "I've got it. I just happen to have 3 silver tier skill cards right now. Why not try out the system's synthesis function?" He immediately gave the system a command, his voice filled with excitement. "System, I want to synthesize a skill." A system notification appeared. "Please select the skill type to synthesize, Spear Technique." The system then displayed, "Synthesize? Yes/no." He reached out and tapped the screen. "Yes." The interface immediately began to swirl. The cards started to merge. They instantly formed a single card with a brilliantly glowing fist, surrounded by a blue protective barrier. The system provided the information. "Congratulations, host. Silver skill successfully synthesized. Congratulations, host. You've obtained the silver skill card, Spear Technique, Judgment." He picked up the new card, laughing with delight. He said, "Judgment. That sounds pretty cool. A bit flashy, though." He then held the card to his forehead, smiling lightly. He continued, "All right, time to learn it." Instantly, the knowledge from the card flowed directly into his mind, clear and distinct. Judgment can counter an enemy's skill attack and attack the opponent. The power of the skill is determined by the strength of the skill being countered. This skill consumes a large amount of a martial artist's energy. It also has a strict requirement on the timing of the counter. If the opponent's rank is too high, it cannot be countered. Light emanated from the card, spreading across his face, while a faint, ethereal blue aura appeared around him. Once the entire skill was absorbed, a satisfied smile spread across his face, his eyes shining with genuine joy. He said, "Everyone else has shields, but now I have a counter spear." The scene shifts to the tournament arena. He walked out, spear in hand. From a distance, his opponent was approaching. Number 1024, Lin Xiao. Number 520, Fei Fei. Please proceed to Arena 12 for your match. It was a girl with an innocent face, holding a ring blade, a circular weapon lined with sharp edges, gleaming in the light. She placed her hands on her hips and asked, "You're Lin Xiao?" He scratched his head, a bit shy, and said, "That's right." But in his heart, he thought, "I can't believe it's a girl. How am I supposed to fight her in a minute?" Without warning, the sound of a blade slicing through the air came quickly. Her eyes flashed with a sinister glint. Her mouth curved into a wide smile. He was stunned and could only clumsily try to dodge, but he failed. He asked confused, "What is this?" Hearing this, she pouted and smiled. She replied to him, "Can't run away." Before he could compose himself, she had already gotten close. She gently stood on her tiptoes and planted a sudden kiss on his left cheek. Along with it, a light pink heart shape appeared clearly. A distinct lipstick mark was printed on his cheek, leaving him a little flustered. Immediately after, she waved to the referee with a happy expression, but her words were the opposite. It left him even more bewildered. She said, "Referee, I forfeit. I can't beat my idol." He was still surprised, unable to process her words. His face was still blank and confused. He asked, "What's going on?" "Wait a minute." The arena fell silent. The referee was also stunned. The audience was dumbfounded. especially his group. Everyone was astonished. Meanwhile, she walked away decisively. She turned and left as lightly as the wind. Before the referee's announcement of the winner, he said, "This match, Lin Xiao wins." At that moment in the stands, Yang Tian raised an eyebrow. He pointed to his lips. He said with jealousy, "Is that even a thing? Why don't I have that kind of luck?" As for teacher Luo, he could only sweat profusely. As he witnessed it all, Xiao Shui was different. Her face was as cold as if it was about to spew ice. Her eyes, she was sharp, as if a hidden sword aura was flowing under each eyelash. She said angrily, "Little vixen, seducing my little Lin Zi right in front of me." Yang Tian glanced over, crossing his arms and teasing him. He said, "So, little kid, the taste wasn't bad, was it?" He heard that and couldn't take it anymore. He casually raised his middle finger as a friendly gesture. He shouted, "Get lost." Suddenly, his collar was yanked hard by an incredibly strong hand, before his body could even register it. His lips were locked in a powerful kiss. Xiao Shui held him tightly, one hand pulling his collar, the other holding his waist close. After that, he covered his mouth in surprise. He shouted, "Holy crap, what are you doing?" Hearing this, she replied in a cold yet domineering tone, her hand lightly touching the spot she had just kissed. She said with a hint of challenge, "So what if she kissed little Lin Zi's cheek in front of me? I'll just take his first kiss directly." Seeing this, he could only choke back his tears and cry out. Before the eyes of the angry and jealous crowd, he said with a sense of grievance, "Big sis, that was my first kiss." She sat down beside him, her hand stroking his hair, like petting a pet to calm him down. She said, "Don't worry, I'll take responsibility for you." Scene change to the match display screen. The next match was being announced. Now entering the round of 25, there will be 12 winners. Because there's an odd number, there will be one 2-on-1 match. The draw will now begin. In the observation deck, Zhang Lin sat with his arms crossed. His 10 fingers were intertwined tightly, as if squeezing his thoughts. His eyes, he quietly followed each name. But his expression was so serious that it made others afraid to breathe too loudly. He thought, "Lin Xiao, oh Lin Xiao, I've prepared a grand feast for you." At that moment, a very conspicuous line of text appeared on the screen. Number 1024 Lin Xiao versus number 100 Jiang Tao versus number 69 Zhou Jun. He looked up at the screen. Sweat beaded on his forehead. His face contorted slightly. He was about to say something, but couldn't form a clear word. "Holy, is it true that what you fear the most is what will come to you? I'm really in a 3-person match." After that, Teacher Luo walked over, his voice steady. It sounded like he was reading an analysis report. He explained to him that Jiang Tao's combat strategy is ranked 10th. Zhou Jun is 12th. I heard that these two have a very good relationship. This 3-person match is likely to turn into a 2-on-1. Hearing this, he could only listen helplessly. He frowned slightly. His finger lightly touched the bridge of his nose. His eyelids closed as if he was pondering something. He thought, 2 against 1. That's quite troublesome. A moment later, he opened his eyes. There was no longer any confusion or fear in them, but a calculated consideration. He thought, but if their strength isn't as great as Yi Gu Lin's, then I can beat them. After all, I have a new skill now. Next up was another of his matches. Number 1024 Lin Xiao. Number 100 Jiang Tao. Number 69 Zhou Jun. Please proceed to Arena 7 for your match. The match. A gentle breeze blew by. It carried the smell of dust and lingering killing intent. On the arena floor, 3 figures stood opposite each other, creating a strange, tense atmosphere. Jiang Tao was short and stocky. His body was solid. He held a long weapon with a round hammerhead. On the other side, Zhou Jun was as tall and thin as a bamboo stalk. His purple hair was tied back neatly. He wore fiery red steel claws on his hands. In the middle was Lin Xiao. His body was calm. The 3 of them silently got into their stances. Their inner chi was quietly stirring. The battle was about to begin. After the referee's announcement, to begin, without any signal, the 2 opponents charged forward simultaneously. Zhou Jun smiled faintly, a mysterious smile, as if hiding a scheme. He moved as lightly as a cat. His sharp claws drew dark lines in the air. He aimed straight for Lin Xiao's chest. Silver martial skill. 9 claws of death. Then, Jiang Tao swung his weapon hard. It carried a sharp wave of qi. It came down as if to shatter him. Silver martial skill. Sweeping strike. Lin Xiao retreated a few steps, holding his spear in a defensive stance. He continuously blocked each deadly attack. Immediately after was a lightning-fast attack from Zhou Jun, aimed straight at him. The two of them continuously attacked, putting pressure on him. He also fought back fiercely. Every move was incredibly precise. He seemed to be dancing on the edge of a blade. The tip of his spear just blocked a blow, and his body had already twisted a dodge. His momentum was like silk in the wind. The tip of his spear seemed to glow. A stream of orange qi erupted like a fiery dragon's rage. It coiled around the spearhead. It drew a brilliant line in the air. 100 birds worshipped the phoenix. Go! Half of Zhou Jun's face was in shadow. The other half was eerily pale. His eyes seemed to glow in the darkness. He smirked. He laughed loudly. She squinted her eyes. She waved her hand and unleashed another move. Instantly, a dark aura enveloped him. It formed a faint, ethereal armor of qi. It was as if he had transformed into a shadow claw from hell, striking back at him. Silver martial skill. Wind fist of lingering clouds. Seeing this, he also looked surprised. He said, "He actually broke my 100 birds worship the phoenix." Zhou Jun sneered. His sharp claws extended. They were covered in eerie purple lightning. His aura was blazing. He said loudly, "My wind fist of lingering clouds skill, during its release, can utilize high-speed rotation to shoot out many skills." He attacked while speaking in a smug tone. He said, "We've studied your skills. 100 birds worship the phoenix is countered by my skill, and torrential pear blossom can only deal with one soldier in the same direction." Next, he crossed his hands in an X shape. The airflow swirled violently around his arms. It created a protective layer like qi armor. He growled, "So Lin Xiao." Then, with a sinister smile, he swung his arms. Instantly, two streams of purple energy shot towards Lin Xiao. He shouted, "You've already lost." Silver martial skill. Heaven-rending cross slash. Jiang Tao also attacked at the same time. He spun the weapon in his hand, creating green, swirling screens of qi like a tornado. He laughed triumphantly. He said, "Silver martial skill." His weapon was enveloped in a faint green qi, as sharp as a wind blade. He roared and charged forward. Spinning thorn, the battle was fierce, leaving the audience in a state of shock. Many were angry that Lin Xiao was being ganged up on. They said, "Heaven-rending 10 cross claw, falling meteor staff. Those are their strongest skills. This is too cruel." Xiao Ruoxue trembled with rage. Her brow furrowed tightly. She said, "These two are truly shameless. Not only are they ganging up on him, 2 against 1, but they're also using their strongest skills at the same time." In contrast, he was extremely excited, reassessing the situation. He calmly asked, "Can I knock back an opponent's skill?" He immediately tightened his grip on the spear. His stance was firm. He spoke as if he had understood everything. "Sorry, it just so happens that I know it too." A brilliant blue light emanated from the tip of his spear. It created a screen of light that enveloped his entire body. Silver martial skill, resolve. It blocked all of Zhou Jun's attacks. The X-shaped strike, as it approached, the protective layer, was immediately repelled. The kinetic force was reflected back towards Zhou Jun. It left him stunned and looking on helplessly. He said, in a tone of utter disbelief, "W," and so he was thrown backwards. He could only groan in pain. Jiang Tao rushed over in concern. When he heard Zhou Jun call out, "Jiang Tao, are you okay?" Seizing the opportunity to counter, he glanced over and said, "Now it's your turn," and he immediately attacked. A flurry of spear thrusts came forward. The kinetic energy was as fierce as a storm. Source energy strike. Take this. It forced him to retreat continuously. Before he could even finish his move, storm of pear blossoms. Go! Finally, he was the only one left standing. Behind him was a cloud of dust and smoke. One of his 2 opponents lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious, moaning in pain. The other lay on his side, his face contorted in agony. He had no strength left to fight. The referee stepped forward to check on the 2 of them. Then he declared, "Lin Xiao wins." A roar of cheers erupted from the stands. They chanted, "Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao." Yang Tian clenched his fists, his eyes shining brightly. He said he won. He won. 2 against 1 turned into 1 against 2. Lin Xiao, you're amazing. Lao Li stood with his hands on his hips, smiling with satisfaction. Xiao Ruoshui also couldn't hide her smug expression, as if the victory belonged to her alone. She said, "My Lin Xiao is the best." In contrast, in the supervisor's area, Zhang Lin gritted his teeth. He was furious that the situation had gone against his expectations. He thought, damn it, how could he win even like that? Behind him, a figure appeared. It was Tang Tian. His entire body was shrouded in darkness. Only his glowing red eyes shone like a demon's. He tilted his head. He gave an arrogant smile and said, "For the next top 12 match, put me in the same group as him. You don't need to worry about anything else." Zhang Lin looked at him, his eyes immediately becoming wary. He replied to him, "Young Master Tang." He looked on with a resentful expression and said, "Enjoy your moment of triumph for a little longer. In the top 12 match this afternoon, I will personally deal with you in the arena. Because of you, all the suffering I endured on the path of death, I will make you pay for it twofold." The scene changes to the next match. The top 12 matches have officially begun. First up is number 1024, Lin Xiao versus number 85, Tang Tian. In the stands, everyone was buzzing about the upcoming showdown. One of them said, "Lin Xiao has defeated Tang Tian before. Now that both of their strengths have improved, do you guys think Lin Xiao can still beat Tang Tian?" Someone else replied, "It's hard to say. From Tang Tian's performance in this competition, it seems he's already reached the strength of a Tier 2 soldier." Tang Tian walked towards the arena, a fake smile on his face. Amidst the crowd's murmurs, "No way. In just a short month, Tang Tian has already advanced to Tier 2. Didn't he take a forbidden drug? Shouldn't his cultivation have been greatly affected?" He slowly entered the arena. The murmurs continued. "Who knows? I heard he went to the path of death. To train in such a dangerous place for a month." From a stance, Yang Tian shouted loudly, as if to give him strength. He yelled, "Lin Xiao. Beat him again this time." He raised his hand. He gave a slight nod in response. Nearby, Tang Bing heard this and sneered. "You," he said, "want to beat my brother? Dream on. This time, Lin Xiao will definitely die a horrible death." Hearing this, Yang Tian also sneered back with a challenging look. He said, "I didn't expect this little brat to be here too. Here to watch how your brother gets beaten by Lin Xiao." Tang Bing's fists clenched so tightly the veins bulged. His eyes were as sharp as knives. He gritted his teeth in anger, growling. Meanwhile, on the stage, Tang Tian drew the blade from his back as Tang Bing continued to speak. "You people have never experienced the pain my brother endured on the path of death just to defeat Lin Xiao. Just you wait." A blade as red as blood. It pulsed with a faint light. He stepped forward arrogantly, full of confidence mixed with a hint of killing intent. He said, "Time really flies. I didn't expect that a month later, we would be standing here again. This time, I will kill you." At the same time, the system announced Tang Tian, Tier 2 soldier, proficient with the longsword. Combined strategy. 1908. Lin Xiao stepped forward. His eyes were stern. He was also checking his opponent's aura. He frowned and thought, he's already a Tier 2 soldier, and his combined strategy is even higher than Yi Gulin's. He looked straight at Tang Tian and said, "Same here. From the moment your father sent assassins to kill me, I will fight the Tang family to my last breath." Immediately after, both of them sprang from the ground. They charged at each other with looks of excitement. Sword and spear clashed, sparks flying. The intense shockwave sent them both staggering backward. The clash of strength with Tang Tian made him grimace in pain and think, this guy's longsword strength is so powerful. But Tang Tian was still very arrogant and said, "Are you surprised? This weapon is the Blood Fiend longsword. I spent 100 million to buy it. It's made of a special metal from a red-blooded star. It's not something the piece of trash in your hands can compare to." Immediately after, he unleashed a slash as powerful as lightning. He shouted loudly, "To deal with you, I've spent a lot of money. Today, I'll use your blood to wipe my Blood Fiend longsword clean." Lin Xiao leaned back to dodge, but he was still pushed back by the crimson slash that tore through the air. He growled, pointing the tip of his spear at Tang Tian. He launched a series of counterattacks, but Tang Tian's movements were eerie. He dodged with ease. Storm of pear blossoms. Seeing this, he also widened his eyes in surprise and thought, this is a movement technique? The people around them couldn't help but be amazed. Even Yang Tian and Lao Li had to look at each other and silently reassess Tang Tian's strength. Yang Tian said, "Teacher Lao, was that a movement skill Tang Tian just used?" Lao Li immediately continued, "Impossible. Movement skills require one to reach the level of a Tier 3 soldier to cultivate. How could Tang Tian have reached the level of a Tier 3 soldier?" Nearby, Tang Bing smiled smugly. He said with a triumphant look, "Is there anything impossible? You guys just wait to collect Lin Xiu's corpse." Back in the arena, Tang Tian was like a demon. He attacked relentlessly, as ferocious as a storm. Silver martial skill. Earth's wrath, heaven scorch. Lin Xiu was forced to retreat continuously with great difficulty. Then, suddenly, Tang Tian sheathed his blade and switched to his fists. His fists were enveloped in a blue energy. He punched the air, creating a fierce shockwave. He said excitedly, "There's also this." A punch like a collapsing mountain came crashing down. It struck Lin Xiu squarely in the chest. It made him gasp. His vision blurred. His body was almost completely paralyzed. "A gift for you. I shatter fist." That last punch was like a thunderbolt striking down. It sent Lin Xiu flying. His feet dug into the ground. He carved a long, deep trench to slow his momentum. At the same time, he gripped his spear tightly. He spun and stabbed it into the ground to disperse the force. The violent impact created a massive cloud of dust and smoke that spread across the entire arena. His body staggered. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His eyes showed both pain and defiance. His clothes were in tatters. His body covered in wounds, bleeding relentlessly. He struggled to support himself with his spear in one hand, while the other wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He thought, his iceburst fist is much stronger than before. It far exceeds the standard strategic composite of a rank 2 martial artist. He can even use a movement skill. It seems his overall quality has reached the standard of a rank 3 martial artist. At the same time, Tang Tian's mocking laughter rang out. He frowned, thinking, the cooldown for Berserk isn't over yet. The rest of this fight is going to be tough. Through the thick smoke, Tang Tian strode forward, a triumphant smirk on his lips. His body was spotless, his eyes arrogant. He said, "So weak, Lin Xiu." Lin Xiu looked at him, his eyes blazing with anger. He roared, lunging with his spear like a clap of thunder. A golden light flared around the spear, transforming into a scorching torrent of fire. That shot straight at Tang Tian. 100 birds paying homage. Tang Tian was surprised, but he didn't flinch. He said, "You think I'm afraid of that move?" He swung his sword to meet the attack. The blade emitted a mystical light, shifting from blue to pink, then to a deep crimson. He continued, "Besides spending a fortune on this blood fiend longsword, I also bought a ton of skill cards to find a skill that could counter you." As he spoke, he unleashed his move. Silver tier martial skill. The two forces collided violently, like a dragon and tiger fighting to the death, making the very space around them feel like it would shatter. Flowing clouds and water. Lin Xiu's power was like a consuming flame, instantly penetrating and enveloping the city walls, only to be sliced apart by Tang Tian's sharp blade. He spun, using his energy to sever the flames, completely dismantling the attack. Luo Li and Xiao Ruoshui were both stunned. She stared, her mouth agape. They shouted in unison, "What?" Lin Xiu's move was nullified. Lin Xiu was momentarily dazed, but then his gaze steadied once more. He thought, "Damn it. Today I've encountered 2 skills that can neutralize 100 birds paying homage." He roared, gathering all his strength to unleash his ultimate technique. He said, "Again, I don't believe you can neutralize this one too." Hundreds of fiery red spear phantoms appeared, raining down on Tang Tian. Storm of pear blossoms. 100 birds paying homage. But his opponent just sneered, treating it like a puppet show. Tang Tian said, "Then let's see." He unleashed his technique, flowing clouds and water. His sword energy erupted, shattering all of the spear phantoms. The pressure of the counterattack made Lin Xiu stumble, his face pale. His breathing was ragged. He charged forward, a thrilled smile on his face, his eyes filled with killing intent. The two forces collided, shaking the entire arena. creating a pressure, a destructive force that was incredibly fierce. The aftermath was a scene of thick dust and flying debris. This shocked even Lin Xiao. For the first time, he had a bad feeling. He said, he really neutralized it. Tang Tian laughed heartily. He excitedly took a stance for a new move. He said, now it's my turn. He immediately leaped up and charged at Lin Xiao like a storm. He growled, now you die. The pressure he created shook the entire arena. Tang Tian simultaneously unleashed his move. Silver tier, martial skill. Life-reaping bloodlight. Lin Xiao struggled to defend. Then, judgment. The two clashed again, creating another shockwave. One attacked with a pinkish-purple light. The other defended with a light blue shield. The force was so strong that Lin Xiao's spear shattered. As a result, he had to take the full force of Tang Tian's blade. From the stands, Luo Li and Xiao Ruoshui screamed in unison. Lin Xiao, are you all right? His feet dug into the ground, the friction creating a cloud of white smoke. He looked down at his trembling hands, feeling helpless. He thought, judgment couldn't counter it? It can only fail if the opponent's skill is much higher level than mine. Could it be Tang Tian is already a rank 3 martial artist? Before he could recover, Tang Tian thrust his blade straight at him. Unable to defend, all he could do was take the blow. Wincing and groaning in pain, he immediately grabbed the blade, and with his other hand, punched Tang Tian with all his might. Charge strike, violent burst fist. The punch landed squarely in Tang Tian's stomach, sending him stumbling back, crying out in pain. The punch was so powerful it sent Tang Tian flying. Tang Tian remained calm, but with a hint of disbelief. He said, you shouldn't have dodged. If I had stabbed you, it would have been a painless death. Before Lin Xiao could even get his bearings, he took a devastating punch to the face, his head snapping to the side. The white of his left eye was gone, blood pouring out. Tang Tian roared with excitement. And now, I'm going to break every single one of your bones. He moved like a shadow, unleashing a storm of punches. Each blow made Lin Xiao's body tremble, pushing him back relentlessly. Ice-burst fist. The stands were silent, then suddenly filled with voices urging him on. They shouted, Lin Xiao, give up, brother, just give up. If you don't, you'll be beaten to death. Back in the arena, he continued to take direct hits from Tang Tian. He said defiantly, no, I, Lin Xiao, will not surrender. Tang Tian landed another incredibly powerful punch to Lin Xiao's face, sending him flying backward, completely losing his ability to fight back. In the stands, Lin Xiao's teammates were stunned. Yang Tian screamed, Lin Xiao. Xiao Ruoshui covered her mouth, her eyes red, unable to hold back her tears. Seeing this, the referee rushed in to stop Tang Tian. He yelled, stop it right now. He continued, can't you see he's already unconscious? Hearing this, he paused, pulling back his fist. His expression was indifferent. He turned and walked away, as if he had never considered his opponent a threat. He said, forget it. Too many people around to kill him conveniently. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be crippled. Lin Xiao lay there, his mouth full of blood, his vision fading. Countless negative thoughts flooded his mind. He thought, this is humiliating. Am I about to die? But just then, the system in his body began to activate. It displayed, unlock tier 1, gene lock now. The process of unlocking the gene lock has a greater than 10% chance of death, a greater than 20% chance of coma, and a greater than 30% chance of unpredictable conditions. He reached out and tapped, accept, and said, I have to win this match. I have to defeat Tang Tian. Let's risk it. His entire body was instantly enveloped in lightning. An invisible force surrounded his body. He began to absorb it. The system continued to display. Tier 1 gene lock unlocking. All of the host's physical attributes will be enhanced. His eyes blazed, absolutely resolute. An explosive aura erupted. At the same time, a notification appeared. Level up. Congratulations, host. Successfully unlocked Tier 1 gene lock. Strength and physique attributes have been greatly increased. Overall combat power has increased. Congratulations, host, for successfully unlocking the gene lock. You have received 3 lottery draws. Congratulations, host, for reaching rank 2 martial artist. You have received 1 lottery draw. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the title. Rank 2 Martial Artist. Equip title. Title. Rank 2 Martial Artist. Passive skill after equipping title. Increase strength attribute by 5%. In the arena, the referee had just finished his declaration. Tang Tian wins. With a look of disbelief, a heavy thud sounded from behind him. A trembling arm was raised. In the stands, Lin Xiu's teammates roared. Referee, look, Lin Xiu moved. Lin Xiu is getting up. This made him turn back in shock. He glanced over at him and was startled. He was covered in injuries. His body was covered in wounds. He slowly stood up amidst the hazy smoke. His eyes shone brightly, as if re-energized. Not only had he not fallen, but he also carried a completely new aura. He thought excitedly, this feeling is amazing. It feels like every cell in my body is bursting with power. Behind him, Yixing thoughtfully looked at his file. His eyes held a hidden sense of surprise and admiration. He thought, interesting. If he's not using forbidden drugs, he shouldn't feel any fluctuations in his martial arts. But he can suddenly become stronger. A few months ago, he was a weakling. Now, he can fight with a physical fitness level that's approaching a third-tier martial artist. It's truly unbelievable. The referee was speechless. He stammered, this is impossible. In contrast, Tang Tian started, laughing mockingly at his pathetic state. He said, this kid is just putting on a show. But then, Lin Xiu vanished in an instant and immediately appeared right in front of him. He threw a lightning-fast punch. Take this. Violent fist. Tang Tian also immediately made a move. He was furious. His eyes glinted with fire. He growled, my ice-shattering fist is not afraid of you. Ice-shattering fist. The two streams of power collided. Neither gave an inch, fiercely locked in combat. It made the entire arena shake. The world was turned upside down. It shook the entire area. Tang Tian was stunned. Pushed back. His face was filled with horror. He glanced at his arm and shouted, no, impossible. How can his strength be so great? Suddenly, his arm burst open, revealing a layer of cold metal. It made him roar in pain. Jagged, lightning-like veins ran across Tang Tian's arm, revealing a pair of arms that were not human, but were made entirely of interconnected steel bars. Lin Xiu's eyes couldn't hide his surprise. He clenched his fist and asked with doubt, so it's a robotic arm? Suddenly, he saw. Darkness seemed to fall over Tang Tian's eyes. There was no longer any playfulness in them, only resentment. He said with a resentful tone, it's all your fault, that I've become this half-human, half-machine monster. To improve my cultivation, I went to the path of death to train, but I was crippled by the monsters there. I had to accept this half-human, half-machine modification to survive. He glared and continued. Although this modification gives me a cultivation level equivalent to a third-tier martial artist, it's also my limit. I can never level up again in this lifetime. He leaped up and charged towards him, closing the distance quickly. Immediately after, he roared slash. This is all thanks to you. He leaned back, dodging Tang Tian's fierce and resentful attacks. He shouted, you should just die. He used his hand to push off the ground as a springboard. Then he kicked straight into his chest. It made him groan in pain. Before his contemptuous tone, he said, you brought this on yourself. Your ability is inferior to others. The kick sent him flying backward. He coughed up blood in midair. Before he could recover, Lin Xiu threw another punch so fast that it terrified him. He thought, he's so fast. He continued to unleash a barrage of punches. Each punch seemed to multiply into hundreds of copies. They rained down on him. In the stands, the roar of the crowd was deafening. Yang Tian shouted with excitement, his fists clenched and raised high to give him more strength. He shouted, Lin Xiu, hit him, beat him to death. As for Xiao Ruoshui, she excitedly shouted, little Lin Xiu, go. On the other hand, Tang Bing's face was pale. He growled threateningly, Lin Xiu, you stop right now? Damn it. Meanwhile, in the arena, Tang Tian could no longer defend himself. His face was contorted, his teeth broken. His eyes lost their spirit as a punch landed squarely on his chin. Another punch hit him straight in the cheek. A final punch landed hard in the middle of his stomach, making Tang Tian's face contort in pain. The punch landed like a thunderbolt from the heavens. It sent him flying and crashing hard onto the floor. Dust flew everywhere. Faced with his powerful punches, The referee rushed over in a panic. He tried to calm him down. He tried to stabilize the situation. He shouted, "The opponent has already fainted. Stop." Immediately, he backed away as the referee approached to check on Tang Tian. Finally, the match was over. The winner was none other than him. This match, Lin Xiao wins. He smiled in glory, looking at his opponent with the eyes of a winner. The stands erupted. Yang Tian jumped up and down. He cheered happily. Lin Xiao won. Lin Xiao defeated Tang Tian for the second time in the arena. Tang Bing could only clench his fists in anger. He gritted his teeth at Yang Tian's taunts. I remember the strength Tang Tian showed before was no less than a third-tier soldier. Lin Xiao is too strong. At the same time, Mr. Yi also nodded in approval. Not bad. In Zhang Lin's astonished eyes. He could only sit there, stunned, unable to do anything. He thought, how is this possible? Lin Xiao defeated young Master Tang Tian again. Before the victory could sink in, suddenly, Tang Tian fumbled and pulled out a strange object from his pocket. It was a purple syringe filled with a strange, evil liquid. Tang Tian sprang up. He planned to counterattack Lin Xiao. He growled, "Lin Xiao, go to hell." Lin Xiao immediately turned and glanced at Tang Tian, as if he had predicted that Tang Tian would recklessly charge at him. As fast as lightning, he grabbed Tang Tian's wrist, despite everyone's advice and their scattered comments. They said, "Tang Tian, stop. The match is over. What are you doing? What's in your hand?" Tang Tian roared. His eyes were twisted. He tried to stab him. He seemed to have lost his mind, constantly muttering. He laughed with glee. "Lin Xiao, this is a special gift I brought back for you from the path of death. AMZ poison. Just one dose can turn you into a zombie." Seeing this, the referee tried to intervene in a panic, but it was too late. He tried to shout, "Tang Tian, stop for me. You're breaking the law." Tang Tian continued to laugh loudly. He reveled in his scheme. It has to be this way. He was extremely cruel. He said, "I want you to become a zombie. Become a monster." Hearing this, Lin Xiao just smirked. He said with a look of glee, "Heh." He said quietly, "Tang Tian, you're forcing me to do this." Immediately after, he snatched the syringe. He coldly stabbed it back into Tang Tian's arm. The injection of the needle made him groan in pain. His neck was covered in blood vessels. His teeth were clenched. Immediately, Tang Tian's body mutated. He cried out in agony. "Don't! No!" Metal-like spikes grew out of his body. He roared in pain, like a demon being forced into a body. He calmly approached, his face cold, and said, "If you've already mutated," he then silently walked towards the shattered long spear. He said as he approached the tip of the spear, "Then, I'll help you." Immediately, he kicked the tip of the spear decisively. He said firmly, with a calm expression, "Just die already." Instantly, a pool of red blood spread out. Only the figure of Tang Tian remained. He collapsed. He convulsed and trembled. A loud shout echoed from the stands. Tang Bing roared in agony. "Brother, don't! Stop!" A terrifying pressure descended. It silenced the entire arena. A voice suddenly spoke up, full of resentment. "Give me back Tianer's life." Lin Xiao looked up. His eyes unexpectedly met the person who had just appeared. In that moment, Tang Mubai, with eyes filled with rage, was like a sky full of anger. He attacked with his palm. He said, "Die." The head of the Tang family, Tang Mubai. Tang Mubai attacked without mercy. His palm strike was fierce. His fist energy surged like lightning. He forced Lin Xiao to retreat step by step. His eyes were like forged from cold steel. His killing intent was palpable. He shouted angrily, "Dodge? It won't be that easy." A stream of pinkish-purple source energy swirled around his hand. It was like both flowing water and a blue flame. It exuded an aura that was both enchanting and terrifying. It moved closer to him. Just as the fist was about to land on his head, a shout echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. Mr. Yi descended from the sky. His figure was like a descending thunderbolt. He said, "Insolent! Stop!" Two streams of force collided. It created a shock wave like the heavens splitting open. The ground cracked and the sky shook. In an instant, a golden light erupted. It neutralized all of Tang Mubai's purple and blue toxic energy, like water extinguishing a fire. Tang Mubai was pushed back several steps by the overwhelming power of Mr. Yi. He glared at Mr. Yi. He gritted his teeth, in frustration. He thought, how is this possible? Is he a Tier 6 martial artist? Since when did Sacred Star City have a Tier 6 martial artist? Immediately after, he changed his tune. He feigned a righteous and pained expression. He accused Lin Xiao with a cunning look in his eyes. A sly smile lifted the corners of his mouth. He said, Sir, Lin Xiao has killed my son, Tang Tian. I must take him to the police station. I hope you will not stand in my way. But in contrast, Mr. Yi did not waver. His gaze was steady. His voice was still gentle, but carried a resounding echo. But I saw Lin Xiao, for the safety of the Sacred Star Academy, kill a mutated zombie. Killing a zombie, is it also a crime in Sacred Star City? A subordinate stepped forward, bowed, and said, Family head, young master. The killing intent in Tang Mubai's eyes flared. He gritted his teeth, but in the end, he could only helplessly give the order. Bring Tang Tian's body back. The subordinate immediately replied. Mr. Yi stroked his bushy beard and explained to the people who were rushing over. He said, to prevent the spread of the virus, before the police can confirm that the body is turned into a zombie, it cannot be disposed of arbitrarily. Correct. Hearing this, although Tang Mubai said nothing, he was still furious. Veins bulged on his forehead. His brow furrowed in disagreement. He glared at Mr. Yi and Lin Xiao. Seeing this, the headmaster stepped forward to mediate. His words were gentle, but it was clear he was trying to keep him from exploding. He said, Family head Tang. This incident, after all, happened at the Sacred Star Academy. Please lead your men down from the arena and wait a moment. After the police arrive and confirm, you can take the body. At that moment, Lin Xiao bowed deeply and respectfully. He said politely, Mr. Yi, thank you. Mr. Yi nodded. His eyes were like an autumn lake, calm and deep. Then, he took a step forward. His voice was like a strong wind. He said loudly, It's a small matter. You did nothing wrong. If anyone wants to use this to make things difficult for you, that means they're making things difficult for me. The moment he finished speaking, Tang Mubai trembled. His brow furrowed tightly. The veins on his forehead bulged. His eyes were filled with a fiery rage. He wanted to burn everything to the ground. Seeing this, the headmaster and Zhang Lin could only glance at each other helplessly. The scene changes to the Federation military dormitories. Suddenly, a cheerful voice rang out. Brother Lin Xiao is pretty good. The three young men inside the room were watching the battle on a screen. Two of them cheered excitedly at his victory. Jin Hai burst out laughing and said loudly, Brother Lin Xiao is a truly powerful man. The moment he came back, he killed the young master of the Tang family. Meanwhile, Li Di frowned. He gripped the screen tightly. His eyes were filled with worry. He spoke in a rather serious tone, although it was all the fault of the Tang family's young master. With the Tang family's power, they can't just ignore this. Brother Lin Xiao is in trouble. Just then, Ziwen pushed open the door and strode in. Her voice was like a silver bell. She spoke with an air of command. She said loudly, Just received news. A mutated zombie has appeared at the Sacred Star Academy. The higher-ups have ordered us to set out for the Sacred Star Academy tomorrow morning to investigate this matter. The three of them immediately sprang to their feet. They replied in unison, Understood, Captain. Jin Hai punched his other palm. His inner energy surged, unable to hide his excitement. He said, This is great. I was just wondering how we could help Brother Lin Xiao. Hearing this, Li Di also showed his agreement. He immediately burst out laughing and replied, We can go back and visit our old school. Ziwen smiled faintly. Her eyes sparkled as if they held stars. She thought happily, Little brother. Unexpected, isn't it? We're meeting again so soon. The scene changes to Lin Xiao's room. Suddenly, a strange hand knocks repeatedly on the door. Lin Xiao opens the door. His face is still sleepy. He asks in a daze, Who is it? It's so early. In front of him, Zhang Lin was leading a group of people. He gestured and introduced, Gentlemen, this is Lin Xiao. A man with blue hair and a mustache stepped forward. His eyes were as sharp as a sword. He looked straight at him. Now holding up his official ID, he said, Lin Xiao, you're involved in a murder case. You need to come with us. Lin Xiao glanced at Zhang Lin. He smiled as if he understood everything. He said, You're making a move on me this quickly? Sending me to the Light Fortress to die before. That was probably your doing too, wasn't it, old man? Hearing this, Zhang Lin's face flushed red. He roared and cursed at Lin Xiao. Insolent. As a student. Is that the attitude you use to speak to a teacher? A scumbag like you should be locked up. Before he could finish his sentence, he strode forward. He looked straight into his eyes. His eyes did not hide his displeasure. He growled menacingly. Teacher, an animal like you, is worthy of being called a teacher? The group of people remained calm. The blue-haired man impatiently ordered the arrest. With an impatient look on his face, he said, "No need to waste words on him. Handcuff him and take him away." But Lin Xiao just glanced at them. He said coldly, "I have a 1-star medal. You have no right to arrest me. If you want to arrest me, the Federation military has to do it." The killing intent he exuded made the whole room feel several degrees colder. The whole group was startled and terrified. Hearing this, Zhang Lin pointed a finger straight at him and shouted loudly, "Don't listen to this bastard's nonsense. He's just a high school student. How could he have a 1-star medal? This lying murderer can't be kept in the school for a single second longer. You guys take him away quickly." He was not to be outdone and replied to them with a very mocking expression. He said in a threatening tone, "You all know what the consequences will be." A series of scene changes. Vehicles and weapons advanced in unison, shaking the entire area. Dust and smoke filled the air. Just as the tension reached its peak, Ziwen suddenly appeared with an elite squad. Her voice boomed with authority. She said, "You people are quite bold." It made even Zhang Lin glance over. She growled, pointing an angry finger as she gave the order. Daring to lay a hand on a Federation martial artist with a 1-star medal? Take them all back. It left even Zhang Lin stunned. He said in a daze, "What? Wait." Immediately after, a series of guns were aimed at Zhang Lin's group. They raised their hands in fear, their faces bewildered. They didn't understand what was happening. Zhang Lin said, "What's going on? Why are the people from the Federation of Martial Artists here?" Then, the blue-haired man also replied, "Wait a minute. We're just carrying out our official duties." From behind, Lin Xiao laughed heartily and said, "See? Don't blame me for not warning you earlier." Ziwen immediately crossed her arms and gave the order. "We will contact your superiors. If you haven't abused your authority, of course we will let you go." Then, she walked over. She took his hand. Her eyes were gentle. She said, "Little brother, we meet again." From behind, 2 more people stepped forward. Jinhai laughed teasingly. He said, "So, my brother, did we make it in time?" Li Di, on the other hand, gently took his sleeve. He said with a happy expression, "After the instructor saw the news, he immediately sent me. He knew the Tang family would pull some dirty tricks." Immediately after, Lao Li appeared. He approached and delivered some shocking news. He said, "Lin Xiao, although it's not your fault, but the Tang family, after all, is one of the school's major shareholders. Under their pressure, the school will still punish you for what happened yesterday." Hearing this ridiculous statement, he couldn't help but get angry. He said loudly, "Punish me? What kind of punishment?" His face also darkened. Looking very serious, he handed a letter to him. He said, "I just received this notice this morning as well. The school believes that you knew the syringe contained poison, but you still deliberately injected it into Tang Tian, leading to Tang Tian's mutation. While it wasn't intentional murder, it was still a malicious act of harm that directly led to Tang Tian's death. Therefore, the school has decided to expel you." He clenched the letter, his aura flaring up, making the paper in his hand tremble. He gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed. He said, "Those goddamn bastards." Luoli could only sigh, his voice hoarse. He said helplessly, "I'm sorry, Lin Xiao. My influence is limited. I couldn't stop this from happening. But I know some teachers at other academies. I think I can help you transfer." Seeing that look in his eyes, Lin Xiao could only lower his head in sadness. He said dejectedly, "Thank you, Teacher Luo. I appreciate the thought. As a student who's been expelled, transferring to another school would be a huge hassle." Contrary to his heavy mood, Ziwen was still beaming. She cheerfully reassured him, "It's all right, Lin Xiao. If you can't stay here, you can go somewhere else. The instructor sent us here this time to officially invite you to join the Alliance forces." Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile. As if a weight had been lifted, he replied confidently, "That's right. I can't stay in school for another year. I wouldn't be able to get into a university anyway. If that's the case, I might as well join the Alliance martial artists and kill zombies with you guys." But then, Mr. Yi approached. His eyes were deep and unreadable. His voice calm, but heavy as a mountain. He said, "That's not necessarily the case." Hearing this, Lin Xiao and Ziwen glanced at him, their eyes filled with confusion. Meanwhile, Mr. Yi walked forward gently. He said calmly, "Actually, you can also choose not to join the Alliance martial artists." Mr. Yi's appearance silenced everyone. They all said in unison, "Greetings, Mr. Yi." He raised his hand, presenting a letter, and spoke in a calm, gentle voice. "Here, you can come to our academy." His eyes were steadfast, which surprised Lin Xiao. In the distance, Z1 and her two companions were seething with anger. She was visibly bitter, unable to recruit him. She muttered under her breath, "Damn it, he got snatched away by this old geezer." Her two companions whispered to each other, beads of sweat on their foreheads, trying to calm her down. Jean Hai pursed his lips and whispered in Li Di's ear, "Boss, calm down. That old man seems really powerful." Li Di whispered back, "That's why the boss isn't rushing over to argue with him." The two of them were whispering, but the moment they finished, her glare shot through them like a bullet. Her face was dark, her lips pressed tight, her gaze threatening. She hissed dangerously, making them both jump. She said, "You two, shut your mouths for me." Then suddenly, all three of them were overshadowed by Lin Xiao's excited cry. He stood there, clutching the letter, his hand trembling. He stammered, "It's actually Sanctuary Academy." His voice was filled with joy, stunning those around him. They rushed over, their eyes wide with disbelief. They all shouted, "What? Sanctuary Academy?" Seeing this, Mr. Yi explained gently, "That's right. It is Sanctuary Academy. I'm a teacher in charge of special admissions for Sanctuary Academy. Every year at this time, all the academies are looking for talented students, offering them special admission spots. Lin Xiao, I've been observing you for a while now. With your talent, you are a perfect fit for Sanctuary Academy's special admission." Hearing this, he was still a bit hesitant. He said thoughtfully with a sad tone, "But I have already been expelled." However, the man still spoke with a firm, resolute voice. He stroked his beard and said gently, "The reason Sanctuary Academy has this special admission system is because the Academy has the right to special recruitment. You don't need to take the university entrance exam. With your ability, you don't even need to finish high school. On September 1st, just report directly to Sanctuary Academy." This made him clench his fists in excitement, cheering. He grinned widely and said, "Is that really possible? I'll definitely go." He still held the letter tightly, as if afraid it would disappear. Lost in thought, he thought happily, "I can't believe I got expelled, but still became a special admission student." At Sanctuary Academy, he suddenly remembered Luo Oyu, an image of her flashing through his mind, glancing back at him before flying away, her words still echoing, "Sanctuary." This made him think with delight, little Luo Oyu. "I didn't expect we'd meet again so soon." He then asked Mr. Yi, his voice a mixture of curiosity and naivety. He said, "By the way, Mr. Yi, where exactly is Sanctuary Academy located? I've tried searching online before, but I couldn't find any information about its location, and it's not on this acceptance letter either." Mr. Yi clasped his hands, stroked his beard, and chuckled. He said, "Go to the end of the path of death, and someone will be there to escort you to Sanctuary Academy." The answer stunned the group. They all shouted, "What? The path of death?" Hearing this made him turn pale with worry. He described a place filled with hideous monsters, where death was ever present, a place where life barely existed. He said, "The path of death is not just a path, but an entire region. There are massive hordes of zombies there, and high-level evolved beasts. It's known as one of the most dangerous places on Earth. This place is filled with terrifying, cold-blooded creatures." He continued, "They say there are even the strongest evolved beasts there, with strengths reaching rank 10. A place that showcases a collection of various mystical creatures, along with the ruins of mysterious laboratories left over from the war." He calmly teased, "What's wrong? Scared?" Hearing this, he replied, "No, I'm just a little excited." Though he was surprised, he was also intrigued. He looked at his hands, his expression serious, as if he was shaping his future. He thought, "The path of death. What's so scary about it? The more zombies and evolved beasts there are, the more experience points I can get. This is heaven. Mr. Yi patted his shoulder, his voice filled with affection. Very good. What are your plans now? He respectfully replied. I need to go to Black Sea City to take the martial artist qualification exam. Then I'll go register. The man replied, After you get your martial artist certification, it will be very beneficial for your development. And with that, Mr. Yi turned to leave, his voice echoing back slowly. Good luck, kid. Z1 and her teammates walked over. They happily praised him. Z1 said, Well done, Lin Xiao. You actually became a student at Sanctuary Academy. Jin Hai couldn't hide his joy either. He said, Congratulations. Congratulations. Li Di also showered him with praise. My junior is so talented. Luo Li also happily congratulated him. He said, Lin Xiao, congratulations. Hearing this, he happily replied, Thank you. Thank you. Ziwen quickly pushed her way through. She sidled up to him and asked, How about we go for a few drinks to celebrate? Hearing this, Jin Hai shouted excitedly, Let's not go home till we're drunk. This just made him scratch his head and laugh sheepishly. Beside him, Li Di casually asked Luo Li, Teacher Luo, will you join us? Luo Li happily agreed. Sure, but can I bring a few friends along? Hearing this, Lin Xiao scratched his chin thoughtfully. Of course. The more, the merrier. The scene shifts to the party. The group gathered in a bustling restaurant. They kept saying, Cheers! Cheers! Let's drink up. Xiao Ruoshui's face was flushed. She raised her beer mug and shouted with excitement. To Lin Xiao's success. To a boundless future. Cheers! They all raised their glasses and clinked them together in the cheerful atmosphere. Xiao Ruoshui excitedly pulled Lin Xiao closer, shouting, Little Lin Xiao, once you're settled at Sanctuary Academy, I'll come over and join you. With me by your side, minor injuries and illnesses will be no problem. She giggled drunkenly, pressing him against her chest. Another girl also burst out laughing. Whispering something, she said, Brother Lin Xiao, don't worry. Schwanger will definitely keep up with you. Schwanger will definitely keep up with you. Time to level up. I need to get into the Sanctuary Academy as soon as possible. Yang Tian teased him, chin in his hand as he drank. My man, you're my role model. You got a big sister type. And a Lolita both into you. Meanwhile, Ziwen was staring daggers at them, her face a mask of fury. Seeing this, Yang Tian kept pushing his buttons. He chuckled and said, Plus, you've got the boss lady in the uniform right next to me. Look at that glare. She looks like she'd kill to be going with you right now. That was the last straw for Ziwen. She exploded. She lunged forward and gave him a painful rap on the head. Listen here, you little brat, she snapped. You want me to call my guys and beat you to a pulp? She slammed the table and stood up. All right, little brother Lin Xiao. When are you heading to Black Sea City? The atmosphere was pure chaos. Lin Xiao was squished between the two beautiful women, his face as red as a tomato. His eyes were a desperate plea for help. Xiao Ruoshui said angrily, Do you need me to drive you? Do you need me to drive you? Hearing that, Ziwen jumped in with a taunt of her own. The two women locked eyes. Sparks flew between them. He was so suffocated he nearly passed out. Pressed between their ample chests, they said, The Sanctuary Academy is sure to be full of geniuses. Besides, the path of death to get there is fraught with danger. So, you have to keep getting stronger. He gasped for air. You don't have to. I'm planning to go to Black Sea City on my own. I'll continue my training along the way. The scene shifts to the border region of Starlight City. He appears, draped in a black outfit, strolling calmly through the dense forest. He said, My silver soul spear shattered into pieces. It's beyond repair. I'll have to buy a temporary spear for emergencies. He then pursed his lips, looking around. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. He continued, Once I get my martial artist certification, I'll be able to log into the Alliance website and buy a powerful weapon. From the bushes, a strange noise rustled. It made him glance over with a wary look. Someone's here. This presence, it isn't a zombie or an evolved beast. It must be a martial artist. Didn't take long for someone to show up and offer me some free EXP. Suddenly, a strange weapon sliced through the air behind him. He twisted his body in an instant, dodging it. Faced with the weapon's surprising speed, he looked straight ahead, gathering energy in his hand. A power like blue fire enveloped his palm, dazzling and potent. He immediately brought it crashing down like a storm. The orange-haired man was sent flying backward, slamming into a tree as his companions watched in disbelief. The two remaining men charged forward in a rage. Their furious voices boomed. "Avenge the young master." One of them swung his weapon down in a vicious chop. "Lin Xiao," he roared menacingly. "There's no escape for you today." But in a flash, Lin Xiao countered with a clean punch that sent him flying into the swamp, where he screamed in agony. Lin Xiao spoke calmly. "You think you're enough?" The orange-haired man was stunned. His eyes stared wide as he stammered, "W." His aura was clearly so weak. How can he be this powerful? Then, Lin Xiao's figure slowly came into focus. He let out an excited laugh. He said, "What's the rush?" He smirked, gripping his weapon. His eyes were ice cold. He continued impatiently. "You're from the Tang family, aren't you? Persistent bastards." The bandits charged all at once, weapons at the ready, their eyes filled with malice. They roared in unison. "Go to hell, now!" Lin Xiao unleashed his technique. His eyes blazed with fury. The flames on his spear erupted, swirling violently before sweeping straight toward them. 100 birds hail the phoenix. A torrent of fire exploded outward, sharp as sparks tearing through space, incinerating everything in its path. The bandits were thrown into the air, their weapons scattering everywhere. They fell like dominoes. Their screams echoed through the entire forest. "What?" they cried out in awe. He stepped forward, dragging his spear behind him. His eyes were emotionless. He walked with a casual gait, as if he hadn't just fought. He spoke in a light, airy tone. "Now that the minions are taken care of, it's time for the master to make his appearance, right?" Just then, a figure appeared, sword in hand. His voice, seething with hatred, hissed through his teeth. He roared, "How can so many of you fail to deal with a single high school student?" It was none other than Tang Mubai. He strode forward, radiating fury, his gaze hot enough to burn everything to the ground. He scowled and said, "A bunch of useless trash." As he advanced, he slowly drew his sword from its sheath. He said condescendingly, "You little brat." Across from him, Lin Xiao held his spear, ready for battle. The sword was drawn. An icy gleam shot forth, carrying with it a thick, killing intent. Whoever the blade pointed at would not escape with their life. He stared hard at Lin Xiao, his face grim as he enunciated every word. "Today, you will pay for my Tianer's life with your own." Hearing this, Lin Xiao just smirked, a cold laugh, a look of contempt. "Old man," he said, "if you're so worried about Tang Tian being lonely, I don't mind sending you down there to join him." His grip on the spear remained tight. There was no time for more words. Tang Mubai was already upon him, his sword strikes lethally sharp, his aura screaming murder. "Die!" he roared, lunging. "Go on, die!" Lin Xiao hastily raised his spear to block the blow. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes at the man's speed and power. He gritted his teeth, his arms straining as he fought to hold his ground. The two clashed in a fierce battle. The fire from a spear and the purple sword energy collided. Lin Xiao unleashed a continuous flurry of attacks, his spear becoming a blur as it struck at Tang Mubai. Storm of pear blossoms. Each thrust, each strike, shredded the surrounding trees, stripping them bare. And yet, Tang Mubai dodged with ease, every step steady, as if he had already seen through it all. Up close, the tree trunks looked as if they had taken a direct hit from a god, leaving massive holes in them. The full force of the blows still seemed to swirl deep inside the wood. He glanced at the damaged trees, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He thought, this kid's strength is indeed impressive. 5 thrusts in an instant. Each spear strike contains the peak power of a second-tier martial artist. But he instantly regained his composure, resuming his taunts. He said, "It's nothing more than a cheap trick." Then, he unleashed a bizarre sword technique. The blade shifted to a pinkish-purple hue, swirling like the wind. He attacked Lin Xiao like a ferocious beast, both powerful and sharp. Silver rank, martial skill. Moonfang Sky Render Slash. Lin Xiao tilted his head to dodge. One eye half closed. It wasn't too difficult. But that last attack was so powerful it cracked the very ground. Lin Xiao hissed inwardly. That sword energy is insane. Cooldown time. 3 more minutes until my rage skill is ready. I have a holdout for these 3 minutes. Tang Mubai stared straight at him, his eyes blazing. His brow was furrowed so tightly it seemed he was suppressing an imminent explosion. He roared, his voice a hiss through clenched teeth. "Dodge, will you? Let's see how you dodge this." His entire body seemed to burn with an unnameable emotion. Searing, fierce. Then he swung his sword. A series of diagonal slashes, one after another. Sharp, relentless. They surged toward Lin Xiao, intent on tearing him to pieces. Moonfang Sky Render slash. Moonfang Sky Render slash. Moonfang Sky Render slash. Lin Xiao's eyes were filled with determination, his jaw clenched tight. He struggled to hold his position against the intense pressure. The spear blazed with crimson fire. Each rotation of the spearhead painted a ball of flame, coiling like a typhoon on the verge of detonation. 100 birds hailed a phoenix. Attack! The two torrents of power collided. An explosion rocked the entire forest. But Tang Mubai stood his ground, completely unharmed. He had even absorbed the shockwave from blast, converting it into his own power. A triumphant grin spread across his face. Lin Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. "What?" he yelled. "Is that?" Tang Mubai closed the distance. His blade hummed softly as it drew in the residual power still clinging to Lin Xiao's body. The corner of his mouth curled up. He spoke in a hoarse voice. It was as smooth as a cold chill running down the spine. He said, "Thank you for the fire you just provided. It made this move of mine even stronger." He stepped forward, his hand raised high. The sword condensed with a brilliant red power. His eyes glowed a stark white, empty as if he were soulless. Then he whispered. His voice hissed through his gritted teeth. He said, "Golden martial skill." Then the sword swung up. The fire erupted into a blazing vortex. The technique was identical to his. Every line, every flow of energy. But now, from a single blade, it slashed straight forward. Heaven Scorcher! He immediately retreated, so fast that he kicked up a cloud of dust behind him. His face was momentarily stunned. He said, "So, it's a golden martial skill? Damn it, I can't dodge this." Immediately after, he gritted his teeth. His eyes narrowed. His voice was a hoarse growl. He growled, "Well, I have to risk it." He recklessly charged forward, erecting a blue and white shield in front of him. He braced himself against it. Resolve. Hurry. The power from the blade clashed with the shield. It exploded in a violent shockwave. The entire forest shook. Trees were uprooted and sent flying. The shockwave reverberated through the area. He gritted his teeth. His entire body tensed. He tried to keep the shield from breaking, but the force continued to press in as if to crush everything. He grimaced and shouted, "I can't believe it. I blocked it." He glared and shouted, his voice filled with rage and disbelief. He said, How is this possible?" Immediately after, the spear in his hand bent and cracked. It allowed the force to break through his defenses. It sent him flying. Another explosion rang out just as he was thrown into the air. A massive wave of power erupted outwards. It tore up the ground. Trees were uprooted. Dust filled the air. And so, he was slammed hard against a large rock behind him. It created a huge crack. He coughed violently from the force of the impact. Before he could even get up, the man charged forward. His voice was a mix of anger and mockery. He said, "Even your weapon is broken. Let's see how you fight me now." Immediately after, the sword plunged straight into his shoulder. He cried out in pain and grabbed the blade. His body trembled. His eyes. The man's expression grew even more hateful as he gritted his teeth and said, "Just die already." His hand clenched around the blade embedded in his body. His hand trembled. His face contorted in pain. He gritted his teeth. A faint, terrifying smile appeared on his face. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Like a bolt of lightning striking down, he locked his gaze on his opponent. He said excitedly, "Good. The time has come." The whole scene unfolded. His power erupted violently. It swirled into a vortex of brilliant blue energy, like lightning. It made the ground shake. Dust rose in layers. The air around them seemed to be compressed. It created a heavy pressure that spread everywhere. "Activate Fury." Seeing this, the man was utterly astonished. He stared wide-eyed and shouted, "What? Fury?" The moment he finished speaking, he unleashed a punch with all his might. A single punch was thrown. It wasn't a slash, but a suppression. A circular wave of power spread out. like lightning striking from the heavens. He hissed, "I've finally been waiting for this." Fury burst. The punch landed like a clap of thunder in a clear sky. It created a violent shockwave. A shockwave that spread out all around. It sent the man flying to one side. His body staggered amidst the dust and smoke. At that moment, from directly in front, he had already arrived. Another punch twisted straight into his shoulder, so powerful that it made him grit his teeth. His mind reeled as if his very beliefs had been shattered. He thought, why did his aura suddenly become so strong? I didn't see him take any medicine, and I didn't sense the energy fluctuations of any special martial skill. He stared, his gaze wavering. Something seemed to flash in his mind. Wait, but before he could regain his footing, another blow came crashing down. He was knocked back again, his face contorted. He fell to the ground amidst the thick dust and smoke. One hand clutched his wound, the pain so intense that he trembled. He, on the other hand, slowly walked over. He picked up his sword. He let out a light chuckle, a teasing smile. He said, "This sword isn't bad." Hearing this, the man shouted. His face was filled with arrogance. He said in a threatening tone, "No, you can't kill me. I am the head of the Tang family. If you kill me, the Tang family will not let you go." Hearing this ridiculous statement, he only smirked. His eyes were filled with contempt. He said, "The Tang family? I've never cared about them. Do you know why I had to leave Sacred Star City? Because I received an acceptance letter from the Sacred Domain Academy. I am now a student of the Sacred Domain Academy." Hearing him say this, the man could only ask in a daze. He said, "W.A. Weren't you expelled?" Immediately, he raised the sword. His face was grim as he spoke. "The me of the future is not someone a pathetic family like the Tangs can ever hope to reach." Immediately after, he swung his hand and slashed with decisiveness. At the same time, the system announced, "Killed Tier 3 Martial Artist. Obtained 547,821 experience points." He gasped for breath. His entire body was drenched in sweat. His eyes were dazed. His lips were pale. He was panting as if he had used up all his life force. He said weakly, "Finally killed him. That's a lot of experience points." As expected, this old guy was about to break through to Tier 4. If I hadn't used Fury, the one who died would probably have been me. He continued, walking into the forest. He continued to speak. There's still a more dangerous path ahead. In an abandoned house, weeds and moss grew, covering the crumbling walls. It was surrounded by overgrown bushes. A few birds flew back and forth in the sky. Lin Xiao was sitting against a wall, resting and monitoring the changes in his stats on the system. Host, Lin Xiao. Level, 15. Strength, 263 physique, 100. Agility, 75. Combined combat power, 1900. Title, Tier 2 Martial Artist. Accumulated source energy, 0/100. Skills, Analysis I, Fury, Camouflage. Number of draws, 4. Looking at the data displayed by the system, Lin Xiao calculated. A little more, and if I break through to 2000 in strategy, I can become a Tier 3 martial artist. Then I can cultivate movement techniques and martial skills. My combat power will increase by another level. I've accumulated 4 draws. Just in time, while I'm recovering from my injuries. I'll try my luck for a bit of fun. Suddenly, something like a prize will appear on the system's virtual screen. Looking at the question marks in the slots on the wheel, Lin Xiao wondered, why are they all question marks? A notification sound came from the system. "Congratulations, host. You have won a lucky draw chance. Today's draw has a chance to win more prizes." Hearing this, Lin Xiao understood the meaning of the question marks. So the question marks represent a lucky draw, and I could get more long-term prizes? With a slightly mischievous smile, he said cheerfully, draw. At the same time, he also pressed the screen to start the prize wheel. As he watched the wheel spin, Lin Xiao said with anticipation, "What will it be?" "I'm so excited." Lin Xiao watched with eager eyes as the wheel came to a stop. His eyes followed the pointer as it landed on an empty slot. The system's voice rang out again. "Congratulations, host. You have won a large number of different crystals." The prize he won made him so happy that he had to let out a few exclamations of amazement. Holy, it really is a large number of different crystals. After drawing the prize, he placed them in front of him and sat down to count them again. Looking at the pile of blue, gold, and pink spirit stones he had just drawn, he began to calculate. 3 tier 3, 5 tier 2, and 10 tier 1. Not very useful to me, but I can sell them for a lot of money. Then he put them away. With an excited and happy expression, he said, "All right, let's keep drawing." After speaking, he operated the prize wheel on the system screen again. The wheel stopped. The system's voice rang out. "Congratulations, host. You have won the legendary weapon, Crimson Star Moon." Seeing the name of the prize announced by the system, Lin Xiao was somewhat surprised. He took the prize and observed it. He was amazed. He exclaimed, "Oh my god, it's actually a legendary weapon. This is a soft metal." As expected, a legendary weapon is completely different. After observing it for a moment, he put on the gloves he had just received. As he put them on, he could feel their power. He said, "Besides spear techniques, the only other thing I know is how to punch. These boxing gloves are a perfect match for my violent burst fist. My long spear is broken. Old man Tang Muba's long sword. I'm not used to it. These boxing gloves came at just the right time." Having drawn a legendary artifact as a reward, Lin Xiao's spirit sword. Full of excitement, he pointed at the system screen and continued to draw. "While I'm on a lucky streak, I'm going to use up all my draws." Following Lin Xiao's decision, the lottery wheel on the system began to spin again. After a few spins, the wheel came to a stop. The system's chime rang out as the reward appeared on the screen. A collection of gold, red, and blue cards. Among them were also a few purple cards. "Congratulations, host. You have won a large number of martial skill cards." Lin Xiao took the stack of cards. He held them in his hand, fanning them out like a deck of playing cards. As he examined them, he sighed. It really is a large number of skill cards. 3 silver, 12 bronze, and not a single one is related to spear techniques. These cards are useless. That's right. I'll synthesize them. I might be able to create a skill card I need. Just then, the system screen changed. It displayed an interface for selecting multiple items to combine. The system's voice announced, "Synthesize martial skill cards. Bronze martial skill card, chainmail fingers. 2. Bronze martial skill card, kitchen knife. Tofu shredding technique. Bronze martial skill card, shoes. Queen's aura. Please select the type of martial skill to synthesize. Random. Synthesize? Yes/no." Seeing the prompt, Lin Xiao didn't hesitate for a second and quickly answered, "Yes." After Lin Xiao's confirmation, the system screen changed. After a moment, a sparkling silver spear with a metallic sheen appeared on the screen. The system announced, "Congratulations, host. Bronze skill card synthesis successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the silver martial skill card, spear technique. 1 pillar holding up the heavens." Taking the card in his hand, Lin Xiao felt like he had discovered something incredibly interesting. As he looked at the silver spear card, he said excitedly, 3 bronze cards can be synthesized into 1 silver card? So if I use 3 silver cards, there's a definite chance I can synthesize a gold martial skill card. If that's true, then this is great. Even if it's not a skill I need, any gold card can be sold for a lot of money. As Lin Xiao read the information on the card, he imagined its uses. In his mind, he simulated the stances and techniques mentioned on the card, accumulating source power within his body, using the long spear to pierce through rock. This move is best used early in the morning, right after waking up. Its power is at its greatest. Reading this, Lin Xiao suddenly wondered, what kind of move is this? And it's a bit similar to my charge strike. Never mind, let's just synthesize it. Hearing Lin Xiao's question, the system's voice chimed in again. Congratulations, host. Bronze skill card synthesis successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a silver martial skill card, staff technique. Sea calming divine needle. Congratulations, host. Bronze skill card synthesis successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the silver martial skill card. Flashing lightning, 5 consecutive whips. Along with the announcements, images of the mentioned cards appeared one by one. Amidst the series of notifications, there was a sudden sound of something exploding. Congratulations, host. Bronze skill card synthesis failed. It turned out the explosion was from a failed bronze skill card synthesis. Seeing the failure, but still hearing the default congratulations, Lin Xiao felt like he was being trolled. He glared at the system screen, wanting to smash it to pieces. In his hand, a dagger was raised as if to cleave the system in two. He said angrily, "What the damn system? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? What's there to congratulate about a failed synthesis?" Faced with the current Lin Xiao, the system suddenly felt a flicker of fear, like a living creature, even though it was just a machine, unfeeling and unaware. Lin Xiao ignored the system. He turned to the stack of successfully synthesized cards. He held them in his hand and thought, "Now I have 6 silver martial skill cards. I can synthesize twice." Then he turned back to the system screen. It was still on the card synthesis interface. Lin Xiao clasped his hands and knelt down, praying earnestly, "Please, it has to be a gold martial skill card." The more you hope, the greater the disappointment. When the system's congratulations host chime rang out, Lin Xiao opened his eyes with hope. But when he heard the rest of the announcement, silver martial skill card synthesis failed. His face immediately changed. His expression changed faster than flipping a pancake. Lin Xiao was furious. He shook the system violently, yelling, "No, you damn system. My silver skill card. Give it back." After shaking it, he knelt down and bowed repeatedly to the system. He pleaded earnestly, "Good system, nice system. Daddy system, this time it has to be a success. A gambler deserves no sympathy." After shaking and bowing, Lin Xiao continued to press yes on the system screen. "Synthesize? Yes/no." As he pressed it, he said, come on," as if cheering himself on and telling the system it had to succeed, not to disappoint Lin Xiao's expectations and prayers. The system's synthesis was successful. The system's voice chimed, "Congratulations, host. Silver martial skill card synthesis successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the gold martial skill card. Milky Way falls from the 9 heavens." Hearing the successful notification, Lin Xiao was overjoyed. He raised his hands to the sky, moved, tears streaming down his face as he laughed, and said, "I'm lucky again. A gold martial skill card. And it's a gold spear technique skill card." On the screen now was the image of a silver spear surrounded by swirling spiritual energy. It looked incredibly powerful. The system's item description read, "Falling 3,000 feet. As if the Milky Way is falling from the 9 heavens." The main characteristic of the Milky Way falls from the 9 heavens martial skill is speed, combined with immense power striking straight down. Lin Xiao looked at the item in front of him with a smug expression and said, "Even though I'm only a rank 2 martial artist right now, and can't cultivate a gold martial skill, there's nothing I can't do. I'll become a rank 3 martial artist very soon." Pressing his advantage, he pressed synthesize one more time. As he pressed it, he said to himself, "One more draw left. Let's do it. I hope it can give me one more surprise." Suddenly, a huge gift box with a red ribbon was pushed out of the screen by the system. The gift box landed with a thud. From the sound of it, one could tell the box contained something very heavy and powerful. The system's voice chimed, "Congratulations, host. You have received 1 Stage 2 Rapid Growth Gift Pack. Do you wish to use it?" The appearance of the gift box made Lin Xiao both startled and angry. He couldn't help but let out a few curses. He pointed at the 165-kilogram gift box and exclaimed, "Holy crap. This again? Are you trying to kill me?" After saying that, he could only sigh and tell himself, "Forget it. For 50 potential points, I'll risk it." The system's voice continued. "Equipment complete. Rapid growth system, activate. Progress, 5/50,000. Upon completion, you will receive 50 potential points." Outside the building, the sun shone brightly. A flock of white birds soared across the blue sky. The sunlight streamed down through the lush green canopy of the trees, feeling fresh and new. But this freshness only highlighted the age and decay of the surrounding structures. Lin Xiao set off, carrying the items from the system's gift box on his shoulders. As he walked, he grumbled, "So heavy. I still have a long way to go. This is going to kill me." As Lin Xiao was walking, he heard someone shout, "Oh my God. It's a rank 2 silver-clawed black bear." Not only was it a shout of joy at discovering a rare herb, but it was also mixed with shouts of "Quick! Trap it!" The ground shook as if something huge was approaching at high speed. Right behind Lei Liang was a ferocious black bear. It roared, raising its claws to attack Lei Liang. All he could do was run and scream for help. Suddenly, A bolt of lightning-like light shot towards the bear. That light was Lin Xiao. He rushed forward and punched the bear just before it could bring its claws down on Lei Liang. Lei Liang, unaware that someone had come to his rescue, was still cowering on the ground, his hands covering his head, waiting for the bear's attack. The black bear, hit by Lin Xiao's punch, was sent flying, creating a loud crash. Seeing the bear sent flying, Lin Xiao looked down in awe at the gloves the system had given him. He thought to himself, this legendary weapon can amplify the power of my violent burst fist. I can easily kill a rank 2 evolved beast like this. Lei Liang heard the sound, stood up, and looked back, seeing that the black bear had been sent flying by Lin Xiao. He quickly rushed over to Lin Xiao and said, "Thank you. Hello, I'm Lei Liang. Thank you for saving my life." Hearing Lei Liang's thanks, Lin Xiao just glanced at him briefly and walked towards where the black bear had landed. As he walked, Lin Xiao raised his hand in greeting. "It's nothing. I'm Lin Xiao." Lei Liang, seeing how calm Lin Xiao was, asked hesitantly, "Hey, brother, are you also heading to Black Sea City?" As he asked Lin Xiao, Lei Liang was marveling to himself. To think he could kill a Tier 2 evolved beast with a single punch. But why does his aura only feel like that of a prospective martial artist? Hearing Lei Liang's question, Lin Xiao glanced behind him and asked back, "You too?" "That's right. I'm heading to Black Sea City to take the martial artist qualification exam." As he glanced at Lei Liang, the system displayed a notification to Lin Xiao. Lei Liang, Tier 1 martial artist. At that moment, a group of people was chasing them from a distance. The leader shouted from afar, "Lei Liang, are you okay? You idiot!" Getting chased all over the place by a Tier 2 evolved beast. Lei Liang, hearing what the group said, just scoffed and said, "Didn't I kill a lot of evolved beasts today? I'm just out of stamina. Otherwise, I would have killed it long ago." Then, Lei Liang gestured towards Lin Xiao to introduce him to the group that had just arrived. This brother's name is Lin Xiao. Thanks to his timely appearance, he saved my life. He's also going to Black Sea City for the martial artist qualification exam. Lei Liang turned to Lin Xiao. He clapped him on the shoulder and said, "Brother, everyone here is taking the martial artist exam. Why don't we travel together? It's always good to have more people to help out on the road." Hearing this, Lin Xiao thought for a moment before replying, "Well, all right." Suddenly, Lei Liang looked a little embarrassed, scratching his face as he said, "Actually, there are 5 of us. There's one more person who we met on the road, just like you. But she acts a little strangely." Hearing Lei Liang say this, Lin Xiao could only think, question mark. Lei Liang pointed to a person sitting on a high tree branch, observing Lin Xiao and the group to introduce her. "Look, that's the little princess of the dark arts. Her name is Bailey Haoling." Following the direction Lei Liang was pointing, Bailey Haoling stood on a high tree, her face arrogantly looking down. After being introduced by Lei Liang, Haoling immediately jumped down from the tree. She clapped her hands as she walked towards the two of them. "I am Bailey Haoling. What's your name?" Seeing her getting closer and closer, Lin Xiao felt a little flustered and backed away. "My name is Lin Xiao." Haoling looked him over and nodded in satisfaction. "Your strength is quite good. You meet the requirements to be my disciple." She cheerfully pointed to herself and asked magnanimously, "Lin Xiao, are you willing to become my disciple?" Hearing this, Lin Xiao's face twisted as he said to Lei Liang, "What the? We just met, and she already wants to take me as her disciple? She doesn't look much older than me, does she?" He leaned in and whispered in his ear. "The first time she met us, she said the same thing. She asked if we were willing to become her disciples." Without hesitation, he turned to leave. "Sorry, I have no intention of taking a lowly as my master." Seeing this, Haoling angrily shouted, "Hey, don't go. If you don't become my disciple, you'll regret it. This isn't just acting strangely. This is acting weird." The group continued deeper into the forest. The further they went, the eerier the atmosphere became. Looking at the pile of bones scattered on the ground, a buzzcut boy broke out in a cold sweat. So many human bones. Lin Xiao picked up a random bone and examined it. Tier 2 man-eating crow. The creature he had just mentioned was a beast with an extremely bizarre appearance. An evolved bird that eats humans. They live in flocks. They will attack the living. The buzzcut boy stammered, How do you know? It could be a giant man-eating beast for all we know." Haoling came up from behind and scolded him. Idiot! Can't you see the beak marks on the bones? He angrily shouted. You dare call me an idiot? Don't think I won't hit you just because you're a girl. Ignoring his shouts from behind, she leaned in close to Lin Xiao and asked again, right, Lin Xiao? Your knowledge is extensive. You are well suited to be my disciple. I'm talking to you. Do you hear me? Just then, a loud caw suddenly echoed from above their heads. A Tier 2 man-eating crow with glowing eyes and a long beak was diving down like a madman. Without hesitation, the buzz-cut boy threw the knife in his hand at it. The monstrous beast was struck by the blade. Its head was immediately severed from its neck. He smirked and snorted coldly. A Tier 2 evolved beast is only this capable. But Lin Xiao suddenly cut off his train of thought. No, the danger has just begun. The boy looked up at the sky. What met his eyes was an entire flock of Tier 2 man-eating crows diving down, as if to eat them alive. Huh, there are this many. Lin Xiao's eyes were fixed on their gaping beaks as he warned, Careful, they're coming for us. He clenched, his hand into a fist. His face also became serious. Here they come. You too, be careful. A brilliant halo of light quickly enveloped Lin Xiao's fist. Without hesitation, he punched straight at the flock of monstrous beasts. The force from his hand scattered them. They were quickly sent flying back. Haoling's eyes lit up as she cheered for him. What a powerful move. You're becoming more and more suitable to be my disciple. Lin Xiao couldn't take it anymore and turned his head to snap at her. Please, miss, stop talking about taking me as a disciple. If you want to take a disciple, then show me your strength first. Facing the monstrous beasts, she didn't seem the least bit afraid and exclaimed, Oh, if I kill all these man-eating birds, will you be willing to become my disciple? Before he could even agree, Haoling had already kicked off the ground and flown towards them. Disciple, watch your master's strength carefully. Lin Xiao was horrified and raised his hand to call after her, trying to stop her. Hey, wait a minute. Her joyful eyes suddenly became sharp, filled with a murderous aura. Haoling drew her swords. With just a few slashes, she had torn the flock of monstrous beasts to shreds. Lin Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. Such strong, killing intent. How can a lowly have such a thick killing intent? Who in the world is this person? Her power was like a whirlwind, relentlessly attacking the Tier 2 man-eating crows. One lost its head. Another was torn to pieces. Feathers and blood splattered across the vast sky. After dealing with them, Haoling gracefully sheathed her weapons and landed on the ground, the corpses of the monstrous beasts falling behind her. She tilted her head and gave a triumphant smile. So, are you willing to become my disciple now? Only then did both Lei Liang and Lin Xiao truly admire Haoling's skill. This girl's strength is incredible. She dealt with the entire flock of man-eating birds in an instant. This little sister is really strong. The buzz-cut boy curiously approached, wanted to touch the swords on Haoling's back. To be able to easily slice these man-eating birds in half. These two blades of yours are really special. Where did you buy them? She turned around and said proudly, You can't buy them, because these are the blades my mother made for me. Seeing them crowd around Haoling as if they were at an exhibition, Lin Xiao felt a little helpless. Her mother also knows how to forge weapons, and such powerful weapons at that. Don't these two realize that the blades themselves aren't what's so powerful? The ability to easily slice through the man-eating birds is because of the strength of Bailey Haoling. A man with long red hair that went past his shoulders pointed at the corpses of the Tier 2 man-eating crows and said, Strange. What about the anomaly crystals of these man-eating birds? Haoling came up from behind and handed him a small pouch. She said, You mean these? Lin Xiao frowned in confusion. How'd she do that? To kill the man-eating birds and collect their anomaly crystals at the same time. And none of us even noticed. She generously held it out to him and asked, Disciple, do you want them? He looked around in a daze and then pointed at himself. Am I hearing this right? You want to give me all these anomaly crystals? The other person nodded decisively. That's right. Consider it a meeting gift from a master to her disciple. The word disciple made Lin Xiao feel very uncomfortable. He looked at Haoling with a disapproving look and then turned away irritably. I don't need them. I never agreed to be your disciple. Is this girl crazy? Why is she so desperate for someone to call her master? That's more than a dozen Tier 2 anomaly crystals. Selling them would fetch a lot of money. And she's just giving them away? She sullenly withdrew her hand. Fine, if you don't want them. I don't want to give them to anyone else. I'll just absorb them myself. Immediately after, a stream of light shot out from the pouch. It slowly flowed along Hao Lang's body. When she was done, she casually tossed it aside, to the astonishment and regret of everyone watching. Lin Xiao stared at the small pouch. He couldn't help but feel a surge of suspicion. Holy, how can this girl absorb them so quickly? She absorbed over a dozen Tier 2 anomaly crystals in an instant. Besides her powerful strength, has she also cultivated her anomaly crystal absorption technique to such a terrifying level? Meanwhile, Lei Liang and the buzz-cut boy could only look at the now drained anomaly crystals and weep. You could have given them to us. For these anomaly crystals, becoming your disciple is not entirely out of the question. That night, everyone skewered the beast meat and roasted it over the campfire. So good. This is really delicious. Lin Xiao glanced at Hao Lang, who was stuffing her face with meat, a look of disdain on his face. Your table manners are terrible. Have you never had roasted evolved beast meat before? Is it cooked through? It's cooked, it's cooked. The others saw her and burst out laughing. Don't rush. Eat slowly. There's still plenty of roasted meat. That's right. Eat up, eat up. Lin Xiao glanced at her information panel. Bailey Hao Lang, rank 4 martial artist. Attributes. Overall combat. Then he asked, by the way, are you from Starlight City? No. As he chewed the food in his mouth, he pondered. This loli is a rank 4 martial artist? The system can't analyze her strength. She must be on the same level as Tang Mubwa. Hao Lang's body suddenly stiffened. An intense pain quickly spread throughout her entire body. She let out a cry, the meat skewer in her hand falling as she stammered. Why do I suddenly feel so weak? Lin Xiao rushed over to check on her. What's wrong? Did you eat too much and get a stomachache? But before he could do anything, his own pupils contracted. His limbs went rigid. He knelt on the ground, trying with all his might to stand up, but couldn't. I don't have any strength either. What's going on? As if realizing something, Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and looked towards the flickering flames. Could it be you guys? Hao Lang also asked angrily. Did you poison the roasted meat? The group of people's demeanor changed completely. They all advanced towards them with sharp glares. Don't worry. It's not poison. It just makes your whole body lose all its strength. We only want your money, not your lives. Luo Liang shamelessly admitted. I secretly added a few drops of salin to your meat skewers. A colorless, odorless liquid. Just 1 or 2 drops can make a rank 1 martial artist lose all their strength for a short period of time. Lin Xiao was shocked, his hand still clutching his chest. Salin, although the effects of this drug are very weak, it only works on rank 2 martial artists and below, but it can only be bought on the black market. And the price isn't cheap. He sneered, a sarcastic smile on his face. You guys were willing to spend that much money? The man leaned back, his voice full of arrogance. To achieve our goals, we have to pay a price. Our strength is only SOSO. We can't touch the higher rank ones. So we can only target rank 1 martial artists like you. Every year, many rank 1 martial artists come to Black Sea City to take the qualification exam. As long as we find 1 or 2 fat sheep like you, we can make a fortune. The buzzcut man rushed over to Lin Xiao, pressing his sword against his face, threatening him. Kid, I could tell your gloves were special from a single glance. They must be elite, or maybe even legendary equipment, right? Quick, take off the gloves. Then he glanced at the bag propped up against the tree behind him. And your backpack, too. It's so full, there must be a lot of treasures inside. Buzzcut turned his lecherous gaze to Hao Lang beside him. As for you, little sister, she was now lying helplessly on the ground, unable to utter a word. Come here, little girl. He reached out his chubby hand and caressed the fair skin on her face. Hand over your 2 swords and your backpack. Then we brothers will. Before he could finish, Lin Xiao suddenly burst out laughing. There won't be a then. Our roasted meat seems to have attracted an unexpected guest. Because they were so focused on attacking the 2 of them, they hadn't noticed a pair of crimson eyes approaching them. A large wolf with sharp teeth was growling at them, terrifying everyone. Those blood-red eyes. It's a red-eyed wolf. It opened its mouth, revealing its long fangs. let out a roar and charged. The wolf pounced, quickly sinking its teeth into the head of one of the robbers. Lin Xiao and the others, though scared to death, still managed to raise their weapons, ready to fight. Damn it! Why now of all times? They unleashed their most powerful techniques. To counterattack, hurricane slash, violent lightning axe. The wolf took a few hits, but it seemed to have no effect. It still looked full of energy. Luo Liang and the others surrounded it, constantly reminding each other. Its body is very agile. Everyone, surround it and attack. That last move had drained most of his energy. Luo Liang stood there, panting heavily. He hissed angrily, "Damn it. The three of us are no match for it." An idea suddenly flashed in his mind. That's right. Aren't there still those two? And with that, Luo Liang, the leader of the robbers, charged madly towards Lin Xiao and Hao Lang. You damn beast. Go after them. Just as they were about to reach them, they stomped their feet hard on the ground, launching their bodies into the air. Sorry, brother. We can only use you to feed it. After it's done eating and leaves, we'll come back for your equipment and backpacks. Lin Xiao, still under the effects of the drug, sat motionless, staring blankly as they ran off, disappearing into the bushes behind him. The wolf was now only a few steps away from being able to sink its fangs into their heads. And yet, Lin Xiao showed no signs of fear. A smirk played on his lips, and a faint, inaudible sound escaped his lips. He ducked under the wolf, using his violent burst fist to strike it square in the face. Seeing that the wolf only stumbled back, its body still intact, Lin Xiao let out an excited "oh," as expected of a rank 3 evolved beast. Its body is really tough. It took my violent burst fist, and its head still hasn't exploded. Luo Liang stared at him in shock and yelled, How are you still okay? Lin Xiao turned around and replied, confused. Didn't you say the drug only works on rank 1 martial artists? I'm a rank 2 martial artist. The man looked as if he couldn't believe his ears, pointing a trembling finger at him. A rank 2 martial artist? Shouldn't a rank 2 martial artist have already gotten their qualification certificate? Why are you still going to Black Sea City? Lin Xiao averted his gaze, flustered. If I told you my family is poor. So, I haven't taken the exam yet. Would you believe me? The wolf, taking advantage of his distraction, lunged again with its claws. Seeing him block the attack with his bare hands, Luo Liang yelled in frustration. Believe you, my ass. You have gloves that can block the sharp claws of a red-eyed wolf. And you're telling me your family is poor? Lin Xiao let go and stepped back, unlucky enough to have the wolf's claws tear through his protective vest. He looked down at his weakened body and cursed silently. Damn it, this weight on my body, what's going on? I can't use my full strength. The situation was becoming increasingly dire. Lin Xiao turned his head towards Hao Lang, who was still on the ground, and started to threaten her. If you don't come over here and help, I'm going to die on you. She looked up and sneered. I know this isn't your true strength. Forget it. Who said you were my disciple? Your master will help you. Luo Liang saw this and was even more surprised. Why are you okay too? Could it be you're also a rank 2 martial artist? Your family is poor, so you're just now taking the exam? Hao Lang slowly stood up, brushing the dust off her clothes. Looks like you guys have misunderstood. I'm not going to Black Sea City to take the qualification exam. She cracked her knuckles and declared. But to be an examiner. Lin Xiao's face went pale, pointing at her and shouting, Nanny, you're an examiner? The wolf, seeing Lin Xiao standing alone and acting strangely, growled in confusion. It noticed Hao Lang beside him and quickly opened its fang-filled mouth, lunging at her. Hao Lang let out a sigh of admiration. Not bad. She stepped back, her legs immediately enveloped in a brilliant aura that shone brightly in the night. Hao Lang ducked down, swinging the sword in her hand and cutting off the wolf's tail. Seeing that it was still unfazed, she glanced back, her eyes narrowed. So you're fast, huh? Lin Xiao, standing to the side, was getting impatient and yelled, Why are you cutting off its tail? Its neck is still a long way off. What's wrong with your technique? Hao Lang turned back and sneered. I was just giving you a little demonstration. Her eyebrows furrowed, her pupils seeming to emit a murderous glint. Now watch closely. Her sharp blade once again flew towards it. The wolf stood its ground, its eyes wide open, seemingly just as surprised. Hao Lang's movements were a blur, and in an instant, she had sliced the massive beast into countless pieces. A few seconds later, the wolf suddenly exploded behind her triumphant figure. Lin Xiao was completely stunned by this scene. She simultaneously channeling source energy to her 2 blades and her 2 legs, increasing her own speed, along with the cutting power of her 2 blades. Source energy can be used like that. Hao Lang sheathed her swords. She shot a death glare at the ones who had poisoned them. All right, you idiots. Next, let's settle our score. Lei Liang and his gang immediately froze. Cold sweat poured down their faces. The 3 of them quickly rushed to her feet, kneeling and kowtowing repeatedly. Big sister, we only wanted money. We didn't want to kill anyone. Please spare us. That's right, big sister. We won't do it again. We'll be good people from now on. Hao Lang's face didn't soften at their words. Instead, it grew even darker. She said nothing. She decisively swung her sword and killed Lei Liang. Blood immediately splattered onto the faces of the other 2. They were all terrified, their eyes wide with horror. Their mouths twitched, unable to form any words. After a long moment, the 2 of them trembled and bowed their heads lower, continuing to beg. They didn't dare to look at her. Be big sister. Please spare us. I don't want to die. I'll definitely turn over a new leaf. I'll be a good person. Hao Lang shrugged nonchalantly. Actually, I didn't want to kill anyone. But this brat repaid kindness with malice. My disciple saved him. But he deliberately led the wolves to us. He was after my disciple. That's why I killed him. You 2 get lost. Don't let me see you on this road again. Without a moment's hesitation, they scrambled to their feet and fled for their lives. Why, yes. We're getting lost right now. Lin Xiao looked at the cold corpse on the ground and clicked his tongue. What a shame. Hao Lang crossed her arms, her face stern. This man wanted to kill you. Those who kill will sooner or later be killed. You're a martial artist. You can't be too merciful. He turned his face away and quickly clarified in a huff. What the hell? I just regret that I couldn't kill him with my own hands. Merciful? You stole my experience points. Well done. She stretched tiredly and let out a long yawn. All right, disciple. Now it's just the 2 of us. Let's talk about our business. Lin Xiao put on a flirtatious act and whispered softly. Our business. What business do we have? A man and a woman, all alone. You want to talk to me? About love. Hao Lang, without a shred of mercy, smacked him right across his smug face. Shut up. I am your master. You must respect your master. Lin Xiao sat on the ground, holding his face. He pointed a trembling finger at her, full of resentment. You dark lowly. I never agreed to be your disciple. Ignoring his curses, she observed him for a moment and then said thoughtfully, do you have some kind of martial skill that can suppress your own cultivation level? Because I feel like your strength is more than what it seems. Lin Xiao pouted and replied, what are you talking about? Suppress my cultivation? What's that? My strength is what it is. She leaned in close to his face. If you don't want to say, then fine. Then do you have anything you want to ask me? He nodded and spoke rapidly, like a machine gun. Of course I do. Are you a tier 3 martial artist? Are you really an examiner for Black Sea City? How old are you? Hao Lang crossed her arms and answered his questions one by one. Too many questions. I'm a tier 3 martial artist. I am indeed an examiner for Black Sea City. But don't expect me to give you any special treatment during the martial artist qualification exam. Her face clearly showed her displeasure. Also, a girl's age is a secret. You shouldn't ask. Immediately after, her tone changed. It became cajoling. But if you become my disciple, on the way to Black Sea City, I will teach you everything. When you arrive in Black Sea City, you will definitely be able to obtain the martial artist qualification certificate smoothly. I'm a tier 2 martial artist now. Are you telling me I can't get the martial artist qualification certificate? Are you kidding me? Seeing him argue back and forth, Hao Lang became annoyed and pressed forward. Then let me ask you, do you have a master? No. Then do you think I'm stronger than you? Well, it's about average. With no other choice, she immediately issued a challenge so that he would be completely convinced. You still doubt my strength. Let's have a match. If I win, you become my disciple. How about it? I will suppress my strength to the level of a tier 1 martial artist that you've shown before, and I won't use any weapons. Do you dare? This invitation from her was a bit unexpected for Lin Xiao. He cracked his knuckles and smiled with amusement. All right, I'm ready. I'll take this opportunity to teach this lowly a lesson. I'll make her give up. Want to be my master? Not a chance. Be my girlfriend? Then I might consider it. Haolang beckoned with her hand. Let's begin. Sparks of electricity quickly emanated from his two gloves. Lin Xiao's expression became serious again. Here I come. Take this, he shouted and charged towards Haolang. In contrast to him, she intended to use her bare hands in this sparring match. Lin Xiao's mouth fell open in surprise. Holy, is this girl crazy? She's actually going to face my violent fist head on. I don't want to break your hand. The two fists were about to collide. It seemed like Haolang would be at a disadvantage. But this collision created an incredibly large shockwave. Lin Xiao's face darkened. How can this be? This power. He only had a moment to think. He was immediately sent flying into the sky by Haolang's physical attack, like a shooting star. This power is too strong. Haolang shielded her eyes with her hand and looked off into the distance with amusement. Lin Xiao flew to the other side of the forest. When he landed, he created a not-so-small explosion. He gritted his teeth in frustration. He raised his hand to brush away the thick dust in front of him. Haolang quickly chased after him. So, are you convinced? How? How did you do that? She placed her hands on her hips. She looked down from above with a triumphant gaze. Want to learn? I'll teach you. But, call me master first. Haolang waited in silence for a moment for his answer. Although this kid is young, he really is skilled. To think he could shatter my violent fist. Forget it. My strength is not as huet as hers. Calling her master once won't hurt. I'll learn her techniques first and then figure things out. Lin Xiao cleared his throat. He looked away and stammered shyly, Master. Haolang pretended she couldn't hear. She cupped her hand to her ear and leaned towards Lin Xiao. What did you just say? Your voice is too soft. I can't hear you. He gritted his teeth so hard that his whole body trembled. Don't push your luck. She threw her head back and laughed with glee, making Lin Xiao question his own sanity. Why doesn't this girl seem like a great master at all? After a moment, Haolang regained her seriousness. All right, no more teasing. She took out a purple stone from her pocket and said, Let me tell you why your last punch was no match for mine. Haolang glanced at him and quickly spoke. Because you're using the wrong method to channel your source energy. Wrong. Seeing his confused expression, she smirked with amusement. Open your eyes and watch carefully. Haolang held her hand out in front of her. The stone in her hand also shot through the air. It headed towards a large rock. It hit it hard and then fell to the ground. The rock, with just one impact, immediately cracked into many pieces. Dust also rose from it. Haolang turned around and explained. Just now, I transferred my source energy into the stone, although the hardness of the rock increased. In essence, it's still just a rock. She slowly walked over and picked up her small stone. After transferring the source energy, at most, it's only 0.5 times harder than before. Therefore, the rock itself will also shatter after impact. The stone was once again infused with her spiritual energy. It was quickly enveloped by a purple aura and floated in the air. If you don't just transfer the source energy into the rock, but also envelop it. As she finished speaking, she once again threw it hard into the distance. This time, it wasn't just a light impact. The small stone, upon hitting an obstacle immediately, caused it to shatter into many small pieces. But the stone itself was completely unscathed after the explosion. Not even a single scratch. Lin Xiao couldn't hide his confusion and spoke up. This isn't right. To unleash the greatest power of the source energy, don't you need to channel it into a weapon? Haolang continued to explain. Cultivation techniques allow martial artists to absorb energy from the universe and gather it in their bodies. It improves a portion of their muscles, bones, organs, and even the cells of their body. The rest is stored in the body. She reached behind her back and drew a sword. The energy stored in the body is the source energy. When a martial artist channels source energy into a weapon, the quality of the weapon will change. It becomes harder and sharper. But no matter how hard it becomes, it cannot escape its own nature. But covering the weapon with source energy is different. The stronger your source energy, the greater the power the weapon will unleash. Lin Xiao looked at his opponent's weapon, his heart full of doubt. But I feel like the long sword in your hand hasn't changed at all. I can only see a faint layer of source energy. She clicked her tongue and pointed to her own eyes. It seems you still haven't used the source energy in your eyes. Now, focus your source energy into your eyes. Give it a try. Lin Xiao obeyed, quickly sitting cross-legged and circulating his energy. A blue light appeared around his body, then slowly spread to his closed eyes. After a moment, Lin Xiao's eyes snapped open, revealing blazing blue flames. Seeing a swirling purple source energy enveloping Hao Lang's arm, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. This is only when the source energy is concentrated in the eyes. Can you see another person's source energy more clearly? She explained slowly. Before, what you could see with your naked eye was just a faint light. When the source energy erupts, a rank 1 to 3 martial artist's source energy is blue. A rank 4 to 6 martial artists is purple. A rank 7 to 9 martial artists is orange. Rank 9 and above is gold. By using your source energy to observe, you can judge the strength or weakness of your opponent based on the color of their source energy. She swung the sword in her hand in a circle and said proudly, "This sword was indeed made for me by my mother, but it's made of ordinary materials. It's estimated to be worth only about 10 to 20,000 alliance coins on the market. But if I cover the sword with my source energy, the sharpness of this sword can be compared to weapons worth tens of millions on the market. However, if I only channel my source energy into the weapon, I'm afraid it would break easily." Wherever that weapon went, the purple source energy followed. Lin Xiao continued to wonder, if that's the case, why do martial artists use high-grade weapons? Hao Lang sheathed her sword, wagging a finger in front of his face. "You've misunderstood. I don't just cover the weapon. With my source energy, I also channel it into the weapon at the same time, to maintain a balance between the inside and outside of the weapon." She held her sword towards his spear and explained, "The quality of each weapon is different, even though the outer surface is covered with source energy. The shot from each collision will damage the inside of the weapon. A low-grade weapon has low internal quality after being covered with source energy. Although its sharpness is no different from a high-grade weapon, it will be more prone to breaking upon impact than a high-grade weapon." Hearing this, Lin Xiao rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "I just realized, even though you suppressed your strength to a rank 1 martial artist just now, the source energy you channeled and covered your fist with was not at the level of a rank 1 martial artist, right?" Hao Lang scratched her head in embarrassment, letting out a small sound. "I guess so." He fumed, pointing at his opponent and exposing her. "You were clearly cheating. That last bet doesn't count." She averted her eyes, feigning innocence. "You've already called me master. You can't go back on your word. Don't worry, you won't lose out by being my disciple." Then Hao Lang handed him the sword without hesitation. "Here, you try. Use your source energy to cover this sword." The moment he touched it, an immense pressure, invisible instantly, assaulted him. Lin Xiao's hand holding the weapon trembled uncontrollably. His face was full of anxiety as he struggled to channel his source energy into the sword. After a while, Lin Xiao collapsed to the ground, panting like a dog. "Damn it, I've only covered 1/5 of it, and I'm already drenched in sweat. I didn't expect covering a weapon with source energy to be even more difficult than channeling it in." Hao Lang leaned down and whispered, "It's not easy to learn, even for a rank 3 martial artist. It's very difficult to evenly cover a weapon with source energy." Though she said that, inwardly she was endlessly praising the person before her. This kid was able to evenly cover 1/5 of the blade with source energy on his first try. What a talent. Lin Xiao was getting more and more confused. Even a rank 3 martial artist finds it difficult? No wonder when I fought Tang Mubua, I didn't feel him using this method. He stood up again, his voice firm. "Let's continue. I will definitely learn this method." Soon, the sun reached its peak, casting its pure light over the entire forest. Hao Lang sat beside the sleeping Lin Xiao. Her hand on him, it was unclear what she was up to. After a while, his eyes slowly fluttered open. Seeing this, she was startled and jumped back. Lin Xiao clutched his chest in fear and screamed, What do you want to do? I'm not that kind of person." Hao Lang rushed over angrily and smacked him on the head. "Not that kind of person, my ass. What were you thinking? I was just curious and discovered you were wearing such heavy clothes. I just noticed that your clothes automatically repair themselves. After giving him a good beating, she cackled. She gave him a thumbs up. Not bad. You didn't have to hit me. As expected of my disciple. To be able to achieve that level yesterday, while wearing all that weight. Haolang continued. All right, let's start today's training. Training. Seeing his confused look, she pointed to the sunny, windy sky outside. With all that weight, training is the most suitable thing. Our goal is to reach that mountain before sunset. Lin Xiao reluctantly lifted his trembling body. Are you still half asleep? I've looked at the map. That mountain is the Cliff of Death. It's over 100 kilometers away. And I'm carrying all this weight right now. Are you trying to run me to death? Before he could recover, Haolang shot forward. With great momentum. Stop dawdling. I didn't say you were running alone. I'll be running with you. Lin Xiao stood there, complaining. Is that the same? I'm carrying a lot of weight. Just then, a loud noise erupted from behind him. What's that behind me? Before Lin Xiao's eyes was the same horde of man-eating beasts from yesterday. His face turned pale, and he screamed, then took off running. Double what? The hell is that thing? Lin Xiao turned around, drawing the sword from his back. A beast was quickly dispatched with his decisive and skilled movements. Don't stop. Run and kill. He took out a stone containing his source energy and threw it at them. Haolang, who was running ahead, saw this and shouted, Don't stop. Run and kill. The beasts still had their bright eyes fixed on them, their long beaks squawking as they dove down crazily. She demanded of Lin Xiao, for the next 10 kilometers, you have to run while dealing with this flock of man-eating birds. You are not allowed to stop. The squawking grew closer. A rank 2 man-eating crow was now closing in on him from behind. Lin Xiao leaned to the side, using the sword in his hand to cut off its head. Haolang turned her head back with interest and explained, This is a test of your speed, accuracy, and reflexes. Now, you need to locate the oddity crystal of the man-eating bird. Cut out precisely, and take the oddity crystal. His face was flushed with exhaustion. Hearing her words, he was utterly bewildered. Run while killing man-eating birds. And I have to precisely cut out the part containing their oddity crystal. And then take the oddity crystal? How is that possible? Seeing the flock of rank 2 man-eating crows flying right above her head, Lin Xiao yelled worriedly, Watch out. There are man-eating birds ahead. But contrary to his urgency, Haolang just smirked. You said it's impossible? She drew her sword, and in an instant, she had decimated the flock of beasts surrounding her. Pink oddity crystals then shot out from the corpses of the rank 2 man-eating crows, flying through the air. Haolang waved her hand and immediately caught them all. Why is it impossible? You just need speed, accuracy, and skill. Your reactions are consistent. It will be very easy. She held out a hand full of anomaly crystals in front of Lin Xiao, leaving him speechless. He furiously spun around, delivering a series of slashes to the beasts. But unfortunately, he shattered the anomaly crystals in the process. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth. He frantically swung his sword. I'll slash. I'll slash. I don't believe I can't hit that spot. After a while, he collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. I'm going to die of exhaustion. Seeing that he was nearly exhausted, Haolang took pity on him. Let me rest for a bit. I think I've run about 50 kilometers already. 10-minute break. Lin Xiao leaned against a tree and looked up to ask, By the way, there are clearly 2 of us. But why are those man-eating birds only attacking me? A mischievous glint flashed in her eyes. She admitted without hesitation, It's simple. While you were still groggy from sleep, I smeared something on your clothes that attracts them. His eyes widened in astonishment. You did what? Lin Xiao lifted his clothes and sniffed them. No way. What did you put on me? Noticing a strange smell on his body, he glanced at her helplessly. Damn it, there really is a weird smell. You're such a troublemaker. Hearing this, Haolang snapped back in annoyance. What did you say? I'm only doing this for your own good. Don't be so ungrateful. It's been 10 minutes. Break's over. Next, we're running straight to that mountain. No more breaks allowed. Lin Xiao threw his head back in protest and whined. What? We've only been resting for 2 minutes. A sharp blade was suddenly held to his neck. Haolang looked at him with a murderous glint in her eyes and growled. I said 10 minutes, so it's 10 minutes. If you don't want to be sliced by this blade, Then you'd better start running for me. He reluctantly pushed himself up. Fine, fine, fine. I'm running. Just then, a notification popped up on the system screen. Speed growth mission progress. 6,021/50,000. After running for a whole afternoon, the progress has already increased to 6,021. At this rate, before I reach Black Sea City, my speed growth mission will be complete. In the distance, the Tier 2 man-eating crows came flying over again, their beaks snapping. The man-eating birds are back. Lin Xiao's kick sent their heads flying from their bodies. Although her methods are a bit despicable, they're actually useful. His hand deftly snatched the anomaly crystals that were continuously falling. I can feel my speed, precision, and reaction time constantly improving. Time flies when you're having fun. Before long, the sun had gradually set behind the mountains. Lin Xiao wearily dragged his heavy feet across the ground. Finally, the moment he reached the mountain peak, his whole body went limp and he collapsed. He gasped for breath, his mouth wide open. Damn it! Finally finished running. Damn it! Finally finished running. His whole body ached. Running while fighting. She made me run over 100 kilometers. Hao Lang stood beside him, looking unimpressed. You can't handle this already? Back in my day, I had to run over 1,000 kilometers. She quietly observed their surroundings for a moment, and then said, There's a pile of rubble up ahead. We'll spend the night there. While Lin Xiao was still panting like a dog, an arrow shot out from nowhere, flying toward his back. Hao Lang quickly drew her sword and deflected it, knocking it off course. He gasped and spun around. Damn it! What was that now? From the bushes behind them, two strangers slowly emerged. You've been following us since 5 in the morning until now. Finally couldn't hold back and decided to make a move, huh? The two of them, one thin and one fat, not only showed no signs of fear, but also laughed mockingly. So you noticed us. We were originally planning to wait until this kid was at his most exhausted and kill him with one blow. Then we'd focus on dealing with you. Lin Xiao nervously drew his sword and pointed it at them. They've been secretly following us for so long, and I didn't even notice? If it weren't for Bailey Haolang just now, I'd probably be dead already. Haolang didn't seem surprised at all. It seemed she already knew who they were. The Yin and Yang brothers. Luo Yin and Luo Yang. They often ambush and kill martial artists in the mountains near Sacred Star City to rob them. Am I wrong? She tilted her chin at them and threatened. One of the most wanted and rewarded by the Federation. Your head is worth 50 million alliance credits. The black-haired man smirked. I didn't expect a little sister like you to know about us brothers. He kicked off the ground and shot forward. The fat one, Luo Yang, quickly followed. Since you know who we are, then obediently hand over your things. Both of them are Tier 4 martial artists. Their traits and combined strategy are unknown. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth. His eyes, filled with worry, glanced at Hao Lang. These two are actually Tier 4 martial artists. This is going to be tough. Bailey Hao Lang is a Tier 4, but I'm only a Tier 2. In contrast to him, she showed no fear at all. Disciple, open your eyes and watch. Watch how I use source energy to attack them. He stood behind her, watching intently as the purple source energy continuously spread throughout her body. Bailey Haolang's source energy is much stronger than Luo Yin's, and it's continuous and unrelenting. Luo Yang charged and slashed at Hao Lang, but she blocked his attack with just one hand. She laughed contemptuously at him. Is that all you've got? Hao Lang excitedly used her two swords to continuously slash at Luo Yang. Luo Yin, seeing his brother being attacked, anxiously called out, Luo Yang, use the combined martial skill. The two of them exchanged a look. They charged forward together, side by side. Luo Yin smirked with a vulgar grin. This combined martial skill of me and my brother can reach the level of a Tier 5 martial artist. The fat Luo Yang was no less arrogant. He put on an air of superiority and shouted threateningly, Prepare to die. Luo Yin stomped his foot on the ground and launched himself into the air. The other one also threw the weapon in his hand. The two of them gathered all their strength to use their combined martial skill. Harmony of two, sentimental rain of blades. Luo Yang's weapon spun a few times in the air. Luo Yin then channeled his sharp, source energy-infused arrows into it. The arrows, passing through the circle, seemed to be further energized. They shot down with a whoosh. Lin Xiao, seeing the rain of arrows falling towards him, couldn't hide his horror. His face, scrunched up like a prune. Hith, hith. Sweat poured down his face. This is a combined martial skill that requires at least 2 people to unleash. Although the name is ridiculous, its power is certainly not small. Haoling stood beside him and snorted contemptuously. A petty trick. She waved her hand. A barrier quickly formed around the two of them. Defensive martial skill. The arrows, upon hitting the barrier, immediately shattered. It seemed to have no effect on Haoling's martial arts. Lin Xiao went from one surprise to another. He just stared blankly at the scene before him. Could this girl be a tier 6? A tier 6 martial artist. His eyes were glued to the figure in front of him. I heard that some high-level martial artists, after cultivating to a certain level, can forcefully shrink their bodies until they achieve the effect of rejuvenation. Could it be that Sister Bailey Haoling is actually Annie Bailey Haoling? She made Lin Xiao unable to help, but secretly ask himself, what is Sister Bailey Haoling actually? At this point, Luo Yin and Luo Yang seemed to have sensed the danger. How can this be? Isn't the road to Black Sea City supposed to be filled with newbies going to take the martial artist qualification exam? Why did a tier 6 expert suddenly appear? Haoling looked at them with eyes full of killing intent. Now it's your turn. She flew towards the two of them like the wind. Using the golden martial skill, she used her 2 source energy-filled swords to slash each of them once with Falling Moon, 13 slashes. Haoling tilted her face. She glanced back and said slash. And here, the moment she finished speaking, the bodies of Luo Yin and Luo Yang immediately exploded. Lin Xiao was horrified and shouted, Is this the strength of a tier 6 martial artist? Facing 2 tier 4 martial artists, she killed them in an instant. He approached them. After discovering that the two of them were still breathing, a thought arose in his mind. These two aren't completely dead yet. Suppose I add another knife now. Will it count as my experience? Lin Xiao pondered for a moment and then raised his sword. Without hesitation, he stabbed Luo Yin right in the chest. Haoling, witnessing this scene, was a little helpless. You even have this hobby. Ignoring her words, Lin Xiao was completely focused on his results. Why isn't anything happening? Did it not work? But just a few seconds later, the sound of a system notification sent him into a joyous frenzy. Killed 4th tier martial artist. Received 1,845,485 experience points. Killed 4th tier martial artist. Received 1,684,687 experience points. It worked. These two guys together actually gave me over 3 million EXP, and I even managed to level up. Got 16 potential points. Awesome. Congratulations, host, on successfully reaching level 16. Gained 16 potential points. Profile, Lin Xiao. Level, 16. Strength, 263 to 269. Physique, 100-105. Speed, 75 to 80. Overall combat power, 1900 to 1935. Title, 2nd tier martial artist. Accumulated internal energy, 0/100. Skills, analysis eye, rage, disguise. Howling squinted at him, confused. What are you laughing so stupidly about? Did all that running break your brain? Lin Xiao's eyes darted around awkwardly. It's nothing. Oh, right. I have a proposal for you. From now on, if we run into any more high-level martial artists like these, you don't have to kill them. Just beat them until they're barely breathing, and then I'll deliver the final blow. How about it? She shook her head decisively. Dream on. Looking for some pocket money. Go kill them yourself. She pointed at the 2 criminals' bodies and said indignantly, I just happened to run into a couple of criminals with bounties from the government alliance. I was just taking care of them to earn some spending money. And you want to fight me for that little bit? Lin Xiao's face twisted at Hao Ling's misunderstanding. She actually thinks I'm trying to steal her bounty money? My experience points are worth way more than that reward money. Just then, the system blared again. Warning. System bug detected. Repair in progress. What does that mean? After reading the notification, he couldn't help but stomp his feet in frustration. Bug successfully repaired. Host only dealt less than 40% of the damage to the high-tier martial artists. Therefore, experience rewards for killing martial artists will be distributed proportionally. What the hell? Host level has been reduced to level 15. Potential points retracted. Are you kidding me? This isn't even my fault. Why are you taking everything back? He continued his one-sided conversation, oblivious to Hao Ling's bewildered stare. As the host discovered the bug, the host will be rewarded with 3 lottery draws. Host will be allowed to retain level 16. Guess you have a conscience after all. She placed one hand on her own forehead, then placed her other hand on his. Are you sure you're really okay? I'm fine. Really, I'm fine. After getting his answer, Hao Ling eagerly pointed forward. Then let's keep running. We need to try and reach Black Sea City by tomorrow afternoon. We still have to run. That evening, the two stopped again to build a fire and roast meat. Seeing Hao Ling eat like a starving woman, Lin Xiao couldn't help but wonder, has she really never had roasted evolved beast meat before? He kindly reminded her, you look ridiculous. Slow down. No one's going to steal it from you. Annoyed that he kept finding fault with her, Hao Ling retorted sullenly, is that any way to talk to your master? If you still have the energy to criticize. It seems the training intensity isn't high enough. Hurry up and eat. After dinner, the training continues. Lin Xiao recoiled in horror. No way. Still more training? Of course. We get a Black Sea City tomorrow. If we don't train hard now. What if you can't get your martial artist certificate? I already have the strength of a second-tier martial artist. Why wouldn't I be able to get the certificate? Unless, as if realizing something, he looked at her with a wary expression. His voice was a few degrees softer than before. I remember now. You said you're also an examiner. You wouldn't intentionally fail me, would you? As if channeling all her strength, Hao Ling slammed a punch into Lin Xiao's stomach. He was instantly launched into the air. His entire body slammed right into a massive tree behind him, snapping it in two. The area around the impact immediately disintegrated. A thick cloud of dust billowed up. He pushed himself up from the wreckage, roaring in anger. Why'd you suddenly attack me like that? Are you trying to kill me? Hao Ling didn't answer, instead asking a question of her own. Don't you feel that your defense is stronger? Only then did Lin Xiao realize. Now that you mention it, I didn't even notice. That punch of yours was incredibly powerful. Logically, I should have definitely been injured, but all I feel is a little muscle soreness. She cracked her knuckles again, making him flinch. Your current origin power is still very weak. As the origin power in your body grows stronger, and after it envelopes your entire body, your defense will be much stronger. Okay, what are you trying to do? A wave of incredibly oppressive origin power radiated from Hao Ling's body. It was overwhelming. Today's special training is taking a beating. He gasped. Oh, what did you say? A beating? She nodded with relish. Then, before he could even process it, she unleashed a flurry of punches straight at his face. That's right, a beating. Hey, wait dash. Lin Xiao groaned weakly, utterly helpless. Go a little easier, will you? Don't hit the face. A short while later, he sulked, holding his face, now swollen like a beehive, and grumbled at her. I told you not to punch the face. Look at this. How am I supposed to meet anyone looking like this? That was an accident. Don't worry. I'll compensate you. Lin Xiao leaned close to her ear, his roguish tone returning. How are you going to compensate me? Don't tell me you're offering your body. Hao Ling, without a moment's hesitation, punched him again. Get the hell away from me. She put her hands on her hips and announced loudly. All right. Today's training starts now. Hao Ling pointed toward the distant land ahead of them. We must reach Black Sea City before nightfall. As soon as the words left her mouth, she turned and kicked Lin Xiao in the butt. Move it. Get running. Stop slacking off. You kick me again. Are you addicted to hitting me or what? He took off like a bat out of hell. Run faster. If I catch you. Shit. No. Meanwhile, an incredibly tense atmosphere enveloped the Tang family estate. An old man, sitting in a lavish armchair, spoke in a gloomy voice. Mobai, Mobai. You were brilliant your entire life, only to be foolish for a moment. To think you'd fall at the hands of a high school student. The man standing behind him quickly spoke up, his voice full of flattery. My lord, that kid couldn't have done it on his own. We suspect that someone is secretly helping him. We heard he's very close with the Federation Army in Starlight City, and he even has a 1-star medal. The old man spoke again. A A boy who was originally trash at cultivation suddenly has a massive increase in strength in the short span of half a year. Not only is he a second-tier martial artist, he even managed to obtain a 1-star medal. Someone like that is definitely not simple. He gripped the armrest so tightly that his veins bulged. The Tang family cannot afford any more losses. The old man's face was ashen. A single tear clung to the corner of his eye. He gritted his teeth as if wanting to crush something. That brat is going to Black Sea City to test for his martial artist certificate. And it just so happens I have a friend in Black Sea City. I've already asked him to help me take care of that kid. The next morning, Lin Xiao and Hao Ling finally arrived at Black Sea City. The first place they went was not a restaurant or an inn, but the treasure pavilion. Hao Ling turned and said to him, "Let's go, disciple. Let's check out the treasure pavilion." This title seemed to displease Lin Xiao greatly. In front of all these people, "Don't call me disciple." But Hao Ling, far from stopping, became even more playful. "You already called me master. Are you saying I'm not allowed to call you disciple? Disciple. Disciple. Shut up." The moment they stepped inside, a very beautiful girl quickly ran over to greet them. "Welcome to the treasure pavilion." She gestured toward the high-end weapons on display as she introduced them. "Here at the treasure pavilion, we have martial skills, beast cores, weapons, and also combat suits. We have almost everything. May I ask what the two of you are looking for?" Hao Ling confidently led Lin Xiao through the bustling crowd. "Come on, disciple. Master will help you pick out a few martial skills." After looking around for a moment, she showed a surprised expression. "These are all silver rank martial skill cards." Hao Ling turned to the salesperson. "Do you have any diamond rank martial skill cards?" Her question left the other woman a bit flustered. Diamond rank martial skills? That kind of martial skill card doesn't even exist in all of Black Sea City. The people around them couldn't help but sneer. You can tell at a glance he's a country bumpkin from the mountains. A diamond martial skill card? What kind of concept is that? I've lived this long, and I've never seen one. That's right. Without being a rank 6 martial artist or higher, even if you have a diamond martial skill card, you can't do anything with it. That's a family's heirloom. Not bothering to argue with them, Hao Ling turned and asked Lin Xiao, "If they don't have it, then forget it. Disciple, these silver-tier martial skill cards, do you see any that suit you?" But the group of people had no intention of stopping. "Look at that guy. He actually took a country bumpkin from the mountains as his master. But that little lowly is pretty cute. If it were me, I'd want her as my master too. Are you just lusting after a body?" Lin Xiao shook his head. "I use a spear. All these martial skill cards for blades and swords are not suitable for me." Hearing this, she was a little surprised. "Oh, so you use a spear? I see you carrying a sword all day. I thought you used a sword. So where's your spear?" He lightly tapped his glasses and explained, "It was damaged during a fight in Starlight City. Once I get my martial artist certificate, I plan to buy a new one on the Alliance Martial Artist Network." Hao Ling thought for a moment, then shrugged. "All right then, it's up to you." Then she pointed to the glass display cases. "Attendant, I want this card and that card. And this one too. Yes, yes. Wrap all these cards up for me." The saleswoman bowed politely and took the black card from Hao Ling's hand. "Of course, miss. I'll wrap them up for you right away." A moment later, she returned and handed her a different gold card with both hands. "Miss, you purchased 8 silver-tier martial skill cards. The total is 2,560,000 Alliance coins." Without hesitation, Hao Ling handed it to Lin Xiao. "Disciple, take it. A meeting gift from your master." He took them in a daze and looked at them one by one. Tiger Shock Fist, Chain Kick, Fire Claw Hand. And there are 5 spear cards too? This is way too much. And I feel like these spear skill cards aren't as good as the ones I had before. She said generously, "I've never seen you use a spear, so I just picked them randomly. If you don't think they're suitable, you could just sell them." The two of them talked as they left the treasure pavilion. As for a weapon, this shop probably doesn't have anything that would catch your eye. But don't you worry. Once you officially get your martial artist certificate, your master will prepare an even bigger gift for you. The group of people who had been sneering at them now looked at Hao Ling with nothing but admiration. Over 2 million Alliance coins, and she just gives it away like that. She's inhumanly rich. I wonder if she's still accepting disciples. I want a rich and beautiful master like that too. As evening fell, Hao Ling found a luxurious hotel. which only made Lin Xiu more curious about her background. What's the deal with that little girl? A high-class room for 150,000 a night, and she gets 2 rooms. Standing in the lobby, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. If I just mooch off of her like this, could I save myself decades of hard work? Speaking of which, how old is she really? Could she actually be an old hag who's regained her youth? An old cow eating young grass? After returning to his room, Lin Xiu immediately sat down cross-legged to cultivate. I'll learn these 3 fist and kick skill cards first. As for the remaining spear skill cards, since they were a bonus gift anyway, I'll save them for synthesis later. Each move, incredibly fluid and agile, appeared one by one in his mind. Lin Xiu's brow furrowed. That's right, my violent burst fist. If I add the power of the Tiger Shock fist to it when I attack, the power will probably be even greater. He held out his hand, his body automatically reacting to his thoughts. After the violent burst fist hits the opponent, or if I switch to the Fire Claw fist mid-attack, it could be a surprise, crippling the opponent's arm in a single move. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. It's so late. Who could it be? Lin Xiu walked to the door, his mind racing. It couldn't be that little girl coming to me for some tutoring, could it? It's the middle of the night. A lone man and a lone woman in a single room. He pressed his face against the door and asked, quickly getting a reply. Who is it? Your friend ordered you a late-night snack. That little girl is really thoughtful. I've been training all night. I'm getting a little hungry. Lin Xiu threw open the door with great excitement. Hello, thank you. Your late-night snack. From under the food tray, a knife suddenly shot out towards him. Lin Xiu's eyes widened in horror as he quickly stumbled back. Just as the knife was about to stab him, it was suddenly blocked by the source energy surrounding his body. The man hiding under the table was shocked to witness this. Lin Xiu used the silver tier martial skill, Chain Kick, which frightened him into quickly scrambling out from under the table. The small, knife-wielding man was incredibly agile, leaping onto the nearby wall. He turned and kicked at him, but he easily dodged. In an instant, he was stuck to the ceiling, looking down at Lin Xiu with confidence. The small man gripped his knife and charged at him like a madman. Hello, you adorable little kid. But once again, his knife was blocked by Lin Xiu's source energy. He couldn't understand it. There's this too? How is this possible? A rank 2 martial artist actually possesses such incredible defensive power. Lin Xiu suddenly reached behind him, using a silver tier martial skill. Fire Claw Hand. He used the flames to burn the arm holding the knife to his neck. The flames quickly spread upwards, the heat gradually making him lose focus. Lin Xiu took this opportunity to throw the small man off of him. As he frantically tried to put out the fire, he screamed in his mind, "Damn it, this is bad." The intelligence was wrong. Just as he looked up, Lin Xiu's thunderous punch was already upon him. Damn it, what the hell is this? He used a violent burst fist to smash him straight in the face, so hard it seemed to cave his face in. Just as the small man hit the wall behind him, the system notification sounded. Killed a rank 2 martial artist. Received 150,000 experience points. The remaining assassin, seeing the situation was bad, quickly retreated to a corner. What's going on? The intel said. Your specialty was spear techniques, wasn't it? Lin Xiu's dark face snapped towards him at the sound. The man immediately broke out in a cold sweat, his entire body trembling like a leaf. All he could do was stand there, frozen, and watch as he rushed towards him. The Tiger Shock fist technique, a charge strike, created a flame in the shape of the king of the jungle, enveloping Lin Xiu's arm. The other man was so scared he couldn't stand, immediately falling to the ground. Damn it, what kind of fist technique is this? The force of the fist is actually suppressing me. He held out his hands and pleaded, Kid, wait. I'm from the Flower God Temple. You can't kill me. But Lin Xiu acted as if he didn't hear a thing, instantly landing a punch to his stomach. Killed a rank 2 martial artist. Received 150,000 experience points. Just like his companion, the man slammed into the wall behind him, causing it to instantly crumble. Lin Xiu looked at the stiff corpse on the ground and said sarcastically, Flower God Temple. Sounds pretty cool. He stood with his hands on his hips, a question suddenly appearing in his mind. If it weren't for my disguise, skill, hiding, my true strength, making these two underestimate me, I wouldn't have been able to deal with them so easily. Why did these two come to kill me? Could it be that the Tang family is still pulling strings behind the scenes. Just then, a clear voice rang out from inside his room. You finished him off that quickly, as expected of my disciple. Haolang, who had somehow appeared on the windowsill, looked at him with pride. To be able to cover your vital points with source energy, preventing the blade from piercing through. It seems the training these past few days has been quite fruitful for you. Lin Xiao frowned and walked over. When did you get here? She held a teacup and casually nodded towards the small man. When this guy stabbed you. Hearing this, he couldn't hide his anger, pointing at her face. He roared, What kind of master are you? You saw two people trying to kill your disciple, and you just sat there and watched the show. Haolang acted as if nothing had happened, leisurely swinging her legs. Didn't you take care of it already? My disciple, I have confidence in you. Confidence, my ass. What about this mess? How do we get rid of the bodies? Only then did she gracefully hop down from the railing. Take all your things. I told the front desk to change your room. Before leaving, she didn't forget to reassure him. No need to ask about this place. Someone will come to clean it up. The second day, under the scorching sun, Haolang and Lin Xiao went to the venue for the martial artist competition. The participants were all clamoring. They were constantly pushing and shoving, creating a chaotic scene. The female guide still spoke with a warm and friendly voice. The martial artist certificate examination will begin at 9:30. Registered martial artists, please come this way to submit your examination cards. Then proceed to the north. Institute for the Combat Power Test. Haolang also gave Lin Xiao some instructions before quickly leaving. Good disciple. You wait in line here. I'm going to the examiner's room to register. Good luck. He turned around. His eyes were glued to her back. She really is an examiner. Just then, a large, fat man appeared from the crowd behind and shouted loudly, Get out of the way. Everyone, get out of my way. The surrounding participants seemed very annoyed. Who is this guy? So arrogant. Don't talk so loud. After learning his identity, everyone looked at him with wary eyes. That guy is actually already a martial artist. That's right. So I'd advise you all not to mess with him. Seeing that Lin Xiao was still standing motionless, he quickly flew into a rage. Kid, are you deaf? I told you to get out of the way. He coldly grabbed his fat, chubby hand. What's the rush? Get in line properly. His face, immediately, turned as black as the bottom of a pot. What did you say? He looked at Lin Xiao and sighed. Why do I have to meet an ignorant brat like you every year? Looks like my qualification is going to be revoked again this year. But that's okay. I like to beat up idiots like you. The other participants silently mourned Lin Xiao's fate. Holy, that kid actually dared to provoke Bing. Looks like he's about to meet his maker. Not stopping there, he unhesitatingly twisted Bing's arm back. The fire of anger in his heart was fanned to its peak. Bing unhesitatingly threw a punch. You son of a bitch, you want to die? Lin Xiao fearlessly used his violent fist technique. His small hand quickly blocked his opponent's terrifying punch. Lin Xiao confidently threw a series of punches at his opponent. Bing's arm was beaten into a pulp. Every ounce of his jiggling fat felt the sharp pain, seeing him clutching his arm and writhing on the ground. Lin Xiao smirked. Just as you wished. You still won't get your certificate this year. He glanced at the crowd behind him. So, does anyone else want to cut in line? In an instant, they all formed a perfectly straight line. They trembled and waved their hands. No, we are all high-quality people. How could we do something as unethical as cutting in line? That's right. In the spacious gymnasium, the sound of strategy points being announced continuously echoed. Combat power, 890. Combat power, 900. Combat power, 840. In front of the strategy point testing machines were very long lines of people. Near the machines, people were lined up neatly. But further back, people were standing more disorderly, as everyone wanted to see what was happening at the front. The proctor stood nearby, holding a tablet with the records. He called out the next person while chewing on a chopstick. Lin Xiao. Hearing his name called, Lin Xiao stepped forward. As he walked, he thought to himself, the martial artists participating in the assessment here all have a combat power of around 800. They've just reached the level of a Tier 1 martial artist. I wonder if this device can measure my true combat power after using the camouflage skill. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he had already arrived in front of the strategy testing machine. He stood up straight as the machine scanned him from head to toe. The machine screen displayed complex numbers and symbols. After a moment of calculation, the strategy meter announced, Combat Power, 1499. Lin Xiao's expression was completely normal when he heard the result. There wasn't a single ripple of emotion. On the surface, he appeared calm. But inside, he was very nervous. Lin Xiao was afraid that if the measured strategy level was too high, it would create unforeseen complications in the plan he had laid out. After hearing the score announcement, Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. The worry in his heart temporarily vanished. Luckily, it didn't exceed 1,500. Otherwise, I'd be a Tier 2 martial artist. A Tier 2 martial artist who doesn't even have a martial artist certificate will be a laughingstock. But the people standing around, upon hearing Lin Xiao's strategy score, began to buzz with excitement. A silver-haired young man exclaimed, his combat power is actually as high as 1499. He's almost a Tier 2 martial artist. No wonder he could easily deal with Bing. Truly admirable. A young man with a buzz cut standing next to the silver-haired guy replied, to have such strength at such a young age, no wonder he could easily deal with Bai Bing. At this moment, an announcement came over the gymnasium speakers. All contestants, please proceed to the strength test. The supervisor for this test was none other than Bailey Haoling, the very same person Lin Xiao had met when he saved Lei Liang from the Black Bear. Bailey Haoling was dressed in a neat suit. That's right. Her hands were on her hips. Her eyes were fixed on the contestant profiles displayed on the screen in front of her as she said, all participants, please line up in an orderly fashion. Next up is the strength test. Lin Xiao, who was in line, widened his eyes in surprise when he saw that the proctor was Bailey Haoling. His mouth also hung open in astonishment. This little girl really is an examiner. I thought she was joking. At this moment, Haoling was testing a tall, muscular male contestant. He was almost twice her height. He stood opposite her. His arms were crossed in front of his chest. He looked down at her. His face held a hint of contempt as he looked at Haoling reading the test requirements. Haoling paid no attention to the way the tall man was looking at her. She calmly read the requirements. A single punch must reach 1,000 kilograms. Only then will it be considered a pass. Although he looked a bit like a thug and his attitude was not very respectful, he still waited for Haoling to finish reading the requirements before asking, are you the examiner? Because he was taller than her, Haoling had to tilt her head up slightly to answer him. Despite the contemptuous tone and expression of the tall, muscular man, Haoling calmly replied, that's right. Is there a problem? Hearing Haoling confirm that she was the examiner, the tall, muscular man turned to the people behind him and said loudly in a mocking tone, you've got to be kidding me. A lowly who hasn't even hit puberty is an examiner? I bet she can't even punch 100 kilograms. The people in line behind him burst out laughing at his words, agreeing with his mockery. The people standing right behind him scrutinized Haoling from head to toe and then, one by one, began to make judgmental comments with mocking and contemptuous expressions. That's right. What is the Martial Arts Alliance thinking? Why would they let a child be an examiner? At this age, she probably hasn't even reached the level of a Tier 1 martial artist. Hey, little lowly, I got candy for you. Hearing them mock her like that, Haoling just calmly said, all right, I'll open your eyes. Haoling's face darkened. She lowered her head. She stepped to the side. Her feet were shoulder-width apart. She raised her left hand and punched the machine next to her. Haoling's punch created a loud explosion. After the explosion, Haoling lifted her head. Her eyes were as sharp as ice as she looked at the person opposite her. Her voice was as cold as a knife as she said, open your dog eyes and look carefully. On the screen of the testing machine, the number 99,999 kilograms was displayed. Seeing that number, the people who had just been mocking Haoling were terrified. They exclaimed in astonishment, oh my God, holy, is that real or fake? 99,999 kilograms? A contestant with a bandage across his nose looked on in disbelief. He spoke with a voice full of admiration. He rolled up his sleeves and said, I don't believe it. This machine must be broken. Let me try. After speaking, he stepped forward and punched the strength testing machine with great force. After punching, he stood there to see the result. Haoling stood there. In her hand was the machine's result display. She stood with one hand on her hip and announced, 895 kilograms. Fail. You can go home now. Hearing his result, the young man with the bandage across his nose couldn't believe it. He was both angry and surprised. His anger turned to rage. He pointed a finger straight at Hao Lang and shouted, "How is that possible? You must have cheated. You tampered with this machine." Hao Lang's patience had been tested by these troublesome people. She glanced at the man with the bandage across his nose and said, "I already told you. Your strength test did not meet the requirements. You can go home." The man with the bandage across his nose still refused to accept the result. He lunged towards Hao Lang, intending to attack her. As he lunged, he roared, "For this, you rotten little brat. You're asking for a beating." Faced with the attack from the man with the bandage across his nose, Hao Lang stood her ground calmly. She had no intention of dodging. As his punch got closer, Hao Lang simply used one hand to block it. She didn't need to use much strength to twist his arm. The hand of the man with the bandage across his nose was twisted by Hao Lang. Immediately, he knelt down. His face turned pale. He was as white as a sheet. He screamed in pain. Hao Lang's face darkened as she looked down at the man with the bandaged nose, who was pale from the pain and kneeling on the ground. She said in a stern voice, "I'll give you 30 seconds. Get the hell out of here now." Her eyes grew even sharper as she continued, "Otherwise, the threat was clear. You will remain here forever." Hearing he had a chance to escape, the man with the band-aid on his nose tucked his tail and ran. As he fled, he trembled with fear and apologized to Hao Lang. "Sorry, I'm leaving right now." The man with the band-aid on his nose was gone. Hao Lang stood with her arms crossed, looking directly at the group facing her, and asked, "Anyone else not satisfied?" With the example set by the man with the band-aid, no one dared to make a peep. Everyone remained silent at Hao Lang's question. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, Hao Lang continued with the examination. She looked at the electronic file and said, "All right, next." It's already his turn so quickly. Lin Xiao's examination. The moment she saw Lin Xiao, Hao Lang's eyes lit up and her expression brightened considerably. Her voice was filled with excitement as she said, "It's my good disciple." Seeing Hao Lang's completely different reaction from before, Lin Xiao quickly signaled for her to tone it down. He whispered to her, "Hey, how many times have I told you? Don't call me disciple in public." Hearing Lin Xiao, Hao Lang cheerfully replied, "All right, my good disciple." After a moment of playful banter between master and disciple, Lin Xiao became serious and asked, "You really are an examiner, aren't you?" Hao Lang replied with a smug look, "Of course. How could it be fake? Your master is a 3-star member of the Martial Artist Alliance. I'm often invited to preside over various examinations and combat activities." Hearing Hao Lang's answer, Lin Xiao's jaw dropped in surprise. He asked, "Is that true?" As he spoke, he was processing the information in his head. The Martial Artist Alliance has 5 membership ranks. 5-star members are pretty much the top brass of the Martial Artist Alliance. 4-star members are the top martial artists of various nations or have made significant contributions. 3-star members are already incredibly skilled. At the very least, they are martial artists with immense strength. As the names were mentioned, images of those people and their era appeared in Lin Xiao's mind. While he was thinking, he had already walked up to the strength testing machine. Hao Lang followed Lin Xiao with her eyes and continued, "Isn't your master amazing?" Lin Xiao was now standing in front of the testing machine. Hao Lang hummed and said, "Go on, try it." Lin Xiao didn't need to take a stance to gather his strength. He just threw a light punch with the gloves the system had rewarded him with. With just one light punch, his name and the result of 1,999 kilograms appeared on the machine. Seeing the number on the screen, the martial artist behind him began to whisper doubtfully, "Holy crap, a light tap and it's 1,999 kilograms? Didn't you hear? That young man is apparently the disciple of that powerful lowly examiner. No wonder he's so strong. Both master and disciple are so young. Could it be some special sect of theirs?" Lin Xiao was annoyed by the whispers, but he didn't turn around to retort, just thought angrily to himself, "What the hell? She's not my master. And as for a sect, I've only known her for a few days." Looking at Lin Xiao's result, Hao Lang said with displeasure, "Only 1,999 kilograms? Kid, would it kill you to not hold back? Forget it. There's still the 100-meter dash and the 50-kilometer endurance test. Go. Don't embarrass me." Lin Xiao looked at Hao Lang's nagging and just kept quiet, not bothering to say anything more. At the Martial Artist Alliance's reception hall, the staff members said cheerfully, "Congratulations, Mr. Lin Xiao, on successfully becoming a member of the Martial Artist Alliance. This is your martial artist card. The number is printed on the back. The initial password is the last 6 digits of your ID number. With this card, you can log into the Martial Artist Alliance's network system on your phone and computer, check information, buy weapons, or accept various missions. Lin Xiao took his martial artist card and said, "I know. Thank you." Just as Lin Xiao was about to leave, Hao Ling caught up to him from behind. She patted his shoulder and said, "Hey, so here you are. Good disciple. How is it? Did you get the certificate?" Hao Ling stepped in front of Lin Xiao. She took his hand and said as they walked, "My examiner duties here are over. I just received a new mission from the Alliance, so I have to go back soon. I won't be training with you anymore." Hearing that her business here was done, Lin Xiao just replied with a hum. He looked calm and indifferent, but inside he was dancing with joy. He thought gleefully, "Great, I'm finally free of this old hag." Hearing Lin Xiao's simple Hao Ling stopped and turned back to ask, "What kind of attitude is that? You brat, don't you know how to say something to make me stay?" Lin Xiao immediately dropped to his knees, putting on a reluctant act. He started to sob, tears and snot mixing together. He wailed dramatically, "But can't you stay? Continue to train with me." Looking at Lin Xiao's fake act, Hao Ling slapped him across the face. She said with disgust, "Get lost. There's no sincerity in that at all. By the way, where are you planning to go next?" Lin Xiao, who had been slapped from a kneeling to a sitting position, answered while maintaining his post-slap posture, "The path of death. I was accepted by Sanctuary Academy, so I have to go through the path of death to study at Sanctuary Academy. After all, at my age, I should at least have a university degree." Hao Ling stood with her arms crossed, asking seriously, "With your current amateur level, it's very dangerous to go there. But since you were accepted by Sanctuary Academy, you have to go." With that said, Hao Ling slung the large object she was carrying off her back. She pointed to it and said to Lin Xiao, "I told you before, as long as you get your martial artist certificate, I would give you a big gift. This is a long spear. It's a gift for you." Lin Xiao followed Hao Ling's finger and saw a long, large box on the ground. He knelt down, opening the box as he asked her, "Where did you get this?" Hao Ling cheerfully answered, "I just scammed it from the person in charge of the Martial Artist Alliance branch in Black Sea City. Even though you can achieve great effects by covering your weapon with source energy, having a high-grade weapon will still greatly amplify your combat power." Hearing her say it was a high-grade weapon, Lin Xiao frowned in surprise. He asked her back with an uncertain tone, "This is a high-grade weapon?" Lin Xiao opened the gift box from Hao Ling. Inside was a sparkling, exquisitely crafted spear. Hao Ling introduced the spear to Lin Xiao. This long spear is called the Dark Edge. It's the long sword left behind by the great spear master, Bailey Rui. After introducing the spear, they both fell silent. Lin Xiao looked at Hao Ling, then at the spear. He looked at the spear, then back at Hao Ling. Suddenly, he shouted in surprise and fear, "The great master Bailey Rui? Could the person in charge of the Martial Artist Alliance branch in Hei Chung be Bailey Rui?" Hao Ling stood with her arms crossed, calmly replying, "No." Lin Xiao pointed at Hao Ling, both wary and afraid. His voice was filled with speculation. "I know. You're Bailey Rui's daughter. Bailey Rui gave it to the person in charge of the Martial Artist Alliance branch in Hei Chung, and you demanded it back." Hao Ling replied calmly, "You're doing your imagination a disservice by not writing novels online. How could I be his daughter? Am I that old?" Lin Xiao clapped his hands together, closing his eyes as if he had a revelation. "You're his granddaughter." Hearing him call her Bailey Rui's granddaughter, she got angry. She whacked him hard on the head, leaving a large bump. As she hit him, she said angrily, "Granddaughter your ass. We just have the same last name. Now hurry up and try the spear." Hearing her tell him to try the spear, Lin Xiao bent down and picked it up. The spear didn't look very heavy, but when Lin Xiao picked it up, it took a lot of effort. As he lifted the spear, he exclaimed, "Holy crap! This spear is so heavy." Lin Xiao gritted his teeth to lift the spear. As he lifted it, he asked shakily, "How much does this spear weigh?" Hao Ling stood with one hand on her hip, the other holding up 5 fingers. She answered, 500 kilograms. As she spoke, a smug look appeared on her face. Lin Xiao used all his strength, but still couldn't lift the spear high. He grumbled, "So heavy. No wonder it took so much effort to pick it up. Haoling looked at the spear being lifted by Lin Xiao. Her tone matter of fact. Of course. This was forged from black iron meteorite. A long spear forged from black iron meteorite. This is the only one in the entire world. Lin Xiao held the spear with both hands, his hands trembling from its weight. Hearing her say the spear was forged from black iron meteorite, Lin Xiao's eyes widened in surprise. As he looked at the spear in his hands, he wondered aloud, as if asking Haoling, black iron meteorite? Could it be the same black iron meteorite that fell to Earth 100 years ago, destroying an entire city? Luckily, that city was full of zombies and mutated animals, so there were no human casualties. Lin Xiao recalled the information about the black iron meteorite. The meteorite was an alien object that fell from the far reaches of space. When it hit the ground, it caused the surrounding Earth to crack. When a group of people discovered it, they took it back to be forged into weapons. Lin Xiao recounted the story of the meteorite. After the meteorite fell, in the crater, there was a very large black rock. Some people took that rock back and used sophisticated tools to forge it, creating 12 different weapons. Although those weapons weren't the sharpest, but its hardness is world-class. Each piece is priceless. After learning the details about the spear Haoling had given him, Lin Xiao was deeply moved. Tears welled up in his eyes as he turned to confirm with Haoling one more time, "A weapon this precious you. Are you really giving it to me?" Haoling replied with certainty, "Of course. I, your master, am a woman of my word." After speaking, Haoling read the information on her upcoming mission and said to Lin Xiao, "All right, I have a mission and I need to get back quickly. Let's say our goodbyes here." Hearing this, Lin Xiao was both curious and surprised. Before Lin Xiao could say anything more, Haoling had already turned and walked away. As she walked, she waved goodbye to Lin Xiao. "Farewell. If you get the chance, come find me in Sky City." Lin Xiao still stood there, spear in hand. He turned his head to watch Haoling's receding figure. Hearing the name of the place Haoling was heading to, Lin Xiao asked, "Sky City?" "Sky City. A city built on a separate, floating island in the sky. Everything there is highly developed. It is the largest city in the world, using the most advanced levitation technology. The entire city floats in the air. Not just anyone can come and go as they please. The minimum requirement is a Tier 5 martial artist, or those with outstanding scientific achievements in their respective fields." Lin Xiao felt sorry for himself. A poor, pitiful soul. He sighed, thinking that Haoling was truly a rich woman. Should I consider living off a woman? I could save myself a few years of struggle. After his monologue, Lin Xiao put the spear back in its original box. He strapped it to his back and started walking. He made the decision to leave. I should just head to the Hole of Death for some real training. In another place, in a building with a mix of traditional and modern architecture, a loud shout echoed, "You're a useless piece of trash." In the room where the shouting came from, a person was sitting solemnly on the main seat, shouting at two Tier 2 martial artists. You couldn't even deal with a single Tier 1 martial artist. Another person was kneeling on the ground. His head was bowed low. He just knelt there in silence, listening to the scolding. After the person on the chair had finished speaking, the person kneeling on the ground trembled and reported, "The strength that brat displayed is probably not just that of a Tier 1 martial artist." The person sitting on the main chair was furious. He threw the teacup in his hand to the ground. The teacup shattered into many small pieces. He cursed, "Damn it, I'm so pissed off. I have a good relationship with the Tang family in Sacred Star City. I just wanted to return a favor to him. But that brat dared to kill someone from my flower god temple. We absolutely cannot let him leave." Black Sea City alive. At the train station's waiting area, an announcement came over the speakers. "The Peacock has already departed. Passengers who missed the train, please go to the reception desk to rebook or get a refund." At this moment, Lin Xiao, who was at the counter getting his ticket, was informed by the staff that the train he wanted to take had already left. Lin Xiao was surprised and asked again to confirm the information with the staff. "What? It's already left?" Lin Xiao frowned. He tried to remain calm and asked the staff again. "Aren't there supposed to be 3 trains to that place every day?" The staff maintained a professional attitude and replied to Lin Xiao, "Because the Hole of Death is indeed too dangerous. Very few people go there. The operating costs are not enough. So, The original 3 trips a day has been changed to 1 trip. After listening to the staff's explanation, Lin Xiao understood the reason and decided to buy a new ticket for the next day's trip. He said to the staff with a slightly reluctant tone, "All right, then give me a ticket for the early morning train tomorrow." The counter staff handed the ticket to Lin Xiao through the opening in the glass partition with both hands. "Here's your ticket." Lin Xiao took the ticket from the staff and said, "Thank you." On the brightly lit street, there were many people coming and going, but Lin Xiao was the most conspicuous, because on his back, he was carrying a long and large box. That box contained the spear that Bailey Haolang had given him as a farewell gift after the martial artist certification exam. As he walked down the street, he was planning for tomorrow. The train is in the morning. Maybe I should stay at that martial artist hotel for 1 night. Although it's a bit expensive, it's really comfortable. Suddenly, Lin Xiao felt as if someone was watching him from a distance. He glanced slightly behind him to confirm the other party's whereabouts. As he looked, he tried to guess the other party's identity. "Someone's following me." Did the Flower God Temple send people again? Once he had confirmed that someone was following him, Lin Xiao immediately sped up and ran away. He turned into a deserted alley. Seeing him speed up, the group of people also accelerated and chased after him. In a deserted alley, Lin Xiao stopped. The group of people also stopped behind him. Suddenly, the leader of the group spoke up, so diligent. Still jogging this late at night, Lin Xiao went into a state of alert, ready to fight at any moment. The group of people fanned out. They surrounded Lin Xiao. He, in the middle of the encirclement, spoke up, "You guys have been following me from the train station all the way here. Aren't you tired?" He looked straight at the leader of the group that was following him and said, "This time, they're all Tier 2 martial artists. No, there's also a Tier 3 martial artist. It seems the Flower God Temple thinks too highly of me." Suddenly, the system screen appeared. There was a new notification. Rapid Growth System. Progress. 50,000/50,000. Completed. Congratulations, Master. You have received 50 skill points. Lin Xiao looked at the system's latest notification and was pleased. His eyes held a hint of cunning. The Rapid Growth System is finally full. Leading the group was Fang Zhen, a Tier 3 martial artist who specialized in swords. Following Fang Zhen was a group of people who were all Tier 2, such as Yamamoto Kenzo. Tier 2 martial artist. Yamaki Eita. Tier 2 martial artist. And Chi Hyuk. Tier 2 martial artist. John Sunggu. Tier 2 martial artist. Piao Tongjia. Tier 2 martial artist. Fang Zhen's face was half covered by a scarf, revealing only a pair of eyes filled with killing intent and hatred. If looks could kill, Lin Xiao would probably have been hacked into 1,000 pieces by Fang Zhen by now. He pointed the tip of his sword at Lin Xiao and said, "It's good that you know. Prepare to..." He didn't even finish his sentence. Fang Zhen was interrupted by Lin Xiao's actions. He suddenly took off all the armor he was wearing. The heavy armor fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Xiao gave a mental command to the system. Add all the skill points to strength. Upon receiving the command from Lin Xiao, the system began to execute the order. The system's voice rang out, notifying Lin Xiao. Host, Lin Xiao. Level, 16. Strength, 269 to 319. Physique, 105. Agility, 80. Combined combat power, 1935 to 1980. Title, Tier 2 martial artist. Accumulated source energy, 0/100. Skills, analysis eye, fury, camouflage. Piao Tongjia looked at Lin Xiao's actions and was also surprised. He spoke up that kid was actually carrying such heavy equipment on his back just now. Yamaki Ida also stood there, speechless with surprise. Fang Zhen had no more patience to stand around and chat with Lin Xiao. He charged forward. He gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands. As he charged, he swung his sword towards Lin Xiao. He shouted, "Playing tricks. D." Lin Xiao stood there, not moving a muscle. Just as Fang Zhen was about to get close to Lin Xiao, he was suddenly enveloped in a purple light. Seeing this, Fang Zhen froze. His eyes followed the light. That lightning-fast streak of light was Lin Xiao. In a flash, Lin Xiao had moved behind Fang Zhen. Lin Xiao's face darkened. His eyes lit up. He looked like a ferocious beast, locking onto its prey. As Lin Xiao gathered fire in his fist, he asked Fang Zhen, Where are you slashing? Fang Zhen couldn't believe Lin Xiao's strength. His voice was a mix of surprise and fear as he asked, "How is this possible? So fast?" But there was no answer for Fang Zhen. Only a punch that struck him directly in the back. Silver martial skill, Tiger Frightening Fist. Taking the full force of Lin Xiao's punch, Fang Zhen was sent flying. He slammed into the wall with a boom and then fell to the ground. Seeing their leader attacked, the rest of the group surged forward with great momentum. Yamamoto Kenzo shouted, "Abba!" and Piao Tongjia, next to him, roared in fury at Lin Xiao, "Die, you brat." Clearly, Lin Xiao was not afraid of the crowd. He took on whoever came at him. He used the silver martial skill kick. A flurry of kicks sent Yamamoto Kenzo flying. One kick is not enough. Come on, let's continue. Lin Xiao followed up with another punch from the silver martial skill. Violent fist right in the face. Yamamoto Kenzo had no time to counter. He just took a series of attacks from Lin Xiao. After the final punch, Yamamoto Kenzo stopped breathing. Along with the loss of life of Yamamoto Kenzo, Lin Xiao's system chimed with a notification, killed a Tier 2 martial artist. Received 150,000 experience points. Just as he finished dealing with Yamamoto Kenzo, John Sunggu and Enchi Hyuk simultaneously charged at Lin Xiao. The two of them charged and shouted in unison, "You rotten brat." Lin Xiao didn't flinch. He blocked the attacks from John Sunggu and Enchi Hyuk with his bare hands. A golden light flashed in his eyes. Silver martial skill, Flame Claw Hand. The hands of Enchi Hyuk and John Sunggu were simultaneously set on fire. They couldn't break free from Lin Xiao's grip. The two could only endure the flames of the fire-tide hand burning their own, screaming in agony. To finish off Xia Yuan, Ji He, and Quan Xingjiu, Lin Xiao added a final flurry of kicks, killing Quan Xingjiu and Njiha. Lin Xiao's system chimed with another notification. Killed second-tier martial artist. Received 150,000 experience points. Killed second-tier martial artist. Received 150,000 experience points. Seeing the first three dispatched so quickly and cleanly, Piao Jietong and Shan Yongzhua were terrified. Piao Jietong stammered to Yongzhua, This is the power of a second-tier martial artist." Yongzhua didn't even know how to answer Piao Jietong's question. All he could do was mutter, "Terrifying. How can he be so strong?" Fang Zhen, who had been sent flying by Lin Xiao earlier, struggled back to his feet. He watched Lin Xiao take on 10 men at once and marveled. This kid's strength is incredible. If I hadn't upgraded my defensive martial skill, that punch earlier would have probably shattered my spine. With that thought, Fang Zhen charged. His eyes were filled with determination. "I will kill you." Fang Zhen channeled his energy, rushing toward Lin Xiao, who was still fighting his underlings. Movement skill, martial technique, ephemeral form. The white dust slowly began to settle. Lin Xiao landed softly on the ground. Following him, Fang Zhen's clones landed one by one, surrounding him. Without a word, Lin Xiao spun around. His gauntlet lit up. He swept through the dust, punching a clone behind him squarely in the chest, a flash of bright blue power erupting on impact. Violent burst fist. His hand clenched into a fist. The red gauntlet still crackling with thin blue arcs of lightning. A look of shock crossed Lin Xiao's face. Sweat trickled down his cheek. He tilted his head slightly. What the hell? That wasn't the real one. Lin Xiao was now clinging to the side of the cliff. Looking back, Fang Zhen swung his sword again, aiming to strike. The blade descended in a brilliant, vicious arc right before his face. Lin Xiao's eyes flared with anger. He gritted his teeth and leaned away, dodging the attack. Fang Zhen's brows furrowed in annoyance. Through his mask, he let out a soft, cold snort. The impact stirred up the dust that had just settled. Lin Xiao's expression was grim. He clutched his shoulder and retreated. A cloud of dust was kicked up in front of him from the force of the blow. Lin Xiao took a defensive stance, looking up. A faint purple light enveloped the hand holding the sword. Gold rank martial skill, slaughter. Countless versions of Fang Zhen advanced with their swords drawn. Each slash created a cold, sharp glint of light. Technique, Thousand Illusion Slash. Fang Zhen and his clones flew into the air. The one in the center declared loudly, "This move will chop you into 1,000 pieces." Lin Xiao remained perfectly still. He spoke softly, one eyebrow slightly raised. Lin Xiao smirked victoriously. I thought it'd be some powerful move. This is easy. Seeing his expression, the Fangzhens grew even more furious. They all surfed along a wave of white light, charging at him. Go to hell. Slash. Lin Xiao's eyes widened. His golden pupils were encircled by a ring of blue light. He declared, Buddy, I'm the expert when it comes to clones. With that, he deftly dodged the flurry of sword strikes coming from the attackers. Lin Xiao suddenly appeared, blocking Fang Zhan's path. Through the cloud of dust, he smirked mockingly. Hello, brother Fang Zhan. Behind the thick dust, Fang Zhan's eyes flew wide open. His entire body froze. He gasped in disbelief. You actually broke my gold rank martial skill, 1000 illusion slash. No, impossible. How did you find my real position among all those clones? And furthermore, how do you know my name? One of his hands was already crackling with light. Lin Xiao clenched his fist. He smiled once more. Because I'm a cheater. As he spoke, he launched himself into the air. His fist, wreathed in blue flames, seemed to carry the power of a giant, fiery tiger as it came crashing down. Tiger strength fist. Explosive burst fist. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and lunged forward, his punch sending Fang Zhan flying. The force was so immense that Fang Zhan couldn't resist and was easily thrown back. The powerful punch tore through the air and slammed into his stomach, giving him only enough time to let out a single cry before his whole body was sent airborne. Flashes of gold and blue light erupted everywhere. Fang Zhan's eyes were wide with terror. His pupils contracted repeatedly. He roared with a determined expression, Damn you. Even if I, Fang Zhan, die, I'm taking a piece of you with me. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and tore his shirt, revealing a swirling vortex of ferocious lightning forming on his chest. The vortex grew larger and larger, pulling in more and more energy from the surroundings. Lin Xiao leaned back, moving away. He cursed in disbelief, Holy shit. Self-destruction again? Seriously? Can you guys get a new idea? Fang Zhan's wide eyes rolled back, revealing terrifying bloodshot veins. Just a second later, the area erupted in an explosion. A terrifyingly large blast blew away everything in its vicinity. From a distance, Lin Xiao struggled to brace himself against its destructive force. From within the fading embers of the explosion, streaks of murky white energy shot out, sending Lin Xiao flying. His body slammed hard against a wall, causing it to crack. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth in pain. The wisps of energy once again moved toward him. Lin Xiao's face was scraped, with bruised, bloody patches in several places. He frowned, thinking, that bastard. If I hadn't learned how to use my origin power to envelop my whole body and increase my defense from that convenient master of mine, I would have definitely been blown to bits this time, because I had to mobilize all my origin power to cover my body in an instant. I feel so weak right now. Lin Xiao clutched his arm. From a distance, footsteps approached. Someone spoke in a mocking tone. That was close. Good thing we ran and hid. The dust gradually settled. Lin Xiao sat weakly against the wall. 3 men walked up to him. The one in the middle, holding a long iron bar, spoke up. Even though Boss Fang Zhan's self-destruction didn't kill you, looking at the state you're in now, you probably can't even lift a fist, can you? The man with the buzz cut smirked. He looked at Lin Xiao with hatred and said, But don't you worry. We're going to cut you up, piece by piece, to avenge Boss Fang Zhan. The corner of Lin Xiao's lip was slightly busted. He gave a weak laugh, his voice a little playful. How do you know my fist can't get up? How can a man ever say he can't get it up? As he spoke, a light began to glow around Lin Xiao. Thin arcs of blue lightning started to appear. His eyes also began to glow. Lin Xiao roared, activating rage. The 3 men standing before him gritted their teeth in frustration. The man on the far end frowned. What is this? The other man on the outside glanced over, astonished. Oh my God, this guy's suddenly back on his feet. The buzzcut man in the middle gritted his teeth in disbelief. He looked so weak just a second ago. How did he suddenly turn into such a beast? Suddenly, the dust was whipped up by a powerful force. Swords and trash cans around them were sent flying high into the air. Lin Xiao roared, Die. The system above continuously announced, experience +1. Experience +1. Experience +1. The other men screamed in terror. Mommy, don't come over here. The sky had grown late. In the distance, the night stars twinkled. Amidst the darkness, a tall, multi-story building stood majestically in the center, its lights shining brightly. Lin Xiu's face was haggard. His eyes were dazed. His whole body was trembling. The computer screen lit up. His hand rested on the mouse. He muttered, "Using the rage skill feels great for a moment. But after the high comes the crash. Right now, I feel like I can't even hold the mouse steady." Lin Xiu carefully moved the mouse to the search bar. He thought to himself, I have to set off for the path of death tomorrow. I should look up some information online first. A prompt appeared on the screen. Viewing this post requires 10,000 alliance credits. Do you wish to continue? Below were two options. Continue. Cancel. Lin Xiu immediately moved the cursor to continue. He hadn't even read it, but after seeing the price, Lin Xiu was already furious. He glared at the computer screen and yelled, "What the hell? This piece of crap website wants money just to read something. And it's 10,000 alliance credits." After his outburst, Lin Xiu slowly calmed down and thought it over. Forget it. I still have several million alliance credits anyway. Spending 10,000 to browse for the information I need. It's not really a loss. With that thought, he picked up his phone to complete the transaction. The surrounding image turned dark. White dust filled the air everywhere. A long-necked beast made of rock with glowing eyes was licking the head of a gray-feathered bird with a red, horned beak. The path of death is surrounded by black rock. Not a single blade of grass grows. It looks incredibly eerie. Third tier evolved beast, rock serpent, usually hides beneath the rocks, has a paralyzing toxin. After being bitten, even a tier 3 martial artist will fall into a state of local paralysis. Tier 4 evolved beast, giant crow. It has an enormous body. It often uses its 2 pairs of wings to cover its body, making it look no different from a black rock. It's dangerous. It will attack humans on sight. After learning this, Lin Xiu's expression became even more bewildered. He frowned and cursed. Holy crap. The path of death actually has so many different types of evolved beasts. As small as an insect, and as large as a giant. A humanoid monster with green skin, covered in sharp spikes, with 2 long horns on its back. Its mouth was sealed shut, only revealing teeth that were fused to its skin. It also had blazing red eyes. Tier 5 evolved beast, the taunting ghoul. It's strong. It has a natural taunting attribute. A chicken with fierce, orange-red eyes. Its beak was filled with countless sharp, blade-like teeth, and was smiling wickedly. Tier 5 evolved beast, the demonic chicken. It specializes in attacking with a circular weapon. Lin Xiu's jaw dropped. He yelled again, "Holy crap. There are even Tier 5 evolved beasts." Just looking at the pictures, I can already feel their powerful and unknown aura. Then, Lin Xiu sighed again. The mouse moved to the exit. Forget it. I'll just wing it. As if he had found something. His expression immediately became intrigued. He even laughed out loud. I wonder how much that dark-edge long spear my convenient master gave me is worth. The screen displayed the information. 2 intertwined swords with a golden hilt. Dark-edge twin swords. Forged from black iron meteorite. Auction price, 1 billion. After reading it, Lin Xiu almost fainted. Holy crap, 1 billion alliance coins. He then remembered what Bailey Haoling had said. And that's just the starting bid. Lin Xiu suddenly realized, his eyes widening, a cold sweat trickling down his cheek. He never thought that convenient master of his was so rich. To give me such a huge gift. Could it be that she's really taken a liking to me? Does she want to move me to tears? So I'll repay her with my body? In a forest, Bailey Haoling suddenly sneezed. After rubbing her nose, she looked around cautiously, muttering with a disgruntled expression. What the hell? Why do I keep sneezing? In the dead of night, a large, multi-story building was visible amidst the trees. The rooms below were brightly lit. A shout echoed from within. What? Fangjin was killed too. A person surrounded by a red aura stood with their back to the front, arms crossed. Behind them, a group of subordinates stood at attention. That person's voice was full of anger. Useless. Truly a bunch of useless trash. This is no longer just the Tang family's business. He killed several of our Flower God Temple members in a row. We won't rest until he's dead. Then, the person turned their head slightly, their face obscured by shadows. This person then gave an order to the subordinates behind them. Post a bounty on the Hunter Network. Put his information up. The reward is 10 million Alliance coins. The red-haired man frowned, confused. We're not going to do it ourselves? The person in the shadows sighed lightly, replying with a weary tone. If the main headquarters finds out that our Black Sea City branch can't even handle a small fry, and we've lost so many people, we'll lose all face. The sky above was clear and blue. A high-speed train sped along the tracks. Inside the train car, the aisle was bustling with passengers. In a private compartment, Lin Xiu leaned against the table, staring intently at his phone screen. On the seat next to him was his backpack, full of his gear. Suddenly, he saw something on his phone. A small smile played on Lin Xiu's lips. The blue system panel then displayed his information. Host, Lin Xiu. Level, 16. Strength, +120 physique. 107 + 20. Speed, 80. Overall combat power, 1935 to 1980. Title, Rank 3 Martial Artist. Increase physique attribute by 20 points. Energy accumulation, 0/100. Skills, Eye of Analysis, Berserk Disguise. Suddenly, a notification came in. Lin Xiu was a little surprised. He thought to himself, hey, I just bought this phone last night. I've only sent my number to a few friends. Someone's already calling me. It's Teacher Luo. He quickly answered the phone. Hello, Teacher Luo. Before he could finish his sentence, the person on the other end asked impatiently, Lin Xiu, where are you? On the other end, Lin Xiu's calm voice came through the phone. Hello, Teacher Luo. I'm on the train to the path of death. Is something wrong? Luo Li's expression was a bit serious. His tone urgent. Have you checked the Hunter Network? I saw there's a bounty on you. Lin Xiu's pupils flashed. He asked, You said the Hunter Network. A figure was holding a laptop, surrounded by thousands of constantly changing blue numbers and data. Luo Li's voice became serious. Yes. It's a website specializing in assassination bounties. Who founded it? And where the website servers are located are all unknown. And the website security is incredibly high. Even the most skilled hackers can't break into it. The Alliance government can't do anything about it. On Lin Xiu's end, Luo Li's tone gradually calmed. But he couldn't hide his worry. You need to be more careful now. I think there will be a lot of people looking for trouble with you. Lin Xiu obediently listened. Yes, I know. I'll be careful. After hanging up, he immediately opened his phone and searched for information. Who posted the bounty? The Flower God Temple? On the screen was Lin Xiu's face, with information listed beside it. Bounty, Lin Xiu. Rank 2 Martial Artist. Specialty, Fist Techniques, Spear Techniques. Weapon, Long Spear. 10 million Alliance coins. After reading it, Lin Xiu was so shocked he cursed. Holy crap, I'm only worth 10 million Alliance coins? Rank 2 Martial Artist. This is actually a good thing. High-level martial artists won't even glance at such a small amount of money. Only low-level martial artists will be interested. And now I'm a rank 3 martial artist. It's the perfect opportunity for some greedy people to come and give me some experience points. Suddenly, the train began to shake. The glass of water on the table tilted precariously. Lin Xiu stood up, startled. He held out his hands to steady himself, his body leaning slightly as he wondered, why is a high-tech train shaking? Suddenly, a commotion came from behind the door. Lin Xiu muttered, What's happening outside? Why is it so noisy? A foot kicked the door open with great force. From outside, a large, fierce-looking man in a red suit threw a punch at Lin Xiu. He leaned to the side to dodge, yelling, Who is it? Attacking me from behind? In less than a second, Lin Xiu regained his composure. He frowned, clenching his fist and punching back. The punch shot forward, but the man quickly ducked to avoid it. Before the other person could continue, Lin Xiu gritted his teeth. He kicked the man in front of him squarely in the stomach. The man clutched his stomach and knelt down, vomiting, his body trembling uncontrollably. From a distance, a group of men in eye-catching red suits were approaching. Lin Xiu frowned. Could it be someone who's trying to rob the train? The men in red were extremely aggressive. When they saw women, they stopped them. When they saw men, they raised their swords. They showed no restraint whatsoever. Lin Xiu observed, muttering, The train space is narrow. Large weapons are basically useless, so they're all at a disadvantage. Outside, a large airship flew by. Lin Xiao's brow furrowed even more. He realized these people came prepared. While Lin Xiao was distracted, the large man behind him threw another punch from behind. Without looking, Lin Xiao directly spun around and twisted the man's arm. He squeezed, making the veins on his opponent's arm bulge. His hand, gripping the large wrist, gradually began to glow with a red ring of fire. Lin Xiao's face was filled with anger. The fire claw hand technique. The rings of fire gradually expanded, and tiny sparks began to appear. The man gritted his teeth, and his eyes rolled back as he screamed. Before he could even recover from the side, Lin Xiao's hand, crackling with blue electricity, immediately swung over. The big man was momentarily unable to move. His eyes were wide open. His mouth hung open, speechless. Lin Xiao threw a punch that sent the big man flying. Sparks and embers flew everywhere. The dust cleared. The man was sent flying into a corner. His body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. Suddenly, there was a commotion from behind. Lin Xiao turned his head curiously. Another big man holding an axe was aggressively grabbing Dianji by the collar. If you don't have money, then die. Lin Xiao didn't waste any words. He swung his hand and punched the big man straight in the face. Violent fist technique. Done. He turned to the person opposite him and asked, "Are you okay?" Dianji smiled sheepishly. He wiped the sweat from his face and replied, "I'm fine. Thank you." The surrounding crowd had been knocked out. Lin Xiao and Dianji stood side by side. He asked, "Who are these people anyway?" Dianji glanced around. He thought for a moment and then replied, "The Black Tiger Bandit crew. They specialize in robbing. I didn't expect them to dare to rob a train this time. The situation here, the Alliance military in Black Sea City has definitely received the information." The two men who had been knocked out once again picked up their weapons and charged forward aggressively. Dianji rushed forward to block Lin Xiao. "We just need to hold on until the Alliance military arrives. Then we'll be fine. Brother, you stand behind. Let me go first." Lin Xiao didn't answer. He smirked and charged forward directly. The younger brother behind him panicked. "Hey, brother, be careful," with just a single swing of his arms and legs. Lin Xiao, in front, had already kicked the two big men away. Dianji, standing behind, broke out in a cold sweat. He jumped in surprise. His eyes widened and his mouth hung open. He thought to himself, "Holy, are all young people this strong nowadays?" The train was still speeding along. On both sides, countless aircraft were flying around, keeping up with the speed of the train. The three men in red were startled by the commotion. They all huddled together. "The Alliance military is here. Everyone retreat. Retreat quickly." Then, the group gathered all their strength and charged forward with their weapons. An aircraft in the sky suddenly exploded. The train also swayed because of it. Soon after, the aircraft fell behind. Smoke and fire billowed up. The train in front continued to move forward peacefully. Dianji's eyes lit up as he looked at the aircraft. Seeing the person next to him in a hurry, he called out, "This is great." The Alliance military arrived just in time. "Hey, where are you going now?" Lin Xiao didn't seem to care. He ran like crazy, chasing after the group of people. His mouth was constantly shouting, "My experience points. Don't run." When he finally caught up, the group of people only wished they hadn't run fast enough. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up again. He reached out and grabbed the group of people. "Experience points. Experience points." From the compartment door, two men in green military uniforms, holding guns, carefully entered. "This is the Alliance military. Everyone stand still. Put your hands up. Don't move." Dianji obediently raised his hands. His face was innocent. "Don't shoot. We are passengers." Then, he excitedly pointed towards Lin Xiao, who was beating up a man in the distance. He said with a bright smile, "But, you guys are late. The members of the bandit crew in this train car have already been taken care of by that strong brother." From the middle, a man in military uniform stepped forward. His face was fierce as he held his gun forward. "Show me your train tickets." Seeing the train ticket being presented, the man in military uniform glanced at it. They were indeed passengers. Just then, the female flight attendant came over. With an embarrassed expression, she said to Lin Xiao and Dianji, "I'm sorry. We frightened you, our valued passengers. Just now, members of the Black Lake bandit crew wanted to rob the train. But They have been dealt with by the Alliance military. We apologize for the inconvenience. We are truly sorry. The company will send compensation to all our valued passengers. DNG thought for a moment. His face still showed some dissatisfaction as he spoke. So what about the martial artist who died because of your negligence? The female flight attendant, upon hearing this, still maintained her smile. She bowed respectfully and replied, "The company will send compensation to their families. Please rest assured." Lin Xiao didn't argue much either. He directly put his hands in his pockets and turned to leave. Before leaving, he didn't forget to add, "If you've chosen to go to the hole of death, then you must be prepared to die at any moment." DNG, who had been watching, immediately chased after him. He received a glance from Lin Xiao. He hurriedly said, "Young man, are you going to the hole of death? My name is DNG. I'm also going to the hole of death. Can we team up? We can look out for each other." Hearing this, Lin Xiao turned his head slightly. He looked at the other person cautiously. "My name is Lin Xiao. What do you have to offer in a partnership with me?" DNG's face showed a hint of embarrassment. He scratched his head with his hand, smiled faintly, and said, 3 years ago, I went to the hole of death with a group of adventurers. I have some knowledge of the first half of the journey through the hole of death. If I'm there, you can avoid many hidden dangers. This is probably your first time going to the hole of death, isn't it? From the very beginning, the hole of death has many paths. They will all lead people to their deaths, and it's difficult to navigate without a guide." Lin Xiao rubbed his chin with his hand. He thought for a moment. He asked, "In that case, we can cooperate. What are you going to the hole of death for?" "Like everyone else, to kill evolved beasts for money." DNG's expression changed slightly. Cold sweat trickled down his cheek. His eyes drooped slightly as he replied, "I'm going to the hole of death to find a certain type of plant, but that place is likely to have powerful evolved beasts. I was thinking, if possible, I would like to ask you for a helping hand." Lin Xiao had reached the door of the room. He reached out and turned the doorknob. He turned to look at DNG. His voice was neither warm nor cold. "We can consider it. When we get to the station, come find me." In the sky, dark clouds obscured the faint light. Below, large buildings were vaguely shrouded in a swirling haze. There were quite a few people passing by. DNG, standing side by side with Lin Xiao, spoke first. "This is the starting point of the path of death, the only inhabited place, Stone Town." Then the two of them, carrying their luggage, walked along the wide dirt road. Suddenly, a large hand blocked their way. "Hey kid, wait a minute." In front of them was a large man with a fierce face. He smirked. He held out his hand and beckoned lightly. "Hey, the hole of death is not a place for a snot-nosed brat like you. If you're not careful here, you'll end up dead. How about you hand over all the valuables you have on you to me, and I'll protect you." Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow slightly. He gave a faint smile and asked, "Is this a disguised form of fighting?" But inside, he was secretly happy. This is great. Someone's already giving away experience points this quickly. As soon as he finished speaking from the side, a monstrous beast with a mouth split in 3 directions burst through the dust and charged forward. Before the man could do anything, the creature had already pounced on him, grabbing the upper half of his body. Someone saw this and screamed in terror. "That's a Tier 2 evolved beast." The monster's mouth opened wide, revealing rows of sharp fangs. Its saliva dripped out. It angrily lunged at the man. And just like that, the creature had a delicious meal. The man had stopped struggling and lay motionless. Seeing this, the motion of DNG drawing his sword suddenly stopped. In contrast, Lin Xiao, next to him, remained calm, his arms crossed. He smirked. "If you're not careful, you'll end up dead." Turns out he was talking about himself. Watching the beast bare its blood-stained, sharp teeth as it turned its head, Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow and wondered, "And what are you looking at?" Before he could finish his sentence, the beast had already charged madly towards him. The younger brother on the side saw this and shouted, "Lin Xiao, be careful. Get out of the way." Lin Xiao didn't even want to move his hand. He stood still. His face was filled with contempt as he said, "You beast. Do you really think I'm weaker than that guy?" As he finished speaking, Lin Xiao slightly turned his body. The fist in his hand had already gathered a green glowing electrical energy. His face was grim. Violent fist technique. Just like that, the punch, swirling with energy, slammed right into the face of the ferocious beast. The immense force gathered a ton of pressure. The beast was sent flying several meters. A large explosion erupted, kicking up dust and debris everywhere. As the dust slowly settled, Lin Xiu calmly approached the motionless creature. Dianji's jaw dropped, utterly speechless. Lin Xiu knelt beside the beast, observing it intently. Why would an evolved beast suddenly show up here? Dianji, standing a short distance away, quickly walked over and replied, "That's just how it is around here. Sometimes evolved beasts get over the wall and wander into the small town. The townspeople are used to it." Hearing this, Lin Xiu stood up straight. He put something into his pocket and turned to Dianji. "Evolved beasts can just wander in at any time. And people still dare to live in this town? Let's go." Dianji quickly followed, watching the two figures leave. A bald man, in the distance, spoke up. "That guy's aura is only that of a first-tier martial artist. Yet he can kill a second-tier evolved beast with a single punch. He looks so young. He must be heading to the Sanctuary Academy at the end of the path of death." The person next to him agreed. "Every year there are quite a few talented youngsters accepted into the Sanctuary Academy who pass through the path of death to get there." A woman with red hair and a scar over her eye rested her chin on her hand. An intrigued smile played on her lips as she said, "Well now, didn't expect to see a kid this tough. I kinda want to team up with him." On the porch, an old man watched the group in front of him and sighed softly. "I'll never understand the youth of today, so eager to throw their lives away just to get ahead." The bald man, in the distance, heard him and shot a furious glare at the old man. He asked disrespectfully, "Old man, what did you just say? Are you talking shit about us? I'm asking you, what kinds of evolved beasts are there around this path of death?" The old man with a long, white beard didn't get angry. He calmly took a drag from his cigarette. "Evolved beasts? Too many types. This old man's memory isn't what it used to be. Can't recall." The bald man was so angry he snatched the cigarette from the old man's hand. He yelled with an annoyed expression, "I'm asking you a question. Don't you dare mess with me." Seeing this from afar, Dianji broke into a cold sweat and said, "Those guys are asking for a death wish. That old man is not as harmless as he looks." Lin Xiu also watched intently. He thought to himself, "He's actually a fourth-tier martial artist. I can't believe a resident of a small town would be this powerful. But then again, it's strange. Without that kind of strength, he would have been eaten by the evolved beasts that wander into town long ago." In the distance, the old man said nothing more. He just slowly bent down to pick up the cigarette from the ground. Seeing this, the bald man still wouldn't let it go. He raised his foot to stomp on it. He said arrogantly, "You dare to disrespect me? You're asking to die." Before his foot could land, he was kicked from behind and sent sprawling forward. Lin Xiu stood behind him, speaking with disapproval. "You're a grown man, and you don't know how to respect your elders?" The bald man clutched his back from the kick. His face darkened as he asked, "Kid, are you looking for trouble?" Lin Xiu smiled faintly. His eyes lit up. He held up two fingers and said with a grin, "Aren't you the ones looking for trouble? You have two choices. Either you leave on your own, or I send you to the other side." The two men beside him said nothing. Their faces showed a hint of fear. The bald man gritted his teeth, unable to answer for a moment. A moment later, the group quickly left. Lin Xiu watched them go with his arms crossed. From a distance, an angry voice echoed back, "We're leaving. You punk. You better watch your back." Only then did he turn back and ask with concern, "Old sir, are you all right?" The old man looked at him and answered softly, "I'm fine. Thank you, young man. Little fella." Hearing this, Lin Xiu didn't linger. He smiled, turned, and walked away, not forgetting to wave back. "Glad you're okay. Well, we'll be on our way. Goodbye, old sir." The old man suddenly called out, "Young man, wait." He took a light drag from his cigarette, his mouth surrounded by his beard. White smoke slowly drifted out. The old man's expression remained calm, but his eyes had become sharper. He looked Lin Xiu up and down before speaking. "These days, there aren't many young people like you who respect their elders. This old man can't bear to see a young man like you die so young. After you walk 500 meters forward, remember to take the long way around. There's a swarm of insects up ahead." Lin Xiu smiled cheerfully and waved. "All right. Thank you, old sir." Standing in the distance, Dianji froze. He thought to himself in amazement, this guy must have seen through that old man's strength from the start, right? He was about to make a move just now. What a cunning bastard. Ahead of them were large, rugged rock formations, covered with unusual black patches. Set against the dusty landscape, they looked even more eerie. From behind a rock formation, a giant silhouette with two long antennae slowly emerged. The sky above was pitch black. From behind a rock, a massive insect with a rough shell crawled out. Suddenly, a swarm of hundreds of large and small insects flew straight ahead. The red-haired man and the bald man screamed when they saw it. It's a second-tier evolved beast. The bald man shrieked in terror. Black emperors. The massive swarm of black emperors descended upon the bald man, causing him to lose his balance and fall backward. When they flew away, the bald man's body was already nothing but a white skeleton. Seeing this, the red-haired man turned and fled in terror. The black emperors quickly chased after him. The man screamed as he ran. Run! Run for your lives! But he was quickly swarmed. His face was a mask of panic as he shrieked, "Help me! Somebody help me!" The two watched the brutal scene from distance. Somewhere, amidst the white dust, his screams still echoed. DNG glanced over. His brows furrowed slightly. A cold sweat ran down his face. He said in disbelief, "Holy shit. That was way too terrifying. Good thing we listened to that old man. Otherwise, we'd be dead." A small smirk played on Lin Xiu's lips. He chuckled and added, "So, you can't just go around bullying people who look small and weak." The two continued along the dirt path. On both sides were tall, rugged rock formations scattered across the landscape. Lin Xiu noticed this. He glanced at the rock formations in front of them and said, "With these crooked stone pillars everywhere, it's impossible to find a path." DNG, walking ahead, seemed quite relaxed. He waved his hand. "No problem. Usually, people who pass through here leave behind tracks. Let me see if I can find any." While the two were searching from a distance, two figures ran toward them in a panic. It was the red-haired woman from before, now looking quite disheveled. Her clothes were torn and tattered. When she caught up to them, the woman screamed, "You two knew there were evolved beasts on that path, didn't you? Why didn't you tell us?" Lin Xiu turned to look at her. He put a hand on his hip, replying with a nonchalant expression, "You're nothing to me. Why should I care if you live or die?" Hearing this, the woman's face darkened. Her eyes widened, her teeth clenched. "You just wait." On the other side, DNG emerged from behind a rock formation and waved to Lin Xiu. "Found it. This way." Hearing that, Lin Xiu didn't say another word and followed him directly. The two walked away side by side, under the glare of the people behind them. Through the thick dust, the faint silhouettes of a few people could be seen running toward them. The red-haired woman whispered to the man beside her, "We'll follow them. They seem to know this area well." The man's eyes widened. He gave a slight nod of agreement. Lin Xiu used his hands to grip the sides of the rock walls for leverage. The two squeezed through a narrow crevice. Lin Xiu looked around and said, "Seriously, we're lucky to have you. If it weren't for you, there's no way we could have gotten out of there so easily." DNG, walking ahead, laughed in delight. "You flatter me. It's a good thing the people before us left tracks." In front of them was a patch of green foliage. Lin Xiu asked, "That forest up ahead is—" DNG took a look before answering. "That's the Forest of Azure. The forest gets its name from the fact that all the trees there are blue, but there are a ton of evolved beasts in there. We need to be careful." Lin Xiu didn't continue. He suddenly noticed someone behind them. It was the red-haired girl, leading another group of people. The blue system ring in his pupils activated. Lin Xiu thought to himself, "There's a sound." From behind the rock, the same swarm of black emperors from before had returned. Tianji was momentarily stunned. He cursed, "Holy crap. Why are there still black emperors? Could they have followed those other people here?" Lin Xiu also frowned slightly. He thought to himself, "Perfect timing. I was just worried I wouldn't be able to get any experience points." The group with the red-haired girl was being frantically chased by the swarm of black emperors. Dozens of people ran, screaming, "It's the black emperors! The black emperors!" While Tianji was frantically waving his arms in a panic behind him, Lin Xiu just let out a small smile. He rushed forward, thinking smugly, "Those martial artists are scared to death of the black emperors." He reached out and pulled a thin white cord. He thought to himself, "But I can't blame them. Those things are small, numerous, and aggressive. They're really hard to deal with." The white cord was untied, and a purple and blue spear was released. Lin Xiu quickly grabbed the spear shaft. He said smugly. Too bad. They're no match for me. Lin Xiao carried the spear, a blazing red flame hidden within it. With glowing eyes, he shouted and charged forward. 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Amidst the smoke and fire, sharp, agile spear tips pierced through each Black Emperor. So fast they were a blur. The system continuously announced. Killed a rank 2 Black Emperor insect. Received 5,000 experience points. Killed a rank 2 Black Emperor insect. Received 5,000 experience points. Swarms of Black Emperors formed into sharp arrows and charged at Lin Xiao. He swung his spear, the spear carrying a torrent of fire that incinerated the insects. Lin Xiao thought to himself, the experience points aren't that high, but the sheer number makes up for it. A few minutes passed. The Black Emperors, scorched by the flames, gradually fell to the ground. The system panel continuously displayed notifications. Killed a rank 2 Black Emperor insect. Received 5,000 experience points. Killed a rank 2 Black Emperor insect. Received 5,000 experience points. Killed a rank 2 Black Emperor insect. Received 5,000 experience points. Killed a rank 2 Black Emperor insect. Received 5,000 experience points. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, calmly glided through the giant swarm of Black Emperors. The Black Emperors, burned to a crisp by the flames, lay in piles on the ground. Done. Lin Xiao held a cloth bag in his hand, a happy and smug expression on his face as he said, with a little effort, I've already gotten over 100 rank 2 oddity crystals. No wonder they say the path of death is a place to make a fortune. But dealing with tens of thousands of Black Emperors just now wasn't easy either. Tianji's group and the red-haired girl were so shocked their jaws dropped. For a moment, they were speechless. Tianji frowned, observing, a look of surprise mixed with joy on his face as he thought to himself. This kid easily wiped out over 100 Black Emperors. He's incredible. Maybe this time, I'll definitely be able to get that tree. Lin Xiao, up ahead, acted as if nothing had happened. He walked ahead and waved to Tianji. Let's go. We still don't know what kind of monsters are waiting for us up ahead. In the overgrown forest, the lush green canopies of the ancient trees were densely intertwined. Lin Xiao wondered, is the thing you're looking for in this forest of azure? Tianji quickly replied, no. We still have to go through the green forest to get to the Black Salt Lake. The two of them stopped to rest under a large tree. Lin Xiao continued, according to a post on the Martial Artist Alliance website, if we keep going forward, there will probably be a lot of evolved beasts. Tianji immediately added, that's right. And for some reason, these evolved beasts seem to have been affected by something. Their skin is also green. They can easily hide in the forest, so we have to be extremely careful. Lin Xiao didn't say anything else. He opened his phone. A series of notifications appeared. Collect soil from the Forest of Azure. Reward: 100,000 Alliance coins. 2. Obtain the skin of a blue mutant snake. Reward: 1,200,000 Alliance coins. Collect a salt crystal. Reward: 50 million Alliance coins. 4. As if he had seen something, Lin Xiao's expression was a little surprised. He muttered, what's a salt crystal? The reward is so high. Tianji, who was next to him, heard this and looked over in surprise. He held a piece of bread in his hand and explained, a salt crystal. I remember that thing is at the bottom of the Black Salt Lake. Every few decades, this type of crystal forms at the bottom of the Black Salt Lake. It's extremely rare. Hearing this, Lin Xiao smiled. He glanced at Tianji and said, your goal is also at the Salt Lake, right? Might as well try my luck. I'll accept this mission first. A flash of movement caught his eye. Lin Xiao quickly followed it with his gaze. There's killing intent. From above, a beam of orange power shot down with immense force. Lin Xiao and Tianji quickly jumped out of the way. The beam of power left a cloud of dust on the ground. Tianji, from a distance, pushed himself up from the ground. Lin Xiao's expression was serious. He frowned. Be careful. There's an assassin. As he spoke, countless attacks rained down on the spot where the two of them had been. Each impact created a small explosion. Seeing this, Lin Xiao quickly spun around and dodged. Suddenly, he glanced up at a tall tree. There seemed to be a faint figure hiding there. Lin Xiao thought to himself, I found you. With that thought, he quickly rushed forward. easily weaving through the beams of light that were constantly striking the ground. Lin Xiao built up momentum. He held his spear in his hand, running straight up the trunk of the tree. Each step was firm and decisive. In no time, Lin Xiao appeared in front of the hidden figure. He leaped up and swung his spear. The martial artist was terrified, his face pale, his eyes wide with fear. His pupils contracted repeatedly. Without a word, Lin Xiao directly thrust his spear into the head of the man in front of him, sending blood flying. The system immediately displayed a notification. Killed a rank 2 martial artist. Received 15,000 experience points. Looking at the motionless person on the ground, Lin Xiao retracted his spear. He turned to the side and sneered. Looks like there's more than one. Turn them all into experience points for me. From the sky, a beam of light shot down to the ground, creating a small explosion. He fled in terror. Damn it, it's the Black Tiger Bandit Squad. This is their territory too? As he spoke, he drew the blade from his back. His hands were stained with a blue light. The blade was drawn. Tianji swung his blade, a sharp, bright light flashing from it. The person in the tree was sent flying by the light from the blade. He only had time to let out a cry. The flowing light slash technique. A blue light emanated from Tianji's hands. He took a fighting stance. In front of him, a cry of pain rang out. Tianji built up momentum and rushed forward. A powerful slash sent the assassin's head flying. Tianji's face was beaded with sweat. He frowned, panting heavily. Flowing light slash. Just then, the dust behind him gradually settled. Only then did Tianji's eyes widen as he noticed Lin Xiao behind him. He looked, and his expression became panicked. His eyes widened, his pupils contracting as he thought to himself, that kid is a monster. I've only dealt with one, and he's already taken care of the other 6 or 7. Tianji thought, then slowly sheathed his blade. Lin Xiao walked over just then. He was unharmed. He asked calmly, is the Black Tiger Bandit Squad based in this area? Tianji thought for a moment, then replied, I'm not sure. However, there are many martial artists with ulterior motives in the Forest of Azure. Those who specialize in attacking other martial artists and robbing them of their possessions. Lin Xiao's shoulders twitched slightly. He glanced around and continued. Which way should we go now? I feel like the colors and types of trees here are all the same. It's basically impossible to tell which way is which. Suddenly, Tianji pulled out a small blue object. He put his hands on his hips and laughed triumphantly. No need to worry. I've got this. Lin Xiao was surprised. A compass. Tianji held up a blue scale in his hand. On it, there were many red dots and one yellow dot. He explained, not exactly. In this place, it's affected by a magnetic field. Compasses are useless. This will only point in the direction of a strong magnetic field. Then, Tianji turned and walked away. He pointed in one direction and said to Lin Xiao, the deeper we go into the Azure Forest, the stronger the magnetic field will be. As long as we have this, we won't have to worry about getting lost. This way, the sky above was dark. The dense green canopy of trees was shrouded in a swirling, ethereal white mist. As if he had sensed something, Lin Xiao frowned slightly. There seems to be a high-tier evolved beast over there. Tianji glanced at him and continued. Let's go take a look. The ground was a mix of brown and gray. The two of them walked, one in front of the other. Lin Xiao continued to speak. The ground is a little wet. It rained here recently. Agreeing with him, he continued the conversation. The hole of death sometimes is rain, but it only falls in a small area. Lin Xiao's expression changed. In his eyes, a sharp glint flashed. Up ahead, under a large tree, as the mist cleared, a giant black object lay motionless in front of them. A creature with a fat, large, green body. Its head was small and round. In the middle was a small, toothed mouth. Its body was covered in sharp spines. The system displayed information next to it. Tier 3 Evolved Beast. Tyrant Dragon Leech. Characteristics. A rare species that exists in the Azure Forest. Body size is about 50 centimeters. Occasionally, there will be a mutated species. Body size can be up to 1 meter tall. It moves slowly and its voice sounds like a cow's moo. Seeing the creature in front of them, the two of them immediately turned pale. Tianji was at a loss for words and just exclaimed, "Oh my God." Lin Xiao was even more incredulous and asked, "Do you have any salt?" He thought to himself, I heard that leeches are afraid of salt. I wonder if this thing in front of me is also afraid of it. Hearing this, DNG pulled out a salt shaker from somewhere. His face was still contorted, but his voice was very serious as he said, "Yes, but there's very little." Lin Xiao said nothing. He took the salt shaker. He reached out and opened the lid. He smirked. He quickly sprinkled the salt on the leech in front of him. The salt crystals glittered in the light as they fell on the creature's fat body. The leech suddenly moved. A strange liquid oozed from its body. It thrashed violently and then screamed in pain. Seeing this, both DNG and Lin Xiao's eyes widened in terror as they screamed. The creature suddenly curled up. Its mouth opened wide. Its whole body was twitching. Suddenly, the leech launched itself straight at the tree behind where the two of them were standing, creating a powerful impact. Lin Xiao quickly turned and ran. A strange green mucus oozed from between its teeth. The leech opened its mouth wide and chomped down on the tree trunk. When it lifted its sharp teeth, the bitten area was already showing signs of being divided into small squares. It was also covered in the mucus secreted from its mouth. Less than a second later, the entire large tree immediately collapsed. Dust and smoke filled the air. The leech bared its sharp teeth forward. Its body coiled up again. The layers of flesh on its body coiled up like a spring. The leech gathered its strength and launched itself. It tore through the air and charged towards Lin Xiao again. This time, Lin Xiao didn't run. He aimed the tip of his spear straight ahead. The surroundings were gradually dyed with a red glow. Rings of fire also formed accordingly. Lin Xiao decisively aimed the tip of his spear straight into the mouth of the giant creature. The flame shot through the leech's belly in a straight line. It enveloped the large creature in a brilliant red flame. The leech, engulfed in flames, thrashed about. Its toothed mouth continuously opened in agony. The flames around it grew even more intense. Tiny embers continuously spread out. Lin Xiao retreated. DNG stood cautiously behind him. He thought to himself, is it dealt with? Logically speaking, a leech is terrified of losing the water in its body. With the flames of the 100 birds pay homage to the phoenix technique, it should be able to cook it. The leech, which was being consumed by flames, suddenly burrowed its head straight into the ground. The dust and smoke somewhat extinguished the flames. The creature's entire body quickly burrowed underground. Lin Xiao quickly ran to chase after it, but it was too late. He shouted, "Damn it!" It actually burrowed underground. The surroundings returned to a state of silence. Lin Xiao looked around, observing. Only then did DNG come over. He asked with a surprised expression, "No, it's gone." Large, curved trenches appeared on the ground, creating giant, rugged mounds. Lin Xiao shouted a warning, "Careful! It's still here." The system also appeared above. Tier 3 Evolved Beast. Tyrant Dragon Leech. Characteristics. A rare species that exists in the Azure Forest. Body size is about 50 centimeters. Occasionally, there will be a mutated species. Body size can be up to 1 meter tall. It moves slowly and its voice sounds like a cow's moo. Suddenly, there was a commotion from behind. Lin Xiao was startled and turned his head. He heard the newcomer laugh and ask, "Is there a new person here?" The newcomer was a big man with brilliant red hair. He was wearing a fur-lined coat. In his hand, he held a blood-stained blade. The system displayed the information, Wang Air. Tier 3 Martial Artist. DNG's eyes were fixed on the person in front of him. He quickly whispered in Lin Xiao's ear, "He's a hunter. Someone who specializes in ambushing martial artists in the Azure Forest." His expression became serious. He turned to the approaching person and asked, "What do you want?" Wang Air's face was fierce. Upon hearing the question, his brow immediately furrowed tightly. Wang Air raised his blood-stained blade and replied, "What do I want? You already know, yet you still ask. Since you know I'm a hunter, of course I want to chop off your heads and take everything you have." The system screen in the distance still displayed, Wang Air. Tier 3 Martial Artist. Underground. Ahead. The protruding part had already reached the front. Wang Air. The system also came with a notification. Tier 3 Evolved Beast. Tyrant Dragon Leech. Characteristics. A rare species that exists in the Azure Forest. Body size is about 50 centimeters. Occasionally, there will be a mutated species. Body size can be up to 1 meter tall. It moves slowly and its voice sounds like a cow's moo. Lin Xiao stood in the distance, his eyes slightly lowered. His voice was neither warm nor cold as he said, "Don't say I didn't warn you. If you take another step forward, you might not have a leg left." Wang Er didn't notice anything unusual. He pointed a finger at Lin Xiao again. His words were full of arrogance. "In all my years, this is the first time I've been threatened by my prey. Kid, you've got guts. In a little while, I'll give you a quick and painless death." Then, he strode forward aggressively. Under his feet, the leech was lying in wait for its prey. His step was suddenly blocked. The leech's body coiled around him. The sharp spines pierced his leg, making Wang Er cry out in pain. His eyes widened. His pupils constricted. He looked at the creature on the ground and screamed in terror. Tyrant Dragon Leech. The leg of his pants had already been corroded by the green fluid. The leech opened its toothed mouth, preparing to bite into Wang Er's calf. Wang Er angrily swung his blade and slashed at the leech's head. He cursed loudly, "You beast!" Seeing no movement ahead, Lin Xiao frowned slightly. His pupils constricted. "So it's dealt with?" From the severed part of the leech, countless streams of green mucus shot out. At the same time, countless larvae slowly poured out. The system announced, Tier 3 Evolved Beast. Larva. Characteristics. Tyrant Dragon Leech. Moves quickly. Has a sucker on its head. Can attach to a human body to suck blood. It has high nutritional value and is crispy when eaten raw. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiao was startled. He stared in disbelief and shouted, "Holy! How can so many small ones come out of it?" The swarm of larvae crawled up Wang Er's ankle, one after another. Seeing them starting to crawl higher, Wang Er's face twisted in anger as he frantically tried to brush them off. Flinging the larvae away, he screamed nonstop, "Get the hell off me!" But it seemed all his efforts were useless. More and more larvae swarmed toward him. Soon, they had covered nearly half his body. Wang Er thrashed his sword around in a panic. "Get off me!" Suddenly, his strength gave out and he collapsed. The larvae seized the opportunity, swarming him like a tide. They had almost completely covered Wang Er, whose muffled screams of agony could be heard from underneath. A moment later, the larvae, now plump and shiny, slowly turned and crawled away. When the last of them had gone, Wang Er's blood-drained corpse was revealed. Now he was nothing but skin and bones, his eye sockets two black, empty pits. Watching this scene, DNG grimaced in disgust. His eyes fixed ahead, he urgently called out, "Lin Xiao, we need to run." Lin Xiao, however, paid him no mind. He gently tapped his head, a faint smile on his lips as he thought to himself, "These earthworms may be small, but they're third-tier evolved beasts. That's a whole lot of experience points." With that thought, ignoring DNG's protests, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up as he laughed and charged toward the insects. "Experience points. Here I come." The tyrant dragon earthworm larvae were all fat and plump. Sensing the movement, they swarmed toward Lin Xiao. He spun and leaped into the air. The spear in his hand swept in a perfect arc, creating a blinding blue light. Technique Storm. After a series of movements, Lin Xiao burst through a thin veil of energy, thrusting his spear forward. Technique Pear Blossom. The spear was as fast as lightning. Every thrust hit its mark. The larvae were sent flying one after another. The system notifications popped up continuously. Killed tyrant dragon earthworm, larva. Received 15,000 experience points. Killed tyrant dragon earthworm, larva. Received 15,000 experience points. Lin Xiao's hands moved the spear at a speed the naked eye could barely follow. He laughed out loud, shouting, "Who would have thought these tiny earthworms would give so much experience?" As he spoke, the blue arcs of electricity around him created small tremors on the ground, sending the larvae flying in all directions. Storm of Pear Blossoms. Lin Xiao swept his spear in a wide circle. A flash of light from the spearhead blew away all the larvae swarming around him. The arcs of electricity prevented the larvae from getting close. System notification. Killed tyrant dragon earthworm, larva. Received 15,000 experience points. Killed tyrant dragon earthworm, larva. Received 15,000 experience points. All done. Lin Xiao stood up straight. The larvae were scattered across the ground. A few sparks of electricity still lingered in the air. From a distance, DNG stared at the motionless larvae at his feet. He thought in horror. In less than a minute, he completely wiped out all of those little earthworms. Suddenly, the two severed halves of the large earthworm began to move. Lin Xiao's eyes widened in surprise. He pursed his lips and cursed inwardly. Holy shit, it's still not dead after all that? The two severed body parts abruptly shot up. The head section, with its rows of sharp teeth, bit down on the wooden pack on Lin Xiao's back. Noticing the movement, Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and forcefully turned his head. His hand, crackling with red flames, shot out toward the earthworm. Just die already. The intense spark from his palm grew into a large blaze. Rings of fire, like threads, gradually wrapped around the earthworm's head. Only then did Lin Xiao notice the other half of the body wriggling in the distance, trying to escape. With a quick glance, he grabbed his spear and charged at it like a bolt of lightning. Phoenix fire thrust. The spearhead blazed with intense flames. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and thrust it down. You think you can run? The spear, engulfed in roaring red flames, shot downward. The entire spear was wreathed in a brilliant red fire. Lin Xiao gripped it with both hands and plunged it down. The sheer force blew away the thick energy that had gathered around them. The powerful flames spread deep into the cracks in the ground. Scorching red embers flew up ceaselessly. From the ground, the upper half of the earthworm's body suddenly shot high into the air, followed by the roaring flames that continued to burn it. System notification. Killed 4th tier Tyrant Dragon Earthworm. Received 1,888,888 experience points. Congratulations, host, on successfully leveling up. Current level, 17. The fire slowly dwindled and then died out completely. The earthworm's corpse was char-black. A glowing crystal appeared in front of it. Lin Xiao slowly walked closer. Excellent. So many experience points. A 4th tier beast core can sell for over 1 million. And the skin of this earthworm is a good material too, isn't it? He then took out his phone to search. A moment later, his face lit up with excitement. He couldn't help but shout, "Holy! A collection quest. 4 Tyrant Dragon Earthworm skin on the Martial Artist Alliance website. The reward is 10 million. I'm rich. I'm rich." As Lin Xiao was packing his things into his backpack, he heard the system display a notification. Profile, Lin Xiao. Level, 17. Strength, 320 to 337. Physique, 107 plus 20. Speed, 80. Overall combat power, 2102 to 2220. Title, 3rd tier martial artist. Gained 20 attribute points to physique. Accumulated internal energy, 0/100. Skills, analysis eye, rage, disguise. He thought to himself, I've reached level 17. Got 17 attribute points. He then said, System, put everything into strength. After he finished packing, Lin Xiao stood in the distance and waved. Let's go. Only then did DNG snap out of it and follow him. Black Salt Lake is just up ahead. With that, the two continued on their way. The forest returned to its former silence. The sky above was a blanket of gray. In front of them was a lake of blue water. Ripples danced across its surface. Black Salt Lake, Lin Xiao asked, slightly surprised. This is Black Salt Lake. DNG smiled beside him and replied, Yes, Black Salt Lake. He walked forward, touching his hand to the vibrant blue water. His face was thoughtful as he mumbled, This lake water is bone-chillingly cold. It's a bit strange. Suddenly, there was a sound next to him. It was the sound of DNG falling to his knees. Lin Xiao was slightly startled. He asked, confused, Brother Dian, what are you? A weary look appeared on DNG's face. He held up his phone, which displayed the image of a piece of coral. Still kneeling, he pleaded, Lin Xiao, I'm begging for your help. The plant I told you about before, it's the black salt coral. It grows at the bottom of Black Salt Lake. Tears slowly streamed down DNG's face. He looked down and continued, My daughter was infected with a virus. She has an incurable disease that is slowly weakening her immune system. With her condition, I'm afraid even a slight cold wind could take her life. He then moved closer to Lin Xiao, still holding the phone. For years, I've run all over the place, asking everyone I could. That's how I found out about the black salt coral here in Black Salt Lake. It can cure my daughter's illness. DNG suddenly pressed his hands to the ground and bowed his head. His voice grew louder, unable to hold back his emotion. Lin Xiao. There's definitely a powerful evolved beast at the bottom of the lake, but its strength probably doesn't exceed the 4th tier. Throughout this journey, I've seen your skills. If it's you, going to the bottom of the lake to retrieve that plant should be no problem at all. I'm begging you, please help me. Lin Xiao frowned slightly. He didn't answer right away, his expression thoughtful. Then he bent down, looked DNG straight in the eye, and gave a small smile. Brother Dian, if it weren't for you on this trip, I would have never made it here so easily. As it happens, I also have a quest to retrieve a salt crystal. So this lake bottom, even if you hadn't asked, I have to make a trip down there anyway. DNG's face lit up with joy. He fumbled to take out some diving gear as he said, Thank you, Lin Xiao. Don't worry. I won't let you do this for nothing. These goggles are for you. They have a miniature spotlight built in. It can help you see clearly underwater. Lin Xiao took them without a word. The two stood up at the same time. Only then did DNG ask, But Lin Xiao, the salt crystal, it's not always there. You have to be lucky to even find one. Lin Xiao put on his swimming goggles. He cut Tianji off. Whether it's there or not, I'm still going to check. Don't worry. The thing you mentioned, I'll definitely get it for you. Without letting the other person ask any more questions, Lin Xiao jumped straight into the clear blue water. His whole body was submerged in the lake. Lin Xiao puffed out his cheeks, taking a deep breath. He thought to himself, this lake water is so cold. A layer of blue light enveloped Lin Xiao's body. He turned on his flashlight and pointed it in one direction, telling himself, after covering my body with source energy, it doesn't feel bone-chillingly cold anymore. The flashlight beam swept across the area. The water was completely still. Only then did Lin Xiao notice. A lake this big, and not a single fish. So strange. With that thought, he dove deeper, shining his light around as he searched. No salt crystals, and no black salt coral. The flashlight beam suddenly landed on something. It glinted, catching Lin Xiao's attention. That white object, is that a salt crystal? He wanted to get a closer look, but a giant claw blocked his way. It turned out to be an evolved beast. Before him was a giant, fish-like creature. Its entire body was covered in shiny black scales. Its eyes glowed blue. It had 2 large claws in front. The creature bared its sharp teeth angrily. The system immediately displayed a notification. Giant pincer white fish. Tier 4 evolved beast. The light from Lin Xiao's flashlight shone directly into the ferocious face of the giant pincer white fish. The fish's large claw suddenly opened, trying to clamp down on Lin Xiao. He used his hands to block the 2 claws, his entire body trembling from the effort. The fish retracted its claw, then quickly snapped forward again. Lin Xiao's hand clenched. He thought to himself, damn it, it's too fast. I can't dodge it. The surface of the water was as still as a mirror. On the distant horizon, a flock of birds could be seen scattering in fright from the noise. The large claw opened wide, about to charge at Lin Xiao. He clenched his fists and raised them in front of him. The blue energy around him made the water ripple. He activated his violent burst fist. Lin Xiao quickly dodged, escaping the 2 giant claws. The fish, enraged, bared its sharp teeth. It charged at Lin Xiao. He turned sideways, building momentum. His expression cold. His fist, already cocked back, was ready to strike, just waiting for the right moment. Lin Xiao, surrounded by a blue aura, tore through the water and punched the giant creature. The punch landed squarely on its head, creating a massive shockwave. A ring of blue light radiated outwards. The surrounding water was pushed away by the force. The fish was sent flying several meters by Lin Xiao's punch. From his position, all he could see was a cloud of dust being stirred up from the lakebed by the impact. A few small sparks of lightning still crackled around Lin Xiao. He cautiously swam down, thinking to himself, Violent Burst Fist is hindered by the water. I can't use its full power. I wonder if that fish is dead yet. The system hasn't notified me of a kill. Below is a cloud of brown dust mixing with the blue water. Suddenly, Lin Xiao saw something glinting. The dust cleared, revealing countless white skeletons below. In the middle of the pile of bones, something was emitting an eye-catching blue light. Seeing it, Lin Xiao was overjoyed. He smiled. That's the salt crystal, isn't it? The light shone around. A dark coral was growing amidst the pile of bones. Lin Xiao was even more delighted. And there's the black salt coral. With that thought, he quickly swam down, his heart filled with joy. This is great. I found a black salt coral too. Suddenly, the fish, with its sharp teeth clenched, charged at Lin Xiao with incredible speed from the side. Seeing the imminent threat, his eyes widened, his pupils contracting. He cursed in disbelief. Damn, it's still alive. With that thought, Lin Xiao turned and dodged the fish. He told himself, Violent Burst Fist has no effect on it. Lin Xiao clenched his fists. Still wanted to try. He punched the fish directly in the eye. The creature, sensing the movement, quickly gave chase. Lin Xiao swam back towards its tail. The fish lost patience and raised its claw to snap. Lin Xiao took a sharp breath, swimming faster with all his might. The claw followed his speed, gliding swiftly through the water. The fish lost patience and brought its claw down. Lin Xiao dodged again. He cursed in frustration. Damn it. The power of Violent Burst Fist is very weak in the water. It's basically no threat to it. Besides, I couldn't bring a weapon down here. Once Berserk's duration ends, I'll be a dead man in the water. With that thought, he quickly cut through the water, swimming upwards with all his strength. I have to get to the surface first, then think of a plan. The fish saw the person in front of it suddenly speed up. Its eyes grew angry. It bared its teeth and gave chase. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, wanted to swallow Lin Xiao whole. He thought in disbelief, damn, this fish is still chasing me? With that thought, he quickly sped up, the aura around him becoming thicker. Suddenly, he stopped short. The fish had somehow swam in front of him. It spread its large claws, blocking Lin Xiao's path. The claw was raised again. This time, it really managed to clamp down on something in front of it. Lin Xiao had quickly shed his clothes. He swam a short distance away and sneered. Took the bait. How do you like my cicada sheds its skin trick? Before the fish could change its target, Lin Xiao had already grabbed the shirt and was pulling himself upwards. He thought to himself, this combat suit cost several million alliance coins. I hope it's durable enough. A determined look appeared in Lin Xiao's eyes. Get up here. He shot up through the water, surrounded by a blue light. The fish, still clamped onto the shirt, was also pulled out of the water. Lin Xiao yelled, Get up here for me. The water churned violently. Tian Ji's jaw dropped. He let out a curse in disbelief. That fish is huge. At this point, Lin Xiao had already shot up into the air. He swung his arm, and the fish was sent flying towards the distant ground. The earth and rocks flew in all directions. The dust settled, revealing a giant fish on the ground. Its teeth clenched in anger. Its whole body struggled to move. While the fish was struggling, Lin Xiao, surrounded by sparks of lightning, gently landed. He asked with a hint of contempt, Now that you're on land, you think you're still a match for me? As he spoke, Lin Xiao rushed towards the creature. He clenched his fist and punched it straight in the head. The punch, carrying a trail of glowing lightning, shot forward. The system simultaneously displayed. Killed the Tier 4 evolved beast, the giant pincer white fish. Received 350,000 experience points. The fish's glowing blue eyes suddenly rolled back, revealing terrifying red blood vessels. The creature lay motionless. Only then did Tianji rush over and ask, Lin Xiao, are you hurt? His expression was worried. Before he could answer, he asked again, Are you all right? Lin Xiao put on his swimming goggles, his entire body emitting sparks of lightning. He didn't answer, instead changing the subject. I found a salt crystal and the black salt coral. A moment later, Lin Xiao slowly emerged from the lake. In his hand, he held the black salt coral. He took off his swimming goggles and smiled, holding out the coral to Tianji. Look, is this it? Tianji's face lit up as if he had struck gold. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. He took the coral and said excitedly, Yes, yes. This is it. Thank you. Thank you. Then, Tianji quickly placed the coral in a sturdy box. He bowed again. Thank you. This time, my daughter will be saved. Lin Xiao was quite relaxed. He turned and waved. No need to be so polite. Only then did Tianji slowly take off his backpack. He thought for a moment, then called out to him. Lin Xiao, this is a movement skill card left by my ancestors. I can't practice it anymore. In his hand was a wooden card with strange carvings. Tianji held it out in front of Lin Xiao and said, "I'm giving it to you." Looking at the object in front of him, Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned. He widened his eyes and quickly held up his hands to refuse. Golden movement technique is too precious. I can't accept it. Tianji smiled faintly. His brow was slightly furrowed, his voice gentle. The value of the flaming ginseng is no less than that of a golden movement technique. To me, it's a life-saving medicine. Lin Xiao, you should keep this golden movement technique. Hearing this, Lin Xiao scratched his head in embarrassment. He smiled and replied, "All right. Since you've said so, Brother Jian, then I'll accept it. Are you planning to return now?" Tianji, having gotten what he wanted, didn't linger and replied, "Yes. I must return quickly now to take the flaming ginseng to the doctor to save my daughter's life." In the distance, the clouds had gathered into a dark gray mass. Lin Xiao pointed and asked curiously, "Brother Dian, if we continue straight ahead, where will we be?" Tianji followed his finger. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, "For the next 50 kilometers, it's all within the range of the Azure Forest. Beyond the Azure Forest, I don't know either. 3 years ago, my adventure team and I only reached the edge of the Azure Forest. We were chased back by a powerful, evolved beast. Then, Tianji turned and left. Before leaving, he waved goodbye to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, let's part ways here. If fate allows, we'll meet again." Lin Xiao also smiled and waved back. "If fate allows, we'll meet again." Now all alone, Lin Xiao decided to butcher the giant fish and roast it. He took a delicious bite of the fish. He exclaimed, "I didn't expect the meat of this strange fish to be so tasty." Lin Xiao chewed on the fish meat. His eyes were fixed on a single point, deep in thought. Stepping on snow without a trace. This movement technique sounds really impressive. A slightly stooped figure, with arms outstretched, appeared as Lin Xiao placed something on his forehead. He mumbled, "I can feel my body becoming as light as a swallow. This movement technique is truly powerful." Suddenly, a large bolt of lightning appeared in the sky and struck the ground. Lin Xiao was startled and shouted, "Holy, what kind of weird weather is this? The clothes have only been drying for half a day." As expected, it's raining now. Lin Xiao resignedly sat on a long wooden plank with 2 skewers of fish beside him. He sighed as he ate. "With this rain, I'll just take shelter for now." Suddenly, there was a commotion in the distance. A girl came running out of the forest, screaming, "Help! Help me! Help! Help me! There's a high-level evolved beast over there." Her face was filled with extreme terror. The tears had already dried on her scratched face. The girl ran for a short distance and then fell to the ground. She continued to cry out, "Help me!" The system displayed information next to her. Wang Xiaohua, Tier 3 martial artist. Lin Xiao immediately went to grab Wang Xiaohua's hand, wanting to help her up. "Get up first." Wang Xiaohua also grabbed his hand, about to speak. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Lin Xiao's hand gathering a green energy. His eyes widened. His face was cold as he leaned in, about to throw a punch. Wang Xiaohua's face was a little stunned as she watched the fist swing towards her through the rain. Wang Xiaohua quickly leaned back to dodge. Lin Xiao's already thrown punch lost its momentum. He leaned forward slightly. Lin Xiao's face darkened without a word. He turned and walked away. Wang Xiaohua, from behind, shouted loudly, "Why did you suddenly hit me?" Lin Xiao turned his head slightly to glance at her. His eyes flashed with a glint of light. He replied in a cold tone, "Wang Xiaohua, Tier 3 martial artist. You're also a hunter from the Azure Forest, aren't you? Your performance was very clumsy, and the killing intent on you is impossible to hide." Hearing this, Wang Xiaohua was stunned. Her eyes widened in surprise. She mumbled, "He actually knows my name." Then, she let out a light laugh. She reached behind her back for something and said, "But that's okay. A prey with a C+ difficulty rating on the Hunter's Network. A little chick like you, I can crush you with one hand." After finishing her sentence, Wang Xiaohua waved her hand. A few more people emerged from the bushes. She gave the order, "Men, let's do it." A fat man holding a sword, upon receiving the order, charged forward madly. His voice was arrogant. "Surrender and die." Lin Xiao was caught off guard. He gathered his strength and leaped back to dodge the sharp blade. Lin Xiao nimbly slid forward. He grabbed the spear lying on the ground. Very quickly, Lin Xiao had regained his composure. He stood up and swung the tip of his spear towards the charging man. The storm of pear blossoms technique. In front of him, many large spearheads continuously appeared, getting closer. The fat man's face turned pale. His voice stammered, "W8." A single spear thrust from Lin Xiao sent the fat man flying several meters away. The system announced, "Killed a Tier 2 martial artist. Received 16,000 experience points." Seeing that the situation was not good, from behind, 3 other men charged forward at the same time. They roared madly, "Kill him. Prepare to die." The man with a wrinkled face and a birthmark on his eye used a purple light that emanated from his palm. Thunderous 5-linked cannon. The next one, wearing glasses, brought with him a golden light. His technique, wind ball fist. The remaining red-haired man held a wrench in his hand, died with a blue light. Repair kick, locking throat kill. Lin Xiao frowned and observed for a moment. His eyes were as sharp as ice. The spear was swung once again. He gripped the spear firmly. He spun around and swept it in a single motion. The spear tore through the air, creating a thick blue streak of light. He unleashed his technique. Resolve. The group of 3, before they could even react, were sent flying. One of them even had his eyes rolled back, his face visibly pale. Lin Xiao had no intention of letting them go. He gripped the end of the spear and swept it once more. Countless other copies of the spear immediately appeared around him. A thick white energy swirled and coiled. Each spear tore through the air with great force, thrusting forward under Lin Xiao's command. Storm of pear blossoms. The system continuously announced, "Killed a Tier 2 martial artist. Received 16,000 experience points." Killed a Tier 2 martial artist. Received 16,000 experience points. Wang Xiaohua's expression changed in an instant. Her eyes widened in disbelief. "Why? You clearly only have a strength of a Tier 1 martial artist. How could you so easily deal with those Tier 2 martial artists?" Her face suddenly darkened. A cunning smile appeared on her lips. "But that makes it all the more exciting." After finishing her sentence, Wang Xiaohua clenched her fist. The surrounding energy gathered, creating a purple glow that enveloped her body. She widened her eyes and gave a strange smile. To be able to cut off the head of a strong person makes me incredibly excited. The person in front of her turned and disappeared into the rain. Lin Xiao was momentarily confused. Before he could even register what was happening, Wang Xiaohua's sharp blade had already coldly slashed down. Lin Xiao managed to block it with his spear in time. He gritted his teeth. So fast. It's a movement skill. Each of Wang Xiaohua's slashes left behind sharp streaks of light. She continuously swung her blade down. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, was off balance and could only continuously retreat to defend himself. Finding an opportunity, he immediately swung his spear and thrust it straight at his opponent. The spear thrust temporarily blocked Wang Xiaohua's blade. She held her 2 sharp, cold blades and retreated. Her hands were dyed with a thick purple energy. Wang Xiaohua exclaimed, "Your skills are not bad." After speaking, she spun the swirling blades in her hand again. The surrounding energy immediately gathered. Wang Xiaohua smirked and charged forward. Prison Dragon kill. Wang Xiaohua gathered her momentum and threw the 2 blades forward. The blades carried a huge purple energy. Like a monster, an invisible force charged straight at Lin Xiao. A huge purple vortex appeared in the sky above. Lin Xiao looked up in disbelief. The thrown blades flew past him. Lin Xiao wiped the rain from his face. He smiled contemptuously. Suddenly, he noticed a commotion behind him. Lin Xiao's eyes darted around. He broke out in a cold sweat. It's actually coming back. The 2 sharp blades continuously swirled towards Lin Xiao. He swept his spear in a single motion, knocking them away, as if there was some kind of pulling force. The blades, which had been knocked away, once again returned with a sharp, cold purple light. It charged madly towards Lin Xiao. He kept knocking them away with his spear. They just kept coming back at him. The surroundings were obscured by the dust and smoke from the impact. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth. Sweat gradually trickled down his face. He shouted in anger, "What the? I can't push it off." A look of excitement crossed Wang Xiaohua's face. Her eyes flew wide open, her pupils constricting. She let out an eerie laugh and said, "The harder you struggle, the faster they snap back. They won't stop until they've sliced you to pieces. Ignoring the hundreds of blades slashing at his back, Lin Xiao turned and charged straight for Wang Xiaohua with his spear. Damn it, he cursed. Then I'll just kill you first. Countless cuts covered Lin Xiao's body. Red blood streamed from him. His face darkened, his eyes wide with fury. He roared as he thrusted forward. The sharp spear point shot straight ahead. But Wang Xiaohua deftly dodged it. Her expression was one of slight disbelief. Her voice held a note of surprise. Damn, this kid really knows how to play rough. The purple energy in her hands coalesced again into the shape of a spinning blade. Wang Xiaohua clasped her hands together, a smirk on her face as she mused. Looks like I underestimated you. With that, she unleashed a series of brilliant slashes, accompanied by a thick, red aura. Technique, Moon Fong Slash. Lin Xiao was not to be outdone. He smirked, his entire body crackling with blue lightning. Bring it on. Let's see who's scared now. A thick energy gathered around his body. Lin Xiao gripped the spear near its tip, unleashing a powerful thrust toward his opponent, carrying with it small, intense arcs of lightning. Technique, Charge Strike. The two torrents of power flashed and slammed into each other, creating a massive explosion in midair. Wang Xiaohua's eyes were wide open. Her pupils constricted as she stammered. How? How is this possible? His speed and power, they just shot up. Sparks of purple and blue lightning filled the air. Wang Xiaohua's body was suddenly riddled with holes. Blood splattered everywhere. The system displayed a notification. Killed third-tier martial artist. Received 300,000 experience points. The space returned to a quiet stillness. Lin Xiao stood alone in the empty clearing. In front of him was a lush, green forest. Lin Xiao looked a bit annoyed. The sun was scorching hot. Sweat trickled down his face. He stuck his tongue out as he walked, holding a water bottle and complaining. Oh man, this place is so weird. One side is pouring rain, a dense forest, and the other is a dry, scorching desert. It's unbelievably hot. He then lifted the bottle and took a large gulp. Lin Xiao continued to grumble. It's so damn dry. If I didn't have a water source, I'd probably be dehydrated in no time. Luckily, I brought a drink that can keep me hydrated for the whole day. Under his feet was fine sand instead of soil. Suddenly, the sand shifted. Rocks and pebbles flew everywhere. Lin Xiao, caught off guard, felt his foot sink. He instantly leaped away from the spot. He cursed in annoyance. What the hell? Is this quicksand? Up ahead, a large patch of sand began to move. It was as if something was digging underneath, pushing the sand up into a large mound. His pupils flashed. Lin Xiao's eyes went wide. Holy shit, what the hell is that thing? He stood frozen, staring up. A giant worm erupted from beneath the ground. Its body was a shimmering gold. Veins bulged on its rough skin. The creature's body was covered in spines. Its mouth, filled with multiple rows of sharp teeth, was bared in a ferocious snarl. The system immediately displayed information. Fourth tier, evolved beast. Lives in the desert. Very agile. Expert at hiding in the sand and delivering fatal blows to its targets. The monster, with its rough skin and multiple rows of razor-sharp teeth, lunged toward Lin Xiao. His hand twitched. He reached up and pulled the spear from his shoulder. The spear swept in an arc. A roaring red flame erupted from it. 100 birds hail the phoenix. The beast showed no fear. It bared its sharp teeth menacingly. But the massive flame from ahead continued to spread, rushing straight toward the monster. In an instant, the flame reached it, slamming directly into the monster's face. Rings of fire began to envelop its giant body. Immediately after, the creature collapsed to the ground, causing a powerful tremor. A few small embers still lingered in the air. The monster's entire body trembled uncontrollably. Its razor-sharp maw slowly opened. Lin Xiao approached it. He narrowed his eyes to observe it, then smirked. That's it? It's over already. Are you even worthy of that massive body? Suddenly, a loud laugh from behind made Lin Xiao turn his head. From the distance, several people were running toward them. The one in the lead called out excitedly. It's a Nani Tuk Tu Na worm. A heavy-set man squinted, sizing up Lin Xiao as he asked, Did you kill this? The man in front walked up and touched the creature's body. He snorted coldly. Before Lin Xiao could speak, he cut in. I gave him too much credit. He's just a first-tier martial artist. How could he possibly take down an Ani Tuk Tuna worm? He must have just stumbled upon it, right? Thinking he's hit the jackpot. Hearing this, Lin Xiao got a little angry. He slammed his spear into the ground. With a hand on his hip, he stated firmly, "This is my kill." The man in front of him frowned in annoyance. Says who? Then, Chen Kuan raised an eyebrow. He smirked and pointed behind him. Let's go. Let's go dig out the beast core of this Nani Tuk Tuna worm and get its teeth too. That's all top-tier material for crafting weapons. Just as he finished speaking, from the distance, Zhang Ran approached with her arms crossed. Behind her were Jiang Li and Lei Lei. Her expression was displeased as she said, Chen Kuan, he already said it's his kill. Don't go looking for trouble. Chen Kuan seemed to pay her no mind. Instead, he grinned mockingly and asked, Stupid woman, whose side are you on anyway? Don't tell me you've fallen for this kid just because he has a pretty face. Zhang Ran immediately flew into a rage and shouted, What did you just say? I dare you to say that again. I've been putting up with your crap for a long time. Seeing this, Jiang Li, who was beside her, tried to calm her down. Zhang Ran, let go. Just ignore them. Watching the argument unfold, Lin Xiao, standing on the sidelines, raised an eyebrow and pouted. He thought to himself, are these guys fighting amongst themselves? And also, what the hell does my being handsome have to do with anything? Suddenly, from behind them, the body of the Ni Tuk worm began to rise. Chen Kuan still wore a provocative expression. The person next to him even chimed in. It must be true. Always perceptive to her surroundings. She pointed at the creature and quickly screamed a warning. The worm isn't dead. Get back. Hearing this, Chen Kuan turned his head in confusion. Somehow, the worm had come back to life. It quickly lunged toward Chen Kuan. The person next to him saw it and screamed in terror. Chen Kuan, get back, quickly. Lin Xiao's expression was one of annoyance. He raised an eyebrow and stepped forward. The people behind him stammered loudly. Quick, get back here. Lin Xiao ignored them. He thought to himself, you damn creature. You dare try to swallow my experience points? The man who was with Chen Kuan suddenly drew his sword. His face contorted with rage as he charged at Lin Xiao. You did this on purpose. You knew it wasn't dead. So why didn't you say anything? Lin Xiao was baffled. He replied calmly. I did tell you. I said it was my kill. The other man didn't seem to care and charged at him with his sword in a fury. You bastard. Go to hell. Lin Xiao casually swung his hand. A clean, blue arc of light flashed. He said softly, you knew this was the path of death. You should have been prepared to die at any moment. As he finished, the system also announced, killed. Third-tier martial artist. Received 300,000 experience points. Seeing what had just happened, Zhang Ran and Jiang Li could only stand there with their jaws agape. After finishing, Lin Xiao turned to the others and said, you guys seem to be on the same team as these two. Aren't you going to make a move? Zhang Ran slowly walked forward with her hands on her hips. She looked at the body on the ground and replied coolly, you've misunderstood. We're not on the same team. We just happened to meet them by chance and decided to travel together for a while. Guys like that, if you hadn't dealt with them, I wouldn't have been able to stop myself from taking care of them. A mound of sand in front of Lin Xiao began to grow larger and larger. Seeing this, Lei Lei screamed in terror, Big brother, that giant worm is coming this way. The giant worm reared up again, baring its sharp teeth as it lunged forward. Lin Xiao didn't move. He stood his ground, letting out a cold snort. You beast! A little taste of chili sauce. Wasn't enough for you, huh? As he spoke, the hand gripping the spear began to glow with a faint, fiery light. Lin Xiao's golden pupil shone, and a blinding flash of fire erupted from them. Without a word, Lin Xiao swung his arm, following the path of the spear. The flames erupted and shot forward. 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. This time, the flames that shot towards the giant worm were even more ferocious. Sparks of fire enveloped the giant creature. The flames quickly spread, and the giant worm writhed on the ground in agony. Watching this, Lei Lei's eyes widened in shock. What kind of martial skill is that? That person's strength is too terrifying. Zhang Dun, next to him, was also watching intently. Hearing this, he added, I've never seen that kind of martial skill either. His attacks seemed to destroy it from the inside out. The giant worm's mouth, full of teeth, was wide open, flames erupting from within, sometimes even spitting out embers. The system immediately displayed a notification. Killed a Tier 4 evolved beast, the Nainituk Tuna worm. Received 1,777,888 experience points. Immediately after, the giant worm collapsed in exhaustion. The dust settled. Lin Xiao slowly approached, picking up a pink spirit stone. His face immediately lit up with joy. Zhang Dun had a critical expression on her face. One hand on her hip as she commented, "That kid is so strange. The aura he gives off is very weak, but when he fights, his strength is immense." Gangli next to her added, "He can actually handle a Tier 3 giant worm all by himself." The purple-haired man, hearing this, hesitantly added, "Zhang Dun, the teeth of the Nainituk Tuna worm are very important to us." With that, Zhang Dun resolutely walked forward. "I'll go negotiate with him." Seeing the person approach, Lin Xiao frowned and glanced at them. "What is it?" Zhang Dun smiled, scratching her head as she shyly approached and asked, "Hey, big brother, the teeth of the Nainituk Tuna worm, there's so many of them. Could you give us a few?" Afraid she hadn't been clear enough, Zhang Dun maintained her smile, her face sincere as she added, "Not for free, of course. We'll trade you other materials for them. These teeth are really important to us." Without a word, Lin Xiao turned and walked away, waving a hand to the people behind him. "These teeth are useless to me. You guys can have them. Consider it a thank you for speaking up for me earlier." Zhang Dun's face lit up with joy. Her eyes widened and she smiled brightly. "Really? That's great. Thank you." Zhang Dun turned and waved to the people behind her. "Everyone, come on over and pull some teeth." Lei glanced at Zhang Dun with a smile, her tone a bit teasing as she asked, "He's just giving us all the teeth of this worm so easily?" Zhang Dun, "Could it be he's taken a liking to you too?" Zhang Dun frowned and glared at Lei threateningly. "One more word out of you, and I'll pull out all of your teeth." With that, she took out a knife and cut off a tooth. The dust cleared. Zhang Dun's group peeked out. Seeing no one in front of them, Lei said with a hint of regret, "Hey, looks like that guy is gone." With nothing else to do, Lin Xiao walked straight ahead, but then the ground began to shake. Lin Xiao lost his footing. The sand beneath his feet began to shift violently. Lin Xiao didn't have time to jump up. Sand flew everywhere. He leaped back, cursing loudly, "Holy crap. Don't tell me I've run into another giant worm." Lin Xiao backed away, gripping his spear tightly and taking a defensive stance. The ground where he had been standing began to move again. Lin Xiao, in the center of it, cursed loudly again. "Damn it! What the hell is going on?" Lin Xiao lost his balance and fell into the sandpit. His face turned pale, his eyes wide as he screamed. The collapsing sand pit dropped Lin Xiao into a large, open space. He let out a small cry. In front of him was a giant gate, covered in intricate carvings. A thick cloud of white dust billowed out. Lin Xiao stumbled to his feet, rubbing his head. "Ow! Looks like I've fallen into a cave." In front of him was a blue gate, the carvings forming a square. In the center was a glowing blue rhombus. Lin Xiao stood up straight, looking up curiously. He muttered, "Where am I? This looks like a secret passage." Lin Xiao reached out and touched the glowing blue part. He observed it for a moment, then speculated, could this be a ruin left over from the war between humans and the alien invaders in the last century? They say that many places in the path of death are ruins, left over from the Great War of the last century. He ran his hand over it for a moment, his curiosity stopping at the glowing rhombus. These strange indentations on the wall. Could it be some kind of lock? Just as he finished speaking, a strange sound came from his side, from the darkness. A horde of glowing red eyes approached. Lin Xiao frowned, turning his head seriously. Something's coming. From a distance, a rat-like creature with yellow fur and blood-red eyes. It also had strange tentacles on its head. The system displayed its information. Golden rat, Tier 3 evolved beast. Before he could react, a countless horde of golden rats charged forward from behind. Lin Xiao cried out in alarm. There are so many of them. He turned slightly, gripping his spear tightly in a defensive stance. As the golden rats charged, Lin Xiao spun his spear, a vortex of blue energy blowing back the approaching horde. Each time the blue vortex passed through a golden rat, it killed it instantly. The system also announced, killed a Tier 3 evolved beast, the golden rat. Received 180,000 experience points. Lin Xiao didn't rest. He continuously swung his spear, creating blinding flashes of light. The system also announced nonstop, killed a Tier 3 evolved beast, the golden rat. Received 180,000 points. Killed a Tier 3 evolved beast, the golden rat. Received 180,000 experience points. In no time, the horde of golden rats had been completely wiped out by Lin Xiao. He leaned on his spear, panting heavily. Lin Xiao's face was a little tired. He frowned slightly and muttered, "Even though they're not a threat, there are just too many of them. Killing them all is exhausting." With that, Lin Xiao stood up straight again. He held a white cloth bag in his hand and grinned. But it wasn't for nothing. The experience points and oddity crystals aren't bad. The path was paved with iron, with identical carvings on it. Lin Xiao left the golden rats behind, walking leisurely, wondering to himself, "Those golden rats, just now, it seems like someone startled them, and they ran over to me." Lin Xiao held his spear and cautiously followed the path, observing his surroundings. He muttered, "Could there be someone else in this tunnel?" Suddenly, in front of him was a large blade. Lin Xiao's eyes widened and he backed away, using his spear to block the blade slash. The clash created a piercing sound. Lin Xiao shouted, "Who's there?" Zhang Dun's eyes widened in surprise. Her hand holding the blade twitched. "Hey, it's you again." Lin Xiao was no different. His pupils contracted, his face filled with confusion. "Why is it you guys?" With that, they both sheathed their weapons. Zhang Dun scratched her head sheepishly. Lin Xiao spoke first. "Were those golden rats just now startled by you guys? Why are you guys here?" Zhang Ren nervously wrung her hands. She forced a smile and recounted, "We were walking in the desert, and suddenly the sand gave way, and then we fell in here. Golden rat. MHM. I think we startled a group of evolved beasts just now." Then, Zhang Ren spread her arms and introduced her companions. "We're really fated to meet. Let's get to know each other. My name is Zhang Ren. This girl is Lei Lei. The big guy next to her is her boyfriend, Jiang Li. The other skinny guy's name is Pang Yu." Hearing this, Lei Lei cheerfully waved her hand. "Hello." Lin Xiao was also at ease. He smirked and introduced himself. "My name is Lin Xiao. If we all fell in together, then let's go together." After their agreement, Lin Xiao and the group followed the path forward. Jiang Li and Lei Lei led the way with flashlights. Pang Yu followed behind. Zhang Ran, in the middle, voiced her confusion. "What kind of secret passage is this anyway? Why are there no corridors?" Lin Xiao, next to her, thought for a moment and then replied, "There's probably a ruin left over from the year 2554 here." Zhang Ran's expression was momentarily stunned. She widened her eyes and asked again, "The year 2554? It's been over 100 years. How do you know that?" Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow slightly. He pointed a thumb behind him. "I saw the date carved on the wall just now." Looking at the exquisite patterns on the wall, Lin Xiao said with some suspicion, "Do you guys feel like the indentation on the wall is very familiar?" Hearing this, Zhang Ran was also skeptical. Familiar? As if he had thought of something. Lin Xiao's face lit up. His eyes widened. He smiled cheerfully. Lin Xiao took out a pink crystal. The group quickly gathered around. Zhang Ran leaned on her crutch and asked, "What kind of evolved beast anomaly crystal is this?" Lin Xiao looked at the crystal in his hand and explained seriously, "A Tier 3 golden rat. The ones you guys just startled. The evolved beasts that ran ahead. I encountered them and killed a few." Then he brought the crystal to the glowing blue slot. As he brought it closer, he continued to speak. "When I encountered the golden rat, I was very curious why this type of evolved beast was here, until I killed them and took out their anomaly crystals. I suddenly felt that the golden rat is the key to this secret passage." As he finished speaking, Lin Xiao placed the large crystal into the glowing blue slot on the wall. The moment it touched, the crystal fit perfectly into the glowing blue slot on the wall. Immediately after, a door opened in front of them. It led to a passageway. Lin Xiao was happy. As expected, I guessed correctly. Zhang Ran, behind him, was equally surprised. It really opened. Seeing this, the group entered one by one. The ground was covered in moss. Everything around them was in ruins. Zhang Ran commented, "People from the last century used the anomaly crystals of evolved beasts as a new energy source." Lin Xiao, walking beside her, continued, "At that time, people not only used anomaly crystals to enhance their own strength, but also used them in many other places. It seems this ruin also uses anomaly crystals as fuel." In front of them were broken bottles scattered everywhere. Moss grew all over the large pillars around them. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of precious things are these?" Zhang Ran broke out in a cold sweat. "This place is very likely a laboratory from the last century." Lin Xiao seemed to have noticed something. "This is—" The group immediately focused on one spot. Zhang Ran's face was filled with disbelief as she exclaimed, "This is a mutant." In front of them was a large test tube. In the green liquid, bubbles were continuously rising. Inside was a monster with a human-like body, long, sharp claws and scales on its body. Mutants. Mutants. In the last century, to defeat the alien invaders, humans merged the human body with the DNA of evolved beasts to create a new human. The mutated creature's face had gills on both sides. Its eyes glowed a bright blue. This new human was very powerful, but very bloodthirsty and cruel. In the end, the experiment had to be terminated, and all the mutants were destroyed. Large veins also appeared on the creature's body. It lay motionless in the green liquid. Lin Xiao observed it carefully. He frowned. "I never would have thought. A century has passed, and this terrifying thing hasn't completely disappeared yet." While the group was distracted from inside, a large vine slowly snaked out. The vine slowly, but surely, wrapped around a person's leg. When it had wrapped around half of his body, the vine suddenly pulled Pang Yu with great force. Someone shouted, "What is this?" Pang Yu. Pang Yu, being dragged, lay terrified on the ground. He stammered, "Help! Help me! Help me!" As he finished speaking, the green vine snaked up from below again. Pang Yu's face was pale, his eyes wide open. His pupils constricted. His hand was still outstretched, begging for help. "Help! Everyone! Save me quickly!" Vines from all over crawled towards and pulled Pang Yu's body. Pang Yu continued to scream, "It's pulling me! Help me!" Hearing this, Zhang Ren quickly drew the blade from her back. Her expression was serious as she shouted, "Pang Yu, hold on!" Pang Yu was entangled in the vines and hung upside down. Pang Yu struggled and screamed, "What is this? Let me go!" The moment he finished speaking, his body was pierced through by the green vine. Pang Yu's entire body went rigid. Jiang Li and the others, in the distance, stared wide-eyed. Their mouths hung open in disbelief. Seeing this, Zhang Ran frowned. At the same time, she and Lei Lei shouted, "Pang Yu, this can't be happening." The vines were now stained a deep red with blood. Lin Xiao charged forward. He swung his spear and cut through a vine in front of him. A few slashes. The surrounding vines were completely severed. The limp body of Pang Yu was dropped to the ground. A piece of vine was still sticking out his chest. The group in the distance rushed over, shouting, "Pang Yu! Pang Yu! Pang Yu!" A large, bloody vine continued to rise. Lin Xiao observed it seriously. He frowned, his voice grave. "He can't be saved. This place is very strange. We need to find a way out quickly." The hand that had been motionless on the ground suddenly moved. Someone noticed and shouted, "Wait, look at Pang Yu." Veins bulged on Pang Yu's face as it continued to move. His eyes rolled back. Pang Yu's entire body trembled. "He's moving." Pang Yu. Suddenly, his hands grew abnormally large. Veins bulged all over. Pang Yu contorted his body and stood up. The group screamed in terror. "Ah, what's going on?" Lin Xiao's expression suddenly turned to horror. His eyes widened. His pupils constricted repeatedly. He said in disbelief, "Damn it, that's the AMS virus. In the monster's body. There was a virus just now. You guys hurry. Get out of here." Lei Lei, in the back, had found the exit. "Brother Lin." Zhang Ran. "The exit is over here," Lin Xiao said to Zhang Ran. Before she could even react, he had already grabbed her hand and they ran out together. A group of mutated beasts charged out of the back door, chasing after them. He had to run even faster. "They're catching up. Run." Zhang Ran took advantage of the opportunity to attack the monsters. A A single sword slash. How could the monster just let it be? It bared its sharp, cutting teeth. Its long, black-clawed hand was raised. No matter how fast they ran, they couldn't escape them. Attacking is the only way, the most effective defense. As Lin Xiao slashed at them, he explained how to deal with them. The only way to deal with them is to cut them in half. Make them completely unable to move. Suddenly, he dropped to his knees. Something green was about to fall on them. He shouted a loud warning. Everyone, be careful. The green thing that was about to fall turned into a vine. Very soon after, the vine extended towards them. Lin Xiao and Zhang Ren desperately slashed and hacked, but the vines kept reaching for them. Even Lin Xiao had to admit, these vines were a real pain to deal with. Right now, the only way was to burn them to a crisp. He immediately unleashed a wave of fire, setting the vines ablaze. This thing is probably like a plant. I wonder if it's afraid of fire. But it had no effect at all. In fact, they grew even taller than before. The trembling of the vines was a sign that another mutation was about to be released. He quickly realized it. Not good. They're going to explode and release the mutations. Seeing the imminent danger, he said to his teammates, "Damn it. This thing has a high IQ. Stop them." The three of them split up, attacking the vines that were reaching for them. The green cocoon that the vines were wrapped around began to show its first cracks. Just a moment later, it burst open completely. A giant green monster emerged from the green cocoon. One monster carelessly fell to the ground. Not just one, but many monsters appeared one after another in a very short span of time. One of them looked much more ferocious than the others. Its eyes glowed with green pupils. At that moment, Lin Xiao knew they couldn't hold out forever. If there was a way out, it was best not to spill blood needlessly. Damn it. They're all third tier. Go find an exit. Just as he finished speaking, a strange hand reached for him. The beast's sharp claws, moving at lightning speed, easily sliced him in half with a single swipe. Although Zhang Ran was still fighting, she saw the situation and worried for his safety. She shouted, "Brother Lin." The monster swarmed, in packs, putting everything else aside for a moment. She unleashed a single sword strike. The fiery attack made all the monsters temporarily halt their advance. Another group of monsters swarmed toward Lin Xiao. He defended himself with his sword, always retreating whenever he had the chance. He told them to go on ahead. Zhang Ran, you guys go first. I'll follow behind. Brother Lin, after so much combat experience, he knew this place was filled with thousands of hidden traps, so he couldn't afford to reveal his true strength. There are still many hidden dangers in these ruins. I need to conserve my strength. For now, I can't use rage and my full power. He could only grit his teeth and use a less-than-ideal technique. The sword appeared. I guess I'll have to use the cheap method my master taught me. The blade's edge is extremely sharp. Plus, with my energy, I wonder how powerful it'll be. Several talisman-like symbols appeared around him. The sword plunged straight into the unlucky monster in front of him. After the technique was fully executed, not just one, but many swords pierced the monster. He felt this technique was somewhat effective. As expected, the power has increased significantly. He gripped the sword tightly. His spiritual energy seemed much stronger at a glance. A single slash was enough to kill the monster. The system quickly awarded him points. Killed third-tier mutant. Received 589,127 experience points. Received experience points. He was as happy as a kid who'd just been given candy. I can't believe I got over 500,000 experience points. Awesome. Getting the experience points re-energized his will to fight. Suddenly, he became more eager to kill the monsters than to run away. They're all mine. Lin Xiao charged at the monsters with his sword, even though he knew they were difficult to deal with. The cost versus the benefit was lopsided. So, in terms of benefit, he still chose to dive and head first. These mutants have thick, tough skin. They don't feel pain. They're tough to deal with, but they give a lot of experience points. Plus, considering the terrain, this place was ideal. It gave him an easy opportunity to take them down. And the paths here were narrow, making it difficult to get surrounded. This was a great chance to take on many enemies and reap the experience. With another swing of his sword, he successfully collected more experience points after felling another monster. Killed third-tier mutant. Received 599,128 experience points. Lei, who was nearby, also witnessed him taking down the monsters. She thought he was quite formidable. This big brother is so strong. But he quickly disappointed her. He carelessly let a monster hit him. And I just complimented him 3 seconds ago. Zhang Ran couldn't sit still when she saw him facing danger. She quickly ran over. Brother Lin, be careful. Watch out. She leaped up and struck the monster that was about to attack him. Suddenly, the tip of his sword shot forward so quickly that the monster never saw it coming. A single, unseen sword strike. So fast that even the shape of the sword was invisible, instantly took the monster's life. Zhang Ran, standing beside him, was also stunned. He showed no emotion, a stark contrast to the first time he'd landed a kill. The system awarded points. Killed 3rd-tier mutant. Mutant. Received 577,771 experience points. Congratulations, host, on successfully leveling up. Current level, 18. Received 18 potential points. What made him happy was leveling up. Only then did a small smile appear on his emotionless face. Great. Leveled up again. System. Add 18 potential points. 12 to strength. 6 to physique. The system displayed his current stats. Host, Lin Xiao. Level, 18. Strength, 337 to 349. Physique, 107 plus 20. Speed, 80. Overall combat power, 2205 to 2350. Title, 3rd tier martial artist. Rage meter, 0/100. Skills, analysis eye, rage, disguise. He felt an indescribable joy welling up inside him. He leaped up, and with a smooth motion, his sword sliced across the monster's neck. It died quietly. My power has increased a lot. The blade's edge feels even lighter. The system awarded points. Killed 3rd-tier mutant. Received 599,000 experience points. Watching him like this, Zhang Ran stood to the side, confused. What's with this guy? It's like he's on a high. The more he fights, the stronger he gets. A deafening roar echoed from above. The monsters that had been swarming like ants just moments ago were now nowhere to be seen. At the other end of the cave entrance, Lei didn't understand what was happening. This is what's going on. At that moment, Lin Xiao's cheerful expression vanished. He had a bad feeling about what was coming. The explosion came from the other end of the tunnel, and there was a roar. It must be a giant evolved beast. The monsters gathered at the cave entrance. Before leaving, they let out a deafening roar. After roaring, they all quickly ran away. Zhang Ran watched the path they had taken. They're all gone. From the monster's behavior, Lin Xiao easily guessed. It seems like something is summoning them. A monster that can command these 3rd-tier mutants. Just how strong is it? The matter of the monsters was not as important as getting out of here. He took the lead. Forget about them. Let's keep moving. A while later, they stood before a slightly ajar iron door. The big, bald guy turned around abruptly. This is an armory. They all entered the room. Zhang Ran looked around. These are all old-style laser guns. There are even packs. If we take all of this, we could sell it for a lot of money. But Lin Xiao couldn't care less about that. They needed to prioritize something more important than the money they could get. First, we need to get all of this out. We don't even know if we can take it out of here yet. Lei signaled. Everyone be quiet. I think I hear fighting. They all huddled together. She focused on the sound. Lin Xiao had already figured something out. When he heard it, the big guy realized. The sound is coming from the gap behind the door. Zhang Ran guessed that the exit was on the other side of the door. There are other martial artists who've broken in. Is the exit behind that door? Lin Xiao guessed they might find something after opening the door. They all put their strength together. Let's try to pull the door open. Zhang Ran complained. This door is so heavy. After a while, they finally saw light through the crack in the door. As soon as the door opened, an explosion greeted them. Lin Xiao walked in. He was slightly surprised by the scene before him. A battle was raging here, between humans and monsters. The air was thick with smoke and dust. Zhang Dun was also a little stunned. Why is it like this in here? Lin Xiao was just like her. He was surprised because of this battle. He never expected there to be so many martial artists and mutants. She wondered, why are they fighting here? The horde of beasts were all attacking the humans. He could see it. So the mutants we met were all summoned here by this evolved beast. Another impact caused the beast to fall. The person fighting was sent flying towards them. The fighter crashed into Lin Xiao. That person was Qin Feng. He wiped the blood from his mouth. Thanks. Are you guys new here? Except for Lin Xiao. The rest of them all pointed and shouted, Qin Feng. Why is it you? He dusted himself off. Only then did he notice her. Zhang Dun. So it's you. Looking at the battle ahead, she asked him, what happened here? Why are there so many martial artists and mutants? Qin Feng scratched his head, his hand and eyes both pointing to the left. My friends and I got lost and ended up here. But some of the martial artists came here specifically to hunt. At the back of the hall is the exit. But there's a rank 6 green vine demon beast blocking it. There's no way to get through. A rank 3 beast was already a nightmare for Lin Xiao's group. But this was a rank 6 beast. Everyone was shocked. What? A rank 6 vine demon beast? Based on his own combat experience, Qin Feng described the vine-like tentacles he had fought. The rank 6 green vine demon beast is a giant creature. Its body is 10 meters long, and it looks like a sea monster. Its whole body is covered in long tentacles. Like green vines, the tentacles are extremely tough and can easily pierce through steel plates. Hearing this, Zhang Dun was surprised by the recklessness of Qin Feng's group. A rank 6 evolved beast, a creature this powerful, and you guys dare to take it on? He looked over at the battle. Many of his comrades were still fighting. We have over 100 rank 3 and rank 4 martial artists here. Plus, there's a rank 5 martial artist named Lu Chong leading the charge. We can definitely kill that evolved beast. Besides, that beast is blocking the exit. If we don't kill it, we'll just be waiting to die here. Even though this method might lead to victory, it wasn't a smart one. Lin Xiao didn't really support this approach. To face a rank 6 evolved beast with such a reckless frontal assault isn't very wise. From what he observed, none of these people seemed to have a strategy. Something about that group of people just doesn't feel right. They all seem to be in a frenzy. Qin Feng even encouraged him and everyone else to risk their lives for the rank 6 oddity, a precious item from the bodies of these monsters. Instead of waiting here to die, we might as well kill that green vine demon beast. The rank 6 oddity crystal in its body is worth a fortune. In Lu Chong's hand was the most modern bomb. This was what gave Qin Feng his confidence. Besides, Lu Chong also has the latest L2 bomb. That bomb must have already injured the green vine demon beast. The bomb was thrown, instantly lighting up the entire area. The first tentacles of the green vine demon beast had already extended out. The largest, longest tentacles had also appeared. Everyone urgently warned each other. The green vine demon beast is out. Everyone, be careful. But there were still a few smaller, weaker-looking tentacles below. It really is injured. Big Brother Lu's bomb is really powerful. Lin Xiao remembered the vines in the laboratory he had faced earlier. The vines in the lab were definitely from this monster. It can extend its tentacles to such a distant place. In other words, the entire underground ruin is under its control. The vines began to swarm out towards them like a broken hornet's nest. Lu Chong said to everyone, the green vine demon beast has appeared. We'll split into 2 groups. Some of you will block the mutants. The rest of you will greet the green vine demon beast with me. Qin Feng's group could only attack madly. Just die already. Someone else charged into the battle with a sword. The 2 sides charged at the same time. Both mutants and humans. Only Lin Xiao's group, though a little surprised, was still observing. He drew his sword and stopped them from attacking just yet. Everyone, be careful. These mutants are all being controlled by the green vine demon beast. Even though he was holding them back, he was itching to join the fight. Why am I so eager to fight right now? This feeling is so strange. As if on cue, a beast looked over at him. It charged. He countered, sending the beast back with a single swing of his sword. Zhang Dun also joined the fight, killing a beast. Only Lin Xiao remained silent, observing. Their expressions were all very eager, which made him feel that Zhang Dun's team state was similar to the others in the hall. They were getting more and more enthusiastic about the fight and becoming stronger. That was his conclusion after a period of careful observation. They were all very excited. Their combat power had also become stronger. The sword tip plunged into the beast's body. He stepped on the beast's body. They were all down. The mutants have all been killed. Zhang Dun pointed. Big Brother Lin, look. The green vine demon beast doesn't look so good. The green vine demon beast was trembling after a period of fighting. Everyone saw this and seized the opportunity. The green vine demon beast really doesn't look good anymore. The more we fight, the more excited we get. Keep attacking. Victory is right in front of us. They were overjoyed. We're about to win. Everyone's spirits were higher than ever. But in a crowd where everyone has their own ambitions, unity is needed. Kill this rank 6 evolved beast. Get the oddity crystal. The rank 6 oddity crystal is mine. Mine. Don't even think about it. It's mine. Zhang Dun urged Lin Xiao. Brother Lin. Let's go too. A discerning person could see the flaw. He refused and also advised her, don't go. Haven't you noticed something different about yourselves? She didn't understand. Different? What? It was their strange behavior that made him realize the key to the battle. Ever since we stepped into this hall, we become unexplainably excited. All the martial artists in this hall, except for Lu Chong, are in a state of excitement. If I'm not mistaken, there must be something wrong with the bomb Lu Chong threw. The bomb might have contained adrenaline gas. Everyone was rushing towards the green vine demon beast. This gas will stimulate a person's adrenaline. Although it can increase combat effectiveness for a short time, it is harmful to the human body. That's why these martial artists are so desperately attacking the green vine demon beast. That Lu Chong is using everyone as cannon fodder. Only then did Zhang Dun realize. Holy crap, that bastard. He's actually using us as cannon fodder. He replied, and not only that, he's also using the green vine demon beast to thin our numbers. He wants to be the fisherman who profits. The main tentacle emitted a sonic wave. The man said to his teammate, not good. The evolved beast is playing dead. But his friend didn't believe him. No, it must be its last-ditch effort. Everyone keep attacking. The green vine not only wasn't dead, but it also whipped its tentacles at the people who were charging at it. The other person asked, brother, are you okay? The man who had been hit by the tentacle had mutated. He looked at him with the eyes of a beast, and his form was also abnormal. A whole group of people turned to face their former comrades. Damn, they've mutated. It's a virus. The AMS virus. Everyone be careful. A friend charged forward. The man hastily explained, Ru Hua, it's me. I'm Yi Langshen. Everyone outside was trying to stop them, but the mutants weren't listening to humans. Quick, stop. Lin Xiao's group was outside the battle. Zhang Dun had made the right choice by listening to him. How did it turn out like this? Good thing we didn't rush in just now. The mutants have been eliminated by us. So this evolved beast deliberately lured the martial artists closer, then turned them into its puppets. He was still observing the battle after it had temporarily stopped. But, looking at its state, it probably can't hold out for much longer. Lu Chong gave the order. He said loudly, they're no longer our comrades. Kill them. He slashed at the green vine. This one slash revealed exactly what they were looking for. The green vine collapsed. The gash was so deep its insides were visible. The others realized this was what they had been craving. It's an anomaly crystal. A tier 6 anomaly crystal. It seems their camaraderie ends here. They rushed forward, each claiming it for themselves. It's mine. That's mine. But Lu Chong wouldn't have it. This is mine. He first turned on his own comrades. One slash took down both of them. All of you go to hell for me. Brother Chong. Zhang Ran turned and asked Lin Xiao, who was beside her, Brother Lin, what should we do now? Should we snatch it? He smirked, as if he had been waiting for this very moment. Of course we're going to snatch it. That bastard doesn't deserve to have that anomaly crystal. Lu Chong went to take the anomaly crystal from the green vine's body. It's mine. Don't even think about snatching it from me. He laughed heartily at the precious item he had just obtained, but he forgot that others could also snatch it from him. Mine. It's mine. Lin Xiao leaped up from behind. He held his sword, ready to strike down. But this Lu Chong wasn't as careless as he looked. He turned around when he sensed the danger. Kid, you dare to compete with me? He stood up. He slashed at Lin Xiao's sword. How could the despicable tricks of a lowlife like you escape my bright-as-day eyes? You put in stimulant in the bomb to make everyone present your shield, and you reap all the benefits. You're a truly despicable person. Only then did his teammates realize the true nature of the person they had trusted for so long. What? Lu Chong, what's wrong with you? They had no reason to spare a traitor. Damn it. You despicable villain. Kill him. That anomaly crystal is ours. They charged forward. That's right. Kill him. Lu Chong leaped up, holding his blade high. You brat who doesn't know your own limits. D. He wanted to kill Lin Xiao. But this person was not an easy target. He looked up. He still had time to calculate. I'm a tier 3. There's no way I can withstand a single blow from a tier 5 martial artist. Luckily, he just killed the green vine monster. He must have used up a lot of source energy. His strength isn't that strong. The spear in his hand emitted a bright circle of light. It sent him flying. White dust and smoke billowed around Lu Chong. He still intended to kill him. You bastard. While you're down, I'll take your life. His own teammates would kill him first. D. His teammates were furious. You actually tricked us into being your shields. Kill him. Kill him. Lu Chong stood up and retaliated. With a counterattack, the red-haired man charged at Lin Xiao. Kid, get out of the way. The anomaly crystal is mine. He didn't back down either. You stole our anomaly crystal. You go to hell too. In an instant, many fists flew out, striking the red-haired man. The green vine's tentacles stretched out. He looked down. The tentacles were still growing. He said to them, this green vine monster is still not dead. He smiled sinisterly. Retreating would be leaving behind good stuff. This is great. I've picked up another windfall. A fiery punch was thrown, instantly killing the green vine monster. The system added points. Killed a tier 6 green vine monster. Received 8,888,888 experience points. He was a little disappointed. A tier 6 evolved beast is only worth a little over 1,000,000 experience points. That's too stingy. He ran to the green vine's corpse to find the anomaly crystal. That's not right. Maybe my damage to the green vine monster was less than 40%, so I only got 1/10 of the experience points. Lu Chong ran up from behind. Brat, stop. That's mine. He turned and drew his sword. He also drew his sword. I'll kill you. Go to hell. The two of them fought. He knew he couldn't last long. As expected, a tier 5 martial artist is not something I can deal with. At this rate, I'll lose soon. I have to find a way to escape. After a moment, he thought of another way. Then let's try this move. One sword strike, and many other swords flew towards him. Lu Chong blocked with his blade, but this move stunned him. Holy, how did this brat suddenly get so strong? Isn't he just a low-level martial artist? Lin Xiao sneered. A tier 5 martial artist is nothing special after all. A circle of power barrier appeared at his feet. Take another one of my hits. The strongest martial skill. His mouth was already bleeding. This move should be able to kill him. The last hit was still not its strongest. He roared. It was just for show. He's still the smart one to run. You idiot. I'm leaving. He roared. Damn it. You dare to play me? I'll definitely chop you into 1,000 pieces. Lin Xiao ran to the door. He pushed the door and shouted, open up for me. He was chasing him. Kid, you want to run? It's not that easy. He gritted his teeth and pushed the door with all his might. The door opened a little. Lu Chong just happened to catch up. He thrust his flaming blade, but only hit the wooden plank he was carrying on his back. D. You rotten brat. With a bang, he had instead killed himself. Killed a tier 5 martial artist. Received 12,000,000 experience points. But he also fell to the ground, affected by the blast. Congratulations, Master, for successfully leveling up. Level 19. Congratulations, Master. You have received 19 potential points. He rubbed his forehead and sat up. Ouch. I feel like all my bones are about to break. If I hadn't gone to that armory earlier and even got a bomb, there would have been no way to deal with that tier 5 martial artist. He looked at the blue screen. System. Transfer 10 potential points to strength. 7 points to physique. 2 points to agility. The system screen appeared. Host. Lin Xiao. Level 19. Strength. 349 to 359. Physique. 113 plus 22. 120 plus 20. Agility. 80 to 82. Combined combat power. 2350 to 2520. Title. Tier 3 martial artist. Accumulated source energy. 0/100. Skills. Analysis I. Fury. Camouflage. His teammate ran over. Brother Lin, are you okay?